20 billion? The whole room erupted. Wasn't this person crazy? 20 billion could buy a brand new Symphony Series cruise ship. Was anyone keeping track? Were they out of their mind? The winning bidder is. After seeing the name, the auctioneer was dumbfounded. How could it be him again? Her face showed surprise. Upon seeing her expression, the audience realized something was amiss. The winning bidder is Crane Group, Jun Chan. Doom. The audience's ears exploded. How could it be him again? Jun Chan? How rich was this guy? Even Tang Xingyu and Che Chunqing in the back rows couldn't sit still. Jun Chan again? This was truly unexpected. Tang Xingyu's face turned grim. How is this possible? Che Chunqing couldn't believe it. How could Jun Chan come up with 20 billion? Where did he get all that money from? With a few dozen billion spent already, did Crane Group have that much money on the books? It seemed like a company of a similar size to Asia Airlines. How could they produce that much cash? When Lu Shanshan heard of Zhang Qian's 20 billion bid, she was thoroughly shaken. She thought Tang Xingyu bringing 50 billion was already extravagant. Yet, Jun Qian could still come up with 20 billion. What was happening in the world? Jun Qian had graduated just a few years ago, yet he had amassed billions. The Xingyao Group, carefully nurtured by Tang Chuanin for decades, was only worth a couple hundred billion. Offering 50 billion in one go was already the limit for Xingyao Group. Jun Qian casually handed over several billion, as if it were a small sum. What had Jun Qian been up to in these years? The phrases of a fish leaping over the dragon gate no longer apply. All that could be said was, how can scales compare ... transforming into a dragon in a storm? Jun Qian walked briskly up to the stage to sign legal documents with a jovial pace. Mr. Zheng, congratulations once again on winning the bid for the Royal Symphony number, Wang Xiaoqi greeted. Can we switch to someone else? It's been 3 days in a row with Jun Qian on stage. Wang Xiaoqi was starting to get tired of it. Everyone remembered the Kian Group Pan Zheng Qian's name. Mr. Zheng, may I ask, this time you've spent a huge sum to acquire it. Who is the lucky lady this time? Jun Qian. Trying to set me up. Not playing by the usual rules, huh? He directly stole the lines from the other person. Jun Qian didn't see any big issue with it. Whenever Wang Xiaoqi asked, he answered openly. To be honest, this time I acquired it to gift it to the chairman of Asia Shipping, Miss Zhang Yanren. Wang Xiaoqi realized Jun Qian would say he acquired it to give to a beautiful woman, but she didn't expect ... it would be Zhang Yanren. The audience erupted once again. In the Jiangnan region, who didn't know that Zhang Yanren was a proud, cold, and dominant CEO? Is Jun Qian expressing his love? When he mentioned giving it to a beautiful woman before, maybe he just didn't want to reveal his operational plans. But saying he's giving it to Zhang Yanren, this joke is getting big. Some even believed Jun Qian was serious. He really wanted to give it to Zhang Yanren. Even Zhang Yanren, in the audience, didn't expect Jun Qian to publicly announce her name so openly. She blushed slightly. Jun Qian, you scoundrel. By saying that, what makes her different from the two previous beautiful women? She is the proud chairman of Asia Shipping, the leader. While some thought Jun Qian was trying to deceive people and hide his operational plans, there were still some gossip mongers using this matter to stir up gossip. Zhang Yanren has had plenty of rumors in the Jiangnan region. Say hello to an acquaintance and the next day, it becomes a juicy news story. Jun Qian's actions undoubtedly pushed her into the spotlight of those gossip news. After signing the legal documents, when Jun Qian was about to leave the stage, Wang Xiaoqi discreetly grabbed Jun Qian's sleeve. When no one else could see, Wang Xiaoqi harshly pinched Jun Qian's hand, giving him a defiant look. Humph, making you say I'm not charming enough. Jun Qian, he was a bit puzzled. What was Wang Xiaoqi planning to do? Why was she trying to flirt with him in front of so many people? Is he someone who behaves that casually? Can't she find a less crowded place for these actions? Jun Qian smiled knowingly at Wang Xiaoqi, then stepped down from the stage. Dear guests, please don't leave just yet. I will announce some exciting news. Following the auction's instructions, Wang Xiaoqi announced that the White Knight would be re-auctioned. Some big shots had received this news early, but some remained unaware. It was necessary to make an official announcement. After the event, some senior executives and business tycoons gathered and hesitated to leave. They were all discussing this explosive gossip. Even the usually distant Zhang Yanren felt a slight warmth in her face. Even Zhang Yanren herself was surprised. She had heard rumors about herself before, but she usually remained unfazed. However, With Jung Qian's move, her emotions were stirred once again. Jung Qian, wearing a navy blue suit and holding a legal document, returned to his position. Here, take good care of this thing. Don't lose it. Jung Qian handed a contract to Zhang Yanren. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After handing the contract to Zhang Yanren, Jung Qian left the auction venue without giving her a chance to speak. Nearby, Zhang Luking and Fen Mingsu quickly followed Jung Qian. Zhang Yanren looked down at the ownership transfer agreement that had just been handed to her. Jung Qian had signed it with her name. To her and these businessmen, this was a 2 billion worth contract. But to Jung Qian, it seemed almost trivial. He had crumpled the contract when he handed it to her, seemingly not valuing the 2 billion at all. With this behavior, how influential and powerful must Jung Qian's background be? Even for a member of a royal family or a national heir, it would be impossible to treat this value as worthless. Zhang Yanren grew more curious about Jung Qian's background, identity, and the forces silently supporting him. Jung Qian seemed like a never-ending source of surprises to her. It was as if what she saw now was just the tip of the iceberg of Jung Qian. However, this man's attitude changed quickly. Just moments ago, he was passionate, but now he seemed colder than she was. Zhang Yanren had wanted to invite Jung Qian for dinner, but this man hadn't even left her a chance to speak. Cold, heartless. For a long time, Zhang Yanren had never believed in the idea of a dominating CEO, but could anyone be wealthier than her amongst those who courted her? To be honest, those wealthy suitors lined up from the south to the north. Jung Qian's appearance shattered Zhang Yanren's skepticism about the lack of dominating CEOs in the world. What is a dominating CEO? Wasn't Zhang Qian one? Ding ding. What's going on in this man's head? Zhang Yanren, accustomed to the flirtatious ways of handsome wealthy men, was completely thrown off by Jung Qian's behavior. Du Bingbing furrowed her brow. She had been with Zhang Yanren for a long time, and this was the first time Zhang Yanren discussed personal matters with her. If Zhang Yanren couldn't understand Jung Qian's intentions, how could she? Nevertheless, she could explain from the client's perspective. President Zhang, Mr. Zhang is indirectly protecting you. Protecting me? How so? After today's incident spreads, there will be lots of gossip outside. Think about it. If you and Mr. Zhang have dinner tonight, it would confirm the news. In that case, Jianan won't just be gossiping, it will blow up. This was a valid point. Despite this, Zhang Yanren remained curious about why Jung Qian had helped acquire this cruise ship for her. If it was an apology, wanting to patch things up over dinner would have sufficed. But why did Jung Qian bid on the Royal Symphony number? His spending habits were excessively lavish. The ever-cautious Zhang Yanren couldn't help but wonder if there was a trap somewhere. Could it be that Jung Qian was setting her up for something? Jung President, could you please slow down a bit? Jung President, my leg is swollen from a stroke. Please wait for us. Jung Qian had just walked out of the auction venue when Zhang Lekan and Fen Minzu behind him were like two followers. Do you still need anything? Jung Qian stopped and asked. Jung President, you really opened our eyes today. Yes. Yes. This is too extravagant. What is financial power? Jung President's generosity is true financial power. The two praised and exclaimed at Jung Qian's grand gesture of purchasing the Royal Symphony Orchestra at a staggering 2 billion. Such a miraculous feat. Jung Qian's client group would definitely establish a strategic partnership with Asia Airlines next. Asia Airlines was a leading airline in the Jiangnan region, and also the organizer and leader of the 5 Airlines Alliance, with countless resources at their disposal. One had funds, the other had connections. The next step would certainly be a strong alliance between Jung Qian and Zhang Yanren's enterprises, with an absolute influence that would shake the transportation industry in Kyushu, even surpassing the 5 Airlines Alliance in magnitude. The two were eager to cling to Jung Qian in the hopes of becoming his followers and benefiting from his success. Just say what you want to say. No need for unnecessary words. Jung Qian wasn't interested in hearing these flattering words. Fen Minzu spoke first. Jung young master, it's like this. My daughter Fen Cici has always admired you. She heard you were in Jiangnan and specifically flew over to have a meal with you. You see? Shall I give her your contact information right now? When are you available? I can arrange it for you. What was going on? Daughter, Fen Cici? Jung Qian was perplexed. Are they trying to set him up with Fen Cici? That's too obvious. That's not necessary. I'm very busy. I don't have time for these things. Jung Qian refused. He already had enough women by his side to fill to mahjong tables. Not to mention his legitimate wife at home. With so many people, Jung Qian couldn't possibly attend to each one. It was even troublesome, as he feared they might find out about each other and the hidden affairs would cause him a headache. Fan Minzu was making matters worse. Jung Qian really couldn't handle any more. But Fan Minzu misunderstood Jung Qian's intention. President John, if I speak a word of falsehood, you can tear my mouth apart. My daughter really admires you. Let me show you my daughter's photos, Fan Minzu said, not giving Jung Qian a chance to refuse, and took out her phone to show Jung Qian the prepared photos. The girl in the photos had eyebrows like a crescent moon, eyes as clear as a mountain lake, a beautiful little face, and was dressed in a school uniform. She had a curvaceous and charming figure, with exceptional grace. However, she looked particularly young. If Fan Minzu hadn't mentioned she was 24, Jung Qian would have thought she was a high school student. What do you think? She's indeed pretty, but I'm really busy. We can talk another time, Jung Qian said as he left. Zhang Lekong witnessed everything. He started to harbor some hostility towards Fan Minzu. Are you kidding me, Fan Minzu? Are you trying to manipulate Jung Qian with your daughter, using beauty as a strategy? Zhang Lekong felt a hint of anger and frustration. Why didn't he have a well-behaved and beautiful daughter? Only a troublesome son was given to him. Zhang Lekong started to think if he had any relatives around Jung Qian's age, they had to be beautiful, whether it were a niece, nephew, or a distant relative. Hey, honey, check quickly if we have a relative about 22 years old, tall, fair-skinned, and good-looking. Don't ask me. Just check it for me. Fan Minzu suddenly began to feel nervous upon hearing Zhang Lekong. Is this starting to get complicated? A large group of reporters had quietly gathered behind the two. Some were in charge of lighting, some of filming, and others of conducting interviews. Several professional media teams were already waiting at the door. After the auction officially ended, the bosses and big shots started coming out one by one. They weren't the ones these people were here to interview. When Zhang Yanren and Du Bingbing came out, the group immediately swarmed around them. Miss Zhang, can you tell us what your relationship is with Mr. Zhang from Kind Group? Miss Zhang, why did Mr. Zhang spend such a large sum to acquire the Royal Symphony Orchestra for you? Miss Zhang, how long have you known Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yanren was used to facing cameras and interviews, but today, the authoritative local media and gossip news team from Jiangnan had all gathered. There were dozens of microphones shoved in her face. Zhang Yanren imagined that there would be waves in Jiangnan, but what she didn't expect was the speed of the media. Immediately after the auction ended, the entrance was already overcrowded, with microphones pointing at them. There were even reporters asking, Miss Zhang, when do you plan to announce this relationship? Zhang Yanren, what kind of silly questions were these? She hadn't even interacted with Mr. Zhang yet. She didn't even know Mr. Zhang's feelings towards her, and they were already talking about announcing a relationship. Luckily, Du Bingbing had more experience in handling such situations. Sorry, Ms. Zhang is very tired and won't be accepting any interviews or answering any questions. Please understand. The two quickly escaped from the media's sight. Nobody noticed the others who had come out with Zhang Yanren. Tang Xingyu, Lu Shanshan, and the rest observed the entire process. The market price for the Royal Symphony Orchestra was at most 1.5 billion, and their bid of 1.77 billion was already a significant premium. They thought they had the winning bid, but who could have anticipated Zhang Qian showing up out of nowhere and bidding to billion? And it wasn't even for himself, but for Zhang Yanren. What was this move? Were they trying to create a buzz, raise publicity, and spread rumors about his relationship with the Queen of Jiangnan? Tang Xingyu couldn't understand Zhang Qian's intentions. He felt crushed by Zhang Qian once again. Just throwing out to billion like that. What a grand gesture. Tang Xingyu still had to maintain a nonchalant demeanor in front of Lu Shanshan. Shanshan, have dinner with us tonight. Lu Shanshan had wanted to talk to Zhang Qian today, but Tang Xingyu's sudden appearance disrupted her plans. She didn't feel right speaking to Zhang Qian about financing matters in front of Tang Xingyu. Moreover, Zhang Qian had already left early today, so Lu Shanshan didn't have a chance. Zhang Qian had left an impression on her over the past 3 days. In those 3 days, Zhang Qian had given away 3 cruise ships, each worth billions. He bought 100 clothing companies with ease. Now, it seemed like he was getting involved with Zhang Yanren. She couldn't even compare to Song Yaxian by Zhang Qian's side. How could she compete with the icy-cold female CEO of Jiangnan like Zhang Yanran? Okay. Lu Shanshan hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Everyone had an unspoken agreement not to mention Zhang Qian's $2 billion spending spree. That evening at the dinner table, Tang Xingyu asked Lu Shanshan why she was in Jiangnan. Lu Shanshan embellished the story and told Tang Xingyu everything. What did you say? Zhang Qian used this commercial loophole to claim 15.5 million in compensation from you. That's despicable. Lu Shanshan just finished explaining the ins and outs of the matter and beautified the process a bit. She didn't mention anything about Zhang Jian or Zhang Leikong. She didn't even mention her mother's reckless behavior. That's why Tang Xingyu is so angry. Lu Shanshan explained, Xingyu, you don't have to be so angry. It's just a business dispute. As long as we clarify things, he shouldn't continue to pursue what we want. Shanshan, at this point, you don't need to speak up for Zhang Qian anymore. Tang Xingyu was filled with righteous indignation and had a lot to say. This is not just a business dispute. This is clearly fraud and extortion. Tang Xingyu began to suspect that Zhang Qian had not achieved his current scale through legitimate means, but had started his career by exploiting loopholes in contracts to extort others. Zi Xinhao also added fuel to the fire from the side. Yes, Shanshan, the way you put it, Zhang Qian is really committing fraud. Shanshan, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. I will handle it. You don't have to bow down to Zhang Qian. Isn't it just 150 million? I will handle it. Tang Xingyu assured Lu Shanshan solemnly. Uncle Chet, tomorrow morning, contact the finance department and help my friend with this favor. Chet Chunqing's forehead was now furrowed. This matter was completely beyond the planned scope. Tang Xingyu was indeed the young master of Starlight Group, but he held no official position within the company and was aiming for a career in the future. If anything went wrong, he would have to take responsibility. Chet Chunqing couldn't refuse Tang Xingyu's request. The Royal Symphony Orchestra wasn't secure, and he could have played a role in it due to his loose lips about the funding to Zhang Leikong. Zhang Qian quoted $2 billion. Besides sniping, it was also a demonstration of threatening them. All right, tomorrow morning, I'll contact the legal and finance departments to handle this matter. After a brief consideration, Chet Chunqing agreed. If Tang Xingyu used this matter to involve him in trouble, he wouldn't be able to escape. By helping with this favor, he could navigate tricky situations. At least, he wouldn't have to bear the responsibility of leaking information. Lu Shanshan hadn't reacted yet, but the issue of 150 million was resolved. Today Tang Xingyu had asked about it, and she had only wanted to vent to Tang Xingyu, not to ask for his help to solve the trouble. Zhang Qian had been cold and indifferent to her, causing Lu Shanshan to feel anxious. In urgent circumstances, she reluctantly accepted the funds. Thank you, Xingyu. Lu Shanshan looked at Tang Xingyu gratefully. No problem, Tang Xingyu replied casually. Zi Xinhao was dumbfounded. Seriously, has the world really come to this? Spending money on a girl, not in thousands or tens of thousands, but in billions. Spontaneously spending billions? How can anyone court a girl like this? Zi Xinhao felt like his values were gradually being influenced by people like Zhang Qian and Tang Xingyu. Tang Xingyu held extreme animosity toward Zhang Qian. In Jiangnan, Zhang Qian had been involved in numerous major events and taken the spotlight, even seizing the lifeline of Lu Shanshan's mother, and Zhao. Tang Xingyu couldn't stand for such a thing. Although Lu Shanshan and he were childhood friends, even though they hadn't clarified their relationship, it had always been amicable. He absolutely wouldn't allow Lu Shanshan to bow down to Zhang Qian for money. After dropping Lu Shanshan off at the hotel, Tang Xingyu informed her mother about this development. Zhao Ying was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Good daughter, is what you're saying true? Lu Shanshan nodded. That's really great. Where's the young Tang? Why didn't you bring him along? He's busy with other things tomorrow. He dropped me off and went back. You silly child, next time bring him here to chat with me, Zhao Ying complained. She had high hopes for Tang Xingyu. Being the son of the chairman of Starlight Group, Tang Chuanyan, and his uncle playing a significant role in Qilu's political and legal system, ensuring a promising future. Zhao Ying had considered having her daughter meet Tang Xingyu before, but with him being in Qilu, there was a chance he might not be able to help. His presence in Jiangnan had, indeed, resolved a big problem for Zhao Ying. They didn't need to beg or sue Zhang Qian. They could straightforwardly pay the compensation and revive the company. No. Why should they pay just because Zhang Qian demands it? They could drag the lawsuit for as long as possible. They had to make Zhang Qian sick of it. After the matter was resolved, Zhao Ying immediately resumed her previous arrogant attitude. When talking about Zhang Qian now, she expressed disdain. What relationship did they have with Zhang Qian even though he was wealthy? He didn't spend on them only $1 million or so, yet they were asked to pay 10 times as much. Even if he had money, he didn't offer them anything beneficial. What was the use? Tan Xingyu was much better. Good daughter, isn't it time you and Yuntang clarified your relationship? Mom, what are you thinking? We're just ordinary friends. Lu Shanshan explained. Their relationship was ambiguous, but they had never crossed a certain line. Lu Shanshan knew that as long as one person spoke up, there was a 90% chance that she and Tang Xingyu would end up together. But could it be left to a girl to speak up? Surely, Tang Xingyu had to confess his feelings. If he didn't confess and yet treated her so well, simply taking 150 million, thinking like this, Tang Xingyu was indeed a scumbag, at a luxury hotel somewhere. Good daughter, you should go interact with him. Let me tell you, young Zheng looks so handsome, elegant, talented, and full of righteousness. The moment I saw him, I thought, he's my future son-in-law. All right, I'll give you his contact information now, add him quickly, and ask him out for a meal or something. Fen Mingsu was out of her mind. Although Zhang Qian had politely declined previously, Fen Mingsu was determined to have her daughter win over Zhang Qian. Unfortunately, her daughter wasn't interested at all. Fen Sisi reluctantly listened to her father. She was resistant. Why should I contact him? He's so much older. Fen Sisi had learned about Zhang Qian's exploits. He had gifted 3 cruise ships to women. He was young, no doubt, but the number of women surrounding him could be in the hundreds. Fen Sisi didn't want to be with a man with such a decadent private life. She found it repulsive. Sisi, how can you say that about young Zhang? If young Zhang hears this, your dad will be bankrupt tomorrow. Fen Mingsu has seen the women around Zhang Qian, all of them with extremely high temperament. If you randomly pick one out, they can be compared to first-line celebrities now. He knows his daughter's looks are also good, not inferior to them. However, someone like Zhang Qian inevitably sets his standards high. Whether he can appreciate his daughter Fen Sisi, that's still up for debate. Dad, why are you in such a hurry to let me get in touch with him? What kind of scheme are you plotting? Could it be that you want to use your own daughter as a sacrifice for your business career? No way. Fen Sisi's eyes, black and bright, flicked to the upper left corner, and she crossed her arms. She hummed, looking very disdainful. Sisi, that's not what Dad meant. You misunderstood. Not what he meant. Then what did he mean? All right, let's stop talking about this. Don't mention it again. Fen Mingsu saw his daughter taking the moral high ground, using these things against him, making it hard for him to say anything, so he could only temporarily shut up. 5-star hotel. Presidential suite. Zhang Qian had just finished showering when he received a call from an unknown number. Zhang Qian guessed that it was Fen Mingsu's daughter, Fen Sisi, calling. From the pictures he had seen of Fen Sisi before, she was quite beautiful. If rated out of 10, Zhang Qian would give her an 8.5. But he had already politely declined Fen Mingsu's introduction before, so why was she calling again? Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment but eventually answered. He was slightly curious about what Fen Sisi's voice would be like. But unexpectedly, on the other end of the line was a man's voice. Mr. Zhang, do you have a moment to talk? Did I disturb you? This voice, with a slight Hong Kong accent, sounded somewhat familiar. I'm free. Go ahead. Zhang Qian already knew who it was. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am one of the people in charge of Changlong Entertainment, Nikai. Do you remember me? Nikai, the imposing man backstage at the concert of the King of Heaven. How did you get my number? Just tell me what's the matter. Zhang Qian couldn't be bothered to investigate these questions. Mr. Zhang, we are having a movie festival cocktail party tomorrow night and would like to invite you to attend. Do you have the time? The king will also be there. A movie festival cocktail party? The king will be there too. It must be a private event. Song Yaxian is a senior fan of the king, so Zhang Qian naturally accepted the invitation. After Nikai hung up the phone, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had used some means to find Zhang Qian's number and made the bold move to call, and he was naturally nervous. Ziyin, Zhang Xiao has agreed to attend the cocktail party. Let me tell you, Zhang Xiao's background is extraordinary. I had to put in a lot of effort to dig up some fragmented information. it is confirmed that Jung Qian is the chairman of Kind Group, holding over 80% of the shares. And at the auction, he spent billions to buy 3 luxury cruise ships. His financial power, background, and connections are beyond imagination. You need to adjust your attitude accordingly. Yin Yanyan felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart, silently lamenting. Ni Kai's status in the Hong Kong entertainment circle was high, and he often dealt with big shots in the upper-class society. Over time, he had developed a habit of speaking flowery words like this. If someone who was ignorant of the industry, they might think he was offering huge opportunities to himself. What does adjusting one's attitude mean? Isn't it about wanting to give her to Jung Qian? Before Ni Kai could finish his words, Lin Xiao called, wanting to invite you to dinner. I declined on your behalf, saying you need to prepare for the next performance and have no time. Hearing this, Yin Yanyan felt somewhat relieved. Jung Qian's appearance wasn't all bad, at least Ni Kai was willing to reject Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had been bothering her for a long time, even offering to spend money to make her famous again. Ni Kai had been testing Yin Yanyan's limits to see if he could match-make the two of them, but Jung Qian's appearance made him abandon these intricate steps and decided to directly hand her over to Jung Qian, in exchange for Jung Qian's funds and connections. Between Lin Xiao and Jung Xiao, who had higher status, stronger background, and wealth, Ni Kai had thoroughly investigated. Without a doubt, Jung Qian would overpower the former. Ni Kai had thrown him several blocks. Just the Royal Symphony Orchestra alone cost him 2 billion. Can a small rich second generation compare to this? Ni Kai was a businessman. He was just in the entertainment business. He clearly understood who held more weight in the scale. Anyway, I have given you the opportunity. If you want to be famous, do as I say. Even if Jung Xiao doesn't invest, the company will still spend a lot of money to make you famous. They won't treat you unfairly. If you don't want to be famous, Yin Yanyan tentatively asked about the consequences. What will happen then? Ni Kai just snorted coldly. Silence here is better than any words. Even if he didn't say it, Yin Yanyan understood very well. In the best-case scenario, she would continue to be a nobody. In the worst case, she would be blacklisted by the industry, and she would never be able to work in this field again. Then Yin Yanyan would only be able to work as a vocal or dance teacher, earning a modest salary of a few thousand yuan per month. This was the opposite of her dreams. But if she wanted to return to the stage, she had to do as Ni Kai said, even if it conflicted with her moral values. Yin Yanyan once again stood at a crossroads in her life. Dreams and morals, she could only choose one. Jung Qian, a dignified man with talent, wasn't that bad, acceptable even. If she refused Jung Qian, Ni Kai might reintroduce her to Lin Xiao. Rather than being mistreated, it's better for her peace of mind. All right, understood. Jung Qian. Oh, Jung Qian, so that's why you wanted me to sleep in the room a little longer, planning such a big move behind my back. Song Yaxian was exhausted last night and slept all day, only waking up in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, as soon as she woke up, she saw such big news. Jiangnan Evening, Today Jiangnan, and other major gossip media were frantically reporting about the scandal involving Jiangnan's iceberg CEO Zhang Yanyan and Jung Qian. The video section on mobile short video platforms, all about the Jiangnan iceberg CEO Zhang Yanyan inviting Jung Qian and being rejected. They were even photographed sitting closely at an auction, cheek to cheek, whispering intimately, appearing very close. Almost all the self-media and public accounts were bombarding this matter. Even some group chats were discussing this issue. In a short time, it became a hot topic. Jung Qian observed that Song Yaxian's level of interest in him was decreasing steadily. It had to be said, she was quite cute when she was angry. Are you jealous? Jung Qian didn't think so. These things were easy to explain. It was just that Song Yaxian's attitude towards him at this moment was somewhat intriguing. A person like her would get jealous for herself. Haha, you. Song Yaxian pointed at Jung Qian, unable to release her anger. She was really jealous. Even perceptive people could see it. But Jung Qian made it clear, which made her lose face. She was so strong-willed. Why would she be troubled over matters of love? No, it didn't match her character. HMPH. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I'll take it as you've acknowledged it, Song Yaxian said, as she was about to leave Jung Qian's suite and return to her room. Jung Qian realized the situation was getting serious. Teasing her further might cause trouble. Oh, aren't we just joking around? Why are you sulking now? Hey, who's sulking here? Song Yaxian coldly snorted. Zheng Qian was speechless. Wasn't this considered sulking? She almost had the 3-word sulking written boldly on her face. Things aren't as you imagine. These entertainment gossip news outlets love to spread rumors, create hype. You know Zhang Yanren's status in Jiangnan. Rumors about her sell, generate traffic. I have absolutely no connection with her. Even if there were, at most we'd be business partners. Just ask anyone, and you'll get it cleared up. Zheng Qian explained that he only used the method of gifting a cruise to Zhang Yanren because he didn't want to reveal the upcoming cruise operation plans. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yanren's popularity in Jiangnan caused a huge stir. It was a miscalculation on my part. Zheng Qian expressed that Asia Shipping, the shipping company, was a leader in Kyushu and a key player in the Jiangnan region. Over decades of operation, Zhang Yanren had inherited and held huge connections. Cooperation with Asia Shipping in the future would lead to great success, Zheng Qian earnestly explained. This was indeed his true intention. Song Yaxian was genuinely touched by Zheng Qian's sincerity. She nodded in understanding. Let's forget it. I choose to believe in you over those unethical media outlets. Song Yaxian's level of interest in Zheng Qian increased slightly, though not as high as before. No wonder there were internet trolls. Even if there's nothing serious, it diminishes interest. However, for Zheng Qian, it could be considered a good thing. After all, the lower the interest level, the more chances for Zheng Qian to earn cash back, the greater the scope. By the way, the management agency from the Heavenly King called me, inviting me to attend a party tomorrow night. It said the Heavenly King will also be there, so I agreed. I'll have you prepared to accompany me there. A party? Song Yaxian seemed thrilled. However, she had work to do. You arranged a song for me before, and even had me perform with the Heavenly King. I'm already grateful for that. Let's forget about the party. I have work to do. Work can wait a few days. Thinking for a moment, Zheng Qian agreed because of Song Yaxian. Social events like parties were either about flaunting or picking up girls. Quite boring. That won't do. You're busy managing 3 cruise ships, handling all sorts of legal documents. It's really time-consuming. I can't let my work and life be disrupted because of the Heavenly King, Song Yaxian explained. Within her understanding, idols were idols. While she might occasionally admire one, buy a few albums, or attend a concert, it wouldn't interfere with her work and life. As for the Heavenly King, he was a distant figure she admired from afar. To sing a song with him was already fulfilling enough for her. What mattered next was to focus on her own life. All right. Zheng Qian didn't press Song Yaxian further. But I already agreed to go. I can't back out now. It's fine. Just go on your own, and get me the Heavenly King's autograph while you're at it. The next night, inside a luxurious and high-end club in Jiangnan, a slender man, dressed in a tailored suit, was swinging a champagne glass in his hand. Beside him stood a girl in a long white evening gown. The dress clung tightly to her figure, emphasizing her collarbones. They looked like a prince and princess from the medieval era, seeming like a couple. A waiter in tails approached carrying a tray and bowed slightly to Tang Xingyu. Sir, would you like to pour a drink for your girlfriend? Lu Shanshan blushed and looked at Tang Xingyu. Instead of meeting her gaze, Tang Xingyu glanced at her briefly. He then smiled and poured champagne into an empty glass. Sir, madam, please enjoy, the waiter said before leaving. Lu Shanshan, familiar with such high-end occasions, understood the basic etiquette. Only when recognized as a couple would a waiter approach and let the man personally pour the drink for the woman. Without a confirmed relationship or just friends wanting a drink, the waiter would help. Just now, she and Tang Xingyu were identified as a couple. Tang Xingyu didn't correct the waiter's assumption and even poured the drink himself. Did this mean he acknowledged her as his woman? Were their relationship getting closer? No. 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 Tang Xingyu, you should at least make it clear. It's like taking advantage. What's going on? Lu Shanshan still accepted the glass of champagne from Tang Xingyu with a smile. On the other side of the party, a tall man holding a glass of champagne approached a beautiful, dignified, and frosty woman. His attire and class were only slightly lower than Tang Xingyu's. Ranran, why are you alone? Come, have a drink with me. Zhang Yanren coldly glanced at the man offering her a drink. This man was Zhu Zhichan, the son of the chairman of the Quan Corporation, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Riding on the resources of his father, he dared to do anything in Jiangnan. Lately, he had set his sights on her, wanting Zhang Yanren to be his girlfriend. I don't drink. Zhang Yanran put down the wine glass in her hand as she spoke. What she hated the most was idleness, the idle sons and daughters of prominent families. And Zhu Zhicheng was just that kind of person. She liked men who were talented, intelligent, and wise, preferably the domineering CEO type, like Zheng Qian, who would throw $2 billion at her without hesitation and insist on working with her without even asking for her opinion. Zhu Zhicheng, this type of person, was nothing more than relying on his father, Zhu Hanfu's status and power in Jiangnan to do as he pleased. What achievements did he have in his life? Perhaps he was just lucky in his birth. And this couldn't be counted as Zhu Zhicheng's achievement. Zhu Zhicheng, just now, he saw Zhang Yanran drinking champagne from France. But why did she stop drinking as soon as he arrived? Wasn't she rejecting his attempt to strike up a conversation with her? Zhu Zhicheng instantly felt embarrassed. In Jiangnan social circles, who has ever rejected him? Zhang Yanran was the first girl to reject him. After rejecting Zhu Zhicheng, Zhang Yanran left the corner of the party and went elsewhere, deliberately ignoring Zhu Zhicheng. Laughing my asterisk, even the noble son of the Jiannan's richest man, Zhu Shao, can be turned down. Lin Yaowen, Zhu Zhicheng's close friend, spoke. The two of them often appeared in nightclubs, bars, KTV, exchanging contacts of the girls they handled, and often acted as wingmen for each other. Basically, there were no girls they couldn't get. Zhang Yanran was an exception. Laugh all you want, being turned down by someone is even worse. Zhu Zhicheng tapped Lin Yaowen's chest, indicating their close relationship. I say, Zhicheng, you better change your target. Zhang Yanran is known to be very picky. Her attention is all on that Zheng guy now, Lin Yaowen kindly advised. Despite Zhu Zhicheng's family having power and wealth, as his father was the richest man in Jiangnan, there were no girls he couldn't get. Just a walk around a nightclub would have many socialites willing to climb into Zhu Zhicheng's bed. However, Lin Yaowen did not think Zhu Zhicheng's approach to Zhang Yanran would be successful. Even with excellent conditions, he couldn't compete with Zheng Qian, who was willing to spend real money. $2 billion. Neither him nor Zhu Zhicheng could produce that amount. With that money, they could easily buy out Asia shipping. To Zheng guy, you mean Zheng Qian? Zhu Zhicheng's face expressed disdain and a hint of scorn. He believed that Zheng Qian couldn't be compared to him in any way. Haha, what kind of person is he? I haven't even heard of him before. And he tries to compete with me, Zhu Zhicheng. For women, who does he think he is? This person should not be underestimated. I heard he spent $2 billion to buy a cruise ship for Zhang Yanran, Lin Yaowen reminded. Zhu Zhicheng smacked his lips. All day yesterday, the self-media, public accounts, and short video platforms were bombarding news of this incident, afraid that someone in Jiangnan wouldn't know about it. Zhu Zhicheng certainly saw all of that. Sensationalizing. And you believe in this kind of hype? With that statement, Zhu Zhicheng's disgust towards Zheng Qian deepened. He thought that Zheng Qian had nothing but promoting himself, clearly using investors' money and bringing so much influence and attention to himself and Crane Group, just to increase his fame, right? Zhu Zhicheng wasn't ignorant. His father made an irresistible donation to Yale University, allowing him to study for an MBA. In his MBA, he learned about this business operation model. The share structure of Crane Group certainly couldn't withstand deeper scrutiny. How could a young man in his 20s hold an 80% stake? He was definitely using investors' money. Just an elaborate Ponzi scheme. It was just a modified version of Zheng Qian himself. Spend investors' money, build his reputation, and then go deceive new investors by injecting money into Zheng Qian. Endless chain. Zheng Qian might have more money and influence in his hands, but once the funding chain broke, everything would collapse. So according to what you're saying, Zheng Qian is just using the Buddha's name to borrow flowers. If it wasn't real money being spent, would Zhang Yanran have that attitude? Lin Yaowen had carefully read the news and found that the reports were true, not fabricated. Nonsense. At most it's just collaboration. Zhu Zhicheng didn't believe that Zheng Qian would just give $2 billion to Zhang Yanran. Perhaps they had already reached a cooperation agreement before, but Zhang Yanran's account was insufficient, so Zheng Qian advanced the payment. It was all just for show, to let Zheng Qian make a huge deal. That's true. Lin Yaowen shook the red wine in his glass. I checked the Crane Group, and the scale isn't that big, not even close to 1/10 of my dad's company. Hey, Zhicheng. Look, the guy chatting and laughing with Zhang Yanran seems to be that smelly kid surnamed Zheng. Lin Yaowen glanced over and pointed out the man and woman not far from the party. Zhang Qian had arrived late. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Yanren. General Zhang, didn't expect to see you at this party. Zhang Yanren snapped her fingers into the air, and a waiter promptly brought a tray of drinks. Pour a drink for this gentleman. Why didn't you bring a female companion today? Zhang Yanren casually asked, trying to gauge the situation. Zhang Qian, why was she asking such a sensitive question right away? She's busy with other things, so I came alone. Zhang Qian poured the drink and sipped quietly. He wasn't nervous. If Zhang Yanren wanted to know, he would answer. Zhang Yanren, today, was dressed very elegantly in dark red silk cheongsam, with the hem only reaching her calves, revealing delicate white skin. Her figure was displayed perfectly, neither too charming nor too sexy, giving a sense of allure. With a standard face, lightly powdered, cold gaze, yet it seemed to be setting a trap, making people fall into it one by one. Almost everyone at the party took a few glances at Zhang Yanren, all amazed by her unparalleled beauty. That General Zheng's secretary is really dedicated. Zhang Yanren knew that Song Yaxian was a die-hard fan of the king. Today, this party, supposedly, the king would be here, but she didn't show up. That was a bit surprising to Zhang Yanren. It seemed that not all the women Zhang Qian had surrounded himself with were just decorative vases. Some had unique personalities and qualities. Hey, what are you doing? At this moment, Zhu Zhicheng walked in arrogantly and pointed at Zhang Qian to question. Zhang Qian, you talking about me? Yes, I'm talking to you. What's your deal? Zhu Zhicheng asked arrogantly, standing tall with confidence. Zhang Qian and Zhang Yanren exchanged glances. It was quite amusing for them. What's your purpose here, coming to ask me? Zhang Qian replied with a smirk. Zhu Zhicheng was getting frustrated. A strong dragon does not suppress a snake's head. How dare Zhang Qian speak to him like that? Zhu Zhicheng, I warn you, stop causing trouble here, Zhang Qian said firmly. Ignore him. Let's go, Zhang Yanren said sternly, trying to lead Zhang Qian away. Zhu Zhicheng's expression became even more unpleasant. Stop right there. Zhu Zhicheng's voice was authoritative, drawing the attention of many guests at the party to focus on them. Tang Xingyu immediately spotted Zhang Qian. Being childhood friends with Lu Shanshan, he naturally knew that Lu Shanshan was a devoted fan of Zhang Zhu. Hearing about the party tonight, where the king of entertainment would be present, he brought Lu Shanshan along. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian was also there. It looks like there's some drama unfolding, Tang Xingyu muttered coldly. Oh, what drama? Lu Shanshan's reaction was a bit slow, but after Tang Xingyu's reminder, she realized that Zhang Qian was in an argument with someone. Who are those two? Lu Shanshan asked curiously. Tang Xingyu explained. The one standing closer is Zhu Hongfu's son, the heir of Qin Group and son of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Lu Shanshan was shocked. The wealthiest man in Jiangnan, Qin Group. How could Lu Shanshan not have heard of Zhu Zhicheng's renowned name? Zhu Hongfu made his fortune in real estate in Jiangnan, becoming the wealthiest man 3 years ago, frequently appearing in the news. His son, Zhu Zhicheng, was also not to be underestimated, engaging in ambiguous rumors with internet celebrities and socialites, not due to business acumen but rather his status as the son of the wealthiest man. Zhu Hongfu made headlines in business circles, while Zhu Zhicheng was a regular in the gossip and entertainment world. His speed in changing girlfriends was faster than changing clothes. The one standing further back is the son of the boss of Banana Entertainment, Lin Yaowen. Lu Shanshan had also heard of this person. In the photos of Zhu Zhicheng caught by the paparazzi, he was often seen with Lin Yaowen. Both were idle playboys, squandering their father's fortunes. It's said he's had improper relationships with over 100 female artists. As long as they're contracted by Banana Entertainment, most female artists under the company have ties with Lin Yaowen. Banana Entertainment itself didn't engage in such practices, only invested outside. A quarter of entertainment companies in Zhuzhou had investments from Banana Entertainment, regardless of whether they were prominent companies or budding entertainment firms. Banana Entertainment had stakes in them. These two, confronting Zhang Qian, promised an intriguing spectacle. Who is that guy? No idea. His accent sounds like he's from out of town. Which noble family's young master is he? Which young master dares to confront Zhu and Lin's heirs? Open your eyes and look closely. Isn't he the one surnamed Zhang rumored to have a romantic link with the icy beauty Zhang Yanren? After scrutinizing, indeed, the conflict between Zhang Qian and Zhu Zhicheng seemed to stem from Zhang Yanren. Zhang Yanren's defense of Zhang Qian already hinted at an unusual relationship between the two. Yet, the outcome of this drama and who would lose face remained uncertain. This incident promptly became the focal point of discussions, drawing a crowd. Fan Sisi had just arrived at the party. She was there to meet the head of Changlong talent agency, Ni Kai, to discuss her contract with Changlong. She also wanted to take a few photos with the entertainment king and post them on her social media. However, today's party seemed different from what she usually attended. Why were so many people gathered for? After inquiring, she found out about the conflict between billionaire Zhang Qian and Jiannan's wealthiest man's son, Zhu Zhicheng. Zhang Qian was aptly called the billionaire by everyone. Zhang Qian? Fan Sisi was bewildered. How could this be just a coincidence? Was this orchestrated by her father? Did he inform Zhang Qian that she would be attending the party tonight to create a chance encounter? Fan Sisi squeezed forward to get a closer look at the drama unfolding. Why are you here? Do you have an invitation? Zhu Zhicheng, with everyone around watching, couldn't afford to lose face. He had to, especially in front of Zhang Yanren, drive Zhang Qian away. Invitation? What invitation? Zhang Qian truly didn't know about needing an invitation to attend the party. No one checked at the entrance. He was personally invited by Ni Kai. Laughter echoed as Zhu Zhicheng mocked. No invitation. What are you doing here? Is mooching off food and drink your motive? Where are the security guards? Zhu Zhicheng bellowed angrily. This frightened the head of security, who swiftly apologized. How on earth did you become the head of security? A sneaky individual like him sneaked in and noticed, and you didn't know. Before letting anyone in, didn't you check for invitations? I'm sorry, young Master Zhu, it's our oversight. I'll escort him out right away. The head of security, oblivious to the world of entertainment gossip, had no idea about Zhang Qian's identity. Hold on. Zhang Yanren glanced at Zhang Qian and asked softly, do you really not have an invitation? Zhang Qian nodded, mentioning he only had a verbal invitation. Surprisingly, Zhang Yanren seemed a bit flustered. Zhu Zhicheng was clearly deliberately causing trouble for Zhang Qian, and if Zhang Qian didn't have an invitation, he would likely be removed. Who are you to check my invitation? Zhang Qian was becoming irritated. Talking to you. Your security. Why didn't you check his invitation? As soon as he opened his mouth, you wanted to kick me out. The head of security chuckled. Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yawen exchanged a knowing look, smirking in satisfaction. Zhang Qian's response indicated he didn't know who they were. Joke. You want to check young Master Zhu's invitation? The head of security spoke boldly, backed by Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yawen. Don't you bother investigating? Who's hosting this party today? Vank Group. Young Master Zhu is the son of our Vank Group's chairman. He can come and go as he pleases. Why would he need an invitation? Zhang Qian got the gist of it. He understood why Zhu Zhicheng was picking a fight with him. It was probably because of Zhang Yanren. This is Zhang Qian, the chairman of Kayant Group. His presence here is also a favor to your Vank Group. Does he still need an invitation? Furthermore, Zhang is here by invitation. Zhu Zhicheng, are you going against your father everywhere? Zhang Yanren tried the tactic of bluffing, aiming to make Zhu Zhicheng back down. However, this technique clearly didn't work on Zhu Zhicheng. Miss Zhang, you're not entirely correct in saying that. Lin Yawen, who had been standing quietly beside, now stepped forward. What Crane Group? What Zhang Qian? We've never heard of them. If you don't believe it, Miss Zhang can ask the people here who knows him, who knows us. Lin Yawen and Zhu Zhicheng's father are both influential businessmen in Jiangnan. Who would dare to stand up for Zhang Qian, who hails from Yezhou? Don't want to make it in Jiangnan. As expected, no one dared to speak up for Zhang Qian. Zhu Zhicheng was very annoyed, especially seeing Zhang Yanren repeatedly trying to defend Zhang Qian. Why this cold attitude towards him but such warmth towards Zhang Qian? What right did this kid have? Zhu Zhicheng wished he could just skin and beat Zhang Qian in front of Zhang Yanren. Tang Xingyu remained calm on the surface but secretly felt pleased. He had some connections with Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yawen. If he spoke up for Zhang Qian now, perhaps it could make a difference. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yawen were clearly making it difficult for Zhang Qian. He wasn't going to get involved needlessly. Plus, he had no reason to stand up for Zhang Qian. In fact, his position was the same as Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yao's. He wanted to see Zhang Qian embarrassed. So what if he had money? Who among the people present at the party today didn't have billions in their pockets? It was about power and connections now. When Zhang Qian was in Yezhou, he was a nobody. Coming to Jiangnan, it was even less likely anyone would help him. The families of Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen had deep roots in Jiangnan. One was the son of the richest man in Jiangnan, the other a prominent figure in banana entertainment. Their connections far outweighed Zhang Qian's. Lu Shanshan was feeling stuck at the moment. She didn't know whether she should be worried or not. Logically, she should be happy to see Zhang Qian exposed. But Lu Shanshan was genuinely concerned for Zhang Qian now. She was torn inside, but in front of Tang Xingyu, she couldn't show it and had to remain composed. Who among the people there had as much power as her? Her mother's company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Her father was just a low-ranking civil servant who didn't even work in Jiangnan. Compared to the people at the party, they were insignificant. Even if she wanted to help Zhang Qian, she couldn't do much. Fan Sisi watched Zhang Qian in the crowd with interest, wanting to see how he would handle the situation. Suddenly, a person emerged from the crowd. Zhu Xiao, Lin Xiao. I know him. We are all one family. Why don't you recognize me? It was Zhang Jian. Lu Shanshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Zhang Jian arrived last and didn't know the situation. He heard Lin Yaowen asking who knew Zhang Qian. Should he step in and speak up for Zhang Qian? Zhang Jian, like Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen, was uneducated, but the Zhang family's influence couldn't compare to the other two. Zhang Jian occasionally mingled with them, but was always a follower in their circle. Last time in the restaurant, he helped corner Zhang Qian, but that was because Zhu Zhicheng called his brothers. Because of this, Zhang Jian still owed Zhu Zhicheng a favor. Zhang Jian, why did you come out? Zhu Zhicheng was a bit speechless. Can't you see the situation? Why are you trying to help Zhang Qian? Lin Yaowen was also confused. Wasn't Zhang Jian their follower? Why was he speaking up for Zhang Qian now? Was he now considering Zhang Qian a big brother? Zhu Zhicheng couldn't stand it. He despised people who waffled, especially those who turned coat. Slap. Zhu Zhicheng raised his hand and slapped Zhang Jian across his face. He cursed, "We are one family. Do you understand? Get lost." Zhang Jian? Thousands of thoughts rushed through Zhang Jian's mind. This isn't right. He clearly came to mediate, but how did he end up getting slapped for no reason? Zhang Jian thought, how could Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen possibly clash with Zhang Qian? Even if they didn't get along, it should have been behind the scenes. Zhang Jian thought that having a conflict with Zhang Qian in front of so many people must be due to some misunderstanding. If he stepped in and resolved this misunderstanding, both sides would appreciate him. Zhang Qian would have a better impression of him, and he could gain favor with Zhu Zhicheng. The Zhang Jian didn't know that Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen were intentionally making it difficult for Zhang Qian. Get out of here. Zhang Jian not only got scolded but also slapped, retreated like a beaten dog. Just as Zhu Zhicheng was about to throw Zhang Qian out, someone else spoke up. I know him. Zhu Zhicheng was furious, completely interrupted for the second time. Who was this person with no eyes? Everyone turned to look as a beautiful woman in a white dress walked out. Oh my! Yin Yanyan? Lin Yaowen, upon seeing Yin Yanyan, became excited. He had been requesting to have dinner with Yin Yanyan through Changlan's management company for some time, but she had rejected him without any explanation. Lin Yaowen had been eager to meet Yin Yanyan for a long time. He spent a fortune to ride a Ferrari that hadn't even touched Yin Yanyan's hand. What a waste! Upon seeing Yin Yanyan, Lin Yaowen was still excited, but to his surprise, as soon as Yin Yanyan appeared, she disrupted the alliance he and Zhu Zhicheng had created. Zhu Zhicheng gestured at Lin Yaowen to handle it. Lin Yaowen understood and quickly went over. Xiaoyin, why did you come? Don't cause trouble tonight. Lin Yaowen put on a pleasing smile. Yin Yanyan didn't care about saving face for Lin Yaowen and Zhu Zhicheng. She had been observing for a while, even called Mikai to report the situation and have him bring people over to defuse the situation. She had known that Zhang Qian would show up at the party tonight. Mikai had given her a strict order. Either capture Zhang Qian or bow out of the industry. With no other choice, she chose the former. Now, she saw a great opportunity. By standing up for Zhang Qian in this way, she believed it would be much better than just handing Zhang Qian over to him. It would not only make Zhang Qian cherish her more, but also deepen his impression and increase his favorability towards her. Yin Yanyan observed Zhang Qian and thought aside from his womanizing tendencies, he was a decent person. Men with money and power are all a bit philandering, right? Yin Yanyan didn't want a simple sugar daddy relationship with Zhang Qian. She completely ignored Lin Yaowen's advice and firmly declared, I know Zhang Qian, We are good friends. Zhu Zhicheng, Lin Yaowen. Lin Yaowen was infuriated at this. His blood pressure shot up in an instant. Damn it, Zhang Qian not only wanted to pursue the woman Zhu Zhicheng was interested in, Zhang Yanren, even the female artist he liked, Yin Yanyan, had to be taken away. At that moment, the animosity of the two towards Zhang Qian had reached an unprecedented level. When they saw Zhang Qian, their teeth itched with hatred. They wanted nothing more than to chop off one of Zhang Qian's arms right now. In the end, Lin Yaowen stood by his brothers in the conflict between brothers and women. He secretly vowed that after he won over Yin Yanyan, he would mercilessly deal with this little brat to ease the hatred in his heart. What if you know him, still can't come in without an invitation? Zhang Yanren could not bear it any longer towards the two. Enough. Stop making a scene. He came with me. Is that not enough? Zhang Yanren's face turned cold as she spoke, and even the surrounding air pressure seemed to drop. Zhu Zhicheng was furious to see Zhang Yanren unexpectedly speak up for Zhang Qian, reaching his peak of anger towards Zhang Qian. That won't do. An invitation is for one person only. What's the point of bringing him? Zhu Zhicheng was relentless. He confronted Zhang Yanren face to face, without fear of offending her. Offend her? Well, offend her. He would apologize later. Today, he was determined to make Zhang Qian lose face. The invitations, distributed at the reception, were indeed intended for one person each. But in reality, it was commonly understood that some close friends and family could also come in. If Zhu Zhicheng caught on to this, Zhang Yanren would have no way out. Only now did Zhang Yanren realize that Zhu Zhicheng was determined to make Zhang Qian lose face. She even wanted to speak up and help Zhang Qian out. However, a group of people suddenly entered the room from outside. Make way. Two burly bodyguards cleared a path, guarding a middle-aged man in a black suit. With a bold face and imposing demeanor, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, chairman of the Kewing Group, Zhu Hongfu. The onlookers were amazed. Zhang Qian was doomed now. With Zhu Hongfu's presence, even if Zhang Yanren wanted to protect this kid, there was no way she could. Everyone in Jiangnan knew that Zhu Hongfu was fiercely protective of his children. Even if Zhu Zhicheng was at fault, intentionally causing trouble, he wouldn't admit his mistake in front of so many people. At most, he would return home and discipline himself in his study. It was this kind of education that had made Zhu Zhicheng so arrogant and domineering. On the other hand, Lu Shanshan, Fen Cixi, Zhang Jian, and others felt a chill in their hearts. This was it. Seeing this, Tang Xinyu couldn't even control the smug expression on his face. Zhu Hongfu's presence. Now it was impossible for Zhang Qian to stay here. Yin Yanyan couldn't help but exclaim. She had originally thought of giving Zhang Qian a way out. But who could have known that the wealthiest man in Jiangnan would come to the reception? In the end, she was just an actress, and not well known either, sitting on the bench at the brokerage company. How could she compare with such a powerful and influential real estate tycoon? She didn't even have the qualification to speak. As expected, Zhu Hongfu didn't even spare her a glance. Zhicheng, what's going on? What's with the gathering here? Zhu Hongfu gestured, and Zhu Zhicheng immediately, and to his father's ear and briefly explained the situation. Sir, do you have an invitation? After understanding the situation, Zhu Hongfu walked up to Zhang Qian courteously and asked. No. Zhang Qian replied calmly. Since you don't have one, then I must ask you to leave. This is our private reception. Outsiders are not allowed in. Uncle Zhu ... At this point, a sharp look from Zhu Hongfu directly silenced Zhang Yanren. Zhang Yanren inwardly cursed. Who could have expected that Zhu Hongfu would personally attend today? Even though she was the Ice Queen CEO, the top female talent in Jiangnan. What of it? In the presence of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, she still didn't seem worthy enough. She was even a generation younger than Zhu Hongfu. Insignificant. If her father were here, she could still manage to negotiate with Zhu Hongfu for some face. But her father wasn't here. Even if he was, seeking his favor would be like slapping her own son's face. Zhu Hongfu would definitely not give anyone face. I don't have an invitation, but I was invited to come in by someone. You can make a call to verify. Zhang Qian's words were interrupted by Zhu Hongfu. Then please leave immediately. Zhu Hongfu angrily ordered, full of authority. This man had a commanding presence, truly worthy of being the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen couldn't help but show smug smiles on their faces. The entire room was as silent as death. No one dared to speak. Even the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be clearly heard. This man was too frightening. Half of the people in the room believed that Zhang Qian was doomed. The other half were curious if there would be someone with even higher status or influence to appear and turn the tables around again. Probably not. Zhu Hongfu, the chairman of the Kewin Group and the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, was already here. Who could be of higher status than Zhu Hongfu? Just when everyone thought everything was settled, dang, the door was violently pushed open. Leading the way were 8 bodyguards dressed in black, wearing black sunglasses and Bluetooth earpieces. In the middle was the main figure, Ni Kai. Qiang Ziwan, Madam Qiang. The madam was here. The scene suddenly erupted. How many people had come to this reception tonight just to see the madam, have a few drinks, and take some pictures? The status of the 4 big madams in Hong Kong Island couldn't be shaken by the current popular entertainers in the industry. Behind Madam Qiang were a bunch of reporters. Every 2 or 3 seconds, a flash of light would illuminate the scene, poking people in the eye. Even Zhu Hongfu saw them, and he went to greet them immediately, leaving Zhang Qian aside. Manager Ni. Madam Qian? Welcome, welcome. How does it look here? Today was carefully arranged for the arrival of Madam Qian, but I think it still lacks a lot. With the arrival of Madam Qian and Manager Ni, our humble abode shines brilliantly. Upon seeing Qiang Ziwan and Ni Kai, Zhu Hongfu came forward. Licking his lips, he reached out his hand. However, Ni Kai completely ignored him. Leading Qiang Ziwan, he went straight to Zhang Qian. Yan Zhang, are you okay? This move shocked everyone. The spectators on site and the journalists with cameras were all astonished. The madam didn't bother with Zhu Hongfu but went directly to shake hands with Zhang Qian. At that moment, the sound of shutter clicks from the cameras filled the air, recording the moment. The entire room was buzzing with the sounds of clicking shutters and flashing lights as if a flashbang had been thrown in. No, it was as if a grenade had been thrown. Everyone held their breath. Because the explosion was about to come next, everyone took a sharp breath, then subconsciously held their breath. The entire venue fell silent. Even Zhang Yanren, who had seen a lot, had a puzzled expression on her face. Zhang Qian, this person has too much power. Zhu Hongfu's expression at this moment had frozen on his face, unable to say a word. What is going on? As the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, how many grand occasions has he attended? How many high-level summits has he participated in? Always receiving the highest respect and top-notch treatment. But now, he was ignored by Ni Kai and the star directly, left aside like an outsider. Since Zhu Hongfu made his fortune, when has he ever faced such discrimination? In today's banquet, the guests were either rich or noble, who didn't know this was his territory. Yet here he was, being snubbed in front of everyone, losing face badly. Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen both glanced at each other simultaneously. They stood there blankly, not understanding what was happening at all. Zhu Zhicheng felt that the script was completely wrong, with his father present, who in their right mind would disrespect him. Yet Ni Kai and the star, to heavyweights, in front of everyone, truly ignored his father and went straight to Zhang Qian's side, flattering him. Ni Kai and the star were from the entertainment industry, where cunning strategies prevailed. They had a clear understanding of managing situations, what to say, what to do, what could be done, what couldn't. They were smart and certainly weren't fools. Ni Kai wouldn't have been the head of Changlong Entertainment if he were a fool. If the star were a fool, he wouldn't have remained popular since the last century just by relying on hype. On the sidelines, Tang Xingyu was completely puzzled, unable to comprehend the current situation. Lu Shanshan saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Zhang Qian wouldn't be defeated by this but could turn the situation around. The two had completely different thoughts. Tang Xingyu hoped for Zhang Qian's humiliation, to embarrass him in front of all the elite of Jiangnan, whereas Lu Shanshan couldn't bear to see Zhang Qian succumb here and be driven out. Both were controlling their expressions, appearing as bystanders, indifferent to the situation, but their thoughts told a different story. Yin Yanyan, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in disbelief, afraid to miss any dramatic changes. She had actually anticipated this scene while she was on the phone with Ni Kai, but when she actually saw manager Ni and the star arrive, she was still shocked by their presence. If she was just a pawn in front of Zhu Hongfu, having no say, what about industry giant Ni Kai? And adding to that, the king of the entertainment world, Zhang Zhu, weren't they worthy? Who would dare say Zhang Zhu wasn't a heavyweight? It's not really a big deal. It's just that this Mr. Ju and his son want to kick me out of the party, Jun Qian said, when Ju Hanfu wanted him to leave, leaving Ni Kai flustered. Jun Qian, a guest requested by him, and now Ju Hanfu wanted him gone. Wasn't this like throwing away a precious gem? Wasn't he out of his mind? Zhang Zhu, a bit surprised, asked, Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. Can I ask why he wants you to leave? It was the first time Zhang Qian had such a close encounter with the star. The last time they were this close was at a concert. Indeed, he was an older man, too gentle with him. Zhang Qian explained the reason. They asked me for an invitation. I said I didn't have one, only a verbal agreement, but they didn't believe me and insisted on kicking me out. Look, even the security guards are here. They can call and confirm, but they don't bother to check the truth. Hearing this, Ju Hanfu was instantly fretful. Ni Kai had specially informed him that besides the star, a major financier was coming, reportedly with significant influence, capable of dropping billions like taking a hair from a bull. Ni Kai wanted him to be prepared, to use all the top resources. To show his respect, Ju Hanfu had personally come to take care of things tonight. Now, looking at the star and Ni Kai's faces, the business magnate they mentioned seemed to be Zhang Qian. Hearing this, Ni Kai couldn't hold back anymore. Stepping forward, he approached Ju Hanfu, sharply asking, Mr. Ju, what exactly do you mean? Ni Kai's expression was cold. Every word emphasized his current anger. Honestly, nobody had dared to talk to Ju Hanfu like this before. Ni Kai was the first to confront him. Generally, any big shot in the industry would be respectful towards him. But the entertainment industry was different. Their status was unique. So what if he was the wealthiest man in Jiangnan? Even Shanghai's King Qin Mu would treat him as an equal. Ni Kai had an extensive network. A Jiangnan tycoon like him was not a big deal, and more so with the star backing him. The star's influence was unmatched in the region. In today's economy, countless real estate moguls wanted a slice of the entertainment industry pie for steady and quick profits. Investing in a movie didn't cost much, and earning a share annually was guaranteed. This was the most stable and fastest way to make money. Even Ju Hanfu was constantly considering entering the industry to get a piece of the action. Ni Kai knew dozens of regional tycoons and even had contacts with the wealthiest ones in Jiangnan. Most of them were his competitors. Zhang Zhu might not have as much money as others, but his connections were broader. Once the star put in a word, many would be clamoring for his favor. Ju Hanfu calculated this all carefully and finally came to a realization. Manager Zhang, This might be a misunderstanding. Ju Hanfu quickly shot a few glances at the star, hoping he would help smooth things over. But the star pretended not to notice. Mentally supporting Ni Kai, he remained indifferent and seemed to agree with Ni Kai's actions. Ju Hanfu was greatly surprised. Even the star didn't want to mediate for him. With Ni Kai and the star, connections plus influence, Ju Hanfu did the math. In the end, he had to back down. Yun Zhang, I'm sorry. This really is just a misunderstanding. The moment this was said, the entire room was stunned. Jiangnan's wealthiest man, Ju Hanfu, had actually apologized to the billionaire young lad Zhang Qian. Where did his previous domineering and feudal stance protecting his son go? Ju Hanfu was inwardly lamenting. At this point, how could he protect his son? Ju Hanfu kicked Zhu Zhicheng's shin so hard that Zhu Zhicheng cried out in pain and knelt down. Zhu Zhicheng, receiving this reprimand, was bewildered. What are you doing, Dad? Hitting me? Zhu Zhicheng had an expression of incomprehension on his face, appearing extremely helpless, making him apologize to Zhang Qian in front of so many people. How could he, once the top dandy of Jiangnan, maintain his facade now? How would he continue to thrive in Jiangnan? If his cunning friends found out, wouldn't they mock him behind his back every day? Ju Hanfu was feeling a sense of urgency, wanting to shout out in frustration. Unfilial son. Can't you see the situation? Even Ni Kai and the star, people they must show the utmost respect to. To ask him to apologize and then let the situation escalate like this, was this to ruin him? Crack, crack, crack. Shut up. Ju Hanfu viciously slapped his son across the face. Click, click, click. Of course, the journalists nearby wouldn't let this scene go unnoticed. Their mouths were already wide open in shock. This Zhang Xiao is truly a big shot. He had only been in Jiangnan for a few days and had already created so much big news. Not only was there a scandal involving Zhang Yanyan, but he even dared to take action against the famous Jiangnan wealthiest man, Tom, who didn't know how close Zhu Hanfu was to Zhu Zhicheng. Previously, after Zhu Zhicheng drove and killed two pedestrians, thanks to Zhu Hanfu's maneuvering, Zhu Zhicheng had come out of it unscathed. Dad. Zhu Zhicheng obviously was stunned by his father's few slaps. He had never seen his father so fierce and sinister towards him. The malice and cruelty in his eyes were unmistakable, unable to be disguised. Dad was truly angry. Zhu Zhicheng's previous arrogant attitude disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an obedient child. He lifted his head and looked at Zhang Qian. Reluctantly, he had to say to Zhang Qian, who had bullied him before, "Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Zhu Zhicheng speculated that perhaps Zhang Qian was indeed a person he couldn't afford to provoke. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have that kind of attitude. To satisfy his father and please Zhang Qian, he even slapped himself a few times. Crack, 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 crack. Zhang Xiao, please forgive me. Onlooker Lin Yaowen could no longer keep a smile on his face. Even his delicate fingers holding the champagne were slightly trembling. If one looked at the champagne in his hands, it seemed to have caused quite a stir. It wasn't just Lin Yaowen. All the guests present were dumbfounded. Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes, and some even secretly pinched their thighs hard to confirm that what they were seeing was real and not a dream. Ni Kai was not done yet. He still had Lin Yaowen by his side. "You, come here." Lin Yaowen quickly set his wine glass aside and nervously approached Ni Kai. He was trembling all over. The last time he felt this way was over 20 years ago, and Lin Yaowen was in kindergarten and fought with Wang, a taller kid. "What's your name?" "Lin Yaowen." Lin Yaowen replied, his eyes filled with fear, and sweat beads the size of soybeans on his forehead. Ni Kai was a bit speechless. Who cares what your name is? Since Lin Yaowen dared to stand here, he must be relying on his father's power. Did he think everyone became famous at a young age, like Zhang Qian, with some kind of talent? He also had a part in trying to drive Zhang Qian away. Since Ni Kai was giving face to Zhang Qian, he had to make sure to give all the face needed. If the wealthiest man in Jiannan could turn his back, who else wouldn't dare to? "Did I ask for your name? What's your dad's name? Who is your dad?" Ni Kai's aura was intimidating, already prepared to flip through the phone book. "Oh, I remember now. You are Lin Yaowen, the one who has been calling me all the time, trying to set up a meeting with the artist Yin Yanyan, right?" Ni Kai suddenly remembered that Lin Yaowen had called him several times before, wanting to have dinner with Yin Yanyan, but actually aiming for something else. He was almost blinded by rage, almost forgot. "Why yes," Lin Yaowen stuttered. Was he being merciless? He had transferred and sent many red envelopes to Ni Kai, amounting to 3 to 4 million. He thought Ni Kai would consider his efforts and not delve deep into it. Turns out, he was too naive. Ni Kai had made his decision to support Zhang Qian. If the wealthiest man in Jiannan has turned his back, who was he to resist? "Is your dad Lin Chenji, the CEO of Banana Entertainment?" As Ni Kai spoke, he dialed Lin Yaowen's father. Lin Chenji's number. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Ni Kai." Ni Kai switched the call to speakerphone mode, broadcasting it for everyone to hear. "Manager Ni, what's the matter? Is the previous project we discussed settled? I've been waiting for a long time." Everyone could tell from Lin Chenji's tone that Lin Yaowen was in hot water. "Cut the crap," Ni Kai scolded. It didn't matter who he was, as long as it wasn't as important as him. Although Ni Kai was only a manager in name, the weight of his position far exceeded those bank managers, sales managers, or property managers. He was a talent manager in the entertainment industry. Who did he manage? 7 to 8 household names of public figures, well known in the Hong Kong and mainland China regions. He held countless resources. He could turn a nobody into today's hottest star within 6 months. Everyone was astonished. Ni Kai was visibly angry. How dare he scold someone directly on the phone? Lin Chenji on the phone was somewhat confused. What's going on? Why is Ni Kai scolding him? "Manager Ni, please don't be angry. Can you tell me what happened first?" Lin Chenji dared not retaliate. His Banana Entertainment was founded only 5 years ago and was slow in development. How could it be compared to the century-old Changlong? Previously, Lin Chenji had sought to buy a stake in Changlong at a high price but was rejected. In the entertainment industry, it's not just about money. Everyone has money. It's about connections and influence. Not all money is desirable. Everyone knew that Changlong stocks were a safe investment. Why should they give you a piece of that pie? Your son offended our friend. You should take care of it. Ni Kai briefly explained the situation, emphasizing the severity and the pros and cons. After finishing, there was a silent pause on the phone for about 10 seconds. This silent moment was more significant than scolding. Everyone could imagine the expression and fury on Lin Chenju's face. After 30 seconds, Lin Chenju finally spoke. He calmly apologized. Manager Ni, I'm sorry for the trouble. Is my son, Lin Yaowen, with you? Can he speak on the phone? Your dad wants to talk to you. Ni Kai lifted his chin, called Lin Yaowen forward and handed him the phone. Hey, Dad. Immediately after, Lin Chenju's tone changed from calm to hysterical. You little bastard. You're causing trouble for your dad every day. Come back and see how I'll beat you with a belt, you ungrateful child. I won't recognize you as my son until I break your limbs. Everyone gasped in shock. Lin Chenju had just maintained an elegant demeanor, giving an impression of being calm and composed in handling situations. Little did they know, after Lin Yaowen answered the phone, Lin Chenju erupted. His voice was probably hoarse by now. Perhaps even Lin Chenju didn't expect that Ni Kai had switched the call to speaker mode. Everyone present could hear everything. You, right now, immediately kneel down and apologize to that Zhang Xiao. With a thud, Lin Yaowen dropped to his knees. There was no hesitation. If even his own father said so, what else could Lin Yaowen do? The power of Ni Kai was truly terrifying. A single phone call made Lin Yaowen, who thought he was invincible, kneel down and beg Zhang Qian for forgiveness. Zhang, I was wrong. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Yaowen fiercely knocked his forehead on the floor. The biggest scandal in Jiangnan this year had just occurred within less than 20 minutes. Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen, the top two young masters in Jiangnan, were now kneeling down. Everyone realized that this whole situation was all because of Zhang Qian. Yin Yanyan, looking dazed, stood there like a wooden chicken. Lin Yaowen had pursued her for a long time because his father, Lin Chenji, was also part of the entertainment circle, giving Lin Yaowen the confidence to approach her in this manner. Even Ni Kai's attitude before was unsure, trying to push her away. But now, he not only crushed Lin Yaowen's hopes but also turned against Lin Chenji. In the entertainment circle, colleagues rarely turned on each other unless absolutely necessary. Ni Kai, however, chose to handle this drama in extreme and ruthless manner to support Zhang Qian. Ni Kai's power was terrifying, but in Yin Yanyan's eyes, Zhang Qian's power was even more terrifying. If Ni Kai had to choose between Zhang Qian and Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenji, he would not hesitate to choose Zhang Qian. While Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenji had wealth in their hands, most of it tied to fixed assets. Getting them to produce billions in cash would be difficult. But Zhang Qian, he could easily produce tens of billions. In such matters, as long as one wasn't too foolish, the calculations were clear. Moreover, up to now, Zhang Qian had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. No one knew what vast resources lay hidden beneath the surface. Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen knelt on the ground. Zhu Hongfu forced out a smiling face to apologize. Lin Chenji kept apologizing endlessly to Ni Kai and Zhang Qian over the phone. Everyone felt incredulous, especially Tang Xingyu and Lu Shanshan, who were stunned. Tang Xingyu had a wealthy father and influential uncle, ensuring good support in both business and government jobs. Yet, witnessing this dramatic scene made him shiver, feeling a sense of loss and fear. What was power? Zhang Qian's actions demonstrated power. A single word causing industry leaders to turn against high-ranking figures showed the extent of that power. Offending the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, Zhu Hongfu, and the entertainment tycoon Lin Chenji. And all for what reason? Solely relying on the Thousand Cranes Group. That alone was not enough. After graduating, Tang Xingyu thought he maintained a leading position among his former classmates and was always ahead. But today, he was awake to the reality that Zhang Qian had already left him far behind. In terms of assets, Zhang Qian's financial strength was comparable to his father's Xingyao Group. In just 3 previous auction events, he had mobilized billions. How much more did Zhang Qian possess? Tang Xingyu wasn't sure, but it was undoubtedly substantial. In terms of power, his uncle held a key position in government and law enforcement. If it were Tang Xingyu facing expulsion today, navigating around Zhu Hongfu would be relatively easy. His uncle was nothing significant. In front of the wealthiest Everyone had to appease real estate investors. Zheng Qian displayed power, absolute power, in Tang Xingyu's eyes. Tang Xingyu felt a sense of emptiness and fear like never before, along with a surge of energy to drive him forward. He wished he could fly back to Shanghai right now and focus all his energy on his studies. Tang Xingyu knew that surpassing Zheng Qian now was impossible. While he advanced, Zheng Qian would not stop growing, even outpacing Tang Xingyu's progress. For those who had completed their initial capital accumulation, growing wealth and connections would multiply geometrically. Lu Shanshan instinctively moved back. Zheng Qian's power must have even made the normally overconfident Xingyao group reevaluate. She feared retaliation from Zheng Qian against her and the Xingyao group. Tang Xingyu caught her reaction clearly. Lu Shanshan was afraid. If Zheng Qian decided to target Jiani's clothing company, even if they paid a 150 million compensation, Zheng Qian had multiple ways to bankrupt the company. Tang Xingyu regretted making such promises to Lu Shanshan. Even if his father, Tang Chuanyan, came, he might have to align himself with Zheng Qian. In the face of such power, thought Tang Xingyu, the maritime shipping would be no more than a pawn of the Thousand Cranes group. Zheng Qian could do as he pleased. It all depended on his mood. Instantly, a thriving enterprise could collapse. It was terrifying. Tang Xingyu was almost giving up. Then Cici had been watching from the sidelines. She never expected that a simple interview would lead to such a sight. This was more thrilling than reading online novels or watching Hollywood blockbuster movies. She eagerly shared the first-hand news she witnessed with her girlfriends, causing a heated response in their group chats. Fan Cici was tagged frantically, live streaming the latest updates. Truly exciting. Then Cici suddenly understood why her father wanted her to approach Zheng Qian. The reason was right here. Even Nikai, the superstar, had to give in a little. This person's identity, status, and power were vital. Zheng Qian had shrunk into a corner. Though slapped, he forced a smile on his face like a lotus flower, unable to close his mouth. Damn. You two are crazy. You dared to hit me. Why aren't you acting crazy now? Why are you kneeling in front of Zheng? Zheng Qian secretly cursed. He began to admire his father's wisdom. Zheng Qian's support was indeed unwavering and powerful. Zheng Qian suddenly wrinkled his nose, caught an unpleasant smell. Was that urine? Not only him, many others had noticed it. Upon closer examination, the security team leader was soaked in a wet patch around his crotch, perspiring profusely, unaware of his wet pants until the end. F***K. They have no guts. Nikai covered his mouth and nose. Quick, get him out of here. Hearing Nikai's enraged orders, Zhu Hongfu wasted no time. Didn't you hear Manager Ni? Get him out now. The security team leader was swiftly thrown out by his subordinates. And the story did not end here. Forget it. Zheng Qian, don't lower yourself to their level. With so many people here, it's not worth getting into a fuss. Let's end this drama quickly, Zhang Yanran advised from the side. Zheng Qian reluctantly agreed. Just looking at those two made him feel disgusted. Get lost. Zheng Qian coldly spat out two words, making a loud noise. Just because Zhang Xiao spared you to date doesn't mean it's over. Hurry up and leave. Hearing this, Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen felt like they had been pardoned. They quickly scurried away, not even looking back. After those two idiots left, the king finally stepped forward and took control of the situation. All right, everyone. Please put down your cameras and video equipment. Let's continue with the party and not let the recent incident affect our good mood. Cheers, everyone. Destroying a good mood? Not at all. Everyone present today was front row audience to the drama and felt fortunate. If anyone had a bad mood before, it was surely lifted after witnessing the spectacle. The king's ability to control the situation was strong. After a few words, the party quickly returned to its normal order. However, the trivial matters that were being discussed all turned into gossip about the recent drama. Zheng Xiao, let's talk in a different place. Nikai invited Zheng Qian after the incident was over. Zheng Qian glanced at Zhang Yanran. I'm fine. You go ahead. All right. The king stayed at the party controlling the situation. Nikai led Zheng Qian to a private meeting room. Unlike the party, the meeting room had good sound insulation, blocking out the background music and noisy chatter outside. Zheng Xiao, please don't take the recent incident to heart and don't get angry with them, Nikai advised. Those two are nothing. They are just a rich second-generation brats relying on their family's power. Compared to Zheng Xiao, they are simply incomparable. What a good buddy Nikai was. Jun Qian could see through his intentions with just a glance. It's fine. Manager Ni, if you consider me a friend, feel free to speak. Excellent. Let's be straightforward, said Nikai. Under the Lonlon Management Company, we have a female artist who greatly admires you. You've met her before. Her name is Yin Yanyan. Let me tell you, this girl is talented in various fields, and I've invested a lot of time and effort in her development. Nikai enthusiastically promoted Yin Yanyan, detailing her skills and background. Jun Qian couldn't understand why a talented artist like Yin Yanyan, who excelled in dancing and singing, had not gained fame after so many years at Lonlon Management. Nikai explained the past incident 2 years ago when she offended a major sponsor, leading to her being sidelined. The company now wanted to repackage her and help her rise to stardom, but the resources for this year were already allocated. Nikai had business pressure as well since other managers had successful artists, while he struggled to promote new talents. He saw an opportunity in leveraging the king's popularity to boost Yin Yanyan's career. Chun Shao, would you be willing to help promote Yin Yanyan with me? We can discuss the benefits and any conditions you have in mind, Nikai implied, indicating a mutually beneficial partnership. Jun Qian found this proposal intriguing. What kind of conditions can be proposed? Of course. Feel free to suggest any conditions. Nikai understood the nature of the industry and knew there were limits to what could be asked for. Money was not an issue, and personal arrangements were often part of the negotiation. Nikai's last comment indicating the flexibility in terms caught Jun Qian's attention. Any conditions can be proposed? Jun Qian asked tentatively. Nikai smiled, understanding the implied message. Jun Qian was perceptive, and Nikai knew that accommodating certain requests was necessary for success in the industry. Applauding, Nikai signaled the start of the meeting. As the door opened, a stunning woman entered. She was dressed provocatively, highlighting her figure. Yin Yanyan had heeded Nikai's instructions to make a bold impression. When it comes to cutting men, Nikai is too knowledgeable about it. He is a man himself. How could he not understand what men are thinking? Ziyin, come men have a few drinks with Jun Shao. Nikai waved his hand, and Yin Yanyan walked towards Jun Qian, taking model steps. According to Nikai's previous orders, she was supposed to sit directly on Jun Qian's lap. However, after lingering in front of Jun Qian for 2 seconds, Yin Yanyan still chose to sit in a seat next to him. Nikai, why is she not following the script? He secretly signaled Yin Yanyan with his eyes, but Yin Yanyan pretended not to see it, clearly indicating that she did not want to do that. If Jun Qian is not cut down later, you will be in trouble. Jun Shao, are you satisfied with Ziyin's conditions? Jun Qian couldn't resist such temptation. Is this the entertainment industry? Jun Qian thought to himself. Fortunately, Yin Yanyan did not sit on Jun Qian's lap just now, otherwise, it would have been so awkward. His eyes were already drawn to Yin Yanyan's deep V-cut outfit, her snow-white skin. No flaws at all. Who could resist this? Jun Qian still had some self-control. If it were an ordinary person, they might have surrendered to Nikai long ago, agreeing to whatever amount of money he asked for. Nikai saw this scene and had a satisfied smile on his face. Well, not sitting on the lap is still okay. The effect is still acceptable, and Jun Qian was already enamored. Securing shouldn't be a problem. Jun shouted. Jun Qian was called out, snapping back to reality. He almost drooled. No. He had to be dignified. There were 35 billion in his account, and acting indecently would be shameful. Little did he know, Nikai had already seen through it all. You said. Jun Qian responded. What I just said. Are you interested? Any conditions are acceptable to you. This phrase was a signal transmitted by Nikai to Yin Yanyan. When he mentioned it, Yin Yanyan was supposed to pour wine for Jun Qian. Yin Yanyan promptly made a move. She delicately picked up the bottle of sparkling wine on the table, bent down, and poured wine into Jun Qian's already full glass. Pouring wine wasn't the objective. The purpose was the seductive act. Jun Qian instinctively leaned back, afraid of touching Yin Yanyan. His current perspective was like an angel's, able to see everything clearly. Plus, with a voice that made his body weak, Jun Shao, please have a drink. Jun Qian, can't resist. Are you guys satisfied now? I surrender. I'll invest however much money do you want. Jun Qian was now blushing. Nikai, seeing Jun Qian still hesitating and not speaking, directly threw a medical report on the table. Jun Shao, you can take a look at this again. I can assure you, Ziyin's body is 100% healthy. There won't be any illnesses in the next 10 years. You don't have to worry. The money invested won't be wasted due to the artist's physical condition. Jun Qian picked up the examination report, trying to use the document to mask his expression. But who knew? The first page of the report was a diagnosis from a gynecologist. Normal fertility function. No gynecological diseases. Hymen intact. Jun Qian, was he supposed to look at the examination report? Wasn't it clearly signaling to him? Yin Yanyan is still a virgin, untouched by anyone. They say the entertainment industry is glamorous on the surface, a dirty and lecherous behind the scenes. This examination report could prove Yin Yanyan's purity. If Jun Xiao is still not at ease, you can also hire a medical team to examine Ziyin, and she guarantees full cooperation. Seeing Ni Kai so confident, it meant the examination report was not faked. There was no need for further examination. It would be redundant. It's just about investing, right? If invested in Changlong Management Company, the system wouldn't provide cashback. But if investing directly in Yin Yanyan, there would be system cashback. It's another good channel for cashback. No need for the examination. But I wanted to ask Manager Ni, what kind of cooperation are we talking about? Ni Kai explained that Jun Qian would invest with him, and then he would operate it. Jun Xiao, you can trust this. Every penny's destination will be accounted for by the finance department, totally transparent. Jun Qian : Manager Ni, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. If the money went straight into Ni Kai's hands to spend on Yin Yanyan, there would be an extra party involved, which was not trustworthy. Jun Xiao, I don't understand. So, what do you mean? I think Miss Yin has great potential. She has the qualifications to become a new generation diva in the music industry. Have you ever heard the saying, a golden carp is not a fish in a pond? Ni Kai was a bit confused. Jun Qian seemed to be speaking cryptically. Yin Yanyan was surprised. She knew she was talented, but hearing someone evaluate her like that for the first time was unexpected. She didn't expect to become a music diva. It required not only an artist's excellent professional level, but also various capital injections and schemes. If becoming a diva was easy, the music industry would lose its value. What did Jun Qian mean by this? Was he trying to impress her to unlock more poses? Yin Yanyan didn't fall for that. She only hoped to return to the stage she loved. Then let me be clear. Miss Yin Yanyan, I'm investing. I will establish a Yin Yanyan Foundation. Invest all the money in the foundation, and hire you as the manager of the foundation to help operate this money for Miss Yin Yanyan. Ni Kai inquired. Anything else? No. Do we need a contract or anything? Not necessary. Ni Kai quickly calculated in his mind. If they followed Jun Qian's plan, it didn't seem unreasonable. Ni Kai thought Jun Qian wanted to buy Yin Yanyan with a sum of money directly from him. Establishing a dedicated foundation, even hiring him as the manager, was quite generous. This was a great opportunity. Where else could they find it? Ni Kai felt that aligning with Jun Qian was the right choice. However, establishing a foundation specifically, what was that about? Ni Kai pondered for a moment and finally understood. A foundation was not only for tax avoidance, but also for more confidentiality, without revealing any personal information. Brilliant. He never expected Jun Qian to be so well-versed in business rules. Truly a business genius. Ni Kai felt that he had found a reliable benefactor. That works too. I agree with Jun Xiao's approach. So, Jun Xiao, how much money do you plan to invest? Jun Qian rubbed his chin, casually saying, let's start with 10 billion. Ni Kai, Yin Yanyan? 100 billion. Jun Xiao, are you serious? What concept is 100 billion? Ordinary people may not have a concept. In a small county town, 3 to 5 million can achieve financial freedom. In second-tier cities, 50 to 70 million can achieve financial freedom. In first-tier cities, 1 or 2 billion is already considered top-notch. Driving luxury cars and living in luxury homes, with people serving you wherever you go, enjoying the highest treatment. The lifestyle of eating, drinking, and having fun every day without doing anything. Living very comfortably on interest income every year. To directly take out 100 billion to promote a female artist. Ni Kai's initial plan was to let Jun Qian have 3 to 5 billion first, and if it's not enough or there are other good projects, then Jun Qian can contribute some money, which would be close to enough. Jun Qian directly asked for 100 billion as soon as he came, without any conditions. Ni Kai felt uneasy holding on to this money. It's a bit hot. If Jung Qian is willing to spend this money, why promote her as an artist? Just give half to Yin Yanyan, and she'd be worry-free in this lifetime. Some artists can't earn this much money in their whole life. There are too many scandals in the entertainment industry. You never know when one might accidentally ruin their own career. The Hollywood actor Nicolas Cage also ended up homeless and as a drunkard, right? Manager Ni, you can't say that. Ziyin's dream is to step onto the big stage and achieve certain achievements in the industry. Dreams can't be measured with money. Ziyin, do you agree? Jung Qian turned to look at Yin Yanyan. Favorability +5. Favorability +10. Favorability +20. Yin Yanyan's favorability towards Jung Qian skyrocketed. Her face blushed deeply, as if she had drunk several bottles of high-proof vodka. When Yin Yanyan heard that Jung Qian was going to spend 100 billion to promote her, she was already scared out of her wits. She had seen men who spent lavishly, but never one who spent like this. Spending in the billions? The most expensive gift she ever received was a Chanel belt worth over 20,000 yuan, and she returned it. Ni Kai was overjoyed and repeatedly apologized to Jung Qian. Jun Xiao, you are right. It's my narrow-mindedness. Money is completely insignificant compared to dreams. You are a great man, the only one in the industry to fulfill Ziyin's dream. He had seen too many bosses trying to spend money to sleep with female celebrities. Jung Qian didn't ask for anything and casually took out 100 billion, as if it wasn't his money. Jung Qian's actions resembled charity more than anything. With such a benefactor, was he afraid of not being able to compete with the agency's other managers? Jun Xiao, rest assured, I will take care of the foundation in the next 2 days. Ni Kai promised. How long? Jung Qian asked casually. 2 days. Establishing a foundation was more complicated than setting up a company, requiring approval from multiple departments, which was quite cumbersome. Jung Qian also stated that it had to be established in Yin Yanyan's name. If it were in the name of a company, it could be done in about a day. 2 days was already the fastest. No, I'll give you 30 minutes. Jung Qian raised his wrist to check the time. Start counting now. 30 minutes. How was this possible? Ni Kai doubted. Jung Qian directly displayed his bank card balance. I'm not joking with you. My time is precious. I'm only giving you 30 minutes. For every extra minute, I deduct 1 billion. Ni Kai clearly saw Jung Qian's bank balance. Over 35 billion, and it was a current deposit. All right. Jun Xiao, I will start working on it right away. Try to be quick. You have 28 minutes left. Ni Kai's forehead started to sweat. He suddenly understood. This was a test set by Jung Qian. Within 30 minutes, he had to show his connections. That's how it was. Ni Kai started flipping through contacts and pulled out 3 mobile phones, making calls simultaneously. Watching Ni Kai frantically juggling calls, he looked just like a monkey performing tricks. Yin Yanyan almost burst out laughing. You have a beautiful laugh, Jung Qian complimented her. Jun Xiao, as much as I appreciate the compliment, please don't tell Manager Ni that I was laughing at him. Yin Yanyan quickly held back her laughter. What's wrong with laughing at him? Jun Qian crossed his legs. Why couldn't she laugh? He felt Yin Yanyan's current position in Ni Kai's hands was almost equivalent to a top star. She needed to be held high as a prominent figure. If the top star found out about this, they would probably be astonished. If he had such a benefactor back then, perhaps he wouldn't have been suppressed by Liu Chanwan for so long in the mainland. Whether there were for heavenly kings later on, that's hard to say. At this moment, Ni Kai was juggling 3 phone calls, talking on and off, disconnecting one and dialing another. It truly looked like he was performing tricks. At the party outside, people were mostly discussing Jung Qian's identity and his extent of influence. If they witnessed this, probably 70 to 80% of people couldn't even hold their glasses steady. This was too exaggerated. Just a while ago, he was awe-inspiring at the party, scolding the entertainment industry big shots including Jiangnan's richest man and Lin Chenji. Now, he was performing tricks in front of Jun Qian. 20 minutes later, Ni Kai hung up the last call and finally exhaled in relief. His back was drenched in nervous cold sweat. Jun Xiao, if you can give me a few more minutes, the foundation documents are on the way soon. Jun Qian raised his wrist again to check the time. Well, that's fine. Not overtime. Ni Kai made dozens of calls just now, but with his connections greasing the wheels in each department, the task was finally accomplished. Establishing a foundation might not seem significant on the surface, but it was very troublesome when actually doing it. Nikai had demonstrated the importance of social connections to those big bosses, just needing to invite a few A-list stars for a meal, and it would usually be okay. But Jung Kian's approach was much more superior, using this method to test his connections and social relationships. Impressive. Don. Jun Xiao, the fax has arrived. Nikai eagerly rushed to open the door, only to find it wasn't his assistant but another woman. She was tall and striking, dressed in a chic black mini dress, radiating an air of luxury. "Who are you?" Nikai politely asked, trying not to show any negligence. He was afraid this woman was here for Jun Qian. "Hello Manager Ni, you called me today to come to the party to meet you." Nikai furrowed his brows. He still couldn't remember. "It's me, Fen Cici. You asked me to come for an interview today." Only when Nikai heard the name did he recall. He did inform a batch of decent girls to come to the party today, both to add some glamour and due to his tight schedule for interviews after the event. "Fen Cici, didn't I say after the party? What are you doing here?" Nikai's tone immediately shifted, showing a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Why come to bother him at this time? Jun Qian was waiting inside. "Wait on the side. Sorry, it's impossible. To big shots to control resources in the industry treat new artists with this kind of attitude. They are not much different from bullies and thugs." Nikai's mood changes faster than flipping a book, and Fen Cici didn't react in time. "What are you dawdling for? I'm talking to you. Hurry up and leave." Girls from affluent backgrounds like Fen Cici are nothing new to Nikai. Relying on her looks, she wants to enter the entertainment industry to become a star. If she has some talent, it's fine, but if she doesn't, she's just a plaything for the industry's bigwigs. Anyone can come and go. Okay. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a familiar person in the room. Jun Qian. Fen Cici suddenly understood why Nikai was so angry. He was probably afraid of disturbing Jun Qian inside. She had a clever idea. "Manager Ni, I'll leave now. Can you please ask Zhang Xiao to greet me?" "Nikai, does she know Jun Qian?" "Wait, do you know Zhang Xiao?" Nikai's expression froze, nervously asking, "Could she be an acquaintance of Jun Qian?" "Yes, my dad and him are business partners." "Nikai, this was careless." Suddenly, Jung Qian's voice came from behind. "Manager Ni, did you bring the fax? Time is running out." "Right away." "Jun Xiao, a girl says she knows you." Nikai opened the door and Fen Cici greeted Jun Qian playfully. "Hello." Jun Qian was full of question marks. "Who is this person?" "Jun Xiao, do you know her?" Before Jun Qian could answer, Fen Cici had already walked in. "Jun Xiao, I'm Fen Cici. My dad is named Fen Mingsu." "Fen Cici? Oh." Jun Qian suddenly realized, dragging out a long tone. "It's you. I know." She was Fen Mingsu's daughter. She looked young, unlike those rich ladies outside, full of youthfulness and playfulness. Nikai's heart sank suddenly. They really know each other. He just scolded Fen Cici earlier. Can't offend her. Jun Qian is his big benefactor now and could develop into a super benefactor. Not only can't offend Jun Qian, but the woman beside him is even more untouchable. If she whispers anything to Jun Qian, he'd have to run with a broken leg to make up for it. "Manager Ni, here's your fax." The assistant arrived late. After a brief look, Nikai closed the door and went to Jun Qian, handing it over with a smile. "Jun Xiao, the foundation's affairs have been settled. The account is set up. Everything is there. Take a look." Unexpectedly, before Jun Qian could reach for it, Fen Cici snatched it away. "What document is this? Let me see." "Jun Qian, Yin Yan." Nikai's expression was very bad. How dare Fen Cici be so playful in front of Jun Qian? The relationship between the two is not simple. Yin Yan was a bit confused too. Who is this? Jun Qian's cousin or cousin? Seeing the two puzzled, Fen Cici felt smug. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She had to show a close relationship with Jun Qian. Otherwise, why would Nikai pay attention to her? If she acted well, she probably wouldn't even need an interview. It should be a sure thing. "Here. Take it back." Fen Cici took a few seconds, then handed it back to Jun Qian. It didn't offend Jun Qian and showcased a connection in front of Nikai. Jun Qian chuckled. "You're so mischievous. Does your dad know?" Jun Qian could imagine that if Fen Mingsu were present, Fen Cici's actions would scare him half to death. "Hehe. Jun Jie, are you not angry?" Jun Qian shook his head, having no resistance to cute girls. He knew exactly what Fan Cece was thinking, so he played along. No, I'm not. Ni Kai, Jun Xiao. Is Miss Fan really your sister? Yes, Jun Qian confirmed, looking at Fan Cece, who seemed expectant. She was his sister. Everyone was already calling him Jun Shay, so why wouldn't she be a sister? As for when they became siblings, it was just now. Jun Xiao. You should have said it earlier. Miss Fan, I didn't mean it just now. I'm really sorry. Ni Kai was sweating bullets. It's okay. Fan Cece smiled mischievously. It felt good to have the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Ni Kai was so submissive in front of Jun Qian. Okay, if the account is correct, I'll transfer the money. Jun Qian checked the facts, then picked up his phone to make the transfer. After a short minute of operation, spent 10 billion yuan. System cashback 100 billion yuan. Credited to the account. 1 trillion. Oh my. Jun Qian had never seen so much money in his life. But wasn't it just a string of numbers in the bank account? The advantage was that now he could crush any business rivals without worrying. Jun Qian didn't have the patience for all the niceties. Manager Ni, the money has been transferred to you. Okay. Jun Xiao, how much did you transfer? Ni Kai asked. I didn't mean anything else. Please don't misunderstand. I need to plan the next steps now, so I need to know. Jun Qian pinched his chin. Right? He then showed Ni Kai the transfer certificate. Hundreds of billions. It's all transferred to the foundation's account. My goodness. Ni Kai thought Jun Qian would transfer in installments, but all at once. 100 billion in cash. Fan Cece furrowed her brows. How much money did Jun Qian transfer? Ni Kai's expression couldn't capture it. Aren't you a big shot in the entertainment industry? Why are you so surprised? If Fan Cece saw the transfer certificate, she would probably be even more shocked than Ni Kai. Can you handle it? I heard you still need to interview them. Since that's the case, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Jun Xiao, don't rush. Have a few more drinks. Ni Kai respectfully poured another glass for Jun Qian. Then, he turned to Fan Cece seriously. Miss Fang, your interview has passed. From today, you are assigned artist of Changlong Entertainment Agency. Yin Yang Yin? It passed just like that. Jun Qian's power is really something. She worked so hard to pass the selection to become assigned artist under Ni Kai. Fan Cece simply called him brother and that's it. It felt unfair, but she was helpless. She's Jun Qian's sister. He splurged 100 billion for her. Yin Yang Yin didn't feel it was unfair. That's fine. I have something to attend to. I won't accompany you anymore. When Jun Qian was about to leave, Ni Kai suggested, Jun Xiao, why not let Ziyin accompany you? It's unnecessary. Let her rest well. It's getting late. After declining, Jun Qian left the conference room. Fan Cece made a funny face at Ni Kai. Manager Ni, since my interview passed, I'll leave with my brother now. Okay. Who could stop Fan Cece? She's Jun Qian's sister. After all, Jun Jij. Wait for me. Jun Qian suddenly stopped in his tracks. As he turned around, he bumped into a figure full of youth, feeling the warmth of her body pressing against his. A faint scent wafted from Jun Qian's mouth and nose. Perhaps Fan Cece didn't expect Jun Qian to stop so suddenly, which is why she dove directly into his embrace. The two quickly separated. Fan Cece's little face turned bright red. Since when did I become your Jij? What tricks are you playing? Fan Cece smiled shyly. Hehe. Then you are my Jun Jij. Fan Cece cooed. Jun Qian saw through her intentions. At the same time, he glanced at the goodwill value above Fan Cece's head. Current goodwill value, 45 points. Not bad for a first meeting. The initial goodwill value was 20 points, but after Jun Qian's recent actions, it increased by 25 points. You were pretty daring just now. Aren't you afraid I'll see through you? How could that be? Big brother Jun Qian doesn't seem like that kind of person. Fan Cece was very familiar. Jun Qian hadn't encountered such an outgoing girl before. Seeing her quick-witted appearance, he really couldn't bear to expose her. Hehe. Big brother Jun Qian is the best to me. Cut it out. Let's not be too close. Big brother, you're still busy. All right. Big brother, you go on with your business, and I'll head home first. With that, Fan Cece ran off like a flash. Her bouncy movements made her look like a primary school student. If she had a backpack on her back, she would look even more like one. Later on, Zhang Yanren stepped over in high heels. Are you done? Which beauty is your favorite this time? Zhang Yanran shot Zhang Qian a look full of sarcasm. Girls were always flirting with Zhang Qian wherever he went. And they were all so pretty, cute, and innocent girls. Zhang Yanran felt a bit jealous for no apparent reason. Zhang Qian, this scum. It's not what you think, Zhang Qian quickly explained. General Zhang, you can't just say anything. That's Fin Cici, the daughter of Fin Min who studies at Chansong Shipping. She called me Jij as soon as she approached, which made me a bit embarrassed. Zhang Yanran snorted. You're making it up. I doubt it. Zhang Qian helplessly spread his hands. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. All right, let's drop it. Zhang Yanran ended the topic and said, I'll treat you to dinner at Wang Bilu. Let's go. You won't refuse me this time, right? Definitely not. I have to give General Zhang some face. Zhang Qian smiled. Ha ha. You know where to stand. The two left the party and came to the most famous restaurant in Jiangnan, Wang Bilu. Wang Bilu was built on a lake, extravagantly decorated. As they entered, they were nearly blinded by the golden light inside. What a place. The layout seemed familiar, didn't it? Zhang Qian remembered Wanyuelu in Yebert. It turned out that Han Huahao had built Wanyuelu in Yebert Lake based on Wang Bilu here. It couldn't be called copying. It was identical. Han Huahao's restaurant didn't have the luxury of this one, in Jiangnan, slightly lower in class. After they were seated, Zhang Yanran forwarded a few pieces of news to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian looked. In addition to their rumors, there was also the scene that had just happened at the party. These two pieces of news were highly popular, ranking first and second. The most famous Jiangnan evening media is going crazy reporting, even releasing videos of the scene. It must be said that communication is so fast nowadays. It hadn't even been an hour, and it was already headlining news. These two pieces of news were like heavy bombs landing directly on various places in Jiangnan. Zhang Qian felt lighthearted after reading it. Little did he know the impact it had on Jiangnan. You were too low-key before. Zhang Yanran couldn't help but comment. Zhang Qian, he wasn't low-key. He just didn't like making news. The situation had developed to this point, not something Zhang Qian wanted to see. Who doesn't like showing off? If Zhang Yanran knew that he had just spent 10 billion to support Yin Yanyan, she probably wouldn't call him low-key. Zhang Yanran suddenly felt that Zhang Qian exuded a unique aura of a man. You could be low-profile in life, and if you're unhappy, you could also make a scene. She felt that was the quality a man should have, not those idle rich youngsters who rely on family power, arrogant and indulgent, like Zhu Zhicheng and Lin Yaowen. If she guessed correctly, Zhang Qian didn't need anyone's help. Nai Kai, the king, wasn't Zhang Qian's reliance. Zhang Qian was his own greatest reliance. Zhang Qian, there's one more thing, I'm not sure if I should tell you. Zhang Yanran's attitude toward Zhang Qian had softened compared to before. Who would have thought the icy female CEO of Jiangnan would have a gentle sigh? What is it? Just tell me. Zhang Qian liked to get straight to the point. It's about the white-robed knight tomorrow. Zhang Yanran still seemed hesitant. Zhang Qian already helped her a lot by spending 2 billion to buy that cruise ship. That the white-robed knight was the biggest opportunity. Just taking one trip out to sea could fully recoup the investment. Such a profitable merchant ship would make anyone jealous. Asia Shipping, under Zhang Yanran's management, would be like gaining a huge advantage with the white-robed knight. Within a year, Asia Shipping's market value could increase several times, reaching billions. However, Zhang Yanran didn't know how to bring it up. She already owed Zhang Qian a big favor, so it might seem a bit much to ask for more. In the end, Zhang Yanran decided to tell Zhang Qian and see what he thought. She briefly explained her considerations, posted detailed data, and operational plans. I still want to collaborate with you. If you can advance the funds to buy the white-robed knight first, give me full operational control, and split the profits 55 to 45. I guarantee you'll recoup in 2 months. How about it? Okay. No problem. Zhang Qian was wondering where to make some money. The price of the white-robed knight was around 2.5 billion. A tenfold return would be 25 billion. That's another 20 billion in the bank. It's just over 2 billion. No problem. How insignificant is 2 billion? Zhang Qian had 135 billion in his bank account. The white-robed knight didn't even make a dent in his account. It was easy for him to take it out. Her face, usually covered in frost, also showed a hint of surprise and joy when she heard this. However, it was just for a moment. Zhang Qian agreed without even thinking. without even giving it a second thought. Don't agree so quickly. I haven't finished. All right. Go on. Zhang Yanren's hesitation stemmed from her concerns. The situation with the white-robed knight was far more complicated than imagined. According to my information, the white-robed knight, this large modern merchant ship, is not that easy to acquire. There is some resistance. Zhang Yanren said, her face suddenly looking unpleasant. This resistance, even she couldn't overcome. What kind of resistance? Zhang Qian asked curiously. In the face of absolute strength, any resistance is just a joke. In recent days, you have made big headlines in Jiangnan, and the big shots from various industries, the big crocodiles, are starting to dislike you. Zhang Yanren explained the reason. Especially in the local Jiangnan area, some people who are not interested in shipping are thinking about how to suppress your power. Zhang Qian, is this making enemies for no reason? You can understand it this way. Zhang Qian thought for a moment. In the past few days in Jiangnan, he did cause quite a stir. Even the wealthiest in Jiangnan had to show him respect, but wouldn't that make some people hold a grudge against him? Do you know about the Xingyao group from Kilu Tanchuanyan? His son Tang Xingyu parachuted into Jiangnan, bringing a large sum of money with him. This person is very shrewd, with a clear grasp of the recent tensions in Jiangnan. From what I understand, he has been traveling around Jiangnan, persuading those big shots to fund and initiate a siege against you. Now it's no longer just about business interests, but purely about reputation. If Zhang Qian acquires all 3 cruise ships and a merchant ship from the used company, where will these wealthy figures in Jiangnan place their pride? Now big shots from various industries are all contributing money, unified under the Xingyao Group's Tang Xingyu, preparing for the auction in 3 days. Tang Xingyu? Zhang Qian was stunned. This person, indeed, is shrewd and adept at gathering information. Without his system, he might have been caught off guard by him. How do you know each other? Zhang Qian nodded, saying they were former classmates in university. University classmates? Then why is he doing this? In Zhang Yanren's eyes, this was a scene of intense competition. They were classmates. Why was he being so ruthless? My relationship with him is not very harmonious. We don't interact much, Zhang Qian explained. I see. Now I understand. Zhang Yanren nodded. Following that, she continued, I roughly calculated with someone, if they really want to siege, the price of this cargo ship probably needs to reach 3 billion. It might even be more than 3 billion. Zhang Qian remained unfazed, facing a mountain collapse without changing color. It's a small matter. I'll take care of it. After Zhang Yanren's explanation, Zhang Qian thought these people might have doubled the price. It turned out they only raised the price by 500 million. Bring it on. Zhang Qian wasn't afraid of price hikes. The higher they raise it, the better. The higher the price, the more he would spend, and the more cashback from the system. Zhang Qian didn't take this matter to heart at all. Zhang Yanren furrowed her brows deeply. How could he be so calm? Zhang Yanren didn't believe Zhang Qian could remain so composed. Someone like him, on the surface may seem indifferent, but he probably had a proactive plan. However, Zhang Yanren was very curious. Could Zhang Qian really win against this siege? Single-handedly against all the wealthy figures in Jiangnan? Zhang Yanren felt a bit uneasy, but the man in front of her exuded an unprecedented confidence, acting as if he didn't care at all. Back at the hotel, Zhang Qian dragged his exhausted body. He hadn't rested properly these past few days. He had been running around various events. After preparing hot water, Zhang Qian jumped right in. Ah, he exhaled. Comfortable. His muscles relaxed completely. Zhang Qian once dreamed of wearing suits and ties every day, entering various high-class places. Now he lived that life, but unknowingly, it felt more tiring than work. Just as Zhang Qian closed his eyes, wanting to enjoy the hot bath alone, the sound of footsteps nearby grew closer. The next moment, the bathroom door was opened. Ah, Zhang Qian, when did you come back? It wasn't anyone else standing in front of him, but Song Yaxian. She quickly covered her eyes, exclaiming in surprise. Song Yaxian's hair wrapped up in a robe, barefoot, stood before Zhang Qian. Don't shout, it's not like we haven't seen each other before. Zhang Qian advised Song Yaxian to quiet down. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Zhang Qian, I am taking a bath. You barge in. Song Yaxian also realized she spoke out of turn, so she quickly retreated. In the living room, the blush on Song Yaxian's face lingered. She touched her burning face, feeling even more embarrassed inside. Song Yaxian thought Zhang Qian wouldn't be back tonight. Who knew he was taking a bath in the bathroom? Oh my. So embarrassing. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Qian finally wrapped himself in a robe and walked out of the bathroom. Put your clothes on. I'm going to take a bath. I have something to tell you when you come out. Don't come in. After saying that, Song Yaxian hastily ran into the bathroom, clutching her robe. Half an hour later, the two of them finally dressed and sat face to face in the living room. I want to ask you something about the matter of the white-robed knight. Do you want to acquire it? Song Yaxian was no longer concerned about how much money Zhang Qian had. She just wanted to know if he wanted to acquire the white-robed knight. The white-robed knight was a rare large modern merchant ship. She may have entered the industry late, but she studied it every day and did a lot of homework on this merchant ship. Within Zhuzhou, only a few giant corporations hold these lucrative merchant ships. A single trip out to sea, after all expenses, yields a net profit of 2 billion. It's like a cash machine. Adding Song Yaxian's understanding of Zhang Qian, he definitely wouldn't let the opportunity of acquiring the white-robed knight slip away. But with that decision comes many challenges. She decided to clarify first. Zhang Qian thought Song Yaxian was going to talk about some personal relationship matter, but unexpectedly, it was about work. She was really dedicated. No wonder she had a discerning eye and didn't pay attention to even him, the chairman of the Kind group. Her confidence comes from her diligence. Of course, we must acquire it. Before returning to the hotel, Zhang Qian had already made a decision with Zhang Yanren regarding the matter of the white-robed knight. From every aspect, Zhang Qian had no reason to back down. First, Zhang Yanren had evaluated the price, and the white-robed knight might be priced at over 3 billion. After the system rebate, that would be 30 billion. In Zhang Qian's eyes, it was like a piece of cake. He wouldn't let it slip. Second, from his information, Tang Xingyu parachuted into Jiangnan just for learning purposes. All the lobbying efforts, pulling together wealthy figures, were not about securing the white-robed knight for Yuhua shipping. It was more about leveraging Jiangnan forces to undermine his reputation. Zhang Qian had no reason to back down. Do you know about the white-robed knight? A guy named Tang Xingyu has gathered a large number of Jiangnan elites and wealthy figures. The price may skyrocket. While explaining, Song Yaxian showed a hint of worrying in her eyes. The premium on the ship might be very high, and she hoped Zhang Qian wouldn't act recklessly, but would carefully consider the situation. After hearing Song Yaxian, Zhang Qian realized her awareness was not bad either. Her insights were right on point. All right, forget about that. Zhang Qian stood and sat next to Song Yaxian. His hand went somewhere it shouldn't have. You. Don't mess around. I'm talking business with you. The blush on Song Yaxian's face subsided a bit, but Zhang Qian's touch caused it to surface again. I already knew about these things in advance. Just watch from the sidelines tomorrow. Don't worry. As for now, let's deal with what's at hand. Song Yaxian, Zhang Qian already knew in advance. Who informed him? It appeared that behind Zhang Qian, there was a master. But even if he knew these messages in advance, how did Zhang Qian plan to handle them? He seemed not to worry at all. He even had the energy to tease her. Upon careful thought, even though Zhang Qian often appeared carefree, he was always earnestly working on things. Maybe now, he was under a lot of pressure. It wasn't a bad idea to let off some steam. It was 2 a.m. beside him. Song Yaxian had already fallen into a deep sleep. In just a few days, Zhang Qian's wealth had multiplied tenfold. There were now over 1 billion in his account. Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel restless at the thought. The system was truly powerful. Tenfold returns. The more you spend, the more you get back. Tomorrow at the auction, no matter how high the price the other party raises, Zhang Qian would match it. On his phone, Yang Mongmon suddenly sent a message. Are you asleep? Yang Mongmon lived in the suite below Zhang Qian's. Sending him a message at 2 a.m., she didn't know if he was asleep. Even if he saw it, he probably wouldn't reply to her. After all, she was just a fallen former girlfriend. Unexpectedly, after a while, Zhang Qian actually replied. Zhang Qian. Not yet. Sleeping now. Not asleep at 2 a.m. Did he just finish some exercise? Yang Mongmon didn't dwell on it. Given Zhang Qian's current status, even if he played until morning, she wouldn't find it strange. Yang Mongmon. Be careful tomorrow. I heard many companies in Jiangnan had their eyes on that commercial ship. Zhang Qian felt a bit helpless. Was the situation outside really as tense as Zhang Yanren said? Even Yang Mongmon, an outsider, Knew about the siege, Zheng Qian reply. Okay. After putting down his phone, he fell asleep. Yao Mongmon. Do you want breakfast tomorrow? I can bring it to you. She waited for a long time, but didn't get a response. Was he already asleep? Yao Mongmon felt frustrated. Not even a word from him. Thinking back to how Zheng Qian used to bid her good night every day, Yao Mongmon felt aggrieved. She wanted to be angry, but now she had no right to be. Zheng Qian wasn't her boyfriend, and their relationship was now ambiguous. In Zheng Qian's mind, she might not even count as a friend. He held all the power in their relationship. How could she be angry with him? Putting down her phone, Yao Mongmon fell asleep with tears in her eyes. The next morning, Zheng Qian woke up early. After freshening up, he saw Yao Manman's message from last night. It had been a whole night, so he didn't bother replying. Wake up. Why are you still sleeping later than me? Zheng Qian patted the blanket. Song Yaxian glanced at the time. It was already 9 a.m. This was the first time she had overslept. She hurriedly got up to freshen up. Today couldn't afford any delays. She had to prepare the materials again early. In the venue at that moment, many VIP guests had already taken their seats. The doors were wide open, letting in a steady stream of people. The white-robed knight and Tang Xingyu's siege operation had caused quite a stir in Jiangnan. Apart from those attending the auction, there were many big and small business owners. Just yesterday, the auction house had accredited 27 Jiangnan corporate bosses, giving them qualifications to participate in the auction. These people just wanted to watch the show live and had no intention of bidding. Besides them, there were also many journalists and self-media personnel, eager to be the first to break the news after the auction. Tang Xingyu and his group had already taken their seats. He sat in the VIP section on the right, his eyes sharp, seemingly contemplating something, with a wise and resourceful look. Xingyu, so many people here today. Lu Shanshan had been to the auction before, but she had never seen so many people inside the venue on other occasions. Of course. Have you forgotten who organized this siege operation? I've always thought since our school days that Xingyu has natural business talent and social skills. Even if he doesn't pursue a business career, he will be a formidable force within the system. Zi Xinhao was beside them, shamelessly praising Tang Xingyu. Tang Xingyu didn't say much, acknowledging Zi Xinhao's words silently. He knew it wasn't right, but that's exactly what he was thinking. The discontent in Jiangnan towards Zheng Qian was something he captured right away. From now on, he would be lobbying with various business leaders, tycoons, and big shots. Indeed, Zi Tang not only has a sharp mind but also strong organizational skills, making him suitable as a leader. Zhao Ying chimed in. She now saw Tang Xingyu as a savior, saying all kinds of flattering words. It was all flattery. It was said that Tang Xingyu had recruited many local big shots in Jiangnan. He welcomed all the gods. More money meant a greater chance of winning. This group of people wasn't involved in shipping, and they hadn't paid attention to maritime transport before. They simply wanted to pressurize Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian had been causing too much commotion in the past few days. Various headlines, even rumors with Jiangnan's top female CEO, Zhang Yanren. How could they tolerate that? Zhu Qianhao valued face the most. He even thought that Zheng Qian was so arrogant, even defecating on him. Tang Xingyu's half of the funds came from these business bosses. As for Zhou Qianhao, he operated in the shadows and was well connected. Mixing in the underworld, loyalty was very important. Zhu Qianhao had actively approached Tang Xingyu, hoping to invest money and save face for Jiangnan. Tang Xingyu agreed without hesitation. A group of divine intervention, he welcomed them all. The more money, the higher his chances of winning. Eventually, all these businesses pooled their money into Tang Xingyu's hands for safekeeping. How the White Robe Knight was divided didn't matter. What mattered was sending Zheng Qian back defeated. That was their goal. Otherwise, where would Jiangnan's reputation stand? If this boy from out of town went rampant, did they have no one in Jiangnan? Zheng Qian was in trouble. Thinking about all this, Che Chunqing approached with a group of people, smiling. Tang Xingyu stood up to greet them and exchange pleasantries. From left to right, they were Liu Ruipeng of Ruipeng Real Estate, Li Huan of Huan Fund, Jin Changyuan of Changyuan Building Materials, and a middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder, Zhu Qianhao. Half of the funds in Tang Xingyu's hands came from these business leaders. Zhou Qianhao, who dabbled in both legitimate and illicit business, was well connected. In the eyes of Tang Xingyu, He had already decided that Zhang Qian would fall into his hands today. The organizer deserved the most credit. In any case, he had to suppress Zhang Qian's arrogance a bit. Being too arrogant would only provoke the anger of others. Lu Shanshan's eyes were vacant, unsure of the situation and feeling confused. Today, Zhang Qian was bound to lose face to Tang Xingyu and be firmly pressed down. Tang Xingyu had gathered the leading companies in Jiangnan. Zhang Qian had no chance of winning. She understood Tang Xingyu's intentions. These companies had pooled money and placed it under Tang Xingyu's control, ultimately challenging Zhang Qian. This was their goal. Otherwise, how could Jiangnan hold its head up high? With this war wreaking havoc, did they have no one in Jiangnan? Zhang Qian was doomed. With these thoughts in mind, Che Chunqing approached with a group of people, smiling. Tang Xingyu stood up to greet them and exchange pleasantries. These people, from left to right, were Liu Ruipeng of Ruipeng Real Estate, Li Huan of Huan Fund, Jin Changyuan of Changyuan Building Materials, and a middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder, Su Chuanhao. Half of Tang Xingyu's funds came from these corporate bosses. As for Zhou Chuanhao, he operated in the shadows and was well connected. Judging by what they were talking about, these people didn't care much about maritime transport and only wanted to put pressure on Zhang Qian. As long as Zhang Qian is not a fool, it is impossible for him to spend an extra 1.5 billion to fight with them. How much is face worth? Sometimes, even if you have to go all out, you still have to save face. Sometimes, by holding back, you can save tens of billions. Many people present think that Zhang Qian will choose the latter option, but based on Tang Xingyu's understanding of Zhang Qian, it's really hard to say. He has 5 billion in funds on hand, equivalent to nearly half of the Xingyao Group's assets. He won't participate in this siege unless absolutely necessary. If things get really bad, that's when he will use it. Tang Xingyu has his own calculations. He wants the face, but doesn't want to invest too much money. These people also play a role in helping him as a last resort. In professional business terms, that is, risk transfer. Exactly. Lao Li, didn't you already calculate Qianju Group's accounts yesterday? With his current capacity, he can't come up with more than 1 billion in one go. That's true. It's just, Li Huan hesitated. He checked Qianju Group's accounts, but Zhang Qian frequently made moves, and the source of funds was not from Qianju Group. Every large expense of Zhang Qian's, the funds are from his personal account, and, truly in the form of a gift, given to those few girls, including Zhang Yanren. Li Huan even sent people to inquire at Asia Shipping. Asia Shipping hasn't signed any cooperation agreements with Zhang Qian at all. Li Huan actually has some uncertainties in his mind. Zhang Qian has been making frequent moves at the auction house these days, spending over 2 billion in just 3 days. It is said he even offered 1 billion for a singer to perform, close to 30 billion. As for the maritime transportation industry, Li Huan has also conducted investigations. Although the profits are high, the risks are also high. Transportation is linked to the economy. If the economy is bad, there are no orders. Once there is a coast blockade or something similar, they have to stop working for several months. Does Zhang Qian really think so highly of the maritime transport industry? In just a few months, he expanded from Zhengxin shipyard to the scale of Qianju Group. He even intends to develop cruise ships and even wants to acquire the White Robe Knight. Spending money on business is nothing new, but not to the extent he's doing. From a financial perspective, Zhang Qian's spending habits are extremely whimsical, with no discernible pattern. All right, don't just say it. If you think the money we have isn't enough, don't we still have those too? Liu Ruipeng reminded. Just as he finished speaking, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and not a single wrinkle on his body appeared in their view. He looked to be around 30 years old, but his status was quite special. Director Tang, Director Li, hello. Secretary Ding, you're here. He looked to be around 30 years old, but his status was quite special. One of the members of Jiangnan's richest man, Zhu Hongfu's think tank. At the same time, he is also Zhu Hongfu's personal secretary. Being able to hold these two positions concurrently shows the deep trust Zhu Hongfu has in him. While Tang Xingyu is lobbying the rich in Jiangnan, Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenji are also preparing to make a move. They can't swallow this situation. They intensely dislike Zhang Qian, but they fear causing a commotion, so they haven't taken action themselves. They have appointed Ding Mao as their representative to bring a large sum of money to Tang Xingyu, a whopping 5 billion. Combined, This group's funds have reached 9 billion. Lao Li, Secretary Ding is here. Now you can relax, right? Liu Ruipen laughed heartily. It's only now that Li Huan slowly nodded. They know that behind Ding Mao represents Jiannen's top figures, as well as the second figures, Zhu Hongfu, Lin Chenji. All of them have contributed money, so they're not afraid that Zhang Qian will make headlines again. Both Director Zhu and Director Lin have asked me to send their regards to you. Everyone, please take a seat. Despite his young age, he was sent over by two big shots and shouldn't be underestimated. Hey, look, isn't that Sun Taining? Everyone followed where Jin Changyuan pointed, and they indeed saw Sun Taining. This kid is here too. While Tang Xingyu was persuading them, he intended to win over Sun Taining. However, Sun Taining hesitated and never gave Tang Xingyu a definitive answer. Lao Sun, come over here. Everyone called out to Sun Taining, but Sun Taining just stealthily glanced at them, pretended not to see, and walked away in the other direction. This kid, what's up with him? Pretending not to see, when everyone came to, they realized. He actually went to talk to Zhang Qian. Everyone, the bastard Sun Taining. Why at this moment is he currying favor with Zhang Qian when they all despise him? How could Jiannen produce such a brat? Instantly, they were itching to go after Sun Taining. With or without him, it doesn't make much difference. Behind him, Director Lin and Director Zhu are supporting him. But Sun Taining's actions make Zhang Qian very unhappy. Everyone decided that after this incident is over, they must make Sun Taining taste bitterness. In another part of the venue, hey, Zhang CEO. Sun Taining grinned as he approached Zhang Qian, who had just entered. Blocked all of a sudden, Zhang Qian was a bit puzzled. Who is this person? Zhang CEO is truly heroic and promising. My name is Sun Taining. You may not know me, but I have admired you for a long time. Sun Taining was all smiles as he hugged Zhang Qian before Zhang Qian even had a chance to react. Only when he mentioned his involvement in the wine business did Zhang Qian understand what was happening. Zhang CEO, you need to be careful today. Those old rascals in Jiannen are trying every way to deal with you. Sun Taining was tactfully acting like an unscrupulous person. However, Zhang Qian already knew about these things and didn't need him to be filled in. Then why aren't you on their side? Why come to me instead? Zhang Qian asked directly. Sun Taining didn't expect Zhang Qian to be so straightforward. Oh, well, I think, with your strength, there is no chance of success in this siege. I don't want to swim with them. Zhang Qian? It's a bit ridiculous. Sun Taining may have a good grasp of information and knew Zhang Qian was about to set up a distillery and wanted to build a good relationship step by step. Regardless of whether Zhang Qian wins or loses today, it doesn't concern him much. As long as Zhang Qian is willing to cooperate in the wine business, Sun Taining can make a big profit. As for pride or not, Sun Taining doesn't care. He believes business is business. Zhang Qian has money, so of course, he can do as he pleases. If you're jealous, then why not join? Isn't it just envy? Sun Taining confidently said. Zhang CEO, if you tell me your account number, I'll transfer 200 million to you right now. Well, it's a bit less. It's all the money I've worked hard to raise. Sun Taining was actually lying here. If he wanted to raise funds, it would only take a day for him to raise 500 million easily. 2 billion is not much to Zhang Qian, and he might not even accept the money. But this behavior is undoubtedly a declaration of allegiance. It means, Zhang CEO, this is my token of respect. I'll follow you in the future. By doing this, Sun Taining is sure to touch Zhang Qian's heart. He might not even take his money. Without spending a dime, he pretended to make a big deal. Sun Taining has already made a killing. Do you think I need your money? Zhang Qian said coldly. No matter where he went, was always hated. Today, Sun Taining could abandon many entrepreneurs in Jiannen for his own benefit, putting himself on the opposite side of them. Tomorrow, he could stab them in the back and play tricks. When Sun Taining heard Zhang Qian's attitude, he felt like he had just been humiliated. He miscalculated. He thought that with Zhang Qian's financial troubles, having more money on hand would increase his chances. But he didn't expect to be directly rejected. This unwavering confidence made Sun Taining feel a sense of crisis. Just now, he had ignored the influential figures in Jiannen and tried to flatter Zhang Qian. This instantly offended many people. If Zhang Qian didn't accept him as a follower, his future in Jiannen would be difficult. Sun Taining felt like he was walking on thin ice, suddenly finding himself in a very difficult situation. Move aside. Zhang Qian's words were not forceful, but they startled Sun Taining, who hurriedly made way for Zhang Qian and his group. On the other side, Tang Xingyu and others found this scene amusing. Ha ha ha, this foolish Sun Taining. He doesn't fall for these tactics at all. Ha ha ha. Tang Xingyu couldn't help but laugh seeing Sun Taining's embarrassed expression. He had tried to be cunning in this matter, but it backfired. Zhang Qian didn't even accept his offer. Following this, Tang Xingyu's expression suddenly changed as he remembered something. Since Sun Taining wanted to acknowledge Zhang Qian as his boss, he would naturally divulge their plans to besiege them. But Tang Xingyu wasn't worried. Just with this information, Sun Taining couldn't earn Zhang Qian's trust. He had just promised to support Zhang Qian financially, only to be rejected. Zhang Qian didn't even want Sun Taining's money, but told him to go away. This indicated that Zhang Qian seemed unfazed by their siege plans. Was he really that confident? Tang Xingyu thought Zhang Qian was too arrogant. He had united many powerful figures in Jiangnan to suppress Zhang Qian and dent his pride. With Rui Peng Real Estate, Huan Fund, Changyuan Building Materials, and Zuchuan Hao, and with Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenju supporting them in secret, their combined funds amounted to 9 million yuan, just a little short of reaching 10 billion yuan. Zhang Qian had been spending extravagantly these days, and he might not have much money left. Li Huan had just mentioned that Zhang Qian could access maximum of 2 billion yuan. Zhang Qian, what do you have to fight against us? Tang Xingyu found it funny. He could already imagine Zhang Qian's expression of disbelief later on. After taking his seat, Zhang Qian casually started playing with his phone, not taking this auction seriously. In his eyes, the white knight one was already in his pocket. Easy as pie. Raise the price as much as you want. Zhang Qian was bound to win. However, the atmosphere was quite different for Song Yaxian beside Zhang Qian. When Zhang Qian noticed this, he gently tapped Song Yaxian's slender and fair leg. Why are you nervous? It's not really your concern. This statement made Song Yaxian feel a bit uncomfortable. What do you mean it's not her concern? You are her man now. Does she have to watch you lose face like this? Zhang Qian was shocked by Song Yaxian's thoughts. He hadn't expected her to feel this way. All right, I misspoke. Just trust me, I'm prepared for this. When Song Yaxian wasn't paying attention, Zhang Qian pinched her slightly pouting face. Song Yaxian blushed even more. On the other side, Tang Xingyu and the others observed Zhang Qian's actions. Zhang Qian seemed calm and relaxed after taking his seat, even flirting with a woman. How could he have the composure to flirt with his female secretary today of all days? Was he admitting defeat, or did he have a surefire plan? Most people assumed the former was more likely. Wait and see if you can still smile later. Look, isn't that Zhang Yanren? Why make a big deal out of it? I mean, how come Zhang Yanren is sitting next to Zhang Qian? Is Asia Airlines siding with Zhang Qian now? Isn't she supposed to be from Jiangnan? Why are they cozying up? People noticed Zhang Yanren sitting so closely to Zhang Qian, engaged in an intimate conversation, although they couldn't hear what they were discussing. Other than Zhang Yanren, Zhongsong Shipping's Fenmingsu and Kongming's Haiyan Airlines, if Asia Airlines were willing to support Zhang Qian, it would raise more than estimated funds. Don't worry. Even if Zhang Yanren stands with Zhang Qian, it won't matter. The funds Asia Airlines can raise amount to at most 600 million. Adding Fenmingsu and Zhang Leikong, these defense sitters, I can give them 1 billion each in my estimate. This amount of money is a drop in the bucket, useless against Zhang Qian. Their combined preparation of 90 billion yuan was almost ready to be invested entirely. It was to embarrass Zhang Qian, to challenge his pride. If you like spending money so much, let's see how you handle it today. They felt like they were ready to go all in to pressure Zhang Qian and challenge his face. Ms. Zhang, Fan, Kong, you're later than me. Please sit. Zhang Yanren glanced back at Fenmingsu and Zhang Leikong. Although their enterprise might not be as large as Asia Airlines, they were still significant in the north. Their business models and methods had been market-tested and proven. They had worked hard and defeated many competitors to achieve their current success. However, Zhang Qian casually referred to them as small with terms like Fan, Kong. They were both over 20 years older than him. At least, he should call them general. But seeing these two being called Fan, Kong, they seemed quite happy, and Zhang Yanren didn't bother to comment. Upon closer examination, their reactions were somewhat expected. Zhang Qian's crane group was similar in scale to Asia Airlines, but Zhang Qian had money. Look at the name he has, Zhang Qian, earning money, born to earn money. That person with a net worth of billions can't be called anything other than Xiaofan, Xiaofan, right? Let's get to business. I've thought of many ways and managed to scrape together 800 million for you. Send over your bank account, and I'll get it wired to your card right away. After not using the 6 billion Zhang Yanren had previously raised, she had managed to collect a total of 800 million. She was mainly concerned that Zhang Qian might run out of ammunition. Mr. Zhang, we also had the same intention. Although the amount is small, as long as you give out your account, I guarantee that within 5 minutes, 4 billion will be wired to your account. Zhang Yanren's 800 million, Fen Mingsu, and Zhang Lecon's 4 billion. Together, it made 12 billion. It should be enough to support Zhang Qian in winning today's battle. But if the opponent quotes an extremely high price, then they had no choice. This 12 billion was their last push. Zhang Qian helped Zhang Yanren so much, she naturally did not want Zhang Qian to lose face. Besides, cooperation with the White-Robed Knight Order was also beneficial to her. So, more support was better than nothing. You couldn't be completely unprepared. Every extra bit of money meant better odds. Seeing the smug faces of Tan Xingyu and his group, clearly well prepared, she didn't think that standing on the same side as Zhang Qian was a sign of weakness. Business was business. Auctions always favored the highest bidder. There was no room to show off. If you had the money, you could do the same. In essence, it was just a revenge scheme organized by a group of petty-minded people in secret. Envy in people's hearts. Zhang Lekong and Fen Mingsu had long set their sights on Zhang Qian. Their appearance at this moment best showcased their sincerity. As long as Zhang Qian saw that they were committed, the kind group would be their backing. Zhang Qian would be their leader. The Chejinyi alliance was just nonsense. Recognizing the big brother was the right way. When Zhang Qian heard that these three were willing to provide financial support, she was dumbfounded. Did they really not believe in her abilities? Nonetheless, it was heartwarming. Whether it was genuine or not was another matter. At least, Zhang Lekong and Fen Mingsu's commitment to stand by her was reassuring to Zhang Qian. They seemed much stronger than Sun Taining just minutes ago. As for Zhang Yanren, from her eyes, Zhang Qian could tell there were no other ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Sun Yaxian felt a bit relieved. Luckily, Zhang Qian had some allies to help. It wasn't a solitary battle. She didn't know how much funds Zhang Qian still had available, but the company's accounts were indeed limited. Sun Yaxian had heard that Zhang Qian had called the finance department. He probably didn't want to dip into the company's funds. However, it was fortunate that with this 1.2 billion, Sun Yaxian felt slightly more at ease. Thank you, but there's no need. I can manage alone, Zhang Qian said lightly. Sun Yaxian, Fen Mingsu, Zhang Lekong, Zhang Yanren invested so much effort to gather money for her, only to hear her refuse it. Could she handle it alone? How arrogant! It was at this moment that Zhang Yanren truly realized Zhang Qian was indeed a bit presumptuous. But wasn't that what men should be like? Besides, Zhang Qian was a man of great wealth. Was he really that confident? Fen Mingsu and Zhang Lekong were left speechless. General Zhang, should we just transfer the money to your account? In case they raise the bid slightly higher and your funds aren't enough. Fen Mingsu couldn't finish her sentence as Zhang Qian's sharp gaze stopped her in her tracks. I said no need. Don't you understand? Fen Mingsu was surprised and shook all over, sweating on her forehead. Too domineering. Zhang Qian's confidence was no less than that of the people surrounding Zhang Nan. Even Zhang Yanren was astonished. She had seen Zhang Qian's playful sigh, and his indifferent sigh, but she had never seen him angry. Truth be told, Zhang Qian looked quite handsome when he was angry. Truly, serious men were the most attractive. Next, Zhang Lekong and Fen Mingsu wisely remained silent. The auction was about to begin. Everyone took their seats, except Sun Taining, who couldn't find a place to sit. Should he sit with Zhang Qian? They would look down on him. Sit with the big shots from Zhang Nan. They would disdain him even more. In the end, he had no choice but to find a secluded spot to sit. Today, Wan Shaoqi was wearing a custom-made suit. When she walked up on stage, she was stunned for 2 seconds. Why were there so many people today? Almost all major media outlets were present. The guests sitting in groups below the stage had multiplied several times compared to the previous 2 days. With her strong resolve, Wan Shaoqi quickly regained her composure and began her opening speech. Hello everyone. I am today's auctioneer, Wan Shaoqi. Good afternoon, everyone. Subsequently, she started introducing the specific data of the White-Robed Knight Order. As you all may know, the White-Robed Knight Order is a large modern commercial ship temporarily put up for auction by the UASC company. This large cargo ship can carry up to 25,000 shipping containers and can recoup its costs just by making one trip to North America. In keeping with tradition, auctioneers often started with a hype session. The people below were impatient. This was not an antique item. Everyone had likely done their research beforehand and knew more than she would say. Let's get on with it. Sensing the unusual expressions in the audience, Wan Shaoqi immediately ended her introduction. She then announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for the White-Robed Knight Order is 10 billion. Bidding starts now." Unlike before, the White-Robed Knight Order opted for a straightforward pricing method instead of the customary silent auction with hidden bids. The opponent's bid would be known directly, allowing for straightforward bidding increments. If you had the money, you could raise the price. If not, you'd have to let it go. The White-Robed Knight Order was a highly profitable commercial ship. Aside from Zhang Qian and Tang Xingyu's groups, there were also many industry insiders who had been informed and hastily flown in from Jiangnan to place bids. 10 billion, 11 billion, 13 billion, 15 billion. Tang Xingyu casually raised his bidding sign and then glanced at Zhang Qian. With Zhang Qian not bidding, Tang Xingyu was surprised. "General Zhang, why aren't you bidding?" Sun Yaxian inquired curiously. The other three also wanted to ask Zhang Qian the same question. "It's not early to bid now. Let them raise the price first. This isn't a competition between just the two of us. There are others too." Zhang Qian felt there was no need to waste words on bidding increments of a few billion. It wasn't meaningful. "Let's wait and see. 15 billion once. 16 billion. Tang Xingyu was quickly outbid. Mr. Number 45 bid 16 billion. "Do we have any higher bids?" Wan Shaoqi organized the bidding enthusiastically. 17 billion, 19 billion, 19.2 billion, 20 billion. Once the bidding reached 20 billion, the price increments cooled off, with most bids increasing by tens of millions. Most people were being cautious. Going beyond 25 billion wasn't worth it. Many were content with a bit more profit and dropped out after surpassing 22 billion. However, some were willing to push their luck, such as the beer with number 45, who raised the bid to 25.4 billion. Mr. Number 45 bids 25.4 billion once. Seeing the opponents raise the price beyond 25 billion, Zhang Qian had yet to bid, much to Tang Xingyu's surprise. What did that mean? Was he giving up? Was he just putting on a show today? What's Zhang Qian's intention? Why hasn't he bid at all? Not sure. Let's ignore him for now. He probably backed down directly. Mockery. He probably can't even pull together the starting bid, which is why he hasn't placed any bids at all. Tang Xingyu's bosses next to him were starting to feel smug. Their secretary, Ding, told Tang Xingyu with a smile, "Yun Tang, even if Zhang Qian doesn't compete with us, we can't just leave it at that." Tang Xingyu nodded. 25.4 billion twice. As the auction was about to close, Tang Xingyu raised his sign again. 27 billion. Mr. Number 45 glanced at Tang Xingyu, shook his head in resignation, and ultimately dropped his bidding sign. The final price far exceeded his budget. 27 billion once. "Are there any more bids?" Up on stage, Wan Shaoqi energetically promoted. The higher the price went, the higher her commission, so she was motivated. 27 billion twice. Opportunity knocks only once. The audience below speculated. Since Zhang Qian isn't competing, let's drop it. He's backing away. I thought he had more ability. Did higher. Go up to 30 billion, Secretary Ding said with a smile. Others were puzzled. Self-bidding? Wasn't that just throwing money away? That's right. That's the meaning. This was ordered by Chief Zhu before he arrived. Spending 3 billion like this could save face in Jiangnan. This deal is worth it. Tang Xingyu hesitated. It wasn't about the money for him, but he was curious why Zhang Qian hadn't bid yet. Just before Wan Shaoqi concluded the auction, Tang Xingyu raised his sign again. 30 billion. Wan Shaoqi was taken aback. The audience was stunned, and even some inexperienced reporters and media personnel made surprised noises. They all started snapping pictures, capturing the moment. At 27 billion, the White-Robed Knight Order had already fetched a high premium. Tang Xingyu raising the bid by another 3 billion was perplexing. Most people understood. Some were unsure of Tang Xingyu's move. Zhang Yanran glanced back. She knew the intentions of these people very well. Quite pretentious. What she loathed most were show-offs. Sir, no one is competing with you. Wan Shachi kindly reminded him. 30 billion. Tang Xingyu reiterated firmly. Suddenly, a person who had never bid before announced his first bid of the day. 40 billion. All eyes in the room suddenly focused on Zhang Qian. What a guy. He didn't quote a price at first, but when he did, it was for billion. He immediately pulled out a 10 billion price difference from the other party. 30 billion was already a 5 billion premium. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian was even more outrageous. He directly offered a 15 billion premium, willing to spend 40 billion to buy the White Robe Knight. Is he so rich that he has nowhere to spend it? 40 billion is enough to buy a brand new large modern commercial ship of the same level or even a higher level. Zhang Yanran, Song Yaxian, Fen Mingsu, Zhang Leikan were all wide-eyed and speechless. They didn't know what to say. 40 billion right off the bat. No wonder he refused fundraising from everyone. So that's where his confidence is. Song Yaxian was a bit worried. Is it worth 15 billion just for the sake of face? Finally making a move, Tang Xingyu muttered softly. Heh, this kid is quite patient, not afraid that we might take it with a low price. A 15 billion premium, huh? Daring. Little Tang, go hard on him. Zhao Ying's ears were temporarily deaf. She saw the people next to her moving their mouths, but couldn't hear what they were saying. When Zhao Ying heard that Zhang Qian quoted 40 billion, her mind suddenly buzzed, as if something had exploded in her head. 40 billion, enough to buy 40 clothing factories. What a massive amount. Forget about 15 million, for Zhang Qian, that's just pocket change. Even if it's 150 million, it's still a drop in the ocean. Lu Shanshan felt a heavy blow to her heart. Zhang Qian can actually come up with 40 billion. In other words, whether it's 150 million or 15 million, it's nothing to him. It's just change in his bank account, not even worth mentioning. That's why he sued them, demanding 10 times compensation. It's because what her mother and herself did was too trivial. He simply didn't care about this small amount of money. Lu Shanshan first glanced at her mother, who was also shaken by Zhang Qian's bold move. Then she looked at Tang Xingyu sitting next to her, seemingly contemplating something serious. Perhaps she shouldn't have accepted Tang Xingyu's help. She definitely shouldn't have told her mother directly. Before, her mother had softened her attitude towards Zhang Qian, no longer so hostile. But after she told her mother this news, she started to look down on Zhang Qian again. Only Lu Shanshan knew that Zhang Qian had spent nearly 8 billion in Jianan in the past 2 days. How much money does he still have? Lu Shanshan didn't know. Adding up the market value of Crane Group, Zhang Qian was already a successful man worth hundreds of billions. 100 billion net worth. What is this concept? Forget about 100 billion. Some people can't even earn 1 billion in their entire life. Zhang Qian's success far surpassed all the men Lu Shanshan knew, including Tang Xingyu. It was only now that Tang Xingyu realized Zhang Qian may not have made his fortune through such unconventional means. The lawsuit may have other reasons. Perhaps Lu Shanshan didn't tell him everything. Tang Xingyu secretly glanced at Lu Shanshan, but to his surprise, Lu Shanshan was also looking at him at the same time. The two of them exchanged a gaze awkwardly for a few seconds. People keep their thoughts hidden. Neither knows what the other is thinking, but they can guess roughly. Neither side brought it up. On stage, Wan Shachi had already called out 40 billion twice. He had to make a bid quickly. Tang Xingyu raised his bidder's paddle. 45 billion. Zhang Qian immediately followed with a bid. 60 billion. He was calm and composed. The entire room gasped in unison. Zhang Qian raised the price by 10 billion in his first bid. In his second bid, he directly raised it by another 15 billion. In fact, Tang Xingyu's bid was also quite bold. He directly raised it by 5 billion. But in this situation, who would pay attention to him? All eyes were on Zhang Qian. 60 billion. This kid is really ruthless. Whether it was Liu Rupeng, Jin Changyuan, or Zhu Chuanhao, they never expected Zhang Qian still had so much money. Li Huan's worst fear had come true. Zhang Qian once again came up with an unexpected sum of money. Where did his money come from? Li Huan had no idea. But since Zhang Qian dared to quote such a high price, he must have had that much money in his account. Fraudulent bidding is illegal. Old Li, what's going on? Wasn't Zhang Qian said to only have 2 billion in hand? Even if we add Zhang Yanran, Fen Mingsu Zhang Leikan, it's not enough for 60 billion. What's the next bid? Someone suspected. Could this kid be fooling them, knowing they want to save face, then deliberately raising the price, so that in the end they no longer bid, letting their money go to waste? No, this possibility was minimal. Judging from Jung Kian's expression, it was clear that it wasn't the case. Everyone quickly discussed. Let's just go all in directly. Bring out all the funds, 90 billion, an all-in move. This way, they don't have to go back and forth, up and down. Some might get excited and trigger a heart attack on the way back. After gathering everyone's opinions, Tang Xingyu decided to go all in. He stood up. 90 billion. The entire room erupted in surprise. 90 billion? Who is this guy? Is he crazy? 90 billion for a white-robed knight. Is his brain malfunctioning? Don't you know, this is the young master of Starlight Group. He's not the only one putting up this money, but has teamed up with many big shots, just trying to overtake that billionaire guy's momentum. Those who knew the inside story explained to the bewildered audience. Is this the world of big shots? A white-robed knight, priced at 30 billion, is available in abundance on the market. Bidding 90 billion. Even if you buy it, it'll still cost 65 billion. That's all cold hard cash. Whose face is worth 65 billion? Everyone immediately thought of the Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenji, who were just humiliated by Zhang Qian earlier. In other words, behind those several CEOs were two super big shots who hadn't appeared. The top figures in Jiangnan? Oh my god, no wonder. For the sake of their reputation, they were actually willing to pay an overinflated price of 65 billion. Everyone thought of Jiangnan's richest person and the boss of Banana Entertainment. Media reporters snapped photos rapidly, capturing Tang Xingyu standing up to make the bid. Tang Xingyu was drenched in sweat, releasing all his pent-up anger. 90 billion. Zhang Qian, this is my all-in. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. If I back down now, I'll behave well in the future, and I won't be so arrogant anymore. Even Wan Shaoqi on stage, as well as the auction house owner behind the scenes, were shocked by this price. 90 billion. Incredible premium. Since the auction started till now, such a sky-high price had never been bid, the highest being just over 30 billion. And that was for a listed internet company. This commercial ship for 90 billion. Incredible. They really don't see money as money. Zhang Yanren, Song Yaxian, Zhang Leikong, Fen Mingsu, and others were stunned by Tang Xingyu's aggressive bidding. 9 billion. Too ruthless. Can they match that price? Are they really disregarding everything now? Zhang Yanren felt that solely relying on Tang Xingyu's persuasion would never raise 9 billion. Unless ... there was the participation of Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenji. These two old troublemakers, causing trouble behind the scenes. After the banquet, Zhang Yanren believed that the two of them had completely submitted to Zhang Qian. But unexpectedly, deep down, she felt unsatisfied and even secretly supported Tang Xingyu. She didn't even consider these two people at first. How treacherous. The four of them weakly looked at Zhang Qian. It had already been bid up to 9 billion. Even with the money they pooled together, it still wasn't enough for 9 billion. Should they just give up? Today's auction has already made its mark in the annals of modern auction history. It's not embarrassing at all. Everyone thought that this drama would end with Tang Xingyu, representing the local power of Jiangnan, winning. But then Zhang Qian spoke up again. 10 billion. His voice was light, but enough to once again shock the whole room. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Qian with eyes of disbelief. The journalists and media personnel present wanted to capture the moment with their cameras. The cameramen wanted to zoom in on Zhang Qian's face. 10 billion. Did Zhang Qian really have that much cash? Judging from his expression, he might actually have it. That kind of confidence is hard to fake. Beside him, Zhang Yanren was speechless. The White Knight, which was originally worth only 25 billion, was now being bid at 100 billion, a markup of 75 billion, a markup rate of 400%. Fen Mingsu and Zhang Leikong almost kneeled down to Zhang Qian's feet. This wasn't just a big opportunity, it was like hitting the jackpot. They were already making vows that even if Zhang Qian's leg was covered in blades, they would hold on tight. From now on, they would follow Zhang Qian. No. For the rest of their lives, they would serve Zhang Qian as their leader. Wherever the big brother asked them to go, they would without hesitation. This was not a matter of contention. Meanwhile, Song Yaxian was in a dilemma. She didn't want to see Zhang Qian lose face, but she also didn't want him to pay such a huge price. Was it worth spending 75 billion more? Song Yaxian discreetly tugged at Zhang Qian's sleeve. Zhang Qian gave her a reassuring look. Song Yaxian couldn't understand. What was Zhang Qian reassuring her about? Did he have a plan? Zhang Qian had come this far. He must have a unique vision. Forget it. She decided to trust Zhang Qian's decision. Zhang Qian's calm demeanor was not entirely genuine. He wasn't concerned about spending money. It was just that Tan Xingyu was too reliable. He managed to elevate the price to 9 billion, greatly exceeding Zhang Qian's expectations. Zhang Qian thought that 30 or 40 billion would be sufficient. Now, if he didn't bid 100 billion, he would be disrespecting Tang Xingyu's efforts behind the scenes. In just a short auction, he would be winning 100 billion. If there were more auctions like this, Zhang Qian would be the richest man in Juzhou, even potentially the world's richest. Zhang Qian's heart was also somewhat hopeful. He hoped that Tang Xingyu could further raise the price. This way, Zhang Qian would receive even more rebate cash. On Tang Xingyu's side, everyone was plunged into the unknown. Even Ding, his secretary, didn't know what to do. Should they ask Chairman Zhu and President Lin for more money? No. It was too late for that now. Setting aside whether they would agree, even if they did, they wouldn't have the funds readily available. What should they do? 40 billion had turned into 60 billion, and now it was 100 billion. Zhang Qian only gave 3 prices throughout the whole process, each time shaking everyone to their core. After today, the whole of Jiangnan would remember the name Zhang Qian. Liu Ruipan, Jin Changyuan, and even Li Huan were already starting to waver. Zhang Qian's bid was just too high. It far exceeded their expectations. They thought that bidding the full 9 billion would ensure victory and embarrass Zhang Qian. That they didn't expect. Zhang Qian directly bid 10 billion. This price directly broke through everyone's psychological defense. The expressions on everyone's faces were frozen, indescribable. Zhang Qian was like a warrior, slashing through everyone's hearts with an axe. Initially confident, now these people looked at each other in helplessness. When Tang Xingyu had just bid 9 billion, it was almost a roar. But when Zhang Qian bid 10 billion, this shocking price just sailed nonchalantly out of his mouth. It was as if 10 billion was just pocket change for him. It was truly terrifying. Tang Xingyu's eyes were vacant at this moment. He had started off with a commanding air, sure of his victory. But now he appeared disheveled. He still had 30 billion that he could use. He could easily push the price higher. However, that 30 billion was allocated by his father from Yuhua Shipping, equivalent to half of Starlight Group's assets. If he used that money to raise the bid again, in a fit of emotion, it would be a reckless move. If Zhang Qian didn't continue to counterbid, all that money could go down the drain. If his father found out, he would surely punish him severely. Mr. Tang, you shouldn't be thinking of raising the bid again. Mr. Tang, please don't bid again. This is 3 years worth of profit from my company. If you raise the bid again and Zhang Qian doesn't follow, then my efforts for the past 3 years will be in vain. Mr. Tang. By now, Tang Xingyu's silence made Liu Ruipeng, Jin Changyuan, Li Huan, and others even more uneasy. They had already been intimidated. They found themselves in a dilemma. Zhang Qian had made 3 bids that were enough to impress everyone. If Tang Xingyu increased the bid again, they wouldn't win as much as Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian had a 7-point lead in this power confrontation. They had pooled resources hoping to humiliate Zhang Qian and win triumphantly. But with Zhang Qian's show of strength, they were already at a disadvantage. Even if they pushed the bid past 100 billion, what if Zhang Qian didn't counter? They would only win by a slim margin. It wouldn't be worth it. They didn't know how much money Tan Xingyu had left to use. Everyone urged him not to raise the bid anymore. They knew that Tang Xingyu and Zhang Qian had a grudge. If Tang Xingyu stubbornly raised the bid due to pride, and Zhang Qian withdrew his funds, they would lose everything. They hadn't cared before, but now they did. Tang Xingyu was talented and bold, but not everyone was there because of his persuasion. He was just a catalyst. Some were genuinely standing up for Jiannan's reputation, like Zhu Chanhao. He believed that with Starlight Group backing Tang Xingyu, it was worth a bit of money to have a successful entrepreneur stand up for Jiangnan. There were also those who wanted to be acquainted with Tang Xingyu's father, Tang Chuanyan, such as Liu Ruipeng and Li Huan. As for Jin Changyuan, he simply wanted to make a splash by associating with Tang Xingyu at this early stage in his career. As for Zhu Hanfu and Lin Chenji, They were half-coarse and half-compliant with Tang Xingyu's charisma. When so many entrepreneurs from Jiangnan took a stand, the top-2 people, if they didn't contribute, they would surely face backlash and scorn. Unable to save face, businessmen are just that. Businessmen. Everything revolves around profit. If there is no profit, only outliers like Su Chunhao would support Tang Xingyu. Each person stood up for personal benefit, matters of prestige, or just a facade. What Zheng Qian demonstrated today was worth much more than prestige. In the business world, cash is king. The businesses Liu Ruopeng and Jin Changyu and Ren had very tight cash flow, often facing bad debt and receivables. As for Li Huan in the financial industry, he lacked a big client like Zheng Qian who had a significant amount of cash on hand. They had already begun thinking about how to approach Zheng Qian. As long as they held on to Zheng Qian's strong support, future financing and cooperation would not be a problem. Sun Taining don't know how the kid got the news. He actually predicted the outcome of this collision in advance. Before it even began, he ran to Zheng Qian's side to flatter and praise. Nonsense. They really don't regard them as human beings. The crowd felt deeply stabbed in the back. Why not bring them along for this good opportunity? At the same time, the crowd felt a lingering fear. Zheng Qian rejected Sun Taining, and it's not certain he will accept them as underlings. After what happened today, they have somewhat offended Zheng Qian. Sigh. It's inevitable. Who made them jealous? With unequal information, if they had known Zheng Qian had such power, they wouldn't dare to organize like this or provoke him in this inflated manner. Careless. President Tang. Please sit down. President Tang. President Tang. Tang bro. Tang dad. Please don't raise the price again. Tang Xingyu gripped to front row seats, glaring fiercely at the people beside him. These useless people. They were intimidated by Zheng Qian straight away. They had just looked down on him, but now the situation had changed slightly. Instead of banding together against a common enemy and quickly raising funds, they chose to persuade him to give up. Tang Xingyu felt reluctance. If he were to retreat today, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even in his coffin, he would think of this day. The whole crowd anxiously awaited to see if Tang Xingyu would continue to raise the price. Do you think he will raise the price? I don't know. Since he hasn't sat down yet, he's obviously considering it. Tang Xingyu surely has money at hand, but when Zheng Qian quoted 10 billion directly, it stunned him. It entered an unknown territory. Well, I think he won't raise the price again. Why? Look at how casually Zheng Qian quoted 100 billion. He doesn't take this money seriously at all. Even if Tang Xingyu raises the price again, Zheng Qian will just raise it to a higher level. Makes sense. The crowd silently nodded in agreement. On Zheng Qian's side, including Zhang Yanren, Sun Yaxian, Fen Mingsu, Zhang Lekong and others, were all amazed by Zheng Qian's bold move. 100 billion. This TM, from Zheng Qian's expression, it seemed he could easily produce 100 billion. Helping pool money just turned out to be superfluous and unnecessary. Now they understood why the situation was so tense, yet Zheng Qian remained posed and unconcerned. Why? Because Zheng Qian didn't take Tang Xingyu and the others seriously at all. Zheng Qian hadn't even inquired about how much capital the other side had. Subconsciously, he decided, I don't care how much money you have. I'm going forward. Zhang Yanren felt that she had underestimated Zheng Qian before. Considering how much Zheng Qian had spent in Jiangnan, over 13 billion. What kind of background did Zheng Qian have? Even the nation's husband would feel inferior. With such spending spree, he must have hundreds of billions in reserves to maintain operational costs, right? However, what intrigued Zhang Yanren was why Tang Xingyu stood motionless. Was he scared stiff, or was he considering whether to continue raising the bid? The latter was more plausible. 10 billion once. Tang Xingyu could still wield 3 billion. He pondered whether to regret it for life or take a risk to see if Zheng Qian was running low on money. 10 billion twice. Tang dad. Grandpa Tang. Please sit down. Temporary allies around him urged Tang Xingyu to sit down and to stop raising the bid. They backed down. Couldn't face Zheng Qian any longer. Don't act rashly. The crowd was in tears. Just as Wan Shaoqi was about to close the deal, 101 billion. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Even Tang Xingyu turned around in surprise. This bid wasn't his. Zheng Qian was sitting back, holding up a sign. What did this mean? Why was he raising his own bid again? Just as Tang Xingyu raised the price for the face of Jiangnan and his own honor, now Zheng Qian was doing the same for some reason. Zheng Qian, Have you gone crazy? Zhang Yanran elbowed Zhang Qian hard. Zhang Qian just raised his eyelid slightly, showing no change in expression. What are you doing? I'm not crazy. Then what are you doing? Only Zhang Yanran dared to question Zhang Qian like this, whereas Fen Mingsu and Zhang Lekong, in such times, didn't dare to breathe. They had already seen Zhang Qian as their big brother. Whatever the big brother said or did was right. As for Song Yaxian, though she didn't understand, she unconditionally supported Zhang Qian. He hasn't made up his mind yet. Can I give him a little more time to think? Zhang Qian explained with a smile. People around him, to reminders, 3 drops of a hammer. The timing varied, with the longest interval not exceeding a minute. Zhang Qian had the game in his hands and had already started to tow with Tang Xingyu. Raising the bid by $1 billion was just to make Tang Xingyu think a bit longer whether to continue raising. What kind of financial power was this? What kind of strategy was this? People didn't even dare to think about how much money Zhang Qian had. Even Zhang Yanran was astonished. This was too undermining. Liu Ruipan, Jin Changyuan, Li Huan, Su Chanhao, their faces frozen with shock. Grandpa Tang, sit down. I beg you. Since he was playing like this, why exert more effort? The surrounding journalists were already clicking away their cameras. They seemed on the verge of wearing out their shutters. Even Wang Shachi on stage, and the auction organizers backstage, hadn't seen such a miraculous operation. Did Zhang Qian have so much money he couldn't spend it? $1 billion in a minute. Was he really going to do that? Are you thinking of continuing to negotiate a price with me? Fine. I'll pay you $1 billion. Buy you a minute to think again. If a minute's not enough, I'll raise the price again, buying another minute for you to consider. Since Zhang Qian dared to do this, it meant he wasn't afraid of further price increases. In the end, Tang Xingyu reluctantly chose to give up. At the moment he decided to surrender, Tang Xingyu seemed as if all life had drained out of him, slumping into his seat like a lifeless husk. His face was ashen. The moment Tang Xingyu sat down, Liu Ruipeng felt a huge weight lifted off his heart. Jin Changyuan let out a sigh of relief. Li Huan shook his head silently. Oh, why bother? Zhu Chanhao angrily slammed the armrest. If it were him, he would have thrown in as much money as he had. Not cower like this. 101 billion. 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Zheng. Number 17. Wang Shachi finalized the deal. The White Robe Knight now belonged to Zhang Qian. In for consecutive auctions, all won by Zhang Qian. She truly didn't understand the world of the wealthy. Zhang Yanran thought to herself, at this auction ultimately ended in Zhang Qian's victory. Tang Xingyu certainly had courage, but in the face of absolute power, he still seemed insufficient. Not just Tang Xingyu. Any person in his situation would not be able to withstand such immense pressure and choose to retreat. After Zhang Qian stepped onto the stage and signed the legal documents, spent 101 billion, received 1,010 billion in system cashback, now credited. Ding. Zhang Qian's phone received a message confirming the funds coming in. He had earned a lot of money in Jian in these past few days. His account now held 236 billion. As Zhang Qian left the stage, numerous reporters and media flocked around him, wanting to interview him. Mr. Zheng, what was your purpose in purchasing the White Robe Knight? Mr. Zheng, could you share your thoughts on spending 10 billion to acquire this cruise ship? Mr. Zheng. Zhang Qian didn't answer any of the reporters' questions. The auction house increased security personnel to ensure Zhang Qing and others could leave safely. On the other side, Liu Ruipeng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They patted Tang Xingyu's shoulder. Remember to transfer the money back to us. With that, they wore big smiles, whistled, and left first. Tang Xingyu slumped in his seat, staring blankly, feeling powerless. His phone rang in his pocket. Tang Xingyu weakly answered the call. Xingyu, where are you now? What happened at the auction? Did you use that fund? Tell me quickly. On the other end of the call, Tang Chuanyan was questioning frantically. He had transferred 5 billion to reinvigorate Yuhua shipping for Chet Chunqing to take over adjacent markets. This sum was equivalent to half of his life's efforts. If he acted impulsively for the sake of his reputation, Tang Chuanyan would have been banging his head against the wall. He couldn't legally sanction this kid. After all, he was his own biological son, making it complicated. Tang Xingyu, from Chelu, studied at a university in Yezhou and pursued postgraduate studies in Shanghu. What was he getting involved in now? Wasn't he being foolish? Tang Xingyu cast a fierce glance at Chet Chunqing beside him. Chet Chunqing avoided eye contact, not daring to meet Tang Xingyu's eyes. Without a doubt, he must have been the one giving a bad report. Dad, the money is still with me. The other party bid up to 100 billion. I didn't intervene. The voice on the other end of the phone sighed in relief. You return it to me immediately. With that, the call ended. The reporters who failed to interview Zhang Qian came to their senses. Zhang Qian rejecting them was understandable. He was a big shot, after all. But there was another key figure at the event, Tang Xingyu. Though he lost, securing an interview with him would still be worthwhile. The reporters sworn towards Tang Xingyu. Mr. Tang, you and Mr. Zhang are of similar ages. Did you know each other before? Mr. Tang, you hesitated before standing up earlier. Were you pondering over the price? Mr. Tang, how did you persuade the heads of Ruipeng Real Estate, Changyuan Building Materials, Wan Fund, and other companies? Mr. Tang, these four heads couldn't even pool together enough money to reach 9 billion. Do you have the support of the richest man in Jiangnan behind you, hiding in the shadows? Tang Xingyu remained silent, glaring at the reporters. Interviewing a loser just for sensation. Disgusting. Tang Xingyu didn't answer any questions. He left directly. The previously snubbed reporters and media outlets had drastically changed attitudes. Just a loser with a big ego. If it weren't for not being able to interview Zhang Qian, who would bother interviewing you? Exactly. A loser putting on airs. Useless waste. Previously, Zhang Qian refused their interviews as he couldn't be bothered. But Tang Xingyu's refusal turned into an act of arrogance and incompetence. Xingyu, wait for me. After leaving the venue, Tang Xingyu heard a familiar voice behind him. Lu Shanshan, Xingyu. Why leave in such a hurry? Tang Xingyu wasn't deliberately ignoring Lu Shanshan. It's just that he was feeling so low at that moment. He didn't want to talk or see anyone. So, without a word, he left alone, ditching the people around him. He was utterly humiliated by Zhang Qian. It was worse than a dog's fate. In this auction, Zhang Qian emerged victorious. Liu Rupeng and the others didn't lose either. The one who lost most tragically was him. Tang Xingyu felt utterly helpless, filled with sorrow and indignation. He regretted not having enough strength to confront Zhang Qian. Once, he was so proud. He had been the envied golden child since childhood, living in the mouths of many parents as the other people's child. Now he was tasting the bitterness of jealousy himself. Yes, even a person like Tang Xingyu could be envious. Well, I'm leaving first, Tang Xingyu casually replied, and got into the car, driving away. Che Chunqing, Zi Shenhao, Zhao Ying, and others arrived languidly. Shanshan, where's Xiaotan? Zhao Ying, with her heart pounding, ran over, gasping for breath. She asked, is Xiaotan gone? Gone? Che Chunqing's frowning face now formed a distorted expression. He had feared Tang Xingyu acting recklessly, so he secretly called Tang Chuanyan during the event. He couldn't have known the impact it would have on Tang Xingyu. Having followed Tang Chuanyan for decades, he knew the man was as ruthless in business as a hungry wolf, resorting to any means necessary. But toward Tang Xingyu, he was extraordinarily affectionate. He had heard Tang Chuanyan roar at Tang Xingyu just now, which indicated how significant today's events were. Even Tang Chuanyan couldn't keep his temper in check. This was equivalent to nearly 10 years of profit for Starlight Group. If Tang Xingyu had acted recklessly and squandered it in a fit of anger, Tang Chuanyan would have wasted his life's achievements. President Che, what's going on with President Xiaodong? Zi Shenhao, oblivious to the situation, blurted out. Smack, a slap landed on Zi Shenhao's face. Asking your sister. Go bring the car over. Hotel. Zhao Ying's head was heavy, her spirit low. She couldn't muster any strength at all. She hadn't thought about it at all. Zhang Qian suddenly took out 10 billion. From the look of it, even if Tang Xingyu raised the price at that time, he would follow suit without hesitation. Zhao Ying had misunderstood Zhang Qian from the beginning. She had thought Zhang Qian was just a minor vice president at Jiangxin Shipyard, miles and miles behind her. Eventually, Zhang Qian suddenly transformed into the chairman of Kiant Group. After going to Jiangnan, Zhang Qian made big moves repeatedly, throwing out billions at a time, even starting at hundreds of billions in the end. Zhao Ying's heart couldn't take it. The range was just too vast. How could she have done such a foolish thing back then, stubbornly holding a grudge against Zhang Qian and opposing him? She had even thought that Zhang Qian was seizing the opportunity to snatch her company. Little did she know, Zhang Qian had no interest in her fashion company at all. He threw out more than 10 billion casually, just to save face. With Jung Qian's considerable background and power, if he insisted on demanding the 150 million compensation from her, she would have no choice but to give it. According to her daughter, even the wealthiest man in Jiangnan had no face left, making his son kneel down to apologize to Zhang Qian at a party. Not a trace of temper. To push the wealthiest man in Jiangnan to such an extent, Zhang Qian might even be able to pressure her to the point of death with just a phone call. Zhao Ying didn't want to see herself in that kind of situation. Daughter, make sure to persuade little Tang. Don't let him do anything rash. Zhao Ying heard the roar from Tang Chuanya on the side. She was afraid that Tang Xingyu would fall out of favor with his father and not be responsible for any financial matters. He might be the young master of Starlight Group, but he had no official position and no power to handle funds. If he was banned from participating in the company's affairs by his father, they would be in big trouble. Before Lu Shanshan could respond, she received a new message on her phone. He invited me to dinner. Little Tang, then you should hurry and go. Comfort him well. Zhao Ying lay on the bed, unable to even open her eyes, weakly saying, "No." Then who is it? Zhang Qian. After hearing this name, Zhao Ying jumped up from the bed. Zhang Qian. Let me see how he phrased it. Zhao Ying snatched Lu Shanshan's phone and looked at her chat with Zhang Qian. Scrolling up, it was Lu Shanshan sending countless messages to Zhang Qian, with not a single reply from him, as if they had disappeared into thin air. The latest message was from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, are you free tonight? Zhang Qian. Location, Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Upon seeing this message, Zhao Ying was overjoyed. Quick, 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 hurry and say yes. She shoved the phone back. Lu Shanshan replied, I'll be there in 20 minutes. She didn't know why Zhang Qian was inviting her to dinner, but since it was at a hotel, it might not just be a simple meal. She agreed nonetheless. Good daughter, get yourself ready. Put on some makeup, or something nice. When you meet Zhang Qian, make sure to speak nicely to him. It's best not to come back tonight. Lu Shanshan, was her mother driven crazy by torment? She wasn't like this before. Now she was telling her to confront Tang Xingyu and then spend the night at a hotel with Zhang Qian. Isn't this reminiscent of the villainess in a novel? Mom, what are you talking about? Oh, forget it. Just get ready quickly. Zhao Ying urged. Lu Shanshan rolled her eyes. Zhang Qian had just prepared to go downstairs when he received a call from Nikai. Zhang, are you free tonight? What's up? Well, I heard about your success at the auction, scaring the guts out of those people, so I wanted to throw a celebration banquet for you. What do you think? No. I have plans with someone tonight. Zhang Qian refused. However, Nikai persisted. If you have plans, we don't have to have dinner. We can just go to a karaoke bar, sing some songs, drink some alcohol, bring your friends along. It won't take up your whole night. Zhang Qian, this sentence seemed to imply, it won't interfere with you spending the night with a girl. Seeing Nikai being so considerate, Zhang Qian reluctantly agreed. They arrived at Jiangnan Grand Hotel. A girl was standing gracefully at the entrance. She was dressed in a neat JK uniform, wearing a wine-red pleated skirt that showcased her long, fair legs, paired with brown leather shoes. She looked around, occasionally checking her watch, seeming to have waited for a long time. When she saw Zhang Qian, her gloomy face suddenly brightened, as if she had seen the dawn. Let's go in. After they sat down, a polite waiter approached. Just give her the menu. Order whatever you want. Lu Shanshan happily took the menu, ordering several dishes. She was familiar with this restaurant and knew the specialty dishes like goose liver and caviar like the back of her hand, finishing with a bottle of French Chateau Lafite red wine. I don't drink red wine. Just get me a bottle of Zhang Shabai. Zhang Shabai. Both the waitress and Lu Shanshan looked surprised. They both knew Zhang Qian could afford to drink better, but they never expected he would like to drink Zhang Shabai, a cheap mixed liquor. The bottle of French Chateau Lafite Lu Shanshan ordered could buy 1,000 bottles of Zhang Shabai. Smiling, she looked at Zhang Qian. All right. The waiter nodded and quickly noted it down, then went to the kitchen. Lu Shanshan wasn't deterred by this little incident. She knew what her purpose was in coming today. She just didn't understand why Zhang Qian suddenly invited her to dinner. He only sent a location, giving her no chance to refuse. Lu Shanshan decided to test the waters. Do you want to come over here? Sit a bit closer to me. Lu Shanshan tried to bring herself closer to Zhang Qian. While it's proper to have a face-to-face dinner, Zhang Qian's attitude seemed somewhat aloof. Though he didn't make himself look bad, there was still a sense of distance, as if he was 1,000 miles away. Lu Shanshan took the opportunity to introduce the restaurant. I came here once during the summer. The food is quite good, especially the crab band shrimp. They are top-notch in Jiangnan. I'll peel the shrimp for you later. Peeling shrimp. In a romantic date setting, it's usually the guy who peels the shrimp for the girl. Zheng Qian didn't expect Lu Shanshan to suggest she would peel shrimp for him. All right, Zheng Qian agreed. You must have been busy these few days. Lu Shanshan had been trying to message Zheng Qian, sending him dozens of messages every day, but he didn't reply to a single one. She thought he was deliberately ignoring her. After all, Zheng Qian's status now was far superior to his previous one. With hundreds of billions at his disposal, he was no longer someone she could look down on. Yeah, it's been quite busy, but it's over now. If there's nothing else, I'll be going back these days. What about you? When are you going back? Zheng Qian inquired. Only then did the conversation open between them. I should be going back these days, too. You might be busier when you get back, managing all the assets you bought. Zheng Qian shook his head, smiling. Oh no, those matters are entrusted to my subordinates. I'm only responsible for spending money. Haha, you're underestimating yourself. Seeing Zheng Qian smile, Lu Shanshan smiled too. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they chatted more and more. Lu Shanshan helped Zheng Qian dismantle the crab and peel the shrimp for him. In her bag were a phone charger, toiletries, and she had planned not to go back tonight. She even brought an umbrella, just in case Zheng Qian didn't want to use it. She couldn't accept drug abuse afterward, but she was willing to do it for Zheng Qian. The two of them made about the same amount. They also drank some wine. Lu Shanshan's face was flushed. Her tolerance for alcohol was not great, but she still drank quite a bit, just to give Zheng Qian a chance, hinting that she could be taken down tonight. Why are you drinking so much? Zheng Qian asked. Yeah, just having fun with you, Lu Shanshan said, holding her head with one hand, looking a bit tipsy. Can you still hear me clearly now? I can. But another half glass and I might pass out. Lu Shanshan gave Zheng Qian a clear signal. All right. She originally thought Zheng Qian was going to say the classic line, do you need help going upstairs to rest? To her surprise, Zheng Qian opened a bottle of Zhang Xiaobai, which had been placed beside them all along. He poured a glass in front of her. She had just said she would pass out after another half glass of red wine. Now, he was pouring white wine directly. Okay, so Zheng Qian intended to use Zhang Xiaobai this way. Zhang Xiaobai is a blended liquor, very easy to make one drunk. Is he planning to give her a strong dose tonight? Does he not plan on letting her sleep? But Lu Shanshan was wrong. Zheng Qian raised his glass. Lu Shanshan, I did have a crush on you before, pursued you, and wrote you love letters. But that's all in the past. Don't dwell on what I did before. The future is still long. This glass, to the past, Zheng Qian finished, downing the drink in his cup. When I saw you at the gym, I still regarded you as a friend, despite the unpleasantness with Kui Jinghui and you apologizing for tanshing you on my behalf. I really didn't intend to ask for the 150 million compensation from you. It's just that what you all did was a bit too much. You know, someone tried to butter me up by telling me all about your flip-flops. I won't bring up these matters anymore. After today, let's part ways gracefully. I will have the legal sanction document revoked. In the future, whether it's social interactions or the business world, let's not have any more connections. The second glass, to the present. After finishing his speech, Zheng Qian downed the drink again. Lu Shanshan furrowed her eyebrows. I hope in the future, you can maintain your innocence and purity as you did in university, and keep a clean heart. Give me a good impression, and leave a clean space for yourself. Don't make me look down on you. The third glass, to the future. After finishing his drink, Zheng Qian took out a bank card from his pocket, which had 100,000 yuan inside. Placing it on the table, he left without looking back. Lu Shanshan sat bewildered, dumbfoundedly in her seat. The contrast was too great. Lu Shanshan couldn't react for a moment. Weren't they just having a good conversation? Lu Shanshan was already prepared to go to the hotel room upstairs with Zheng Qian, but he suddenly toasted himself 3 glasses of wine. Lu Shanshan was directly dizzy. Looking out through the hotel window, Zheng Qian was already downstairs. A Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the entrance. Kangming Shipping's Zhang Lekong wore white gloves, acting as the driver. Changsong Shipping's Fan Mingsu smiled and opened the car door for Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, wait. Lu Shanshan shouted downstairs, not knowing if Zheng Qian heard. She ran downstairs as if she were crazy. Just as she reached the elevator entrance, Lu Shanshan stopped in her tracks. Should she continue chasing? Should she give up? Zheng Qian's final words, hoping she would leave a good impression, and leaving a clean space for herself, not to make him look down on her, were clear. He had already toasted 3 glasses of wine, showing utmost respect. The two would now be like strangers, with the end of their kindness and loyalty. Lu Shanshan suddenly felt like she had lost her backbone. After returning to her seat, tears fell uncontrollably. She took out her phone, wanting to talk to someone, but who should she call now? Kui Jinghui, Zhang Jian, Tang Xingyu? None were suitable. In a moment, Lu Shanshan, once a woman of great pride, found herself without anyone to talk to, vent her emotions, or share her burdens with. Demariat KTV, young Master Zheng, we have been waiting for you. As Zheng Qian was welcomed into the private room, Ni Kai opened his arms and gave him a big hug. If not for fear of Zheng Qian's disgust, Ni Kai really wanted to kiss Zheng Qian on the face. Please, sit down quickly, young Master Zheng. Including Zheng Qian, there were 5 people in the room. Ni Kai, Zhang Lekong, Fan Mingsu, and Yin Yanyan. We didn't keep you waiting, did we? Ni Kai invited Zheng Qian in and gave him the main seat. No. That's good. That's good. Tonight, don't let young Master Zheng drink too much. He has important matters to attend to. Ni Kai instructed Fan Mingsu and Zhang Lekong. Young Master Zheng, if you happen to drink too much, I'll drive you back. Your room is ready for you, at the River South Grand Hotel. Here's the room key, Ni Kai said, stuffing a room key into Zheng Qian's pocket. Zheng Qian was a bit unsure of what to say. Ni Kai mistakenly thought that Zheng Qian was going to spend the night with a lady. His words just now were to say that if he wanted to sleep with Yin Yanyan, it was also possible, as the room was prepared for them. Xiao Yan. Ni Kai gave Yin Yanyan a look, getting her closer to Zheng Qian. Yin Yanyan wore a black lace outfit tonight, matching her innocent face, causing a strong contrast that could easily arouse a man's desire. Fan Nanzhang dared not have any thoughts other than admiration. Young Master Zheng, I heard about your domineering performance at the auction. You were so powerful. If I had known about this earlier, even if my wife was giving birth, I would have gone to the scene to cheer you on. Ni Kai flattered profusely, impressing Fan Mingsu and Zhang Lekong. No wonder Ni Kai had risen to his current position in the entertainment industry. He was so ruthless, to have to go cheer for Zheng Qian even if his wife was giving birth. Such words could only be said by him. Truly, a man of honor. Unlike the two of them, whose mouths and brains were dull, and could only use foolish methods, Zhang Lekong very loyal showed his loyalty. Fan Mingsu even wanted to introduce his daughter Fan Sisi to develop a relationship with Zheng Qian. You're too kind, Manager Ni. Young Master Zheng, what kind of words are these? If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I won't say I'll come at your beck and call, but as long as you call, I'll help you with anything at any time. Zheng Qian raised 10 billion just now, aiming to elevate Yin Yanyan's status. By putting another 10 billion at the auction and dominating the stage, he scared the wits out of those people. This was truly terrifying. Several people began to praise Zheng Qian profusely. However, Zheng Qian seemed distracted by Yin Yanyan. She leaned half her body against Zheng Qian's shoulder, her arm intentionally or unintentionally touching him. After 2 glasses of wine, Zheng Qian discreetly squeezed her delicate and fair hands. Others might not have noticed, but Ni Kai saw it all. It was on. They were already holding hands. This was a significant progress. Now holding hands, within 2 hours, Zheng Qian might change his mind and go to the River South Grand Hotel where he had arranged to spend the night. Yes, that quickly. From holding hands to booking a room, it only took 2 hours. Some simps chasing goddesses might not succeed even after 3 years. At most they could hold hands. But Zheng Qian was different. Pop. Ni Kai clapped his hands. A row of girls dressed sexily, with quite the appearance, walked in from outside the door. They looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, seemingly still in the school stage, so fresh they could almost drip water, and were about 7 or 8 years younger than Zheng Qian. Zheng Xiao, good evening. Zheng Qian? This situation felt a bit like being in a nightclub. Is this serious? Zheng Xiao, these are the new batch of artists I just recruited. They haven't debuted yet. Let them sing for you. What would you like to hear? Feel free to choose. Girl. Pop. Nikai clapped his hands again. Jun Xiao wants to hear girl. Zilin, Ziliu. You two come. The rest stand aside. The prelude gradually began. The other girls who ran specially from Hong Kong Island all had envy written all over their faces. They had heard about Yin Yanyan's situation long ago, who had offended a big shot a few years ago and was benched by the talent agency. Unexpectedly, Manager Ni had such connections. He could even help find sponsors for these types of artists. It was said that Zhang Qian was the top big shot in Kyushu, worth billions. They were all in high spirits tonight, eager to show off in front of Zhang Qian. Maybe he would take a liking to one of them, or a few. Manager Ni had said that Zhang Qian was very generous with money. Just the gift for Yin Yanyan's meeting alone was 10 billion. This was the reality of the adult world. It was all about drawing cakes for each other. What Nikai said couldn't be called a lie. That 10 billion was indeed given to Yin Yanyan. You could even understand it as a meeting gift. Yin Yanyan's eyes seemed to avoid something. Why were these girls staring at her all the time? It was all because of her relationship with Zhang Qian. Quite embarrassing. The rest of the female artists took turns singing. Jun Xiao, how were they? Did they sing well? Nikai specifically chose a few with good voices and booked plane tickets for them to fly from Hong Kong Island to Jiangnan at the first opportunity. They were all pretty good. But none sang as well as Ziyin, Zhang Qian said, as his finger slid back and forth on Yin Yanyan's hand. Yin Yanyan had never interacted with a man like this before. Just the scratching made her heart itch. She subconsciously crossed her legs. Creak. The door suddenly pushed open. Oh, sorry, wrong way. It's Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. The ones who walked into the wrong room were Zhu Hanfu and Lin Chenji. Immediately, Zhu Hanfu called the headwaiter. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you giving Zhang Xiao this kind of drink? Go, fetch the 2 bottles of Romane Conti I store. Serve it to Zhang Xiao. The two of them entered with smiles to greet Zhang Qian, but upon seeing the alcohol on the table, they wasted no time in instructing the headwaiter to replace it with the top-quality stored wine. Zhang Qian's expression darkened instantly. How did you know I was here? Zhang Qian asked curiously. Zhang Xiao, it's just a coincidence. Yes, Zhang Xiao, we often come here to play. We walked into the wrong room. Didn't expect to run into you, the big Buddha. The two of them smiled on the surface, but sweat dripped down their backs. Immediately after the auction ended, they received news. Zhang Qian had invested 10 billion and even bid for extra time. This scared them out. After all, more than half of Tan Xingyu's 9 billion funds were from their hands. If Zhang Qian found out about this, they would be in big trouble. The reputation of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan was too significant, attracting many enemies. Many people were polite to him on the outside, but had different thoughts inside. If they found the right opportunity to tell Zhang Qian about this, who knew how he would deal with them, rather than being manipulated, they would take the initiative to improve their relationship with Zhang Qian. After the auction, the two learned of Zhang Qian's whereabouts and heard he would be hosting a celebration banquet at this KTV tonight. They came together, intentionally entering the room claiming they walked in by mistake. Don't play dumb, just speak your mind. Zhang Qian rubbed his nose. There's no way Tan Xingyu could gather that much money in a short time. You two must be secretly helping behind the scenes, right? Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenju panicked upon hearing this, sweating profusely. They were afraid Zhang Qian would find out. That's why they had come to probe first. But they didn't expect to blurt out their worries directly. This was not hard to guess. Being so attentive, they clearly had something up their sleeves. Zhang Qian had already suspected the source of Tang Xingyu's funds. These two came out immediately after the auction ended. Wasn't this like digging their own graves? Having done something suspicious, they put themselves on the spot. Their brains seemed to fail them in that instance. Plop. After Zhang Qian confronted them, he immediately knelt down. This startled Nikai, as well as the girls surrounding the couch. Fen Mingsu and Zhang Lekan almost spewed out their drinks. This sudden kneeling was just too unexpected. Jiannan's wealthiest man had no face in front of Zhang Qian. The two knelt down and pleaded for forgiveness. Zhang Xiao, I apologize. Zhang Xiao, I was confused. Zhang Xiao, it's all because of that Tan Xingyu. He strongly persuaded us, using moral blackmail to extort money from us. They said that if we didn't pay, we'd have no place in Jiangnan. the people would criticize us as evil capitalists for life. Yet, Zheng Xiao, we didn't want to pay either. While the two began shifting the blame, they were slick old-timers. They always pushed responsibility to others if they weren't present. They feared Zheng Qian. What they feared more was Zheng Qian's power and background. Little did they know, there wasn't much behind Zheng Qian. He had always been a lone wolf. But with Fan Mingsu, Zhang Lekong, and others kissing up to him, and Zheng Qian's generous spending, it gave the illusion of some powerful background. It was all their fabricated fantasies. From Zheng Qian's understanding of Tang Xingyu, he would never say such things. He'd match whatever amount was raised with Tang Xingyu head-on. Moral blackmail wasn't his style. Not honest. Since you're secretly funding behind the scenes and still don't dare show yourselves, it's because you don't acknowledge my authority, right? So, I will immediately order the establishment of an office within Qianzhou Group to specifically counter the Jiangnan forces and declare war. If you don't acknowledge me, we can. Let's truly battle in business. Though my group is in shipping and unrelated to your industry, I can set up an office to counter you directly. Whatever projects you take on, I will follow suit. What do you think? Damn it. After these words, the two were scared to death. What the heck was going on? Battle how? Clash heads? How could they compete with Zheng Qian? Smash eggs with a rock? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do that. Zheng Qian couldn't be just bluffing. Given everyone's understanding of Zheng Qian, he might actually do such a thing. Bidding more than 7 billion for the White Robe Knight. What couldn't Zheng Qian do? Ni Kai, Fen Mingsu, Zhang Lekong were stunned by Zheng Qian. Zhu Hongfu was the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, after all, and much older than Zheng Qian. To scare a tycoon like this using such methods. What was even more pitiful was that Zhu Hongfu caved in. Zhu Hongfu was deeply regretful. How could he not cave in? Zheng Qian was literally going to outspend him to death. Maybe Zheng Qian was planning to enter his industry. Then, not only would he crush him, but he might also snatch all the cake in Jiangnan. So what if he was the wealthiest man in Jiangnan? In front of Zheng Qian, he meant nothing. Zheng Xiao, we were wrong. Sorry. From now on, you are like a big brother to me. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I'll go through fire and water for you. Fen Mingsu, Zhang Lekong, Ni Kai, damn. Were these words really coming from the mouth of a tycoon? Too ruthless. Yin Yanyan had only seen such a scene at a social event once before, but it was nowhere near as exaggerated. She was utterly amazed. The newly signed female artists who had flown over from Hong Kong Island were extremely shocked. So, this was the new sponsor manager Ni had found for Yin Yanyan. Zhu Hongfu liked to show off and go to seminars on Hong Kong Island every day, sharing success experiences. Even they had heard of Zhu Hongfu's name as the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. But who would have thought that in front of Zheng Qian, he was like a mouse facing a cat, a fox meeting a tiger, directly kneeling and begging. The scene was extremely dramatic. More exciting than a novel. Zheng Xiao, this is a compensation gift I've prepared for you. Please accept it. Yes. Yes. I have also prepared something. At Zheng Qian's level, what could he not afford? He didn't really need any gifts, but you have to give gifts when it's appropriate. Isn't there a saying that goes, if you give a gift, people might forget. If you don't, they'll remember forever. How can we not send a gift? This is a set of villas by Yanhu Lake in Jiangnan and Beiyu Lake. Please keep the keys. Zhu Hongfu directly took out his treasured villa that he had kept for a long time without even staying in it, and gave it to Zheng Qian. This villa's size is even larger than several football fields combined. Custom built by a top Italian designer. The total cost was probably around 2 billion. Lin Chenji had also prepared a villa, but it couldn't compare to Zhu Hongfu's. He directly took out his collection of sports cars and gave them to Zheng Qian. Zheng Xiao, this is a Lamborghini Posen K I purchased from Lamborghini, the only one in the world. I haven't even registered the plates. It's absolutely brand new. The Lamborghini Posen K is much more superior compared to ordinary luxury vehicles, using only the best materials. In addition, both of them put out a bank card on the table. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope Zheng Xiao won't be angry. The bank cards each contain 1 billion in cash. Zheng Qian's heart was stirred by a ripple. Originally meant to just scare them, he never thought he would obtain so many good things. 20 billion in cash, a top villa in Jiangnan, a Lamborghini Posen K. What a buddy. Is this what high society is like? No. He can't show his emotions. Zheng Qian calmly accepted the gifts. Seeing Zhang Qian accept them, Zhu Hanfu and Lin Chenju breathed a sigh of relief. However, the heavy burden in their hearts had not fully lifted. Zhang Qian was just too composed. It was as if he already had all these things, completely unfazed. For ordinary people, this was a lifetime goal worth striving for. Zhang Qian's indifferent attitude made them even more convinced of their thoughts. Let's go. I want to listen to some music. Don't disturb my mood. Yes. Yes. We'll leave now. The two of them glanced at each other, and after giving the gifts, they tactfully left the karaoke room. The whole room fell into silence. No one dared to break the imposing silence. By the way, Zhang Qian spoke first. Zifan, Zizhang, how do you plan to develop in the future? Fan Mingsu and Zhang Lekan had been serving him for so long, and if they didn't receive any benefits, Zhang Qian would feel awkward. He now owned 3 cruise ships and 1 modern cargo ship. Along with Qianza Group's original profit, there was still billions in cash sitting in Zhang Qian's personal account, always available. It was time to expand the scale of Qianza Group. Finally, it was their turn. Zhang Xiao, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Xiao, I will develop according to your plans. The two of them didn't dare to speak up. Since Zhang Qian had asked in this way, he must have his thoughts. If they didn't listen, Zhang Qian might make sure they did. It was better to just follow his lead and gain a reputation for being obedient and sensible. How many cargo ships do you both have in total? If I remember correctly, it should be more than 30, right? Zhang Qian recalled an analysis report. Both of them broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, it was over 30. Zhang Qian probably had a plan to deal with them long before. How else could he have such detailed information? Zhang shouted, together we should have 30 for cargo ships. Where do you want us to develop? Zhang Qian rubbed his chin. He hadn't thought about it much. According to the news from the Yi province, their transportation capacity was not enough. In that case, do you have any plans for transitioning? Transition? Transition to what? Both of them had been in the shipping business for half their lives, so their knowledge was limited to the sea. Zhang Lekan, didn't you want to operate a cruise ship before? I'll give you the Platinum Princess, with 55% profit share, but you have to give up 70% of Kangming Shipping's shares and become part of Qianza Group. Kangming Shipping was slightly larger than Dream Shipping, valued at a few billion. Giving away 70% of the shares for the operating rights of a cruise ship with a profit share of 55% was indeed a very profitable deal. Zhang Lekan had long planned to operate a cruise ship. Cruise ships were fantastic. Less work, more money, global travel, and you could also socialize with rich and wealthy individuals. If this deal were available on the market, there would likely be many willing buyers. Without much thought, Zhang Lekan readily agreed. The 9-state Dream is slightly larger than the Platinum Princess, with a different style that can appeal to foreign guests. If you agree to manage the cruise ship, you'll need to give 5% more of your shares than Zizhang. That is, give 75% of your shares to Qianza Group and operate under its banner as well. Changsong Shipping was slightly larger than Kangming Shipping, but this deal was still profitable. Damn. Backed by Zhang Qian, he would definitely earn more in the future than operating alone. With Zhang Qian's development trend, it wouldn't be long before he became a key figure in 9-state shipping. Rather than being taken over later, it was better to surrender early and join Zhang Qian's camp. Fan Mingsu also agreed. Zhang Qian nodded in satisfaction. The operation of the cruise ship was resolved. Fan Mingsu and Zhang Lekan became his subordinates. The other onlookers were left in a daze. With just a few words, a multi-billion-dollar deal was made. All right, let's leave it at that for tonight. Zhang Qian stood up. Ni Kai, Zhang Lekan, Fan Mingsu, and Yin Yanyan quickly rose as well, not daring to sit for another moment longer. Zhang Xiao, won't you play a little longer? I'm done playing, I've had enough. It's time to go back. Zhang Qian thought if he stayed out too late, he might face Song Yaxian's wrath. This girl didn't care about his status or rank and would speak her mind easily. She was fiercer than Xia Qianxi. Why did he end up with secretaries like them? Zhang Qian couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiao, since you're tired, let's call it a night. You've been drinking, so why don't you let one of my men drive you back? Zhang Qian nodded. That was a good idea. He had no idea where Ni Kai found a Rolls-Royce, but it certainly looked quite prestigious. Ziyin, you should accompany Zhang Xiao on the way. Don't let anything happen. If anything happens, call me immediately. Yin Yanyan nodded. Zhang Qian didn't pay attention at first. But when the car arrived at the destination, Zhang Qian realized something was wrong. "We're here," Zhang shouted. As soon as Zhang Qian got out of the car door, he realized this wasn't the hotel he was supposed to stay in. The glamorous 5 characters of the hotel, Jianan Grande Hotel. "Zhang Qian, you brought me to the wrong place. I'm not staying here." Yin Yanyan also got out of the car at this point. Ignoring Zhang Qian's thoughts, she directly told the driver, "You can go now." The driver nodded. He was instructed by Ni Kai to take Zhang Qian to Jianan Grande Hotel. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Do you have any ideas about me? I'm shy. Don't pull this on me." Yin Yanyan felt very embarrassed by Zhang Qian's actions. It seemed like she was forcing Zhang Qian. "Go ahead." Yin Yanyan's cheeks blushed like a ripe apple, too shy to look Zhang Qian in the eye. In the end, Zhang Qian still followed Yin Yanyan upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, Yin Yanyan threw her bag on the bed. I'll go take a shower first." "Wait a minute." Zhang Qian stopped Yin Yanyan. If you don't shower, you'll be dirty." "Zhang Qian? That's not what he meant at all. You and Ni Kai have misunderstood me." Zhang Qian thought it over and decided to make things clear. "I don't have any intentions towards you. Please don't misunderstand. I'm a decent person. Do you know how others refer to me? How? Righteous Zhang Taiyang." "Zhang Taiyang, what a guy. Truly righteous." Yin Yanyan didn't believe Zhang Qian's words. You can't trust a man's words, not even a punctuation mark. What decent person? Zhang Qian just made that up. Yin Yanyan knew the kind of person Zhang Qian was, changing girls like socks. If he had no intentions towards her, why invest 10 billion in her? During karaoke, Zhang Qian even held her hand. "It's because I think your hands are pretty, but mostly, it's because of the alcohol." Zhang Qian's face was now all red. He had already had a few drinks tonight. JBX Zhang Xiaobai really shouldn't be overindulged. It's easy to get red-faced quickly. I don't believe it. Even if it was because of the alcohol, what about the 10 billion? Would he invest that much if he had no intentions? It's not just millions, it's 10 billion. Cash, transferred directly into the foundation account set up for her. Yin Yanyan witnessed it with her own eyes. It couldn't be fake. Okay. You're a good person. That's it. I'll go shower first, then I'll tell you. After saying this, Yin Yanyan went into the bathroom. Zhang Qian sighed helplessly. Yin Yanyan still didn't understand his intentions. Zhang Qian wanted to stay, but Song Yaxian was still waiting for him at the hotel to plan the work. He couldn't delay. Anyway, Yin Yanyan wouldn't disappear. Wherever she was, a phone call would bring her right back. It's better to go back now. Zhang Qian thought this and quietly slipped out of the hotel. Moments later, Yin Yanyan, wrapped in a bathrobe, with damp hair, walked out of the bathroom. She looked around and realized, where was everyone? Zhang shouted. No response. Shouldn't he have pounced on her at this moment? Why was he playing hide and seek now? Zhang Qian, where are you? After a long time with no response, did he really leave? At this critical moment, he actually left. Yin Yanyan frowned. Was she not attractive enough to Zhang Qian? Were there girls outside who were better looking or had better figures? Goodness, this was the greatest humiliation Yin Yanyan had ever faced. If a woman couldn't keep a man at night, it was utterly embarrassing. Zhang Qian couldn't possibly have no intentions towards her, right? The 10 billion was proof enough. Soon, she received a message from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, I still need to arrange work for several ships tonight. This is moving too fast. It's not suitable. I'll take you out to dinner sometime. Arranging work so late. Zhang Qian really was a workaholic. No wonder he was so rich. The effort he puts in must be many times more than others. There's an old saying, heroes struggle to overcome the beauty's obstacle. Yin Yanyan had cleaned herself up, brought herself to Zhang Qian's doorstep, yet he still only thought about work. That's impressive. A man who can control his desires is a tough one. Zhang Qian's words, this is moving too fast, it's not suitable, struck a chord in Yin Yanyan. Deep down, she had some resistance. The 10 billion still couldn't make her sell her body. But circumstances forced her, unexpectedly. Zhang Qian wasn't the kind of person she thought he was. Realizing this, Yin Yanyan's inner resistance towards Zhang Qian dissipated completely. She admired him more deeply. Not all rich second generations spend money recklessly. Zhang Qian not only wanted her body, but also wanted to control her heart. didn't he? He was even more ruthless than a typical playboy rich second gen. I've booked a flight for tomorrow afternoon at 3. And your stuff is already packed. Song Yaxian pointed to the packed luggage. She was afraid Jun Qian might oversleep the next morning, so she booked an afternoon flight. After waking up, he could shower, eat, and head to the airport. Oh, and one more thing. I took the liberty of canceling the suite next door to save some money. The price of a presidential suite is no joke. She knew Jun Qian was rich, but she couldn't spend money like that. A presidential suite was enough for 2 people. Heck, even for 7 or 8 people. Since she had been staying with Jun Qian these days, it made more sense to cancel the room. It could save some money. Jun Qian? No wonder a few days ago Jun Qian had received a message about a deduction from the bank. It wasn't much, just a few million, so Jun Qian didn't think too much about it. So, it was because of this. It must have been Song Yaxian canceling the room that led to the system deducting the cashback. Song Yaxian wasn't trying to save money. She was throwing his money down the drain. It stung a bit. Darling, promise me. Don't do this next time. Not a single cent of the money you spent is allowed to be refunded. Song Yaxian? Jun Qian seemed genuinely angry. So, this is what a domineering CEO is like. No wonder in romance novels, the big boss is a popular character. Spoiling by a domineering CEO feels this way. Huh. It's pretty heartwarming. Just a bit costly. This trip to Jiangnan was quite rewarding for Jun Qian. It could be considered a fruitful return. Suddenly, his phone received a message from Zhang Yanren. Zhang Yanren, when are you coming back? Zhang Yanren, will you still be in Jiangnan tomorrow night? Zhang Yanren, there are some things I haven't talked to you about. Work-related matters. I might not be able to return for a while. How come you can't go back? Are you planning to flirt with other girls behind my back? Jun Qian, how is that possible? If I were to flirt, it would be openly. Jun Qian said with a smirk. You don't say such things in the future. All right, I won't say it. HMPH. Song Yaxian had changed from being aloof to now being coquettish. Just a trip to Jiangnan had caused her to change so much. Who doesn't have a bit of possessiveness? Then why aren't you returning to Yi City? Song Yaxian asked. Before Jun Qian could show her the chat history with Zhang Yanren, a stranger's number called in. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? I'm from the auction house. What's the matter? Mr. Zhang, after our inspection, we found that you need to sign to legal documents. This is a requirement from the Maritime Bureau. Are you free tomorrow? We can meet and sign them. Jun Qian made an appointment with the auction house for tomorrow. Looking at it this way, Jun Qian seemed like he really couldn't leave for a while. But Song Yaxian had already packed up to leave. Jun Qian had a sudden idea. You heard that? It's really something important, Jun Qian said helplessly. You should go back first and manage the company for me. To punish you for checking out of the room without my knowledge, I've decided ... Song Yaxian's heart trembled. What was he planning to do tonight? Was he going to suddenly pull out a whip from behind? I've decided to charter a private plane to send you back to Yi City. The overbearing CEO style was back. You really don't need to. I booked first-class tickets. Why would you take a private jet alone? It's only a 2 or 3 hour flight. Song Yaxian was touched, but she didn't want Jun Qian to waste money like that. No, you can't refuse. To make up for the millions he had lost, this was the only way. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep tonight. When Song Yaxian heard this, she immediately begged for mercy. She was starting to fear Jun Qian. All right, I'll listen to you. Please let me have a good night's sleep. The next day, Jun Qian sent Song Yaxian to the airport. Before boarding the private plane, Song Yaxian gently kissed Jun Qian on the cheek. I've marked my territory here. For the next few days, you can't kiss any other women. Just for a few days. Jun Qian readily agreed. It was only for a few days. He could control himself. Okay. Go up quickly. After the plane took off, Jun Qian received a text message on his phone confirming the cashback for the private plane. It was in the millions. Compared to billions and trillions, it wasn't much, but every little bit counts. That evening, Jun Qian arrived at a high-end restaurant as Zhang Yanren had mentioned. After sitting down, Zhang Yanren skillfully ordered a wide variety of dishes. Jun Qian had never heard of most of the dishes, far fancier than what Lushan Shan had ordered last time. I heard you had a celebration banquet yesterday. Why didn't you invite me? Jun Qian. Those kinds of occasions weren't suitable for Zhang Yanren. It wasn't my doing. It was Nikai and the others who insisted on dragging me there. I couldn't say no. I didn't even think of having a celebration banquet. Zheng Qian excused himself. He had learned from Zhu Hongfu to pass the blame onto whoever wasn't present. Besides, Zhang Yanren couldn't verify the truth anyway. The auction has ended. Aren't you leaving soon? I actually have a flight this afternoon at 3 o'clock, but you made an appointment with me, so I let my secretary leave first. Zheng Qian answered truthfully. Zhang Yanren chuckled. He was quite good at flirting with girls. Tell me, what are your plans for the 3 cruise ships and that cargo ship you bought? Zheng Qian hadn't thought much about it. He was just trying to earn cash back. However, buying them and leaving them at the dock was a waste. I've handed the Platinum Princess and Kyushu Dream over to my subordinates. As for the Royal Symphony, it's up to you. As for that large modern cargo ship, that was the focus of this dinner. The White Robe Knight, which Zhang Yanren initially intended to operate in cooperation with Zheng Qian, was now valued at 10 billion. She didn't know how to broach the subject. It was a hefty premium. It could buy 2 Asian shipping companies. Even Zhang Yanren couldn't help but feel a shiver. That was the terrifying aspect of Zheng Qian's strength. You never knew how much money he would come up with next. Let's go with our previous plan to cooperate. However, your people will coordinate with mine, and I'll send a team to Jianan. We should operate together. I can't let your people do all the work. Zheng Qian smirked. This modern cargo ship was more profitable than those 100,000-ton freighters. A few of these modern cargo ships that could carry tens of thousands of containers were essential for becoming the top in Kyushu. The profits were high, and the prestige was great. Looking at it now, Asia Airlines wasn't that big. However, being the leader of the 5 shipping alliance, they had rooted themselves in the industry for 3 generations. There were many successful experiences to learn from. Zhang Yanren couldn't help but admire Zheng Qian. It wasn't just coordinating, it was sending people to learn from Asia Airlines operations and management experience. Zhang Yanren grumbled to herself. She secretly admired Zheng Qian. He was truly a man capable of making big things happen. Not only was he smart and courageous, but he was also resourceful in all situations. All right, it's fine for your people to come, but pretending to learn so openly, Zhang Yanren couldn't refuse. Zheng Qian had sacrificed a lot for the bigger picture. Sending people to learn from each other's experiences was natural. It was a friendly exchange. In the future, they might become allies on the same front. With Crane Group and Asia Airlines, joining forces in Asia would undoubtedly lead to rapid growth and expansion. After discussing work, Zhang Yanren changed the subject abruptly and bluntly asked, "Do you really not had any thoughts about me?" Zheng Qian? Zhang Yanren's sudden question caught him off guard. It seemed familiar, like he had heard it the night before, but that was what Yin Yanyan had said. Before Zheng Qian could answer, Zhang Yanren continued, "Actually, I think we could try to develop something. Whether it's suitable or not, whether it can work out in the end, we need to get in touch first. You don't have to worry about me rejecting you." Zhang Yanren has rejected many people in her life. Some people didn't even have the opportunity to be rejected. After these few days of contact, Zhang Yanren realized that her previous understanding of Zheng Qian was still too shallow. Even now, Zhang Yanren feels that what she sees is just the tip of the iceberg of Zheng Qian's abilities. However, Zheng Qian is clear about himself. He is a good person. He doesn't hold grudges. He is broad-minded. There had been some friction between her and Zheng Qian before, and the misunderstanding was deep. In this situation, Zheng Qian still helped her financially without hesitation. He also made a killing at the auction of the White Robe Knights. Up to now, the two of them had not signed any legal documents in black and white. It has always been said that close relatives settle scores. Zheng Qian's actions showed Zhang Yanren that he trusted her 100%. "Why are you asking like that? Is it too direct?" Zheng Qian almost spewed out the wine in his mouth. Is Zhang Yanren hinting at him to confess? Should his next words be, "Let's be together"? If you ask this, saying "I have no thoughts" is false. But it's just thoughts. Also, aren't you always saying that I flirt around with so many women? Aren't you afraid that I'll keep a mistress and have several girlfriends at the same time? Zhang Yanren coldly snorted upon hearing this. "I will keep an eye on you." She was not afraid even if Zheng Qian had multiple girlfriends. In Zhang Yanren's eyes, there was a compelling sense of confidence. If the two of them truly fell in love, she believed Zheng Qian would gradually change. As an outstanding woman, she didn't even pay attention to those other women. What can those girls compete with her on? Education, background, family status, temperament, looks? With her qualifications, she was an extremely rare resource in society. All kinds of young masters, second-generation rich, people with background, all wanted her, right? Jun Qian. He didn't even know what to say. Why is Zhang Yanran so confident? Calling her an ordinary pretty girl didn't fit either, because she was indeed outstanding. But Zhang Qian felt that Zhang Yanran's confidence was overblown. In the past, Zhang Yanran was someone he could not reach. But now, Zhang Qian had many options. What kind of woman couldn't he find? Actually, I don't have that kind of intention towards you. Zhang Qian's implied meaning was, I just crave your body. When it comes to relationships, let's forget it. Zhang Qian still had someone in Yi Prefecture. He recently added a new person, Sun Yaxian, who was also a jealous woman. If they found out, he might be torn to pieces. After hearing this, Zhang Yanran had serious doubts in her heart. No intention? Does that mean in terms of romantic relationship? If there's no intention, then what was Zhang Qian doing? Zhang Yanran couldn't find the meaning behind it. Seeing Zhang Yanran looking puzzled, her favorable impression of Zhang Qian also decreased by 10 points. Zhang Qian really wanted to say, I'm just using you as a tool to get cash back from the system by dating you. He could think like that, but couldn't say it. Zhang Qian changed his tone. You're so outstanding, I feel like I'm not quite right for you. Zhang Qian's words were clear. Aren't you outstanding too? Why are we not right? Zhang Yanran was a little annoyed. Seeing her still unyielding, Zhang Qian decided to crush her hopes. Cooperation could be discussed, but not romance. I actually don't really like long-distance relationships. What's the point of a long-distance relationship? You're in Jiangnan, I'm in Yi Prefecture. We're both busy all the time. Who knows when we'll be able to see each other? At most we video call each other. It's bound to cause problems sooner or later. Not only does it waste time, but it can also be troublesome if it affects our careers. Zhang Qian shook his head, showing a sad look of regret. Zhang Yanran was confused. Only now did she understand Zhang Qian's meaning. This was a polite rejection, right? Just now, anyone with a brain could have heard her meaning. Any request from Zhang Qian, she would agree to. Before coming, Zhang Yanran had imagined various possibilities. She just didn't expect Zhang Qian to reject her. Why? Was she not worthy? Zhang Yanran's suitors could line out from north to south. How many people didn't even have the chance to confess, let alone be rejected by her? Zhang Qian didn't even consider it and politely refused her. He wouldn't even try, thinking there would be no results and it would affect his career. Is family or career more important? He's already so successful. Does he still need to focus on his career? What nonsense! Zhang Yanran was so angry she wanted to curse. How infuriating! I still need to sign two documents. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhang Yanran at this moment crossed her arms, leaned back with her legs crossed, a sharp chill gathering on her face sharper than a sword. If you're leaving, don't ever see me again. Send your messages through my assistant. Zhang Yanran spoke harshly. She thought Zhang Qian would soften and stay to talk with her. But unexpectedly, he took his coat from the chair and left without a word. Really? Really leaving? In a certain cafe in Jiangnan, Wan Shaoqi stood at the door, holding two folders, patiently waiting for Zhang Qian. The Maritime Bureau suddenly changed its regulations, so Zhang Qian needed to sign two documents. Her boss said she had an appointment with Zhang Qian at 11 o'clock. She didn't expect it to be 11 p.m. Is he so busy that he only has time at 11 p.m.? Complaints aside, Wan Shaoqi carefully dressed up before going out. She didn't want to meet Zhang Qian and be told she didn't look good enough. Who says such things to a girl? So rude. Her thoughts were in chaos, not noticing that passers-by were constantly looking back at her on the street. That lady over there looks so good. I bet you 50. Could you go get her contact information for me? Forget it. Even if you give me 100, I won't go. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? She may have a boyfriend. Let's not make a move and get a scolding. Seeing Wan Shaoqi, the passers-by whisper and discussed. The most common questions were about Wan Shaoqi's appearance and figure, and whether she had a boyfriend. It's already past 11:30. Why isn't he here yet? Favorability, 30 points. Hello, miss. Can I get to know you? A young man dressed in trendy fashion approached Wan Shaoqi to start a conversation. He wore a red cloth t-shirt, khaki Stone Island shorts, Louis Vuitton white casual shoes with a touch of green, ear piercings, a platinum necklace, and a crowd ring on his index finger. From head to toe, he had the word fashion written all over him. Looking up, his cheeks were covered in white foundation, eyebrows neatly groomed, high-bridge nose highlighted, earth tones for eye makeup, and even some false eyelashes. A complete package for someone destined to be an online influencer. Such a young man could easily attract girls at bars or clubs. Wow. Handsome guy. As expected, beautiful girls look for handsome boyfriends. This young man was Kang Yi, the most widely circulated trendy boy online, fashion-forward and stylish. Relying on his exquisite makeup skills and a wardrobe full of fake brand names, he probably slept with countless girls. Standing alone on the roadside, Wan Shaoqi became Kang Yi's target. Wan Shaoqi raised her eyelids. Seeing Kang Yi, she instinctively felt repulsed. "I have no interest in getting to know you," Wan Shaoqi retorted directly. "Hey, why not get to know each other? Let's add each other on WeChat. Are you adding me, or am I adding you?" Kang Yi was very knowledgeable about the art of flirting. Old tricks used by someone like Zi Shinhao are already outdated. The key is not to fear rejection. You must have thick skin. Kang Yi had approached countless girls like Wan Shaoqi before. As long as he could get their WeChat, he had 1,000 ways to get them into his bed. "I've already said no. Why are you like this? I'm waiting for someone. Please leave." Wan Shaoqi was angry but politely firm. She felt disgusted seeing such an overbearing man. Damn it, a grown man wearing eye makeup. Eye makeup aside, why go for that non-subtle glittery eye makeup? Wan Shaoqi felt nauseous seeing it. "Miss, just add me. Who are you waiting for? Your boyfriend? What's it to you? Miss, you're so pretty and have a good figure. Did your boyfriend keep you waiting for so long?" Kang Yi raised his wrist, intentionally showing off his high-imitation Rolex Green Water Ghost. The watch had cost him $3,000. "It's already past 11 p.m. How long have you been waiting here? This man is really not up to standard. I'm very considerate to girls. Won't you give it a try and contact me?" The deafening roar of a sports car echoed in the street. A dark gray Lamborghini Venom K slowly parked beside Wan Shaoqi. The passers-by on the street were all attracted by this beast. All the pedestrians on the street had their gaze fixed on this poisonous Lamborghini K. The Lamborghini K Poison. It's a step higher than Poison, claiming to be the most luxurious and prestigious supercar in the world. And it's not an exaggeration. Moreover, this car hasn't even been licensed yet, with a temporary license plate stuck on the windshield. Brand new. This thing, it must be worth more than 20 million. Who is this person? Some passers-by recognized Zhang Qian. Isn't that the 100 billion little brother who has been on the hot search headlines repeatedly these past few days? Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. No wonder he's driving this kind of car. Better than the son of the richest man in Jiangnan, Zhu Zhicheng. Terrifying. The scissor door slowly opened, and Zhang Qian got out of the car. "I'm late. Traffic jam on the way." Lin Chenju thought that the car he sent him was good everywhere, that there were some details that were not done well. For example, the visibility was particularly poor, and the engine cooling wasn't very good, requiring the air conditioning to be constantly on. Turn off the air conditioning, and you immediately start sweating. Wan Shaoqi thought. Zhang Qian's appearance was really timely. The passers-by finally realized at this moment. So Zhang Qian is Wan Shaoqi's official boyfriend. That stylishly dressed man was just a womanizing scoundrel. Ooh, shameless. Zhang Qian is too terrifying, changing girlfriends every day. These days, the hot searches in Jiangnan are all about the 100 billion little brother Zhang Qian and the iceberg female CEO of Jiangnan, Zhang Yanren. With Zhang Yanren, Zhang Qian wasn't satisfied and came out to date Wan Shaoqi late at night. If they have a girlfriend like Zhang Yanren, they might even be willing to break a rib for her to make soup when she's on her period. "This is my boyfriend." Wan Shaoqi proudly introduced Zhang Qian to Kang Yi. Affection +5, current affection 35 points. Zhang Qian heard this and directly fell into a daze. Just arrived. What's going on? How did he become her boyfriend so suddenly? After seeing Zhang Qian, Kang Yi couldn't help but tremble. He is Zhang Qian? Wan Shaoqi's boyfriend is him. No wonder he was waiting on the roadside late at night. What a coincidence. Hitting on Zhang Qian's girlfriend? It's said that last time, someone who slept with the national husband's girlfriend had his penis cut off. Although he was only hitting on her, His intentions were clear. Jun Qian's status was higher than the national husband's. Even the richest men in Jiangnan had to smile at him. He still owes more than 7,000 for the bill. How could he afford to offend such a big shot? Before Jun Qian could speak, Kan Yi scrambled to leave the scene. What's going on? Jun Qian still didn't understand the situation. Let's talk inside. Wan Shaoqi led Jun Qian into the coffee shop. After sitting down, she ordered 2 cappuccinos and explained to Jun Qian. Jun Qian furrowed his brows. Is there really such a person in this world? Disgusting. Jun Qian didn't need makeup at all. As long as he dressed well, he was a perfect handsome guy. Don't be angry. If you weren't good looking and in good shape, how could you have attracted him? Oops. The top-notch big brother of Kyushu, the 100 billion little brother of Jiangnan actually praised me for my figure. Didn't you say before that my figure wasn't good enough? Wan Shaoqi didn't know where she got the courage to say such things to Jun Qian. Regardless of whether he had money or good looks, saying she wasn't curvy enough was like stabbing him in the heart. Jun Qian was a bit surprised. Did he really say that? Huh? Man, you forgot what you said. Oh, I was just joking with you. How come you took it seriously? If you feel bad, just consider it me being cheeky. Is that alright? You didn't even apologize. Jun Qian chuckled. He rarely apologized to women. That should do. Wan Shaoqi pouted. Affection +2. Current affection 37 points. After taking out the 2 contract documents, Jun Qian quickly signed them. Worth mentioning, he didn't sign with his own name, but with Song Yaxian's name. According to the procedures, people from the auction house should have been looking for Song Yaxian, as her name was on the first ownership document, but everyone knew that Jun Qian was the real boss. If they went looking for Song Yaxian instead of Jun Qian, it would be embarrassing and not very dignified. It's still early. Shall I take you shopping? Early? It's already midnight. Is this appropriate? Don't take me for that kind of materialistic girl. I'm not buying it. What's not appropriate? Jun Qian had been in Jiangnan for several days and hadn't had a proper time to relax, always busy with various events. He really wanted to go to the night market in Jiangnan. Let's go. Let's go. Jun Qian grabbed Wan Shaoqi and got into the car, even gentlemanly opening the car door for her. Driving a sports car through Jiangnan at night with a beautiful woman by his side. It didn't cost much money, but they had a great time. Jun Qian felt much more relaxed. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, they both got hungry, so Jun Qian stopped the car in front of a big food stall. Are you just going to park the car here? Yes. Too lazy to search for parking. If I get fined, so be it. Consider it a parking fee. Jun Qian took Wan Shaoqi to sit at the food stall. The surrounding passers-by were amazed. What the hell? Driving a Lamborghini and bringing a girl to eat street food in the middle of the night? Shouldn't they just order delivery to a hotel instead? Boss, bring out the good stuff for me. Wan Shaoqi was surprised. She never expected that Jun Qian, who had caused a stir at the auction, would also come to eat at a food stall in the middle of the night. Affection +3. Watching Jun Qian enjoy the food, she got hungry too. Why aren't you eating? Do you look down on street food? Jun Qian asked curiously. Could anyone really resist street food? No. I eat it normally. Wan Shaoqi picked up a skewer and started eating. The two of them enjoyed their meal happily. Affection +5. Current affection 45 points. Jun Qian. What's going on? We went shopping and ate at a food stall, spent less than 1,000, and my affection rose by 15 points. This woman is too easily pleased. After finishing the food stall, Jun Qian sent Wan Shaoqi back. When they parted ways, Wan Shaoqi hesitated to get out of the car. What's wrong? Will we meet again? Jun Qian was a bit stunned. Then, he nodded at Wan Shaoqi. Definitely. We will meet again. Okay. Watching Wan Shaoqi's figure as she walked away, Jun Qian shook his head helplessly. Another one with a romantic mind. Back at the hotel, Jun Qian carefully thought about what was left to be settled in Jiangnan. Yao Qiuqi had already been sent to Yezhou 2 days ago to prepare, and she would be appointed as a ship captain there. Wait a minute. Yao Mongmon still was here downstairs. Her situation hadn't been resolved yet. After sending her to Jiangnan, except for 2 days ago, he basically ignored her. He almost forgot about her. Immediately, Jun Qian messaged Yao Mongmon to notify her to come to the suite upstairs. Upon receiving Jun Qian's message, Yao Mongmon excitedly hugged her phone and jumped up from the bed. These past few days, she hadn't been feeling too well. always unable to sleep, and only sleeping around 3 or 4 in the morning. Seeing the message from Jung Qian, she was thrilled to call her up at this late hour. Besides doing that kind of thing, maybe there was also an update on her situation. These days, Jung Qian had been extremely busy. Now it was finally her turn. Yao Mongmon was excited but also a bit anxious. Should she change into a different outfit? She didn't know when Jung Qian had started to like the seduction of uniforms. Xia Qianchen, Song Yaxian were always wearing a set of white-collar office suits. Yao Qiuqi wore a sailor uniform, but she didn't have a uniform. Forget it. Let's not change. Yao Mongmon put on a baggy t-shirt and rode the elevator to Jung Qian's suite. When Jung Qian saw her, why wasn't she wearing any pants? Jung Qian knew it was a bit late now, but at least put on some pants. Isn't this asking for trouble? Yao Mongmon looked around the room at a few places that were quite messy. Has Secretary Song left already? Yao Mongmon asked weakly. This question truly stumped Jung Qian on how to answer. Just as he spoke, Yao Mongmon regretted it. Wasn't she implying that there was something going on between Jung Qian and Secretary Song? A boss and a secretary. It wouldn't sound good if it got out. Her head was spinning and she couldn't think straight. Jung Qian didn't feel bothered by it. It was best to act like he didn't know. He nodded. Yes, she has left. Upon hearing this, Yao Mongmon took the initiative to sit next to Jung Qian. Her delicate hand quietly rested on Jung Qian's thigh. Jung Qian, I have always wanted to talk to you. I just never had the chance. I truly know I was wrong. Can you forgive me now? With that, Yao Mongmon's hand ventured further, resting on the inside of Jung Qian's thigh. A man and a woman alone in a room, a spark could ignite a fire. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. If Jung Qian wanted, he could have Yao Mongmon at his mercy until morning. Even if she screamed, no one would come to her rescue. However, Jung Qian didn't actually have that intention before calling Yao Mongmon up. For Yao Mongmon to place her hand so boldly on his thigh, she must have misunderstood his intentions. He just didn't want her to wait any longer. He wasn't calling her up for anything improper. As they say, a good horse does not eat the grass behind it. Jung Qian would remember how Yao Mongmon had treated him before for a lifetime. Later, she turned against him. Jung Qian didn't want to see such a person ever again. The reason he could still sit and talk to her now was solely because Yao Mongmon had redeemed herself by executing a successful plot, allowing Jung Qian to precisely target the Platinum Princess. She had done him a favor. Jung Qian wasn't someone who betrayed trust. He had promised to arrange a job for Yao Mongmon, and he must fulfill that promise. He just didn't want her to stay by his side any longer. You'll fly to Jinmen tomorrow morning. I've already instructed Fen Mingsu to have you supervise on the Juzhou Dream, and the monthly salary isn't bad. Yao Mongmon was very surprised. Did Jung Qian want her to leave? Was it not about coming up to be with him? All right, go now. I'm exhausted and need to sleep. Jung Qian gave Yao Mongmon the order to leave. Yao Mongmon could only leave disheartened. Just as she stepped out, Yao Mongmon burst into tears. Why? Why did she betray Jung Qian? Why did she turn against him? Her nails had dug into her flesh, drawing blood. She regretted her mistake so much, she wished she could just jump off from there. After Yao Mongmon left, Jung Qian handed over the rest of the arrangements to Nikai. This included transporting his poison to the north. He hadn't returned to the company these past few days, spending all his time with Song Yaxian without leaving a single drop of evidence. He slept until late afternoon, returning to the north around 8 or 9 in the evening. Jung Qian didn't return to the company. Instead, he went straight home. He hadn't been in contact with Jin Lu much these days, just a few phone calls, and the feeling of being neglected had crept in. After seeing Jin Lu, as expected, his favorability had decreased. Current favorability, 95 points. Hey, who's this? The top-tier tycoon of Jiangnan, a billionaire young master, who even has a home in the north. I thought you were going to establish yourself in Jiangnan and not come back. Jin Lu seemed a bit unhappy with Jung Qian's actions upon meeting him. Oh, how could I establish myself in Jiangnan? Don't listen to those unreliable media reports. Jung Qian quickly lowered his head. The news spread really fast. Even Jin Lu knew about it. Jin Lu had heard about the coffee shop incident before, but she never confronted Jung Qian about it. It seemed his activities in Jiangnan were quite significant. Even a queen like Jin Lu was feeling restless. Look, after I came back, I didn't even go to the company and came straight back to be with you. I'm very thoughtful, right? Zhang Qian took Yao Manman's slender waist in his arms. What's the deal with that secretary of yours? And the sailor, and the female CEO of Asian Shipping? Zhang Yanren, what's the deal there? Come clean with me right now. Jin Lu pinched Zhang Qian's face harshly. Come clean, I'll definitely be honest. Not just that, I'll properly compensate you. Why? After an hour of intense activity, Jin Lu let out a long sigh. Is this how you're going to compensate me? Well, of course not. I haven't figured out how to compensate you yet. Let me think about it carefully. I'll surely come up with a satisfying compensation plan. Okay. Following Matt, Zhang Qian explained the situations involving those women in details. Of course, he also made some cover-ups and told some white lies with good intentions. Early the next day, Zhang Qian quickly tidied up and returned to the client group. Upon entering the company, Zhang Qian noticed that almost every employee had a difficult-to-describe expression on their faces. When they saw him, they greeted him with a strange look in their eyes, saying excitedly, General Zhang, welcome back. Hey. General Zhang is back. Chan Mengmeng quietly nudged Zhang Xiaoyao with her elbow. Hearing this, both Zhang Xiaoyao and Qin Zulian consciously raised their eyebrows and stared intently at Zhang Qian passing by their workstations. Without stopping, Zhang Qian did not even say hello to them, and went straight into the chairman's office. Zhang Xiaoyao furrowed her brows, and Qin Zuli frowned slightly. They both looked at Song Yaxian, who had returned from Jiangnan ahead of schedule. She was sitting at her desk, focusing on organizing her materials. She even smiled secretly when she saw Zhang Qian. This action infuriated both Zhang Xiaoyao and Qin Zuli. Zhang Qian urgently flew to Jiangnan without even bringing Xia Qianchen and brought Song Yaxian, a newcomer, as his temporary secretary. You must know, Song Yaxian switched careers from the internet and had only been with the company for less than a week. What could she possibly understand? Meanwhile, Qin Zuli and Zhang Xiaoyao had been working under Zhang Qian for a long time, especially Zhang Xiaoyao, who had been an old employee since the Jiangxin shipyard phase. Zhang Qian actually brought Song Yaxian. Was she serving as a temporary secretary? A temporary scapegoat? The positions that the two had desperately begged for were taken by Song Yaxian, leaving them feeling resentful. Judging from Song Yaxian's expression, one could easily tell this girl was already in a state of infatuation. Otherwise, how could she smile foolishly when seeing Zhang Qian? The more Zhang Xiaoyao thought about it, the angrier she became. Why her? In the chairman's office, Xia Qianchen came to report the situation. You finally came back. Is there something wrong? Yes. Mr. Chen and Mr. Liu are already in the conference room waiting for you to have a meeting. Xia Qianchen had a hint of arrogance on her face. She had seen a lot of news about Zhang Qian during her time in Yezhou. In Jiangnan's for auctions, Zhang Qian had made a big splash and spent nearly 20 billion. This was just the amount reported by the media. How much more was there that wasn't reported? Xia Qianchen couldn't fathom. Moreover, Zhang Qian hadn't changed his ways. Even though he was already making waves in Jiangnan, he was still flirting around. He even made a move on Jiangnan's first iceberg CEO, Zhang Yanren. Last night, there were videos all over the short video platform of him and Zhang Yanren, with rumors flying around. Sun even caught them having a late-night tryst at the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and where they went afterward, no one knew, but it was likely the presidential suite on the top floor. So bold. Zhang Qian. Oh Zhang Qian, who would have thought you were such a playboy? Wherever you go, you stir up trouble. Zhang Qian headed to the conference room. Mr. Chen. Mr. Liu. Mr. Li. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Qian pushed open the door to the meeting room. Inside, Chen Weiqiang, Liu Shiki, and Li Dao were sitting neatly on chairs. It's nothing. General Zhang, you were vigorously promoting the company in Jiangnan, and we wanted to do something practical to help, but we realized we couldn't do anything and could only stay here to support you. Seeing Zhang Qian enter, all three stood up to welcome him. Liu Shiki even approached Zhang Qian with a smile to chat with him. She really wasn't fawning. The three of them had been on edge in the company these few days. They had been constantly receiving fax documents from Jiangnan, Platinum Princess, Kyushu Dream, Royal Symphony, and even the White Cloak Knight. Although Zhang Qian had obtained these assets through gifting, quickly followed by authorization letters for operation managed by the client group, in reality, this was contributing to the company. It was just a tax avoidance method, Such practices were not uncommon in the business world, so no one thought much of it. What shocked the three was Jung Kian's boldness. These ships were assets that could earn money, but the prices he bought them for were mind-blowing. Almost all of them had a 30% premium. The White Cloak Knight was even more extravagant, with a 400% premium. A modern commercial ship worth only 2.5 billion was inflated 4 times by Jun Qian, sold for 10 billion. Liu Shiki felt she had underestimated the energy Jun Qian brought with him initially, easily throwing out hundreds of billions. There were very few people in Kyushu who could match Jun Qian's boldness. Jun Qian was truly one of a kind. She had underestimated Jun Qian at the time. Was she too careless? If she had the chance again, she would definitely be more respectful in those situations. She wouldn't have shown her debauched private life. Although she found clues later and tried to make amends, it seemed that Jun Qian didn't think much of her. Most of the methods Liu Shiki had were ineffective against Jun Qian. Under Jung Qian's leadership, the Kiant Group was likely to expand steadily. When she entered, she obtained a portion of Kiant Group's shares, which was a wise choice. Jun Qian personally invested in so many assets that her shares were diluted. She had to firmly hold on to the remaining shares. She wouldn't sell them unless absolutely necessary. If she managed well, it would provide a worrying-free life for her. Chen Weiqian also felt surprised. Indeed, his initial speculation was correct. Jun Qian's investment in Jangsan Shipyard was just a way for him to buy an entry ticket. When Jung Qian became familiar with the business rules, that would be the time for him to shine. A dragon among fish ponds, transforming at the first sign of Huainan clouds. After some thought, Chen Weiqian realized he hadn't made any substantial contributions to Jung Qian. He had left Jangsan Shipyard matters for Jung Qian to handle. Then he introduced Jung Qian to the local big shot, Han Huahao. That was all. Jun Qian's growth rate was far beyond his imagination. It was said that Jun Qian had even dealt with Zhu Hongfu and Lin Chenji. There were rumors that Zhu Hongfu had gifted Jun Qian a top-notch villa, and Lin Chenji presented him with a supercar. Both were willing to spend money to gain face with Jun Qian. Chen Weiqian couldn't help but shake his head. Unknowingly, Jun Qian's business achievements had surpassed his own, to the point where even the richest man in Jiangnan had to curry favor. Jun Qian's background was something Chen Weiqian didn't dare to dwell on. What kind of family would provide him with so much capital? Was Jun Qian here for business, or just playing around? As for Li Dao, he appears very calm on the surface, but inside, there are turbulent waves. Li Dao has known Jung Qian for more than 3 years, of which 3 years had been spent working under Jung Qian as his superior. His understanding of Jung Qian exceeds that of Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki by a lot. However, after leaving his previous company, Jun Qian seems to have changed. Who would have thought that he had so much money? Did he suddenly inherit a large sum of money? Or did Jun Qian bring in a huge investment from somewhere without informing anyone in the company? President Jun, how do you plan to develop Crane Group next? Jun Qian noticed that the expressions on the faces of the three were unnatural. Chen Weiqian also asked cautiously, probably afraid of saying the wrong thing. Regarding how to develop and operate those 3 cruise ships, he had already arranged everything, and the group only needed to sit back and collect money. Now that he has money, the next step is definitely to expand the company's scale and venture into other industries. Jun Qian hasn't decided on the specifics of the expansion yet. However, there's no need to worry. With money now, if he wants to earn more, he can simply take ladies out to earn cashback by swiping the system. Since the financing of the Rongzi shipyard, Jun Qian hasn't touched a penny in the company's accounts, not even his share. Now that he is not lacking money, his main goal is to build a solid commercial empire. Even if one day the system disappears, Jun Qian can still live the rest of his life worrying-free. No rush on this. You guys come up with a list when you have time. I'm going to set up a special team. Jun Qian told them about the 3 cruise ships and the issue with the White Robe Knight. The reason for setting up the special team is to learn from Asia Shipping's experience in operation and management. People must be reliable. Chen Weiqian nodded. No problem, I'll take care of it. President John, you've had a hard time in Jiangnan these past few days. I've booked a banquet at Green Source Villa to celebrate for you. No need for that, right? Jun Qian scratched his head. He really didn't know what contribution he had made. In Jung Qian's eyes, he had only earned some cash back, but to the 3 vice presidents of Crane Group, especially to Liu Shiki, Chen Weiqian, and Li Dao, It was a great contribution. Pressed by the three, Jun Qian couldn't refuse to go. All right, I'll go after work. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the three, Jun Qian agreed and returned to his office. Jun Qian sighed heavily. He first called Jin Lu. After Jin Lu answered, Xuan, the vice presidents are throwing a celebration banquet for me. Do you want to come and have dinner with me? Jun Qian felt guilty. He had been neglecting Jin Lu these past few days and wanted her to attend more public events to show her significance. Firstly, it could enhance their relationship. Secondly, it could confirm Jin Lu's position as the main wife. Even if Zhang Yanren was adored by many people, or Song Yaxian, Su Shuyan, and the others were extraordinary, in Jun Qian's heart, Jin Lu was always his top choice. Even if he were to get married, Jin Lu would be his first choice. Others would have to wait in line. Zhang Yanren had a strong presence, but compared to Jin Lu, she fell short. Besides, a proud woman like her wouldn't do housework in the future. They were both busy with their own things every day. It was boring. Jin Lu was more feminine. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Jun Qian thought Jin Lu might be secretly angry at him. I won't go to your company's celebration banquet. There's a lot going on at the cafe recently, and exams are coming up. I don't have time to study. Enjoy yourself, MUA. Well, it didn't sound like she was mad. Do you need me to drive for you tonight? Xia Qianchen knocked on the door and walked in. She already knew about the celebration banquet in the evening. All the members of Crane Group would probably take around 100 tables. Jun Qian had to drink a lot of alcohol. It had been a few days since Xia Qianchen had seen Jun Qian. She subconsciously wanted to get closer to Jun Qian, so she offered to drive for him. Sure. Jun Qian tossed the car keys to Xia Qianchen from a distance. It's almost time. Let's go now. Xia Qianchen looked at the heavy and high-quality Lamborghini key in her hand with a bewildered expression. Even her laugh lines appeared. She wasn't knowledgeable about cars, but who wouldn't recognize Artisan Lamborghini's logo? Lamborghini. This time, Jun Qian had certainly spent a lot of money in Jiangnan. When he reached the downstairs of the building, Jun Qian found about a dozen Toyota Alfords parked at the entrance of the building. These were the cars Captain Chen Weiqian had specifically prepared for the company's executives. President John, how do you plan to go? Have you driven? If not, I can arrange one for you. Chen Weiqian chuckled. His past actions were very practical, never about showing off. But now, Jun Qian had stumped him, so he had to act a bit more considerately. Jun Qian didn't reply. Instead, the deep growl of the V16 engine resonated. The scissor doors opened, and Xia Qianchen stepped out from the car. Is this the Lamborghini Toxic K? Chen Weiqian, Li Dao, and others couldn't believe their eyes. The only Toxic K in the world. Isn't that supposed to be in the hands of a prominent figure in Jiangnan? How did Jun Qian get this car? After just one trip to Jiangnan, did he manage to get his hands on even the Toxic K? The employees who witnessed this scene were even more amazed. They were convinced they were in the right place. If the chairman drives such a car, the Crane Group must be very powerful. The Toxic K wasn't something you could get with just money. This showed Jun Qian's connections and social resources. They believed that as long as they worked hard at Crane Group, even if they couldn't drive such cars in the future, they would at least be able to afford a BMW or Mercedes. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli had just finished clocking out. They had just got off work and saw Xia Qianchen stepping out of the Lamborghini. What's going on? Jun Qian got a Lamborghini? Or did Jun Qian give it to Xia Qianchen? He had gifted her an expensive Mercedes-Benz NGB4. Now, he had a super sports car. Although they didn't know much about cars, they could tell this was worth millions just by the scissor doors. Even tens of millions were possible. To spend so much for a female secretary seems extravagant. Subconsciously, Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli exchanged glances. They weren't feeling good about it. President Chen, Director Li, I'm leaving. After bidding farewell, Jun Qian got into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. After getting in the car, Xia Qianchen hesitated to start. Give it some gas, Jun Qian puzzled. Otherwise, you drive. I'm worried something might happen on the way, and you'll damage it. This car looks expensive and the visibility is poor. It's difficult to control, and I almost hit the wall when coming out of the garage earlier. Do not be afraid. There is insurance in case of any mishaps. Just drive when I tell you to drive. Step on the gas and go. Zhang Qianfeng said casually. Xia Qian, feeling helpless, could only slowly step on the gas. Her heart was restless. She had dared to drive Zhang Qian's Rolls-Royce before, but with this sporty and aggressive car, she felt a bit hesitant. Throughout the journey, Xia Qian only dared to drive at 50 miles per hour. When they arrived at the Luyuan Mountain Manor, the over a dozen alphas rented by the company got there ahead of them. Xia Qian felt a bit aggrieved seeing how she had driven the supercar. In fact, it's not that I am afraid to drive, Xia Qian explained to Zhang Qian as she got out of the car. It's the feeling of being gossiped about that I dislike, you know. When Zhang Qian gave her the ANG car before, the company was abuzz with discussions. Although no one talked about it openly, the discussions behind her back were intense. Now, giving her a Lamborghini and letting her drive it as soon as it appeared might lead to misunderstandings, as if Zhang Qian had bought it for her. That would stir up another storm of gossip. Why do you care about what others think? Zhang Qian said. I am the chairman, and you are my secretary. Is it not normal for me to ask you to drive for me? All right, go park the car and stop overthinking, Zhang Qian said before getting out of the car. Before he could enter, he saw a familiar figure. That person stared straight at Zhang Qian, and they locked eyes for about 10 seconds, both with furrowed brows. Ruin Gaiyang, Zhang Qian, it's really you. I can barely recognize you. Ruin Gaiyang was Zhang Qian's classmate from junior high school, and they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. Meeting at the entrance of Luyuan Mountain Manor, not speaking was awkward. Zhang Qian greeted him with a smile. Both had attended the best junior high school in Yecheng. While Zhang studied hard in an orphanage and got in with excellent grades, Ruin used connections to get admitted. Ruin Gaiyang, who was slim and tall, had bullied Zhang Qian in school due to his family's business background. 10 years later, Zhang Qian didn't remember the specifics but recalled being bullied. Let's have a meal since we haven't seen each other for so long, Ruin Gaiyang suggested politely. Zhang Qian was likely in a much different position now than before. Today is my girlfriend's birthday, so we're gathering for that, Ruin Gaiyang added. Zhang Qian's excellent performance in junior high was well known. Luyuan Mountain Manor was ranked second only to Wenyu Island's restaurant in Yecheng, indicating wealth and status. Ruin Gaiyang wanted to rekindle their friendship, considering Zheng's current status. Let me introduce you to my wife, Shan Yanni, Ruin Gaiyang said, pretending to be older. Zhang Qian noticed a woman with alluring features like a small internet celebrity in revealing clothes, nearly exposing herself. Behind Ruin Gaiyang were 3 or 4 men who seemed like followers. Hello, Shan Yanni greeted Zhang Qian with a captivating and somewhat provocative gaze. Zhang Qian couldn't help but wonder if she was flirting with him in front of Ruin Gaiyang. No worries, I'm here for an event, the company outing, Zhang Qian politely declined. Meeting at the manor entrance wasn't a real opportunity to dine together. Qianza Group, Ruin Gaiyang mentioned and the company banner they saw. Typical team-building activities, like dinners and annual meetings at such banners. Little Qian is now working at Qianza Group. Ruin Gaiyang's family was in construction business, and he knew about the recent buzz surrounding Qianza Group in Yecheng. Wearing such attire, you're already a leader now. Impressive, Ruin Gaiyang teased, noting Zhang Qian's clothing. Yes, I am a junior leader now, Zhang Qian responded, downplaying his actual position. He currently held over 80% of the shares in the group and could control the board of directors. Shall we head inside? Ruin Gaiyang wanted to show off. He enjoyed flaunting and outshone others. Zhang Qian implied his increasing status, whereas Ruin Gaiyang viewed it as a boast. Zhang Qian didn't need to have any further dealings with such a person and saw no need to reveal his true identity. Speaking of which, I know the president of your company, Ruin Gaiyang mentioned. Which president? Ow. Ruin Gaiyang thought of some common surnames like Zhao, Qian, Sun, or Li. For a company as large as Qianza Group, having just a president wouldn't be enough. It should be a vice president at least. Ruin Gaiyang didn't actually know anyone at Qianza Group but wanted to impress Zhang Qian. He vaguely remembered the president's surname being Zhang. President Zhang, you know him, right? Ruin Gaiyang asked. Zhang Qian definitely knew. Ruin Gaiyang was referring to him. It had been almost a decade since he and Ruin Gaiyang had met. Zhang Qian heard the statement as a frivolous attempt to boast. He might have heard the surname but wouldn't speak at it. Let's head inside, Ruin Gaiyang suggested, evidently trying to impress. That was his nature. Jun Qian acknowledged him as a show-off who liked to act superior, especially compared to others. Nice to meet you. Jun Qian still maintained his cool attitude, not revealing Ruin Gaoyang's deception. He thought, if he wants to show off, then let him. It doesn't matter. Nice to meet you. Let me tell you, I have a great relationship with General Zhang. We even had dinner at Wanyuelu a few days ago, Ruin Gaoyang said with a smile. Hearing Jun Qian mention knowing the person, it confirms that the boss indeed surnamed Jun, the same surname as Jun Qian, so he boldly continued his bluff. Is that so? Jun Qian smiled. He had been in Jian in the past couple of days. How could he have gone to dinner with Han Hua Hao? Ah, dear. You know General Zhang too? Boss, why didn't you mention it before? I heard General Zhang is quite young, and his business is supported by a conglomerate in Kyushu. Shan Yanni and the followers brought by Ruin Gaoyang exclaimed. What conglomerate? That's just his family's background. They must have money, or else how could Kai Group have such a large-scale operation in Yi County in such a short time? General Zhang is actually 35 years old, but he takes good care of himself, so he looks young, Ruin Gaoyang said with a straight face, making up nonsense. Anyone with a bit of sense could see that Ruin Gaoyang was lying. How could the chairman of Kai Group, a rich second generation who was all talk and no skills, dine at the same table as him? Impossible. Waiter, bring me an emperor's set menu. Ruin Gaoyang said arrogantly. His dad just gave him some pocket money. He had only planned on ordering the emperor's set menu since he was getting a bit tired of this girlfriend, and it was time to change, save some money. Today, meeting Jun Qian, he had to keep up appearances. Emperor said it is. Ruin Gaoyang was already paying attention to how Jun Qian's expression would change. He mainly wanted to show the class difference. During his school days, he spent extravagantly, and even in his 20s, with a couple more years, he would be 30, yet his spending habits would remain the same. That's the class difference. You, coming from an orphanage background, could at best become a small leader with all your effort. But me? I don't need to do anything daily. Dad gives me pocket money on time, every month, enough for your annual salary. Jun Qian for the rest of his life, at best will be middle class. Ruin Gaoyang is different. Even if he squanders for another 20 years, his family will never lack money. That's the power of capital. Sorry, sir. The emperor's set menu is fully booked. Fully booked. That's a good thing. Didn't spend money and still impressed. Listen, Jun Qian. It's not that I didn't order the emperor's set. They don't have it. What's going on? I'm a regular customer here. Don't even have an emperor's set menu. Then bring me the emperor's set menu. Ruin Gaoyang said, pretending to be upset that he couldn't spend money. Sorry, sir. We don't have that either. The duke's set menu? No. The marquis's set? None. So, what kind of private rooms do you have then? Nothing. Not even an open table. Ruin Gaoyang? Not even an open table? Why did you make me ask so many times if you had nothing? Just say you have nothing. Why drag it out? Sir, today the Kai Group has booked all the positions to host a dinner for the company staff. Such a large company, with many employees. Actually, we don't have enough space, so we had to add many tables last minute. We hope you can understand. The front desk lady explained gracefully. How many people are there? You don't have enough space. Yes. That's right. Jun Qian helped explain. Today, the company has organized a celebration dinner for General Zhang. So many key employees have been invited. Gaoyang, weren't you familiar with General Zhang? Don't you know about this? Jun Qian decided to play along, not wanting Ruin Gaoyang to continue troubling the circus staff. I know, of course. Jun Qian looked at the time, feeling it was about right, and didn't want to waste any more time chatting with Ruin Gaoyang. All right. I'll go ahead now. Jun Qian gestured. Ruin Gaoyang nodded. Go ahead then. Walking into the private room, Jun Qian looked up and saw Anai Gudong. Anai Gudong nodded and greeted him with a smile. Jun Xiao's presence here truly makes this place shine. Jun Qian was a bit unsure how to respond to this flattery. I heard that this celebration banquet tonight, you didn't charge anything. Jun Qian asked. Anai Gudong grinned. Ha. Having Jun Xiao host the banquet here is giving me face. How can I charge anything? When Chen Weiqian came to book a table with him, and heard it was for Jun Qian's celebration banquet, Anai Gudong was more enthusiastic than anyone else, not accepting any payment just to secure the deal. At their level, Hosting dozens of tables at a banquet was just a few days' worth of profit. Spending a little money to give Zheng Qian face was more than worth it. No, how can this be? All today's expenses will be on me. I'll have my secretary send the bill to you directly later. No, Zheng Xiao, if you put it like that, it's not about sending me money. It's like hitting my face. Anigudan quickly declined. Zheng Qian chose this place to give him a lot of face. In the entire Ezhou region, Green Source Resort was the second-ranked hotel, with Hanhua House Moon Island above it. Why did Zheng Qian not choose Moon Island but chose him? To save a few bucks? Absolutely not. It was to give him the opportunity to make connections. Anigudan wouldn't dare accept Zheng Qian's money. Zheng Qian nodded. If he doesn't want the money, then that's fine. Anigudan wanted to give him face in his place. It didn't matter. If there's an opportunity, just give him face. By the way, there's a friend outside celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. Can you arrange a table for them? Of course. Zheng Xiao, you can trust me. I'll take care of it. Anigudan readily agreed. Before leaving, Zheng Qian specifically instructed him not to tell Ruin Gaoyang it was his doing. Ruin Gaoyang actually didn't have any ill intentions towards Zheng Qian. Their past interactions in school were just that, in the past. Kids, what do they know? Ruin Gaoyang had just talked to Zheng Qian to show off a bit in front of him. Yanjie, do you really know Chairman Zheng of Kind Group? Of course. Ruin Gaoyang affirmed. It's Chairman Zheng's celebration banquet today. It seems like they may genuinely have no extra tables available. Let's change locations. Ruin Gaoyang really didn't know Chairman Zheng. He was just boasting. Nearly exposed, he quickly suggested changing venues, not wanting to reveal the truth. Yan, why didn't I hear you mention knowing such a big shop before? Shan Yanni asked. This triggered Ruin Gaoyang's frustration, nearly breaking his facade. What do you mean? Do I have to tell you about everyone I know? Ruin Gaoyang snapped. Just when things were about to escalate, she pulled him back. No. Shan Yanni, taken aback by Ruin Gaoyang's outburst, quickly reassured. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Who am I? After all, is it really that special to know Chairman Zheng? Yes. Yan is amazing. Shan Yanni quickly tried to amend. Uncle is a prominent business representative in Ezhou. It's not surprising even if Yan knows Ezhou's richest man. Ruin Gaoyang snorted. I actually already messaged Chairman Zheng, asking his team to make room for us, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet. Probably busy. Let's change locations, go to Moon Island. Just as everyone was getting ready to leave, Anigudan stepped out. Ruin Xiao. Anigudan called out. Zheng Qian's friend turned out to be Ruin Gaoyang. Ruin Gaoyang was a frequent customer at Green Source Resort, his father being a distinguished business representative in Ezhou, so Anigudan was familiar with both of them. But Ruin Gaoyang didn't have much face in his place. If there were no tables, there were no tables. If not for Zheng Qian's specific instructions, Anigudan wouldn't bother. Who would have thought that such an idle and inexperienced wealthy second generation like Ruin Gaoyang would actually know a big shot like Zheng Qian? Their ages were similar, and it seemed like they had a good relationship. He couldn't afford to offend Ruin Gaoyang. Ruin Xiao, where are you going? Anigudan caught up a few steps. It's boss and I. I was originally going to celebrate my girlfriend's birthday, but since there are no tables here, do I have to change locations? Ruin Gaoyang expressed some dissatisfaction. Having spent quite a bit of money at Green Source Resort, he felt embarrassed that they wouldn't even offer him a ballroom, especially in front of Zheng Qian, making him lose face. Upon hearing about his girlfriend's birthday, Anigudan concluded that the friend Zheng Qian mentioned earlier was Ruin Gaoyang. Zheng Qian had specifically requested not to let Ruin Gaoyang know he intervened. Zheng Qian's quality of helping without wanting credit was truly rare. No wonder he had achieved that level of success. Ruin Xiao, we accidentally added an extra table from Kind Group. With enough food for a table, I can now offer you an Emperor Suite. The dish selection may be a bit limited. Would that be acceptable to you? Ruin Gaoyang was taken aback. He had just mentioned sending a message to the chairman of Kind Group, asking his team to make room for them. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave, Anigudan caught up. Shan Yanni and the other attendants looked at him with extremely admiring eyes, greatly fulfilling Ruin Gaoyang's vanity. Wow. Yanjie, you really know Chairman Zheng. Yanjie, you're really amazing. Humph. Don't you see who Yan is? Shan Yanni teased. Ruin Xiao, what do you think? Ruin Gaoyang felt that with things going so smoothly, it was a chance to show off for free. Why not take it? He not only wanted to show off but to do it well. Boss and you should also know the relationship between Chairman Zheng and me. Do you want to brush me off with just an emperor suite? Chairman Zheng's celebration banquet is in your lobby. Not offering a private room to me would just mean not enough food, right? Give me an emperor suite. I can afford any price. Ruin Gaoyang boasted. Gudong frowned, but eventually agreed. The upstairs private rooms were empty, so if Ruin Gaoyang wanted an emperor suite, he could have it. There was no need to offend Ruin Gaoyang over such a small matter. If he were to complain to Zheng Qian when they were together, it would not end well. Gudong had already determined that the relationship between Ruin Gaoyang and Zheng Qian was quite good. In reality, it was just a coincidence, haphazard at best. Ruin Gaoyang had no idea that Gudong was sent by Zheng Qian to set up the table for him. Alright Ruin Xiao, let's not mention money anymore. I'll set up an emperor suite for you, and today's expenses will be on me. How does that sound? Gudong thought that doing good till the end pays off. Since he handled the situation this way, nothing should go wrong. Ruin Gaoyang was still puzzled. What's gotten into Gudong? When did he become so deferential? Why was he cooperating so well with his act? Thinking it over, Ruin Gaoyang concluded, his old man must have thrown money at Green Source Resort again, and quite a lot of it. Otherwise, why would Gudong treat him with this attitude? He hadn't seen him compliment him before. Today, he even waived the fee and offered an emperor suite. Oh well, don't dwell on it. This meal should not go to waste. After entering the emperor suite, Shang Yanni and the attendants looked upon him with even more admiration. Today, Gudong really gave Zheng Qian some face. Inside the banquet hall, there were a full 100 tables. There were still quite a few people from the Qianhe group, and even with 100 tables, it was barely enough to accommodate everyone. From the chairman, CEO, to several vice presidents, even new employees who had only been with the company for a few months, everyone was present with no empty seats. Everyone please quiet down. Chen Weiqian, holding a microphone, walked up to the stage. The room instantly fell silent as everyone lifted their heads, listening intently to Chen Weiqian. Today's banquet is a celebration in honor of our group company Chairman Zheng, hosted by Mr. Zheng Qian himself. Let's welcome Chairman Zheng to the stage with a round of applause. Thunderous applause erupted in the room. Many employees were not aware of why they were celebrating Zheng Qian. Anyway, the group company was wealthy and powerful, so providing free food and entertainment for them was expected. Only about 1/5 of the employees were aware of the impressive achievements Zheng Qian had made in Jiangnan. Zheng Qian, as the leading figure of the Qianhe group, was truly deserving of his position. He had dominated the business scene in Jiangnan, acquiring 3 cruise ships, a modern commercial vessel, with a total expenditure close to 20 billion. Even now, legendary stories about Zheng Qian were circulating in Jiangnan. Those who witnessed the chairman in person couldn't help but feel excited. Chen Weiqian signaled to Zheng Qian in the audience to come up and say a few words. Zheng Qian felt a bit reluctant. He didn't entirely agree with the idea of a celebration. After all, there wasn't much to celebrate. It was just him making money in Jiangnan and making it into the news. What to say in this situation was a dilemma. Nonetheless, since they had reached this point, he couldn't simply refuse. Zheng Qian took the microphone on stage. Chen Weiqian had truly set him up for this one. Colleagues, some of you may not know me, so let me introduce myself first. Zheng Qian looked at the crowded room. Besides a few familiar senior employees, Zheng Qian couldn't remember anyone's name. After a brief self-introduction, 2 of his trusted aides, Chang Dashan and Ma Wencheng, were the first to applaud, visibly showing excitement. They now only harbored obedience towards Zheng Qian. How foolish they had been initially to go against Zheng Qian's wishes based on Hu Yuban's advice. Zheng Qian could throw out billions of capital at any moment, let alone being the wealthiest in Youchuju. Even among Jiannan's elite, he stood unchallenged. A few days ago, I want to acknowledge a new member of our company, Sun Yaxian. It wasn't my effort mainly. She did a lot, even staying up all night to help me organize materials. I've decided to award her a personal bonus of 1 million. The room erupted with intense applause, admiration, and surprise. 1 million bonus. Some employees didn't even make 1 million in a whole year, and most didn't even come close. Zheng Qian effortlessly handing out 1 million as a reward. Unbelievable. He was incredibly generous with handing out bonuses to his staff. When Song Yaxian heard this news in the audience, her face flushed. She felt embarrassed in front of such a large audience. She knew she hadn't worked as hard as Zhang Qian claimed. She only attended the first auction of the Platinum Princess and the last auction of the White Robe Knight. Song Yaxian was genuinely pleased that Zhang Qian recognized her hard work in front of the entire company. However, she felt unworthy of the 1 million. She couldn't take the money. Song Yaxian was pleased with the acknowledgement, but two people weren't pleased. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli. Both were also seated at Song Yaxian's table and looked at her with great resentment and bitterness. Why did Song Yaxian get a 1 million reward for traveling with Zhang Qian, while they worked tirelessly for the company and received only a small bonus, even after the recent price war? Song Yaxian had only been with the company for a few days, and after one trip with Zhang Qian, she received 1 million. How was that fair? It was more than their annual salaries as key staff members. Both Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli felt extremely unfair. It seemed like Song Yaxian had really gotten close to Zhang Qian. They believed that if Zhang Qian slept with them, he would be so satisfied that he wouldn't think of other women. Unfortunately, they never had that opportunity. Zhang Qian continued his speech on stage. Colleagues, today's banquet is not just a celebration for me, as I didn't contribute much. A 1,000-story tower starts from the ground, and the hard work in the future will still be done by you all. In the future, the company may face some tough battles, so consider today as an early celebration for all of you. The senior leaders in the audience sighed upon hearing Zhang Qian's words. Zhang Qian truly exhibited the tactics of an emperor, turning his personal celebration into a celebration for everyone, showcasing his leadership and magnanimity. Truly remarkable. Furthermore, we sincerely thank Boss Anai from Luyuan Manor. If it weren't for his generous support, we might not have found a venue large enough for this event. Let's give Boss Anai a round of applause. Anai Gudong in the audience was startled upon hearing his name mentioned by Zhang Qian at his own company meeting. He was caught off guard. Near the end of the evening, Zhang Qian received a call from Su Shuyan. Zhang Qian, you really are something. You're back in Yo Chuju and throwing a feast for everyone without inviting me. Su Shuyan could be heard complaining on the other end of the call. Oh, but this was an internal company event. Zhang Qian quickly explained. Humph, so I'm not considered part of your company anymore. This was, honestly speaking, the Jingshu Group wasn't officially a subsidiary of the Qianhe Group. However, it was common knowledge that Zhang Qian held 40% of the shares in the Jingshu Group under his individual name. Su Shuyan even invited him to their entry ceremony before and introduced him to Mr. Su Chenji and all the other employees. Zhang Qian suddenly realized what he had overlooked. With the presence of people like Chan Dashan and Ma Wenchen, he had forgotten about inviting Su Shuyan. He had handled this situation poorly. He had forgotten Su Shuyan. After Jin Lu refused, he should have called Su Shuyan. Oh, that was my fault. How about I make it up to you with a personal dinner another day as an apology? Humph, Su Shuyan retorted. Skip the apology. Make time to come to my place. I've got an interesting project I want to discuss with you. After the banquet ended, Zhang Qian didn't delay halfway at all and returned home at the first opportunity. How much did you drink? Jin Lu walked up to Zhang Qian and helped him take off his coat and shoes. Not much, haha. Today, many people including Chan Dashan, Ma Wenchen, Hu Yubin, and other subsidiary bosses, as well as some new management personnel who just joined the company, wanted to toast him, but all of them were refused. Zhang Qian's alcohol tolerance was not good. He would get tipsy after just 2 drinks and end up smelling of alcohol. Where should I put my hand? So dishonest. Jin Lu lightly poked Zhang Qian with her arm. What's wrong with hugging my own wife? Zhang Qian's hand became more forceful. Okay, of course it's okay. Jin Lu relented. Why are you so perfunctory? I'm not. I'll let you hug me. How's your studying for the postgraduate exam going? Zhang Qian rested his head on Jin Lu's shoulder. Not bad. I'll have to go to Shanghai for intensive study in a few days. Will you accompany me? Jin Lu gazed at Zhang Qian with her big watery eyes. The two of them stared at each other for 7 or 8 seconds. Zhang Qian could see that Jin Lu really wanted him to agree. Zhang Qian realized that he hadn't spent quality time with Jin Lu for a long time. Either he was focused on his career or was involved with other women, leading to a decrease in their mutual understanding. Okay. Jun Qian agreed directly. Following that was a princess carry, lifting Jin Lu up and heading towards the bathroom. Hey, I haven't finished a set of questions yet. You can do it tomorrow. At night, they shared the same bed. Jin Lu couldn't fall asleep. What's wrong? Jun Qian observed that there was a hint of worrying between Jin Lu's eyebrows, as if something was bothering her. Feeling down? Not really. It's about the cafe. Jin Lu pursed her lips. What's wrong with the business recently? Our business has lost 30% recently. Who could beat Double Double Cafe, which you run? It's the Ding sisters. You know them. Jin Lu was referring to the Sentimental Cafe. Jun Qian nearly forgot about this. With Jin Lu's introduction, Jun Qian learned that recently, the Sentimental Cafe had experienced rapid growth with a significant increase in customer traffic. In a short period, it had climbed to the second highest sales volume on Double Flow Street, closely competing with Jin Lu's cafe. It even had the potential to take the lead and become the top cafe in the area. Jun Qian didn't speak. Jin Lu understood the situation as well. Jun Qian's current financial status was immeasurable. What was a cafe in comparison? However, Jin Lu wasn't content. When a woman's competitiveness arose, it was a terrifying thing. Do you have extra money? Can you lend me some to operate the cafe first? How much do you need? Around 20 million. The competition from Sentimental Cafe has been fierce lately, so I need to adjust our prices. Operating a cafe in the city center did require millions. Jun Qian had the money, but even if it was 200 million or 2 billion, he could easily provide it. However, he had shares in the cafe run by the Deng sisters as well. He hadn't expected that the cafe he unintentionally helped open would put Jin Lu in this situation. After opening an app on his phone, Jun Qian discovered that the takeout sales from Sentimental Cafe had become the top ranked in the local rankings. Those two girls were quite capable. Jun Qian was sleepy with blurred eyes as he woke up the next morning. Jin Lu was no longer by his side. Instead, on the bedside table, there was breakfast covered with a thermal cover and a note. The note read, "I've left early. Remember to eat breakfast. Come to the cafe when you have time." At the end of the note was a hastily drawn red heart. After having breakfast and freshening up, Jun Qian headed to the cafe. "Miss Jin, I finally caught you." A well-dressed man was sitting prominently near the backstage of the cafe. He wore brown patterned socks, polished leather shoes, and a smile of delight on his face. "Mr. Ding, what can I do for you?" Jin Lu served him a cappuccino and sat across from him. Ding Junhui had visited her shop many times, but Jin Lu was always busy. Today, he happened to be there, so she agreed to chat with him. "Miss Jin, I wanted to discuss investment with you. A major capital behind me is interested in the cafe business in Yezhou. After investigating, it was found that Double Flow Street is a centralized location for cafes, whether for dining in or deliveries. It has excellent geographical advantages. Moreover, not far from here is the commercial street, Wentai Plaza. I presume you might be in a battle with Sentimental lately, right?" Ding Junhui flashed a smug smile. He had come well prepared today and did a lot of research on Jin Lu. However, the investment was fake. The real intent was to flirt. Ding Junhui wasn't wealthy. His master was. With recent changes in the company's leadership, he managed to secure a position close to the new boss. Other than working, his role was to find beautiful women for his boss, assist in his pursuits, and act as a wingman for him. Just a few days ago, Ding Junhui received instructions from his boss. The boss mentioned that he had his eye on the female owner of a coffee shop on Shuangliu Street, Jin Lu. He was sent to come discuss things in person. After several unsuccessful attempts to make arrangements over the phone, Ding Junhui finally saw her in person today and felt like he finally had a chance. But Ding Junhui suddenly changed his mind. Jin Lu was just too beautiful, with her delicate little face, features that seemed like they were crafted by a master. A height of around 1.6 meters, fair skin, slender figure, she was like a clothes hanger. Whatever she wore, it gave off an incredibly stunning vibe. This kind of charm is not easily cultivated. Ding Junhui decided on the spot that he would test the waters and see what this woman was really like before introducing her to his boss. "So, you're here to discuss business on behalf of your boss?" Jin Lu inquired. "Well, yes and no." Ding Junhui changed his statement. "What do you mean?" Jin Lu was puzzled. "Miss Jin, as you probably know, King Yuan has been gaining momentum recently. It seems like they're going to surpass you and take the position of the top lady on Shuangliu Street. Boss is usually very busy, so he sent me to come investigate. I myself have been hesitating recently whether to invest in you or King Yuan. So, I thought let's have a chat with you first. If Miss Jin is willing to grace me with her presence and have a drink with me tonight, then this matter can be almost settled. As for the investment amount, this much. Ding Junhui gestured with his hand. 5 million. His intention was quite clear. While he may not have the money himself, the advice he provided would be highly considered by the boss. If Jin Lu was willing to give something in return, he would definitely swing this investment in Jin Lu's direction. Hey. Jin Lu naturally understood Ding Junhui's intention. She felt a discomfort in her chest and a sense of disgust. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Jin Lu stood up to walk away. Just moments ago, Ding Junhui had already been envisioning the kinds of poses a woman like Jin Lu with that figure could strike. But he didn't anticipate Jin Lu directly rejecting him. This shouldn't be happening. Ding Junhui had done his research beforehand. Jin Lu needed funds urgently to compete with King Yuan Cafe. Otherwise, her position as the top lady on Shuangliu Street was not sustainable. The current market share had already been swallowed by the competition, with over 30% taken by them. If left unchecked, without any pressure or countermeasures, within half a year, her cafe would decline. This was one of Ding Junhui's sources of confidence and strength. He had counted on Jin Lu's financial needs. That's why he had brazenly and straightforwardly proposed for Jin Lu to have a drink with him, essentially spending the night together. But he didn't expect Jin Lu to reject him so decisively. Miss Jin, we can negotiate the funding aspect further. If your attitude is good enough, I'll even raise the investment by another 1 or 2 million. It's okay. Ding Junhui thought maybe he had underestimated the financial discussion. Jin Lu's rejection wasn't about money. A person like Ding Junhui had no good intentions. When he talked about investing, all he was after was her body, wasn't it? Despicable. If she wanted money, she could easily get tens of millions from Zheng Qian. Let me say it one more time. This isn't about money. Your conditions make me feel disgusted. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police. Jin Lu contained her anger. She had almost dislocated Ding Junhui's jaw out of frustration. With her skills, before Ding Junhui could process what was happening, he wouldn't be able to utter a word. It was early morning rush hour in her cafe, with many customers and delivery workers. Otherwise, Jin Lu might have taken action. Ding dong. The doorbell at the entrance rang. Zheng Qian walked in straight away. Why did you leave so early this morning? Xuan. Upon entering, Zheng Qian greeted Jin Lu with a smile. Jin Lu brushed away the gloom on her face and replied, How can I compare to you? You sleep in every day until you naturally wake up. I'm just a toiling working woman. Ding Junhui, who was nearby, turned green upon hearing this conversation. Zheng Qian, what did that just mean? Did it imply that the two of them had slept in the same bed last night? Unbelievable. Speechless. Zheng Qian turned to look as he heard his name being called. Wasn't it Ding Junhui? Back when Zheng Qian was following Li Taoqian's lead at the agency, he had often clashed with Ding Junhui. Ding Junhui had tried to cause trouble for him several times, but Li Dao had always defused the situation. Once Li Dao led him into Zhengdin shipyard, Ding Junhui received a promotion. On the day Zheng Qian packed up and left, Ding Junhui had tried to assert dominance in his role. However, Zheng Qian hadn't saved face for him, and in front of the whole company, he had walked out with a bold move. This had left Ding Junhui sulking. Unexpectedly, they had met again here. Ding Junhui harbored grudges and resentment and had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Zheng Qian since he left. But he hadn't yet found a chance to let out the pent-up anger. He didn't expect to run into him here. However, Ding Junhui was puzzled. How had Jin Lu become Zheng Qian's girlfriend? Despite Zheng Qian's current appearance and demeanor, Ding Junhui didn't think he was doing better than him. Wasn't it just by leaving with Li Dao that he got a significant pay raise? How had he managed to charm Jin Lu enough to become her boyfriend? It had to be that he pretended to be a rich second generation and fooled Jin Lu. Ding Junhui had just offered to invest millions for Jin Lu without her showing any interest. There was no other reason he could think of for a woman like Jin Lu to be with Zheng Qian. Was it charisma? Looks? A man's charm? Ridiculous. Ding Junhui believed that none of those compliments applied to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian was someone who always cowered and agreed with everyone. A pushover. Without someone backing him, he was just a target for bullying. How could Jin Lu be attracted to him? It didn't make sense. Miss Jin, what's your relationship with him? Let me tell you, Don't get involved with a man like him. He's a fraud. You've likely been deceived by him. Deceived? What a joke. Jin-Lu, in front of everyone, put her arm around Jung Kian's shoulder. She even gave him a light kiss on the cheek. What's our relationship? Jin-Lu raised an eyebrow. The baristas behind the counter making coffee witnessed this scene and were left flabbergasted. They had worked under Jin-Lu for varying periods, from 2 years to 6 months. They had seen many investors and financiers come into the cafe, negotiate with Jin-Lu under the guise of investment, only to be rejected. However, they had never seen Jin-Lu get so intimate and affectionate with a man, to the extent of kissing him on the cheek. You, Jin-Lu, give up on this investment, you wretched couple. I'm going to King Yuan Caf right now and fund their investment instead. You can watch everything here turn to dust. Ding Junhui stormed out angrily. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Ding Junhui suddenly turned around sharply. What else do you want to do? You're quite talented, aren't you? I'd like to see how long you can keep pretending. Ding Junhui felt that Zheng Qian was quite good at flirting. He even managed to deceive a woman like Jin-Lu. Too bad. You can deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Zheng Qian was now dressed in a suit and tie, even wearing high imitation Richard Mille. He really looked the part. If Zheng Qian were to actually take money, he would probably be dumbfounded. Ding Junhui, when will you change your temper? If you can't get it, you want to ruin it. Zheng Qian knew Ding Junhui too well. They had been colleagues for 3 years, and Zheng Qian could easily count how many white hairs Ding Junhui had. Even if Ding Junhui gets promoted again, his monthly salary would probably only be around 15,000, at most not exceeding 20,000. Wherever Jin-Lu goes, if he doesn't have a few 100,000 or millions in his pocket, who would dare to talk to him? Just relying on Ding Junhui? Forget it. He's probably just a lackey. A lackey like him. What's with all the arrogance here? Zheng Qian really wanted Ding Junhui to remember his place. Come over and apologize to my wife. Then you can leave. Zheng Qian gestured towards Ding Junhui. Wife? Ding Junhui was shocked, inwardly cursing. He was almost 30 years old, and he hadn't even found a wife yet. Why should Zheng Qian have such a beautiful woman? She may look whole and beautiful on the outside, but she is worn and submissive to Zheng Qian on the inside. Why? His anger increased. Apologize? In your dreams. Dang. Zheng Qian punched Ding Junhui in the face, breaking his fragile nose immediately. Blood streaming from both nostrils. You. How dare you hit someone? Ding Junhui covered his nose, retreating in shock. He never expected Zheng Qian to resort to violence against him. I'm calling the police. Call them if you dare. Doom. Zheng Qian delivered a kick to Ding Junhui's stomach. He had wanted to teach Ding Junhui a lesson for a long time. Today finally provided him with the opportunity. Seeing this scene unfold, Jin-Lu quickly stepped in. Ziqian, that's enough. There's no need to resort to violence. Just let him learn his lesson. The staff behind the counter gasped. This man was too fierce. It had been years since they had witnessed such a fight. With Ding Junhui's arrogance shatter, it was truly satisfying. You just wait. Ding Junhui's phone was shattered, rendering him unable to even report the incident. He hastily picked it up and scurried out of the cafe. Jin-Lu almost laughed. Do you know that person? Know him? Of course. How could I not? Zheng Qian had long wanted to teach Ding Junhui a lesson, but hadn't found the opportunity until now, witnessing him trying to seduce Jin-Lu, deserving of a beating. Seeing the unexpected change in Jin-Lu, it was evident that Ding Junhui had been flirting with her. Hijacking relationships, seeking favors, deserved a beating. Jin-Lu quickly stepped in. Ziqian, that's enough. No need for violence. Just let him learn his lesson. If she hadn't intervened, Zheng Qian might not end up sleeping with her tonight, but spending the night in a detention cell. The cafe staff behind the counter were in shock. This man was too fierce. He used violence at the drop of a hat. Ding Jr., you still want to mess around? Zheng Qian's girlfriend? The onlookers were in awe. To have Jin-Lu, a woman with high standards, a good character, and depth, call him her boyfriend. Zheng Qian must have some extraordinary qualities. Zheng Qian had high standards. A person who stooped for mere money would not catch his eye. Zipan, make 2 iced Americanos. Jin-Lu motioned to the staff behind the counter and then gestured for Zheng Qian to take a seat. About last night's discussion, you haven't given me an answer yet. I have a plan. No need to rush. After finishing their coffee, Jung Qian left the Shuangliu street. It was close to noon, and he didn't go to the office but to a restaurant, ordering some appetizers and waiting for the person he was meeting. Hey, isn't this Mr. Jung? Glad you remember me. It's my privilege. I can't forget you. What's wrong with you? You're being rude right from the start. Quit the chatter. I have business with you. Jung Qian looked at Huo Muyan, who arrived late. Seriously, it had been a few days since they last met, and Huo Muyan's favor towards him had decreased. Based on her strange tone, she might have seen his recent short video from Jianan. Jung Qian figured this was the main reason for the drop in her attitude towards him. Jung Qian pushed a plan in front of Huo Muyan. This was the task he had set up for Xia Qian yesterday. Another paint design. Huo Muyan opened the plan and briefly scanned it, her eyebrows furrowed. It's not just a design. The difficulty lies in changing the paint, and you'll have to oversee all of it. Jung Qian is brewing a big plan in his mind. The money in his cards may not even be enough for the big plan. There are two reasons for seeking Huo Muyan. One is to earn some cashback points. The other is, for her figure, to try to see if he can push her over. There are many girls in Yezhou that Jung Qian hasn't had a chance to pursue yet. Besides planning and preparing projects, the main reason for returning to Yezhou is to conquer the remaining girls. If he can push them over, he will. If he can't, he will quickly set boundaries to avoid lingering thoughts. The project that Jung Qian has for Huo Muyan is to redesign the paint of 3 cruise ships, changing the paint. The only strict requirement is that it must include the logo of the Kind Group. Is this your order? Or is it a commission? Of course, it's my order. Who else would spend this kind of money? Huo Muyan frowned even more. It was better not to meet in person. As soon as they met, Jung Qian would surprise her with something big. You see, she is originally a fashion designer. Fashion designing is her forte. But Jung Qian insisted on having her design the paint. This kind of work shouldn't be given to her. It should be given to those artistic studios that do paintings. They would surely do better than her. Fashion design takes time and effort, yet little pay. Paint design only requires a simple sketch. The rest can be done by the construction team painting according to the sketch. But I must remind you, 2 cruise ships are respectively in Jinmen and Jianan. Only 1 Platinum Princess is in the north of Yezhou. If you're willing to do it, you may need to run back and forth between 3 places. Price is not an issue. Curiously, Huo Muyan asked, how much? 2 billion? What do you think? If you find it insufficient, I can add more as long as you can do it well. How much? How much? Huo Muyan doubted she had misheard. Jung Qian repeated it. It was only then that she was sure Jung Qian wasn't joking. 2 billion. Just for drawing 3 design plans? The order Jung Qian gave her far exceeded the quotes from any luxury brand. More than 10 times the price. A premium of over 1000%. This is basically giving money to her. What does Jung Qian intend to do? Once is okay, but the last time, the paint design for over 40 million already surprised Huo Muyan greatly. It even caused quite a stir in her circle of friends. Is Jung Qian doing charity here? The top philanthropist in Yezhou. The relationship between them started out quite well, but as it progressed, it became somewhat unclear. Lovers? Absolutely not. Jung Qian has never bought her a bouquet of flowers, let alone formally expressed his feelings to her. But if you say Jung Qian simply wants to cooperate with her in doing business, she doesn't believe it herself. Decides giving her money for 2 huge orders. What other ideas are there? The care of the business isn't taken care of this much. The intention is a bit too obvious. After all, she's still a girl. Jung Qian doesn't make it clear. She can't just rush to ask. Eventually, the truth will come out. Okay, I agree to this. I'll give you the proposal within a week. Good. Do you have plans this afternoon? Let's go take a bath together. Huo Muyan, take a bath. If Jung Qian asked her out for a meal, shopping, or traveling, she could understand. But suggesting to take a bath together right away, what's with that? Don't misunderstand. Someone gave me a VIP card last time, and I haven't tried it yet. I'm taking you to experience it. I'm not taking a bath with you. Don't think the wrong way. Jung Qian smirked. Huo Muyan's look of confusion deepened. This statement clearly led to misunderstandings. It's hard not to get the wrong idea, right? What? Are you afraid to go? I won't lay a finger on you. HMPH. If you're scared, it's fine. Who's afraid of whom? Huo Muyan's temper of course, wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Qian laying a hand on her. The two arrived at Sun Huangje. "Hello, are you two?" As soon as they entered, a manager in a suit greeted them with a smile. At first glance at Zhang Qian and Huo Muyan's attire, it was clear that they were from the upper-class social circles. They were big customers, walking bonuses. Now every industry is facing fierce competition. Even their bathing industry is getting intense. Apart from decoration, service is critical. Sun Huangje is a bath center that just opened last month, with Anigudan holding 49% of the shares and Hanhuaha holding 51%. To local tycoons in partnership. When Zhang Qian showed the manager the golden VIP card, the manager was stunned. Just opened. Only the two bosses have VIP cards. He has made a mistake. This isn't about bonuses, but about relationships. If he could serve Zhang Qian well, it's more than just bonuses. Handing over the entire Sun Huangje for him to manage wouldn't be an issue. That's much more valuable than money. "Can this card be used?" Zhang Qian asked. "Absolutely. Of course it can. How should I address you, handsome?" The manager took the VIP card handed over by Zhang Qian with extreme flattery. "My surname is Zhang." Then, the manager shouted loudly, "Zi Huan, prepare a supreme suite for Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I've prepared bathing essentials for you. Do you prefer longer or shorter towels?" Huo Muyan's expression suddenly changed. "Wait a minute, something's not right. How can it become a suite?" "Wait a minute, is the suite a room?" Huo Muyan inquired. "It's considered a room, but rest assured, each suite here has an area of 300 square meters or more." The manager misunderstood. Huo Muyan shook her head directly. "Not right. How could a suite be okay? If she entered and had a relationship with Zhang Qian, it would be even more unclear. If Zhang Qian refused to pay later, what would she do?" "That's right, it's not okay. Open to suite rooms for you." "One suite room isn't quite suitable," Zhang Qian explained. The manager furrowed his brow slightly. Still, open to suite rooms. So it seems that Zhang Qian has no real connection with this girl. All right, it's not something he should worry about. Whatever Zhang Qian says, he will do accordingly." "All right, Mr. Zhang, as you command, to suite rooms." The manager quickly changed orders and had his staff prepare another suite. The service, overall, was quite comfortable. The manager thoughtfully prepared a fruit platter and refreshments. Bathing is just the beginning. The main focus is on the subsequent comprehensive provisions. Massages, therapies, everything is provided by top therapists. Finally, Zhang Qian and Huo Muyan sat side by side, reclining on a fully automatic massage chair, and called for two beautiful female therapists to wash their feet. "How was it? Did it inconvenience you, Miss Huo?" Zhang Qian asked with a smile. "It was fine." Huo Muyan shook her head. She had heard that a bath center had opened here, but she hadn't come. The experience was quite pleasant. "Then, this card is for you. You can come whenever you like. It's all complimentary." Sending her a card, Huo Muyan knows this kind of place quite well. For a high-end bathing center like this, a VIP card is very expensive. The resplendent Imperial Pavilion just recently opened, so it's unlikely to have high costs. So, there is only one possibility. There is a large amount of stored value on this card. Just now, Huo Muyan noticed that when Zhang Qian showed that card, the manager's face changed. Although it is a service industry, it should be like this. And his attitude went from respectful to almost worshipful. This indicates how valuable this card is. "Are you giving this to me?" Huo Muyan asked with a tilt of her head. "Yes, I am giving it to you. You can use it for fun here in the future," Zhang Qian said, indifferently. He has 200 billion in his account, so even if the VIP card doesn't provide any cashback, it's fine to give it away. If needed, he can always ask Anigudan for a few more cards. Anigudan would be more than happy to give him face. The manager on the side looked stunned. His jaw almost dropped to the floor. A VIP card of this level being given away so easily. Zhang Qian must have a great deal of influence. He must be taken care of. Zhang Qian may not be able to affect his promotion and salary increase, but he can definitely influence his boss's decision to fire him. "All right, stop standing here like a fool. I'll call you if I need you." Zhang Qian dismissed him with a single sentence. Watching from the side, the manager felt uneasy all over. In the room, there were only the two of them and two beautiful technicians left. Zhang Qian, Did Lu Shanshan have some conflict with you in Jiangnan? Huo Muyan wanted to ask several times, but never did. In the end, she couldn't contain her curiosity and sought an answer from Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian never expected Huo Muyan to ask this. As for Lu Shanshan, he didn't want to talk about her or mention anything. Zheng Qian casually answered, "You shouldn't pry into things happening in society." Huo Muyan. She was still waiting for Zheng Qian to explain to her. Unexpectedly, one sentence dismissed her questioning. It was as if nothing had been said. Lu Shanshan had been acting strange for the past couple of days. As Lu Shanshan's best friend and confidant, Huo Muyan felt obliged to comfort her. Initially, Lu Shanshan was crying constantly, refusing to say why and just mentioning Zheng Qian. It must be related to Zheng Qian. Later, Lu Shanshan's behavior became even more peculiar. She stopped responding altogether. Huo Muyan sent messages, but Lu Shanshan didn't reply. She called, but the phone was always off. Zheng Qian couldn't possibly have mistreated Lu Shanshan. He was clearly pursuing Huo Muyan. The main reason was business matters. Lu Shanshan had confided in him before, and she felt that many faults lay with Lu Shanshan, not Zheng Qian. With Zheng Qian's current unwillingness to discuss matters, Huo Muyan didn't want to push for more answers. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. As if anyone cares to listen. Huo Muyan huffed and turned her head away. After washing her feet, Zheng Qian felt refreshed. Leaving the resplendent imperial pavilion, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The sun had set. Where should we go for dinner? Huo Muyan stretched her neck and yawned. The technicians at the resplendent imperial pavilion had tired her out with their excellent skills. All she wanted to do after eating was to lie down and sleep. What are you talking about? Who said I was going to have dinner with you? Huo Muyan. It was already dinner time, and she wasn't going to eat. Let's eat, but I'm not eating with you. Two beautiful women invited me to their house for dinner. Zheng Qian joked with a grin. Huo Muyan's face was full of question marks. You're asking for a beating. How? I'll give you a beating right now. Huo Muyan pouted, waving her fists on Zheng Qian's chest. She felt a sudden surge of jealousy inexplicably. All right, I was just teasing you. Can't I surrender? Zheng Qian raised his hands in surrender. Tell me the truth. Whose house are you going to eat at? I want to see what kind of person has captivated you. Huo Muyan tugged at Zheng Qian's collar, asking, Come on. That's not true. I was just teasing you earlier, that's all. Zheng Qian explained casually. I have a business meeting tonight to discuss our next steps. Seriously, I'm not lying to you. Seeing how serious the situation was, Zheng Qian quickly clarified. HMPH. Don't talk to me like that next time. Huo Muyan replied coldly and let go of Zheng Qian. Okay. I got it. Aren't you tired? I'll have the chef from Anigudan's place prepare a table for you at home. After eating, you can sleep. Zheng Qian could tell that Huo Muyan was already feeling sleepy. No. I don't want that. If you have things to do, go ahead. Don't delay. Zheng Qian sighed and shook his head helplessly. He shouldn't have spoken to her like that to tease her. This girl was now angry with him. After parting ways with Huo Muyan, Zheng Qian arrived at the residential area where Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuking lived. While at the resplendent imperial pavilion, Deng Shuxin messaged to ask if he had returned to Yebai and invited him for dinner with some guests that night to discuss the cafe business. As he reached the door, Zheng Qian adjusted his attire and knocked. Coming. Upon entering, the first person Zheng Qian saw was the elegant and refined Deng Shuxin. Maybe because she was meeting him today, she had dressed up more formally, exuding a more mature charm. Little Qian is here. Deng Yuking was also dressed formally, with an apron tied temporarily around her waist due to being busy in the kitchen. What are you two standing there for? Aren't you going to invite him in? Deng Ziming sat on the couch and scolded them. Come on in. Come in quickly. The Deng sisters were momentarily stunned when they saw Zheng Qian, almost forgetting to ask him inside. It had been a while since they had seen Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian noticed the increased affection from the two sisters. It had not decreased at all. It had actually increased by 1 point. I thought you were busy and couldn't make it. I made your favorite dishes. Seeing the delicious spread on the table, Zheng Qian's stomach started rumbling. Today's menu had a mix of Western and Chinese dishes, with dishes like steak and shredded pork with garlic sauce made to his taste. Little Qian, I didn't want to disturb you during this period, so I didn't manage to update you on the financial and operational status. Let me explain to you now. Oh, we have this chance. Deng Yuking had meticulously prepared a report along with market analysis and future plans. Her business acumen was no less than those elites in Zheng Qian's company. In the kind group, Zheng Qian would have just handed it over to Chen Weiqian and the others without a second glance. What Deng Yuking and her sister had prepared was thoughtful, and it was unfair not to review it. Financially, in the first week, the profits after costs were 5,000 yuan per day. From the second week onward until now, the profits had been steadily increasing, clearly illustrated in the report Deng Yuking had put together. Just as Destiny Cafe opened, Jin Lu's coffee shop was seen as a competitor. Others didn't pay any attention to it. Hey, why are there 2 extra sets of bowls and chopsticks? Zheng Qian glanced at the dining table. The dishes were covered to keep warm, with the 2 sisters, Deng Ziming and himself, totaling for people, yet there were 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. I didn't get a chance to tell you yet. Today, I invited 2 more people to sit down together and discuss the cafe's matters. Deng Yuking explained that 2 investors were interested in the cafe. Wanting to help save money for Zheng Qian, they invited them to discuss. If the discussion went well, a portion could be diluted from their shares, but Zheng Qian's shares would remain untouched. Knock, knock, knock. They're here, Deng Yuking said, as she opened the door, almost causing Zheng Qian to spit out his drink. Ding Junhui. Behind Ding Junhui was a young man with a familiar face. Zi Qian. Let me introduce you. This is Ding Junhui, and this is Si Zehen. Zheng Qian, what are you doing here? Ding Junhui was extremely surprised to see Zheng Qian. Why was Zheng Qian everywhere? Wasn't today supposed to be about discussing financing? How come Zheng Qian was here too? Do you know each other? Deng Shuxin looked confused. Ding Junhui sarcastically said, don't we know each other? This person has always been bad, frivolous, scheming, and even has violent tendencies. Miss Deng, how do you know someone like him? Si Zehen on the side frowned slightly, while sizing up Zheng Qian. He was the person Ding Junhui mentioned as interfering with his plans during the day. Si Zehen had no intention of investing. The interest in the business of Shuangliu Street Cafe was all facade. He only wanted to flirt under the guise of investment. Through special information, he learned that the 2 cafes were competing. In commercial competition, whoever has more money usually wins the basic market. The losing side will directly lose market share. Si Zehen firmly grasped this point and planned to use it to his advantage. If he succeeded, both Jin Lu and the Deng sisters would not benefit. They would not only lose financially, but might not even receive his investment. He was very skilled at painting illusions, a talent passed down from his father. With Jin Lu's situation disrupted by Zheng Qian, and the Deng sisters inviting them over, Si Zehen had to take action himself. He planned to settle things tonight. Even if he couldn't win over Jin Lu, he thought it would be good to gain the Deng sisters' favor. Si Zehen planned to conquer the 2 sisters within a week. Unexpectedly, Zheng Qian appeared again. Yuking, Shuxin, Uncle Deng, listen to me. The person here today, in Jin Lu's cafe, the one you intended to compete with for financing cooperation. Zheng Qian didn't know what Si Zehen was up to. He ruthlessly exposed Si Zehen and Ding Junhui's intentions. Is that really true? Deng Shuxin, Deng Yuking, and even Deng Ziming all showed a hint of incredulity on their faces. How could Zheng Qian, with such a prominent status, tell lies? As he spoke with conviction, everyone looked towards Ding Junhui and Si Zehen with hostility in their eyes. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's fabricating stories and slandering. Ding Junhui pointed at Zheng Qian, expressing his frustration. Si Zehen was also getting impatient. After planning for almost half a month, his ultimate expectation was to at least win over one of the 3 beautiful women. But unexpectedly, Zheng Qian suddenly appeared and disrupted their plans, revealing secrets and causing a scene. Having expended so much effort and preparation, if Zheng Qian ruined everything alone, even if he drank the river Lethe water, he probably wouldn't forget this incident. Severing relationships, harboring deep-seated hatred. Yuking, listen to my explanation. Si Zehen tried to calm down the emotions of the 3 people from the Deng family. But Deng Ziming couldn't bear this volatile temper. His 2 daughters were his precious treasures. How could anyone dare to use deceitful means to take them away and mistreat them? Deng Ziming absolutely wouldn't allow it. Get out! All of you, get out! With those words, Deng Ziming grabbed a stool, preparing to fight the 2. Regardless of the truthfulness of Zheng Qian's words, Zhang Qian was their major benefactor. Since there were conflicts between the two sides, even if Xi Zehen really just wanted to invest, there could be no further interaction. Seeing the attitude of the Deng family, Xi Zehen and Ding Junhui quickly left the house, disheveled and embarrassed. Xi Qian, I'm sorry. Deng Yuqing apologized first to Zhang Qian. She really didn't know about the conflicts between Xi Zehen, Ding Junhui, and Zhang Qian. Also, thank you. If it weren't for Zhang Qian's good intentions to remind them, they might have really fallen into a trap. Zhang Qian waved his hand, indicating it's nothing. In fact, the two sisters had good intentions. He had founded the Love House Cafe, fulfilling the sisters' dreams, and they were grateful to him. The reason behind their actions was to prevent Zhang Qian from spending more money. However, this was somewhat different from Jin Lu's approach. Even if Jin Lu were to approach Zhang Qian, she wouldn't want any involvement with these scheming men in any way. Whether it was Deng Yuqing or Deng Shuxin, their relationships with Zhang Qian were not as close as Jin Lu's. The attraction was indeed high, but the relationship was ambiguous, without a clear definition. Zhang Qian understood why they did what they did. The competition between the two cafes was like an endless chain of suspicion. According to Jin Lu, they used to communicate regularly before becoming rivals, but afterward, they never reached out to each other. As clear-eyed individuals could see, the competitive relationship between Jin Lu and the Deng family was becoming increasingly apparent. Although the surface seemed calm, beneath the water's surface, turbulent waves were brewing. This was business. No one dared to be sure whether the other party would be pushed to a corner. Instead of waiting to be defeated, it was better to strike first and capture the opponent's market share. The Deng family had previously discussed that they urgently needed a new investment, or else the cafe would likely perish under Jin Lu's pressure. Women like Jin Lu would certainly not show mercy and would find ways to suppress them. If they didn't make arrangements soon, they would definitely be forced out of Shuangliu Street. That's why they were so eager to seek investment and follow Xi Zehan's pace. Zhang Qian does not blame the Deng family. Instead, he feels that the Deng family's actions are correct and very thoughtful towards him. If you put yourself in the shoes of Deng Xining, Deng Shuxin, and Deng Yuqing, you would understand. Zhang Qian fully financed the establishment of a cafe for them, only taking a half share and giving them full authority to manage the entire cafe. He treated them entirely as his own family. Zhang Qian even said, let them treat the cafe as their own to operate, earn money, and gradually return the shares to him little by little. In addition, he also helped Deng Xining with medical expenses before. The Deng family already owes Zhang Qian a great deal of goodwill. If they still have to ask Zhang Qian for money in this kind of business competition, the three members of the Deng family have no idea how to ask. Will Zhang Qian think that their cafe is incompetent and lacks competitiveness? So they try their best to see if they can secure financing under the guise of destiny, to prevent Zhang Qian from having to take money out of his pocket again. Sit. Don't let those two people disturb our mood. Let's chat while we eat. Okay. Let's all sit. The anger in Deng Ximing's heart has subsided. Uncle Deng, what do you think of Liuxin's cafe? Zhang Qian asked. Deng Ximing narrowed his eyes, showing his wisdom. He had studied Liuxin's cafe before and knew that it was top-notch in terms of coffee bean quality, barista's skills, and original recipes. Most importantly, all their coffee recipes were 100% original. Do you think it would be better if the two cafes merge? Zhang Qian boldly proposed this idea. Merge? The three members of the Deng family were taken aback. They had never thought about merging with Liuxin's cafe. From the names alone, they could tell. They are cafes, while Liuxin is a cafe. Moreover, Liuxin had been operating in Shuangliu Street for many years, accumulating loyal fans. They were like a strong brand. Even if their business was not doing well, it wouldn't fail completely and wouldn't exit the market due to commercial competition. In this respect, they were the outsiders. Zhang Qian had observed the menus of both cafes, and apart from some mainstream products, the rest of the coffee, ingredients, and recipes were completely different. They could definitely merge and expand their business. Maybe even go international and compete in the global market, taking on Starbucks. If such a scenario were to happen, Zhang Qian would definitely fully support it and act as the force behind the scenes. The three members of the Deng family were speechless for a moment. Will they agree to it? They were very worried. While Zhang Qian's idea was go, it was also quite bold. Their business was doing fine. and perhaps they had found new investors to suppress them. Why should they merge? Even if they did merge, it would likely come at a cost. In the business world, this could be seen as a sign of weakness. Don't worry, you won't suffer any losses. Just give the nod, and I'll take care of the rest on their end. I know Liuxin well, we're close, so there won't be any problems with my involvement. The three were astonished. Was Zhang Qian's statement true? They were amazed at Zhang Qian's influence. Did he really have that much power? Just a few words could lead to the merger of two cafes. When Didi Chuxing and Kuwaiti Dach merged, it took the involvement of major capital players to make it happen. Did Zhang Qian only need a few words? This had entered unknown territory for them. Since Zhang Qian was willing to broker the deal, it was a good thing for them. They wouldn't have to worry about this matter anymore. All right, Xiaoyan, we leave this matter to you. Deng Ximing made the final decision. No problem, leave it to me, Zhang Qian assured. He appeared confident, but inwardly, he was only about 60 to 70% sure. After all, someone like Jin Lu was not easy to negotiate with. If Jin Lu didn't agree, even if Zhang Qian tried everything, he might not succeed. However, since Zhang Qian had brought it up, taking Jin Lu was like taking something easily. Xiaoyan, eat some. These dishes today were all made for you. Okay. By the way, Xiaoyan, I have a question for you with you present today. Deng Yuqing asked, her chin in her hands. Ask away. Deng Yuqing opened a short video platform and watched a few videos in succession. She adjusted the screen to the brightest setting and asked Zhang Qian with a smile, "Hey, I just wanted to ask about this. Is the man in the video you?" Referring to the viral billion-dollar little brother on the short video platform. However, for some unknown reason, many videos showing faces had been taken down, leaving only those not showing faces. The billion-dollar little brother, not showing his face. When Zhang Qian heard this, he couldn't remain calm. How powerful was this guy? Was short video sharing so prevalent now that even Deng Yuqing, Deng Shuxin, and the others knew about it? Fortunately, before leaving Jiangnan, he had instructed Nikai to use the PR team of his agency to cover up his presence in Jiangnan, especially in videos where his face was shown. The billion-dollar little brother's name had grown to prominent, making him an easy target. It was best not to let people know who he was. Nikai acted quickly, but left some traces online. Deng Yuqing simply thought that the man resembled Zhang Qian in appearance, speech, and actions, hence the question. I'm not sure. I might know him, but it's definitely not me, Zhang Qian quickly explained. Oh, I see. That's how it is. Don't think too much, Xiaoyan. I was just curious. Haha. It's not me. It's not me. There must be a misunderstanding. Deng Ximing, Deng Yuqing, and Deng Shuxin all looked surprised. It was a relief that it wasn't Zhang Qian. If it were him, they would have had no idea how to handle the situation. A billion-dollar level person. If Zhang Qian were truly at that level, how would they interact with him in the future? Regardless, Zhang Qian would always be a highly respected figure. Their coffee shops were worth only a few million at most. Even if they stretched it to heavens, it wouldn't be more than 1 or 2 tens of millions. Zhang Qian was at a billion-dollar level. Do they still want to trouble him with such trivial matters? They already owed Zhang Qian a great deal of goodwill, a debt they probably wouldn't be able to repay in this lifetime. After dinner, Zhang Qian chatted with Deng Ximing for a while and prepared to leave. At this moment, the two girls were somewhat unsettled. They had finally met Zhang Qian, and now he was about to leave. It's too quick for just one meal's time. They wanted to spend more time with Zhang Qian. Qian, are you leaving already? Deng Yuqing blushed a bit and asked nervously. Yes, I had other things to do tomorrow, Zhang Qian thought. He didn't drink today. Could it be that they want to invite him to stay overnight? If that's the case, the implication would be too obvious. Uncle Deng is still at home. Do the two sisters like to sleep together in a tight space? Qian, it's still early. Do you want to go watch a movie together? What movie? Any movie, whatever you like. Deng Yuqing's intention was already quite clear. To reassure Zhang Qian, Deng Yuqing emphasized that it would only be the two of them. Uncle Deng and Shuxin are not going. I won't go. That's where young people go. Deng Ximing just had surgery and hasn't fully recovered, as he still works at the cafe while ill. Besides, he's not so foolish as to not see that this is a date. How could he delay his daughter's happiness? Both daughters prefer Jun Qian. Initially, he planned to find a chance to ask Jun Qian which one he liked more and marry her off. Judging from the situation, Deng Yuqing should have already discussed this matter with Deng Shuxin. In today's legal society, with strict monogamy laws, Jun Qian couldn't possibly marry both his daughters, right? Even if Jun Qian and both daughters were willing, his face would not look good at all. Once the neighbors, friends, and relatives find out, what kind of gossip will circulate behind his back, discussing him and his decision as a father-in-law. Deng Ziming is willing to marry his daughter to Jun Qian, but he can only choose one. No, not today. I have things to do. Let's discuss this at home. When Jun Qian didn't respond, Deng Yuqing felt a little disappointed in her heart. Could it be that Jun Qian actually likes her younger sister, Deng Shuxin? If Deng Shuxin were to ask him out to see a movie alone, would Jun Qian agree then? Hearing Jun Qian's rejection, Deng Shuxin felt a strange excitement in her heart. Could it be that Jun Qian actually likes her? Last night, Deng Yuqing pulled her aside for a heart-to-heart talk in a room. The main topic of their conversation was Jun Qian. Deng Yuqing bluntly told her that she likes Jun Qian and hopes she can make some compromises. Although Jun Qian was introduced to her by her, Deng Yuqing couldn't restrain her feelings of love. From the bottom of her heart, she has a fondness for Jun Qian. The feelings between the two have remained at over 95 points until today, with Deng Yuqing even reaching 98 points. After not meeting or contacting Jun Qian for such a long time, her feelings for him have only increased. Well, okay then. Deng Yuqing helplessly let Jun Qian go. Feelings -3. Jun Qian noticed Deng Yuqing's change in feelings toward him. However, he didn't say anything and just drove away. There are still things to do. He needs to convince Jin Lu today. He didn't mention it when he was in Jiangnan a few days ago, but if he returns to Baibai and doesn't come home every day, Jin Lu might start to have some opinions about him. If he wants to persuade Jin Lu to merge the cafe with the Dengs, he must perform well. Being away from home all the time won't help him persuade her. You're back. After returning home, Jin Lu ran over to greet Jun Qian, helping him take off his coat and shoes. Have you eaten? Jun Qian considerately asked. I've eaten already. Oh, you didn't drink today. Definitely didn't drink. I know Xuan doesn't like it when I drink, so I didn't drink. See how obedient I am. HMPH, slick talker. Jin Lu snorted. Jun Qian thought for a moment, organized his thoughts in his mind, and prepared a set of rhetoric for Jin Lu. Xuan, with your daily discipline, don't you get tired? A bit. It's exhausting every day. There's never enough time, so many things to take care of. It's making me crazy. Jin Lu sighed deeply. She felt like her time was a squeezed dry sponge. No matter how hard she squeezed, no drops came out. Not enough time even for meals. Mentally exhausted. Stop worrying about Longhu Gym and the bar. Let our dad take care of it. Jun Qian comforted. That could work. Jin Lu furrowed her brow. But the coffee shop situation isn't resolved. Not sure what to do. No need to worrying about that. I've already figured out a solution for you. Jun Qian began focusing on the main topic. I communicated with King Yuan over there, and they expressed willingness to collaborate with us. What do you think? Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? What I mean is, instead of both sides suffering losses in a fight, allowing others to take advantage, it's better to merge. Are you saying we should merge our two companies into one? There was some dissatisfaction evident in Jin Lu's eyes. Well, that's more or less the idea. But ultimately, it depends on what you think. I think you don't need to worry about the cafe. Right now, we don't lack money, we lack time. After the merger, there are many benefits for you. You can focus on studying, and you won't need to waste time managing business matters anymore. Jin Lu looked slightly surprised. Oh, is this still the same Jun Qian I know? She said. Didn't you always try to push everything onto me in the past? Why suddenly care about me now? Jun Qian smirked guiltily and said, Oh, no. He then hugged Jin Lu tightly and said, Heaven and earth bear witness, I always consider your feelings. If you're so busy every day and don't concentrate on studying for the entrance exam, you might have to wait another year for a chance. Time is money, and money can't buy time. Let's talk about us after you pass the exam. Jin Lu playfully flicked Jun Qian's nose. HMPH. Are you trying to set me up for a trap? She asked. No way. Jun Qian looked genuinely offended. It's just our mutual understanding. If you agree, Our families can merge, he suggested. If not, I'll immediately allocate funds. We'll break that fortune to bankruptcy, he vowed. Okay, stop pretending, Jinlu said. I've known for a while. Your efforts to matchmake are so out of character. Jinlu had long noticed something off about Zhang Qian. No. Really, I wasn't pretending, Zhang Qian insisted. I just think that if you can spare the time and entrust the cafe to someone reliable, it's a win-win situation, he explained. I believe that when you take the lead, we can establish a brand new image with you as the manager and founder. As for the romantic side, we can put that on hold. Whenever you're ready, you can always come back. Zhang Qian poured out his thoughts to Jinlu, seeking to address multiple issues at once. It not only saved Jinlu's face, but also solidified her position in the cafe, while freeing her up time to focus on the exam. Perfect, Jinlu nodded after hearing Zhang Qian's words. All right, I will hand over all the matters on hand tomorrow. Okay, replied Zhang Qian. I will have someone take care of the coffee shop business, so you don't have to worry about it. Use your brand name for the sign, Smiler. Then ... why don't you go take a shower first? Zhang Qian looked at Jinlu with a smile. I have already showered. Then I'll go shower. Zhang Qian dashed into the bathroom and quickly finished bathing. After a couple of hours of commotion, Jinlu was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. He received a new message on his phone, sent by Kui Ziking. It mentioned an event the next day and invited him to attend. Zhang Qian could tell that Kui Ziking wanted to talk to him about the distillery. Zhang Qian agreed directly. He realized he hadn't inquired about the distillery since returning from Jiangnan and had no idea how Xia Qianchen was managing it. Such a responsible secretary should have reported to him immediately. Could something have gone wrong? It was already too late, but Zhang Qian decided to leave a message for Xia Qianchen. She would respond when she saw it tomorrow. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. At the time Zhang Qian woke up. Get up quickly, Ziqian. Jinlu was up as early as ever, handing Zhang Qian a plate of heart-shaped breakfast, 2 fried eggs, a piece of bacon, and a cup of hot milk, nutritionally balanced with eggs, meat, and milk. You haven't been to the gym in a long time, have you? Why don't you come with me to work out these days? Not today. I have to attend a wine event at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Zhang Qian explained to Jinlu that he had secured a big business opportunity to promote a new wine across Kyushu. Recipe for wine. A big business opportunity. Could it be that Zhang Qian is talking about Suniti? Before relying on this kind of wine made from horses, he violently beat the Kui family bar and aggressively attracted customers with imported wines. Zhang Qian has already bought out the recipe. Has he opened a winery in the country? Jinlu used to work in sales at a bar, and she knows how profitable the liquor business can be. If they start a winery, recruit some agents to distribute the goods in Kyushu, it would be equivalent to opening a printing press. Jinlu has tasted the horse wine and thinks it tastes very good, and it's said to be quite cheap. The moment this wine is introduced, it will sweep through Yezhou. If a bar doesn't have horse wine, they might lose half of their customers. The only downside is that horse wine needs to be sealed in special wooden casks, essentially fresh beer. If the technology can support horse wine in cans and bottles, not to mention becoming the preferred brand for all bars in Kyushu, it could even help Zhang Qian become the leading wine merchant in Kyushu. As for the domestic wines, like Landau, Snowflake, and those from the northeast, they will all have to step aside. Does it have a name? Jinlu asked. Yes. The wine is called Suniti. I've already applied for a patent, and the winery should be almost ready. I think in 2 months, we can start distribution. Jinlu silently looked at Zhang Qian for a few seconds. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Am I not allowed to admire my handsome man? Jinlu chuckled. Jinlu realized that Zhang Qian's success in business has far surpassed hers. She knew she could never catch up in this lifetime. She silently resolved to work hard to improve herself constantly. With Zhang Qian busy with so many things every day, she must help share his burdens and be the woman behind a successful man, a capable and supportive companion. After having lunch, Zhang Qian changed into the clothes that Jinlu had prepared for him, and immediately went out to attend the party mentioned by Kui Ziking. It was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Kaidek International Union Wine Party. The quality of today's party was very high. It was said that the Kaiduk Wine Association had invited several internationally renowned wine experts and senior industry professionals from all over the country. Before the opening, various upper-class locals from Yecheng had already gathered. In addition, there were also many domestic agents attending. Ultimately, events like this party had a few main purposes. Firstly, to promote new wine varieties, increase visibility, and find potential business partners. Secondly, it served as a social gathering for wealthy individuals to expand their networks. And thirdly, it was a gathering place for all sorts of rogues and gentlemen to flirt around. In a corner of the party, there was a tall and handsome man in a white suit gently swaying a highball glass in his hand. His sharp eyes, like that of a hawk, were scanning for his prey. This man's name was Zhou Xiaoqi, 32 years old this year, originally from Shanghai. He was a well-known wine variety agent in the JZH region. A few years ago, he made a fortune from selling domestic high-yield products and now had assets worth hundreds of millions. He made millions of profit each year just from buying and selling goods. He left all these matters to his secretary to manage while he acted like the boss, going in and out of various upscale places every day. He wore designer brands, drove sports cars, and changed his young and pretty girlfriends every month. Although Zhou Xiaoqi was in his 30s this year, he had been extremely poor when he was young. He was so poor that he had to carry a snakeskin bag to school and felt particularly inferior among his classmates. After becoming rich, he became very picky and only liked beautiful women under the age of 22 who were either in high school or had not graduated from university. Apart from that, he didn't pay attention to anyone over the age of 22. Zhou Xiaoqi looked around and fixated on a woman in a beautiful face, wearing a blue and white embroidered cheongsam dress, for quite some time. A gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. Wasn't this the prey he had been desperately seeking? He had flown all the way from Shanghai to this remote place in the north, never expecting to encounter any romantic encounters. After all, those high-quality girls at this age basically all moved to big cities. Zhou Xiaoqi had rented several luxuriously decorated apartments near the university campus. He understood the minds of these young university students too well. Basically, he could pick up a girl in just one day. Zhou Xiaoqi thought highly of himself and his own conditions. When it came to finding a partner, appearance was the first consideration. He stood at over 1.8 meters tall, dressed in branded clothes and drove a luxury car. In reality, there were occasionally girls that he couldn't conquer. At that time, Zhou Xiaoqi was angry and frustrated, having spent tens of thousands of dollars and still not succeeding, until the girl finally said to him, "You're too old-fashioned," refusing him bluntly. Because of this, Zhou Xiaoqi spared no expense to attend those gentleman training sessions to correct the bad habits he had developed in childhood. He began training from his manners, how he stood and sat. His gaze never wandered. Even if he wanted to look at girls, he did so openly and respectfully without causing any offense. He was thoughtful in his words and actions. After over a year of rigorous training, Zhou Xiaoqi had truly become a proper upper-class gentleman. The training that cost him tens of thousands of dollars was truly not in vain. Zhou Xiaoqi had a versatile personality and could switch between various styles. At 30, his age was just right. With a few days of stubble and a proper dignified suit, he appeared as a mature gentleman. Shave off the stubble, change into trendy sports clothing, and he was the epitome of a young and trendy guy full of boyfriend material. Nowadays, as long as he wanted to flirt with girls, he could successfully win over 99% of them. Zhou Xiaoqi found a mirror, adjusted his outfit, cleared his throat, and confidently walked towards the girl with a high wine glass in hand. Zhou Xiaoqi was thrilled. He didn't expect to encounter such an elegant and beautiful girl in the small town of Yabai. "Hey, isn't this Brother Zhou? Who's caught your eye this time? Why so formal?" A man in a navy blue suit walked over with a smile. Zhou Xiaoqi tittied his collar and cleared his throat, gestures observed clearly by Lu Ji. Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi were both from the same place, both having flown over from Shuhai. However, their professions were different. Lu Ji was a top wine expert domestically, already earning numerous honors, both locally and internationally, at the young age of 32. Lu Ji had a slightly more noble background than Zhou Xiaoqi. His parents were in the wine business in Shuhai, earning decent money. Although not extremely wealthy, Lu Ji never had to worry about food and clothing, had a good upbringing, and belonged to the middle class. Lu Ji graduated from the Shuhai Railway Institute, boasting solid family conditions that allowed him to choose any job without worries about rent or utilities. Due to his love for nightlife, Lu Ji had been a wine expert for a long time. It was during that time that he met Zhou Xiaoqi. At that time, Zhou Xiaoqi had already started to become successful, and their chance meeting allowed them to develop a good relationship. Their similar tastes led them to call each other close friends in private. Their goal was to hunt for pretty girls, competing yearly to see who can win over more. However, their preferences differed. Zhou Xiaoqi liked younger girls, while Lu Ji preferred slightly more mature, elegant women. "Oh, why are you here in Yebai too, Zhou?" Zhou Xiaoqi felt slightly surprised when he saw Lu Ji. How did he keep running into this guy everywhere? Was Lu Ji also here in Yebai to compete for girls with him? "What's up? Is it only okay for you, the top-notch wine expert, to come but not me?" Of course. The small temple can't hold both me and this big Buddha." Zhou Xiaoqi improvised an excuse, trying to scare Lu Ji away. "I suggest you leave quickly, or else if the media catches you, not only will your reputation drop, you'll also be seen as a social butterfly." Zhou Xiaoqi tried to drive Lu Ji away with a made-up excuse. "I'm different, I'm not as famous as you. Even if a brick falls on me in Shuhai, it might not even hit me. Hehe." Lu Ji chuckled and smirked. He swirled the red wine glass in his hand and said, "I don't know what's on your mind." Zhou Xiaoqi's heart trembled. This guy had already investigated the girl's background thoroughly. The big princess from the co-hosts. What was Lu Ji plotting? Seeing Lu Ji's confidence, Zhou Xiaoqi felt he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ji had already gathered information about the girl Zhou Xiaoqi was interested in, saving him the trouble of investigating further. Through Lu Ji's introduction, Zhou Xiaoqi learned about the girl he set his sights on. Kui Ziking. The Kui family had many businesses in Yi province, especially reputed for owning several bars. Both of them quickly decided to compete in the liquor industry. Zhou Xiaoqi, being one of the largest agents in Zhu Prefecture, had a natural advantage over Lu Ji, with lower procurement costs and higher purchase volumes. Kui Ziking was more likely to want to work with him. That's not necessarily true. What if she admires talent? Besides, I know many liquor factory owners. As long as I speak a few good words for them at the international wine event, and get them to offer merchandise to Kui Ziking at a lower price, isn't that simple? Lu Ji casually picked up a Bordeaux glass from a passing server, took a sip, and complimented, "Good wine. This wine is rich and sweet, with a delicate taste. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a red wine produced in Kinanzhou, France." Lu Ji purposely raised his voice, attracting the attention of many around him. Zhou Xiaoqi snorted. Here he goes again. A social terrorist indeed. "Hey, isn't that the international wine master, Lu Ji? It really looks like him. Lu Ji, can you give me an autograph? Lu Ji, can we take a photo together?" In high society, everyone knew that it took 3 generations to produce a top wine taster, and Lu Ji's deep knowledge was highly respected domestically and internationally. A wine taster's influence in the circle was not less than that of a second-rate celebrity. After recognizing Lu Ji's identity, people's faces lit up, which pleased Lu Ji. This was precisely the effect he wanted. "Sure. Let's take a photo together." Lu Ji pretended to be approachable and easy to get along with. His popularity attracted many people, including Kui Ziking. Kui Ziking blinked. Wasn't that Lu Ji? In high society, a wine taster's status was as popular as a pianist, musician, or rock star, making Lu Ji a sought-after figure. Kui Ziking's goal was simple: to impress Zhang Qian by introducing Lu Ji to taste and review their Sunny D wine at the international wine event, opening up a market for Sunny D through his acclaimed reputation within the wine circle. Lu Ji's position in the wine industry was top-notch, so getting a comment from him would be a win-win situation. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Liu?" Kui Ziking politely approached. Lu Ji felt a hint of Zhou. The fish had taken the bait. "Yes, I am. May I ask the surname of the young and charming lady?" Lu Ji pretended not to know Kui Ziking's background. He was attending the event today as a wine taster. If he were to get too close to Kui Ziking right away and get to know everything about her, she would surely think that she had been anticipated and would naturally raise her guard. It was like the saying goes, the elite hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Kui Ziking took the initiative to approach him, and in Lu Ji's eyes, capturing Kui Ziking was already a foregone conclusion, like taking something out of a bag, effortlessly. "My surname is Kui Ziking." Our Kui family is one of the co-hosts of this international wine event today. Kui Ziking introduced her identity. Ah, Miss Kui, I've heard of your name even when I was in Shanghai. Lu Ji began to employ his best techniques. Playing hard to get. Mr. Lu, you are being too polite. Your position in the wine circle is well known. How could I dare? May I ask, Miss Kui, what brings you here? Lu Ji intentionally avoided looking at Kui Ziking. Instead, he glanced elsewhere, showing an attitude that indicated Kui Ziking was optional. Kui Ziking was greatly shaken internally. In Yi State, she was known as the Kui family princess. However, in Shanghai, she wasn't even noticeable. As a top wine taster in Shanghai, Lu Ji completely disregarded her power and status. Kui Ziking remained calm and composed. It was all a play anyway. First, she had to win over Lu Ji, and then proceed. Mr. Lu, can we have a private conversation? Kui Ziking invited Lu Ji. Lu Ji frowned. Miss Kui, can't you just say what you need to in public? It's not quite appropriate in front of so many people. Kui Ziking glanced at the surrounding guests. She was the Kui family princess. Who would dare gossip behind her back? It's okay, Mr. Lu. I just want to discuss a little matter about wine. Nothing serious. All right. Lu Ji reluctantly agreed and followed Kui Ziking to a less crowded corner. Watched the whole scene from the sidelines, wanting to interject several times, but neither Lu Ji nor Kui Ziking gave him the opportunity. Oh no. Another beautiful princess captured by that Lu Ji. Zhou Shaoqi sighed in regret. Lu Ji's tactic had been refined through countless attempts with various girls, always successful, a typical all-purpose strategy. Regardless of whether you were a princess, a socialite, or a shy student, he could win them all over. Lu Ji's mouth slightly curved upwards. Seeing this smile, Zhou Shaoqi knew he had no chance. If there weren't so many people present, he would have wanted to smash his wine glass. He lost before he could even start. It was frustrating. Zhou Shaoqi was enraged, but he had to admit, his own tactics were outdated and slow. Although Zhou Shaoqi's methods were old, they were effective. Coupled with his status as a wine taster, he was invincible. He could win a girl over in a matter of hours. On the other side of the wine event hall, Miss Kui, if there's something on your mind, feel free to speak up. Given my identity, you should know that I can't get too close to wine merchants. Otherwise, the International Wine Tasting Association will send someone to investigate if I've taken any bribes. Lu Ji cut Kui Ziking off as soon as she spoke, blocking her intentions. He knew exactly what Kui Ziking wanted, to have him speak favorably about a particular wine, the event, creating a buzz and boosting its reputation. Lu Ji had done this kind of thing countless times before. He was handsomely paid for it. Both domestic and international wine merchants had engaged in these shady dealings with him. He maintained a good facade and had never been exposed. Even if something went wrong, the event organizers would protect him. After listening to Lu Ji's words, Kui Ziking didn't know how to respond. He had shut down her intentions right from the start, denying her any opportunity to utilize him for promotion at the event. What could she do now? She had to work on building their relationship slowly. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible. As long as people were susceptible to influence, there was room for maneuvering. Mr. Lu, I simply wanted to befriend you, Kui Ziking spoke. Everyone knows of your prowess as the top wine taster in Zhuzhou, a once-in-a-century talent. I admire someone like you, polite and gifted with genuine talent. Your palate is unique. If we say you are currently the best in Zhuzhou, it would not be an exaggeration, Kui Ziking praised. Although part of her compliment was insincere, how many genuine words did people exchange in society? There's an old adage that says, the only true thing at a drinking table is the wine. Everything else is a pretense. The same applied to the wine event. Except for the displayed wines, everything else could be doubted, and she would be seen as naive if she believed too easily. Kui Ziking was no fool. She understood this principle. However, Lu Ji's words and actions had won her over to a certain extent. His actions matched his words, and his conduct was exemplary. He seemed like a second Zhang Qian. If she could develop him as a contact for the Kui family, the family business would thrive in the future. She could even introduce him to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian had mentioned his plans to establish a winery in Zhuzhou in the future. Although Kui Ziking's actions might seem cliché, speaking insincerely was normal when it came to the interests of the family and ensuring her brother, Kui Jinghui, could smoothly take over as the head of the Kui family. She was not only working for the Kui family, but also for the long-term development of Jung Qian's winery. Even if Lu Ji was difficult to sway, she would try her best not to make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, all her efforts to establish Xundi would be in vain if Lu Ji spread rumors or criticized it. Just a simple remark like nothing special could kill Xundi in its infancy. On the other hand, even if Xundi wasn't to Lu Ji's taste, out of respect for her or Zhang Qian, he wouldn't speak too harshly. To enter the market, one had to get past the wine taster first. If they couldn't even win him over, there was no point in talking about opening up new markets or global bestsellers. Mr. Lu, I especially appreciate your talent. I wonder if it's possible to exchange contact information privately. You can scan my WeChat. Lu Ji frowned. He had taken the bait. Kui Ziking was easier to charm than he had imagined. His plan for today was just to leave an impression on Kui Ziking, arrange some coincidences afterwards, and then get her contact information. It would be best if Kui Ziking took the initiative to at him. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, Kui Ziking volunteered her WeChat. At this point, he had to remain calm and not show too much excitement. Otherwise, he might blow his cover and raise suspicion. Kui Ziking, being able to become the princess of the Kui family, influence the organizers, and become a co-organizer, showed her status in the Kui family. Such a girl was definitely not the naive type who had yet to enter society. On the contrary, she was more likely to be calculating. Lu Ji decided to play it safe for now. He was now pretending to be the hunter of the prey. The other party, this hunter, might be armed. It might even turn into a game of wits. After understanding this, Lu Ji felt more at ease. He decided to stick to the original plan already set. However, he needed to stay vigilant. He couldn't end up losing without gaining anything and getting played by Kui Ziking. Lu Ji put on a look of being in a difficult situation. Miss Kui, this might not be appropriate, adding contact information between us. What do you think? If someone hears this and it reaches the ears of the international wine community, they might make me write a self-criticism and fine me, right? Kui Ziking seemed a bit anxious. Mr. Lu, I'll be honest with you. I'm also a senior wine lover. Exchanging contact information between us is just normal communication. Moreover, if the wine community finds out and punishes you, I'll take responsibility. I'll write the self-criticism for you and pay the fine. To make friends with you, I think paying a small price is nothing. Kui Ziking intentionally or unintentionally highlighted the strength of the Kui family. She had to make Lu Ji feel that the Kui family had power and influence in East State. Although it couldn't be compared to first-tier big cities like Shanghai, it was still a dominant force with a certain level of influence. Just looking at the bar industry, besides a few major distributors who could outsell the Kui family in selling alcohol, after years of strategic planning in East State, managing so many bars, their success was due to their solid business foundation. If it were another family, they would have collapsed long ago. Regarding distribution capability, the Kui family was second to none, and no one dared to claim the top spot. Leveraging this identity to enter the Shanghai circle was too easy. Since Miss Kui is so thoughtful, then let's exchange contact information. Let's scan the code secretly, so that no one sees it, and I can save you from being fined, Miss Kui. The two clinked glasses, laughed heartily, and then scanned the code to at each other's contact information. It was already 2:30. Kui Ziking was a bit puzzled. The opening of the wine event was at 2 o'clock. It had already been half an hour. Why hadn't Zhang Qian arrived yet? Just as she was wondering, a handsome man in a deep blue Armani suit walked into the wine event. Seeing Zhang Qian, Kui Ziking hurriedly approached. Zhang Xiao, you're here. Yes. Zhang Qian nodded. There was traffic on the road, so I arrived a bit late. It's okay. It's okay. Kui Ziking was worried that Zhang Qian might not show up. As long as he was here, that was all that mattered. Today's scene is not small at all. Zhang Qian couldn't help sighing. He remembered that he had attended a similar cocktail party some time ago, but the setting back then, on an international level too, seemed a bit lackluster in comparison to today. Firstly, the venue. The decor was full of European influences, from the furnishings, decorations, paintings, to the lighting, all exuded a European aesthetic. Secondly, the attendees. The hall was bustling with people, radiating energy, all looking elegant and vibrant. Men were dressed in black, white, blue, or gray suits, each sporting a luxurious watch on their wrist. Some even subtly displayed their LV belts or Hermes belts. highlighting their wealth. Women were mostly in Western-style dresses, with dazzlingly large diamond rings and expensive diamond necklaces around their necks. To people entering this place today, are either wealthy or prestigious. This was a truly high-end cocktail party. Even though John Qian didn't know their identities, he could tell their status just from their attire. The first thing poor people give up is their appearance. If you don't even care about how you look, then how can you talk about being wealthy? People who live simply and frugally are still a minority in the end. Who is that guy? Zhou Shaoqi was puzzled after seeing John Qian. What was their relationship? Lovers? Friends? Family? Don't think too much. I've already investigated. Kui Ziking is not married and doesn't have a boyfriend. Forget having a boyfriend. According to my reliable sources, she has never even been in love. A true naive girl. Zhou Shaoqi was shocked to hear this. A woman like Kui Ziking, with such looks, would attract wealthy suitors and rich heirs in Shanghai. And now Lu Ji told him that Kui Ziking was still naive. Is that true? Of course. It's true. The information is absolutely genuine, Lu Ji assured him. I see. Zhou Shaoqi nodded. So that's why Lu Ji is interested in her. Zhou Shaoqi couldn't help but lick his lips. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Oh well, forget it. Lu Ji already began his tricks, while Zhou Shaoqi hadn't even started. Lu Ji had taken the lead, using common tactics, leaving Zhou Shaoqi with little room to maneuver. He might as well be a supporting role this time, providing a backdrop for Lu Ji's brilliance. They had worked together before, played supporting roles for each other. Doing it one more time wouldn't matter. Let me tell you, I'm not competing with you. Just let me be your foil to your Shanghai beauty. Okay, but be clear, you owe me a favor, Zhou Shaoqi said, feeling resentful. Sure, I owe you a favor, Lu Ji chuckled, feeling he had no choice. However, on another note, Lu Ji's plan this time was to make Zhou Shaoqi the supporting role. If Zhou Shaoqi didn't assist, it was still possible, but would take longer. With Zhou Shaoqi as the supporting role, Lu Ji was almost certain to win Kui Ziking. Even if the godfather himself came to steal her, he wouldn't stand a chance. Kui Ziking would be loyal to Lu Ji. Lu Ji's previous relationships never lasted more than 2 months, but with Kui Ziking's legs and figure, he felt he could play for at least 6 months. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Lu Ji gestured to Zhou Shaoqi, and the two approached Kui Ziking. Miss Kui, your friend? Won't you introduce us? Oh, almost forgot. Let me introduce. Kui Ziking suddenly patted his head and smiled, saying, John Shao, this is Lu Ji, a wine taster from Shangshu. Kui Ziking helped introduce each other's identities. Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly as he assessed Lu Ji, and the man named Zhou Shaoqi behind him. These two didn't leave a good impression on Zhang Qian. Conversely, Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi, though smiling on the surface, also looked down on Zhang Qian. Especially Lu Ji, he saw Zhang Qian as his rival. Kui Ziking, upon seeing Zhang Qian, hastily left him and ran over to greet someone. In Lu Ji's eyes, Zhang Qian was not just a rival. What kind of relationship were these two people in? Lu Ji was very curious. He decided not to act rashly but to probe Zhang Qian first. He hadn't heard of such a man by Kui Ziking's side when he was investigating. Lu Ji smiled at Zhang Qian and confidently walked up to him. Hello, I am Lu Ji. Nice to meet you. Zhang Qian didn't give Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi any good expression, just grunted at the two of them. Zhang Qian saw through the intentions of these two men clearly. What were a so-called wine taster from Shanshu and wine agents doing so close to Kui Ziking if not seeking something in return? They had just met today at the wine reception, yet acted familiar as if they were close. Sycophancy leads to no good. Didn't Kui Ziking understand this principle? Zhang Qian felt that, with his capabilities, there was no need to get acquainted with wine tasters or agents. Zhang Qian liked to let his capabilities speak for themselves. He didn't need anyone to bolster his reputation. Even if he needed to spend money, he would. Zhang Qian hadn't calculated the annual profit of Kiant Group carefully. Making money was too simple for him now. Just buy a villa and a sports car for a woman, and billions of cash would flow in. Even if he had to spend aggressively, he could establish a reputation in the market. Besides, Sunny from Madagascar was capable. Kui Ziking found Zhang Qian's attitude somewhat perplexing and more so, suspicious. If these two joined forces, they could influence the market. If Sunny wanted to expand into Kyushu and enter the international fame arena, he would certainly need to befriend wine tycoons like Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi. However, Zhang Qian displayed such an attitude. Kui Ziking felt a bit disheartened. She had worked hard for the International Wine Conference to be held in Yabai. If Zhang Qian continued this way, all her efforts would go to waste. I wonder what business Zhang Xiao is in. Lu Ji elegantly raised a glass of Hennessy and took a sip. He smiled warmly, appearing very amiable. When Kui Ziking saw this smile, she finally relaxed a bit. Fortunately, Lu Ji didn't react emotionally to Zhang Qian's rudeness and arrogance. What business I am in? What does that have to do with you? Zhang Qian coldly snorted. Zhang Xiao, please. Kui Ziking was about to intervene, but Zhou Xiaoqi stepped in. That's right, that's right. The business Zhang Xiao is in is none of our concern. Zhou Xiaoqi's words may seem like she's going to Zhang Qian, but in actuality, she is subtly mocking and undermining him. How can Zhang Qian not sense it? He snorts coldly, showing no favor to Zhou Xiaoqi. These people are really something, huh? What sommeliers, what agents? Among the top figures in Jiangnan, everyone has to put on a smiling face for him, trying to gain some favor in his eyes. And now they want to undermine him just like that. Zhang Qian doesn't have any good feelings towards Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi. However, out of respect for Kui Ziking, Zhang Qian doesn't get into an argument with them. He just doesn't show them any favor. Kui Ziking is getting more and more anxious. She thought the three of them would get along well, and Zhang Qian would understand her good intentions, but she didn't expect him to have this kind of attitude. Zhang Qian, ignoring everyone else, picks up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray and walks away coldly. Kui Ziking is caught in a dilemma. Zhang Qian is forcing her to choose sides. If she doesn't catch up with him, her relationship with Zhang Qian might deteriorate. If she pursues him, what about Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi? She hadn't even greeted them and had gone straight to meet Zhang Qian, which would seem abrupt and impolite. If she repeats this kind of action, others might think she doesn't want to make friends and doesn't care at all. Kui Ziking is in a state of distress, not knowing what to do. Lu Ji catches on to Kui Ziking's dilemma and suggests, Ziking, you better go check on him. Your friend seems upset. Lu Ji flashes a radiant smile at Kui Ziking. Kui Ziking feels a sudden uplifting her mood. Her fondness for Lu Ji increases instantly. He is so generous and magnanimous, his demeanor is just too grand. Initially caught in a dilemma, Lu Ji takes the initiative and encourages her to go look for Zhang Qian. Considering his feelings, Kui Ziking nods and hurries after Zhang Qian. Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi exchange a glance and smile in unison. This move is called lure the tiger out of the mountain. In the trap they set, Zhang Qian is clearly at a disadvantage. Since Lu Ji's arrival, he has made a great impression on Kui Ziking. By letting her find Zhang Qian by herself, Lu Ji showcases his grand gesture and broad-mindedness. In terms of moral quality and personal behavior, Lu Ji's actions are faultless. He still occupies the moral high ground. Zhang Qian appears petty and unmanly in comparison. Lu Ji's strategy has unknowingly shifted the balance in Kui Ziking's heart in his favor. Regardless of Zhang Qian's status and wealth, he will eventually win Kui Ziking's affection. Zhang Xiao. Kui Ziking catches up and calls out to Zhang Qian. What's wrong? Zhang Qian takes a sip of his wine and casually looks at Kui Ziking. Zhang Xiao, don't be mad at me for speaking bluntly. What you did just now was inappropriate. Kui Ziking speaks frankly. Zhang Qian shrugs. What do they want? Do you not see it? Zhang Qian questions. That Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi. Their eyes are practically gleaming. Can't you see they're trying to deceive you? Zhang Qian's words are straightforward. In theory, Kui Ziking should have noticed. Since she didn't, Zhang Qian decides to be direct. If Kui Ziking is willing to associate with people like Lu Ji, Zhang Qian doesn't mind. He doesn't want any connection with such individuals. They might as well have "I want to have you" written on their faces. How couldn't Kui Ziking see through them? Kui Ziking is puzzled. Zhang Xiao, how could you say that? Her face reddens. She didn't expect Zhang Qian's words to be so frank. How can that be possible? Men understand men the best. With your intelligence, you should be able to see through it. Zhang Qian shakes his head silently, revealing his understanding of Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi's intentions. He knows these types of people very well. So, what do you think they're trying to deceive me about? Do I have anything to ask of them? Can they look down on the Kui family's modest estate with Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi's grand backgrounds? Furthermore, I'm just Qi's eldest daughter. Inheriting the family's business should fall on my younger brother Kui Jinghui. Do they expect something from me? Zhang Qian shakes his head helplessly. I'm not talking about that. I mean, Do you think they're trying to deceive your body? How can you be so naive? Deceive her body? Kui Ziking furrows her delicate brows deeply. Jun Xiao, I don't care what they want to do to me. I am doing all this so your wine can enter the market, right? As Kui Ziking speaks, tears well up in her eyes and trickle down her cheeks like silver beans. Oh no. Why am I crying? Jun Qian dislikes seeing women cry. It makes him feel sorry for them. Kui Ziking's reasoning makes sense. Jun Qian is wealthy, powerful, and has connections, but Kui Ziking is unaware of that. She has been following normal business procedures. She hasn't done anything wrong. All right, stop crying. Don't you think you should treat others better if you want to sell your wine? Otherwise, how are you going to market it? Okay, if you say so, I won't comfort you anymore. Stop crying quickly. Jun Qian pretends to be angry, and Kui Ziking immediately silences her sobs. Her eyes are red. She looks pitiful and charming. The event then moves into the formal wine tasting segment. There is an official list of wine tasters at the event, but their fame doesn't compare to Lu Ji's. As a non-official wine taster, Lu Ji is highly popular among the audience, and his opinion holds more weight than the official tasters. It helps avoid any official manipulation and demonstrates Lu Ji's excellent skills. If one were to evaluate, there isn't anyone in the room who can compete with him. Today's event showcases over a dozen types of new wines ready to be promoted in the market in the second half of the year. When they reach a wine of blue and yellow hues, Kui Ziking's heart leaps into her throat. She signals to Lu Ji. Lu Ji clearly receives the message. Perhaps this is the type of wine Kui Ziking wants him to speak highly of. The color of this wine is indeed unique, but we're unsure about the taste. Lu Ji holds up the glass, presenting it to everyone with curiosity. This blue and yellow wine has already been tasted by the crowd, and most find the taste satisfying. However, they are eager to hear Lu Ji's evaluation. After all, he is a professional, whereas they are amateurs. A thought suddenly arises in Lu Ji's mind. Since Jun Qian is so pretentious, why not inquire about his opinion? Approaching Jun Qian, Lu Ji asks, Jun Xiao, what do you think of this wine? This issue undoubtedly embarrassed Jun Qian. Jun Qian was just an ordinary person transitioning to the elite and capitalist class. How would he know anything about wine tasting? He specialized in flirting, conducting business, and engaging in commercial competition. He knew how to extract information from market feedback, but wine tasting was not his forte. How is it, Jun Xiao? If you can't say it, then I will. Lu Ji grinned at Jun Qian. Just by observing how Jun Qian held his wine glass earlier, Lu Ji knew he was completely clueless about wine. Lu Ji had no intention of letting Jun Qian save face by providing a proper response. As everyone saw Jun Qian stuttering, Lu Ji had achieved his goal. Kui Ziking watched this scene nervously. She knew Jun Qian's temper. He would seek revenge for any slight. If Lu Ji really humiliated Jun Qian, causing him to lose face in front of everyone, it could lead to turmoil. As the saying goes, when the strong dragon meets the local serpent, let alone the fact that Jun Qian was not just any local snake but a powerful native dragon. Lu Ji's actions were like playing with fire. Kui Ziking regretted not warning Lu Ji and Zhou Xiaoqi about Jun Qian's background beforehand, making them cautious and preventing the situation from escalating. The two groups seemed at odds, and any misstep could spark conflict. Lu Ji picked up the Zun Nidi, gently swirled it in his hand, and carefully observed the color. The color is rich and vibrant, he commented. Then, he leaned closer, flared his nostrils, and smelled it. The fruity aroma is very strong. Judging from my experience, it's definitely not artificially colored with chemicals, but made with pure natural fresh fruit. Finally, Lu Ji took a small sip. Sip, sip. Lu Ji sipped the wine, his brows furrowed, his face expressions mixed. Upon seeing Lu Ji's reaction, the onlookers grew curious. Why did such a top-notch wine taster have this expression? Did the wine taste good or bad? Lu Ji didn't speak but took another large sip. This wine is simply amazing. Lu Ji showed extreme surprise and excitement. The texture is smooth and delicate. The taste is fresh and not cloying, just like biting into a tropical fruit. This wine is somewhat like a carbonated beverage, where the fruity flavor perfectly covers the alcohol taste. Since I started drinking alcoholic beverages, I have never tasted such a delicious wine. Lu Ji gave the highest praise of his career. Kui Ziking, filled with excitement, approached. Mr. Lu, if you were to give this wine a score out of 10, what would it be? A perfect 10. Lu Ji affirmed without hesitation. Even without Kui Ziking's prompting, Lu Ji would have still given a perfect score. This wine is simply the best tasting and most delicate wine on the market today. Please have a taste, and you'll understand the feeling I'm trying to convey. Lu Ji invited the guests at the scene to taste the wine eagerly. The bystanders began tasting one by one. Some praised it endlessly, while others found it quite ordinary. Wasn't this just a regular fruity beer? However, they hesitated to voice their opinions due to Lu Ji's reputation as a top wine taster. If they were wrong, they would seem ignorant. Zhang Xiao, won't you give it a try? Lu Ji saw everyone tasting the wine except Zhang Qian, so he teased him. I won't taste it. I drink a lot usually. Lu Ji, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Zhang Qian's response showed he clearly misunderstood the situation. Even if he wanted to show off, this was an exaggerated attempt. Today's wines were all new releases yet to be launched. He claimed to be tired of them. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Ji's reaction, everyone burst into laughter. They gave Zhang Qian mocking looks. Zhang, boasting about the wine like that. The wines brought here today are all new varieties, not officially on the market yet. It's not good to drink this every day. Oh, I see. This is your first time attending such a high-end wine event, right? Lu Ji squinted his eyes, looking like he was about to give some advice. Hearing this, Kui Ziking suddenly felt a little uneasy, instinctively feeling that Zhang Qian was about to explode. But she didn't expect that he would just laugh instead. Well, this is my business. I drink it every day. What's the problem? Zhang Qian said casually. Lu Ji had prepared what he was going to say next, even planning to give everyone a lively wine-tasting lesson here, but because of Zhang Qian's words, he was instantly silenced. Actually, his praise for Suniti earlier was genuine. Even if Kui Ziking hadn't communicated with him in advance, he would have said that the wine was very good. The people present were also amazed. They never expected that the owner of Suniti would be so young. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. In fact, Zhang Qian had restrained himself quite a bit. If it weren't for considering Kui Ziking's feelings, knowing that she had set up such a big situation today, he might have kicked Lu Ji out already. Ha ha, Zhang. You are indeed talented and promising. Admire, admire. Mr. Lu, there are still many good wines behind. Why linger on this one? Today's wine tasting event is unprecedentedly grand. Come, let's go over there. Zhou Shaoqi winked at Lu Ji, pulling him to walk away. Then she whispered, "Head. Now we have even more leverage over him. Don't forget, even if the wine has a good reputation, without sales channels to distribute, it's just a joke. And isn't this our specialty?" Lu Ji's eyes lit up. Right? Suniti is indeed good, but today's wine event is not just about tasting. It's more important to find business partners, expand sales channels. What era is it now? It's already the year 3202. Leaving the wine here without promoting it is useless. Even if it's good, without anyone selling it, it's worthless. Lu Ji regretted showing off so much earlier. As for Zhang Qian, he was coldly smiling in his heart, not really taking these to people seriously. He walked around with his wine glass. If he wanted, relying on his influence in Jiangnan, he could easily dominate the JZH and then spread throughout the country. Although Lu Ji is currently the king of the wine tasting world, it's also very easy to ruin someone. How's the feedback? At this point, Xia Qianchen arrived late. She just came and immediately pulled Kui Ziking to understand the situation. It's not bad. Mr. Lu is an authority in the domestic wine industry. He praised it just now. But unfortunately, Kui Ziking hurriedly whispered to her. Having a basic understanding of the situation, Xia Qianchen shook her head weakly. Xia Qianchen was also very attentive to today's wine event. She certainly understood Kui Ziking's intentions, but since they had shown such sincerity, as a branding company for Suniti, doing nothing is not acceptable. She saw this as a good opportunity. The reason for not informing Zhang Qian beforehand was just to give him a surprise, as he had already given her full authority to handle the matters of the Suniti winery. Seeing the text message, she learned that Zhang Qian had also come. She was very confident in Suniti. However, her thoughts aligned with Kui Ziking's. Things that need to be arranged must be arranged. Just because the taste is good doesn't mean they shouldn't employ any commercial methods. After all, their goal is not just the Yebai area, but the entire 9 provinces. She knew Zhang Qian's personality too well, that's why she didn't inform him in advance. But unexpectedly, there was a situation. Although Lu Ji was tasting wine, His attention never left Kuiziking. Zhou Shaoqi by his side was the same, thinking that he had missed out on Kuiziking and would return empty-handed today, but happened to see Xia Qianchen. His eyes lit up instantly. He and Luji exchanged a smile, knowing that the two of them would be busy tonight. How does she also know that Zheng Gai? After Luji finished a round of wine, the two people huddled together again to whisper. Zhou Shaoqi scrutinized Xia Qianchen, who was talking to Zheng Qian not far away, with narrow eyes and a somewhat gloomy expression. Originally, she had already planned to use her own methods to take him down later, but she didn't expect that she seemed to know Zheng Qian as well. He's just a local snake. It's not surprising to know some local girls, but seeing her chatting with Kuiziking for so long, there's a high probability she's also a side of the Sunat Empire, Luji said, squinting as he smashed his drink. This time in Yebai, he never expected to encounter these two top-notch beauties. Ha, although Yebai is small, where doesn't have rich second-generation locals, he's just a minor character. JZH has seen so many big shots. What is he? We each take down one will do, he said, dismissing Zheng Qian. He was more certain that Zheng Qian would soon pay a hefty price for his actions. The next part of the wine event would make him kneel and call daddy. According to the rules, after all the wine tasters had judged these products, they will select the best product of the night together, known as the Golden Wine Cup. Every year, the newly brewed wine that enjoys the whole honor often receives a lot of attention from suppliers. Although he initially had a high opinion of Suniti, he was confident that he could sway the final decision and award to another type of wine. Luji had this confidence. Therefore, he was very certain that Kuiziking and Xia Qianchen would not remain indifferent. They would definitely come to him. While they were talking, Kuiziking arrived with Xia Qianchen. Mr. Lu, this is the person in charge of Suniti, Miss Xia Qianchen. Qianchen, I've introduced Mr. Lu to you just now. He is currently one of the most popular wine experts in Jizhou. Don't be fooled by his young age. He's already outstanding in the industry, even one of the key influencers. Zheng just spoke directly. I hope you don't mind. Kuiziking was clear on the weight of the Golden Wine Cup. She knew Zheng Qian had potential, and if he were given the chance, he might do even better. But if everything had to be done by Zheng Qian, what would they be doing? Ha, where? Zheng is young and promising. He just speaks the truth. Nothing to be offended about, Luji said with grace. Then, changing the subject abruptly, but I've discovered a lot of good wines afterwards. I'm afraid Suniti's competitors will be numerous today. This statement was almost a declaration. Mr. Lu, before Kuiziking could speak, Luji interrupted with a wave of his hand. I forgot to introduce earlier. Suniti might be good, but it still needs suitable distributors. This is Boss Zhou Shaoqi, who is quite influential in JZH. Get to know each other more, Luji continued. Ha, please. Zhou is just running some small family business, Boss Zhou Shaoqi replied. Initially, he only liked student beauties around 22 years old. But today, for some reason, perhaps not wanting to see Luji enjoy the company of two beautiful women alone, when he saw a girl comparable to Kuiziking, he was eager. Seeing Luji avoiding the previous incident and instead introducing Boss Zhou Shaoqi, Xia Qianchen understood the cue. Mr. Zhou, let's exchange WeChat contact. I have many things to learn from you in the future. Mr. Lu, let's exchange contact as well. Thank you for your kind words today, Xia Qianchen said as she took out her phone. Here it comes. Boss Zhou Shaoqi was elated, not expecting things to progress so smoothly. He couldn't help but admire Luji's skills. By quickly obtaining their contact information, if handled properly, he could enjoy the good fortune tonight. Ha, it's a bit embarrassing. Boss Zhou Shaoqi smiled, about to take out his phone to exchange contacts, when he suddenly saw a large hand covering Xia Qianchen's screen directly. If it's inconvenient, then let's not at each other, said Zheng Qian as he arrived. Damn. He really didn't expect that while fooling around in the small town of Yebai, he would encounter this kind of trouble. He was invincible at JZH, but now being blocked by Zheng Qian several times in a rout, he was instantly furious. What? Didn't you just apologize a moment ago? Zheng Qian blocked Xia Qian and Kuiziking behind him, looking at Luji and Zhou Shaoqi with a smile that wasn't really a smile. Zhou Shaoqi was extremely angry. Kid, we gave you face just now, calling you young Master Zheng. And you really think you're a young master? The rotten water in the mountains breeds bad people. In a tiny place like your Yebai, Do you really think you can just sit back and watch everything? Do you look down on us merchants? Believe it or not, with a slight move from me, I can make sure your wine doesn't sell. I'm telling you, you came here for nothing today. Zhou Shaoqi was determined to teach Zheng Qian a lesson. He had already planned it in his heart and was ready to immediately mobilize his contacts to ensure that none of the suppliers present would sign a contract with Sunny D. No, he wouldn't even let this lousy wine be sold in yet by. Oh, is that so? You're so amazing, I'm so scared. What's the name of your company? Zheng Qian smirked, and anyone could hear the teasing tone in his voice. Suddenly changing the subject, he did indeed have thoughts of directly acquiring Zhou Shaoqi's company. With over 20 billion capital in his hands now, his confidence was overflowing, and he wanted to challenge everyone. Buying it would just help widen his sales channels. It probably wouldn't cost more than a few million. It wouldn't even make a dent in his bank account. For f***'s sake, believe it or not, everyone probably has an idea now. Before the final vote, we would like to announce the winner of the Golden Liquor Cup and crown our liquor event. Before the final vote, we want to invite Mr. Lu Ji to give a brief comment. Let's welcome Mr. Lu. Just as Zhou Shaoqi was about to lose his temper, he heard the host calling out to Lu Ji. Lu Ji nodded with a smile and whispered as he passed by, "Don't worry, Sunny D's reputation will be tarnished today. Let this kid know what consequences he faces for annoying our JZH young master." HMPH. Zhou Shaoqi snorted heavily and left to another place. Affinity -5, affinity -5, affinity -10 ha. During the time Zheng Qian was dazed, he noticed the declining affinities over Zia Qin and Kui Ziking's heads. Worrying that you two are being taken advantage of by perverts, shield you from it, and your affinity still decreases. But then Zheng Qian thought otherwise. This might not be such a bad thing. The affinities of the girls around him were generally higher, so he could take advantage of it and rack up some cash flow. Kui Ziking knew that Lu Ji must have a significant opinion of Zheng Qian, which means this statement would be very detrimental to Sunny D. So she hurriedly took out her phone to try and send some messages to stabilize the situation. But Lu Ji ignored her attempt, walking towards the stage with no intention of stopping. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in anger. That despicable Zheng Qian. Everyone, I believe that we all share the same feeling today, which is that this trip was worth it. We're fortunate to have had the opportunity to taste these new liquor varieties before they hit the market. Thank you to the organizers for the generous invitation. Since I'm up here, I'll say a few words. I believe everyone feels the same as me, that Sunny D's taste is not bad. Seeing Lu Ji not directly criticize Sunny D, Kui Ziking couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and looked at Lu Ji gratefully. This action made Zhou Shaoqi, who was nearby, jealous, especially as he looked at the beautiful and charming Zia Qian not far away. He felt as if 100 ants were crawling in his heart. If it weren't for that Dan Zheng Qian, they might have already started a romantic relationship. Lu Ji unintentionally swept a glance at Kui Ziking, and his heart almost skipped a beat. With him on stage now, looking down on them, it was truly a sight to behold. His lips slightly curled upwards, and he coldly smiled inwardly, finding out that Kui Ziking was very concerned, which gave him even more leverage. But with tasting other new liquor varieties, I discovered there are even bigger surprises to come. Suddenly changing the subject, he began to praise another brand of liquor. The owner of this brand was overjoyed. She knew Lu Ji beforehand and had dressed up even more appealingly today, ready to sacrifice herself. However, overwhelmed by Kui Ziking's charm, she saw that Lu Ji was focused on Kui Ziking and didn't dare to approach. But she never expected happiness to come so suddenly. Just after hearing a few words, Zheng Qian knew what was going on. Secretary Zia, regarding the arrangements for Sunny D, I already have a plan, so you don't need to follow up for now. It's getting late, there's no need for you to go to the company. Just go home and rest. When I arrive tomorrow, I'll talk to you about what's next. Actually, since returning from the south, Zheng Qian had been thinking about the upcoming business expansion. The alliance led by Asia Airlines had already disintegrated, and the King Jin alliance was down to just Moonflower Shipping, barely hanging on. In the shipping industry, his enemies had instantly decreased by half. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he had more radical ideas. Okay, Mr. Zheng, Zia Qian replied mechanically, frowning slightly. Zheng Qian knew she was annoyed with him, and their affinity decreased once again. Of course, I've seen your performance at work during this period. This lousy golden liquor cup, just forget about it. Right, you can book 2 tickets to North Su for me tomorrow. 2 tickets? Is he taking me to North Su? Since Zhang Qian returned from the south with Song Yaxian, Xia Qian had felt that there was a bit of an issue between them. It's not like she had any weird thoughts about Zhang Qian, but due to the increased affinity, she couldn't help but feel somewhat reliant on him. The previously cold Song Yaxian would occasionally show girlish expression because her affinity was also rising. Xia Qian found herself wondering, are they going to North Su together? Should we book 1 room or 2 at the hotel? Should I ask him? Affinity plus 1 affinity minus 1 affinity plus 1 affinity minus 1. Zhang Qian? Why is Xia Qian overthinking after I just said that one thing? Cough. Don't buy the tickets now. Just look out for the recent flights for me. I might leave soon, so we'll talk about it then. Oh, during this time, I have something else for you to do. It's about something else. So, we're not going to North Su together. Understood. Xia Qian felt weak in the face of Zhang Qian's words. She rolled her eyes at herself and thought, what am I expecting? Really, especially with a scum like Zhang Qian. Last time we traveled together, he and Su Shuyan must have touched Song Yaxian too. If I have the chance, I must advise her properly. She must not hold any illusions about this Sea King. Affinity minus 1 affinity minus 1 affinity. 1 affinity minus 1. Zhang Qian, watching Xia Qian leave angrily, he couldn't help but feel messy in the wind. I'll go back first, you guys figure it out. Okay. Manager Kui Ziking put in a lot of effort to have this wine party held in the north of Yi, but the results obtained were far from what she had expected, and now it seemed like she had ended up benefiting someone else. She was feeling both angry and regretful now, swearing that she didn't want to see Zhang Qian again in the next few days. He was like her nemesis. After giving some simple instructions to the staff, she walked towards the main entrance. She purposely parked her car there to make it easier to pick up and drop off Lu Ji and others later. But now it seemed unnecessary. Just then, she received a WeChat message from Zhang Qian. Park at the rear entrance. A few seconds later, another message came. Alone. This was starting to feel a bit ambiguous. She had been a bit stubborn towards Zhang Qian, but upon seeing these 2 messages, she felt an indescribable unease. She gritted her teeth and had already reached the main entrance, but now she had to turn back. She wanted to see how he would explain this to her. Manager Kui, weren't you planning to go back? The employee was puzzled to see Kui Ziking turning back. Oh, that. You guys hurry up and take care of the guests properly. At least we are the hosts. Several employees were at a loss. As she passed by the restroom, Kui Ziking deliberately touched up her makeup. Worried that Lu Jia and others might be getting impatient, she turned to leave, but was in such a rush that her stocking scraped against the door frame. A faint thread was picked up, revealing a small piece of fair skin. The contrast between the black stockings and the white skin was stark. She didn't notice and continued to walk forward, but coincidentally, she almost bumped into Lu Ji. After the speech ended, he had been waiting for Kui Ziking to apologize first, so he could take advantage of the situation and find a way to spend the night with her, not wasting his trip. But as he waited, she never sent any message. This made Lu Ji impatient. As a well-known wine expert in the JZH area, how could she ignore him? Those socialites couldn't escape his grasp, yet this woman from Yebai was acting aloof. Thinking about whether to call and make an appointment, he almost ran into her by chance. Oops, oh, it's Mr. Liu. I'm sorry. Did I bump into you? Kui Ziking rubbed her nose in pain and hastily inquired. I'm fine. Lu Ji was actually delighted to run into Kui Ziking here, but subconsciously, his eyes glanced at her long legs, and he was captivated, especially at the part where the stockings met the skin. It stirred his imagination. Kui Ziking also sensed Lu Ji's unusual gaze. Following his line of sight, she blushed and quickly placed her bag in front to cover herself. Miss Kui, where are you in such a hurry to go? The party hasn't ended yet. Lu Ji quickly regained his composure, shifted his gaze, and maintained a gentlemanly smile. There's a sudden issue at the company, plus ... The winner of the Golden Goblet has already been announced, so I don't really have a reason to stay. He detected a hint of resentment in Kui Ziking's tone. Although the winner of the Golden Goblet has been announced, I believe it's still too early for Miss Kui to leave. You must understand that while the Golden Goblet is an annual event, the new wine varieties are difficult to sustain in the market. Whether they sell well or not depends on how they are managed, because we are currently in an era where distribution is king, right? Lu Shi's words were quite impressive. Even Kui Ziking, who managed family gatherings year after year, was slightly taken aback. Perhaps it was the recent incident with the stockings that made her agree with Lu Shi's words. And from the implications in his words, it seemed like there might be a chance. With this thought in mind, her eyes brightened. So Mr. Lu, are you suggesting? Seeing Kui Ziking taking the bait, Lu Shi chose to change the topic. How about this, Miss Kui? Do you have any plans for tonight? Oh, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I have to leave tomorrow for Shanghai to handle some matters, and it might not be easy to meet again in the future. I actually have high hopes for Suniti. I just dislike that guy with the surname Zheng. Let's steer clear of him and have a private discussion. Mainly about channel profitability. How does that sound? Lu Shi said seriously, coming across as a gentleman. Kui Ziking felt something was off but couldn't understand Lu Shi's words. Since he would be leaving the next day, it seemed like a good opportunity to have a chat today. He was a well-known wine expert in the circle, so she needed to maintain a certain image. There shouldn't be any surprises. Okay. I'll go talk to a friend first, and then I'll contact you later. With Kui Ziking's affirmative response, Lu Shi didn't linger and found an excuse to leave the venue. Tonight, let's have a double dragon play Phoenix. Damn, I can't let that brat have all the fun by himself. I'll teach him a lesson, playing around with his woman. Isn't he acting tough around here? Let's see how he keeps his head high in the future. After sending the message to Zhou Xiaoqi, Lu Shi felt much better. Now Kui Ziking dared not move her back. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Zhang Qian's car flashing its hazard lights not far away. Why are you looking for me? Taking a deep breath, she got into the passenger seat. Your walking looked a bit strange. Did you hurt yourself somewhere? Zhang Qian observed Kui Ziking from top to bottom. When she walked over earlier, he felt something was off. Although she was wearing high heels, it wasn't the first time, yet her legs seemed uncoordinated. And nothing. Surprised by Zhang Qian's keen observation, Kui Ziking subconsciously squeezed her thighs tightly, placing her bag on top. This action heightened Zhang Qian's suspicions. You said nothing's wrong. Let me have a look. Did you bump your leg somewhere? Zhang Qian scolded, glancing at Kui Ziking. There's nothing wrong. She tried to resist, but how could she be a match for Zhang Qian? He forcibly pulled Kui Ziking's jade hand away, giving it a tug, and immediately, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. Originally, Kui Ziking's stockings were already slightly torn, and they had snagged on her bag. But with this pull, a large section ripped open, extending deep into her skirt. You. Let go of my hand. Hey. You're hurting me. You know. Initially, Kui Ziking's cheeks were already flushed, embarrassed beyond belief. But what rendered her speechless was the fact that Zhang Qian was staring so blatantly, even smacking his lips. It was infuriating. She regretted agreeing to meet Zhang Qian here. She could only tightly clamp her legs together, powerless as she coaxed. Have you seen enough? The heavens pitied her. From top to bottom of the entire Kui family, no. Perhaps no one in Yebai had ever seen Kui Ziking with such an expression. In any case, she was the eldest daughter of the Kui family, a standout among the younger generation. If she were a beau, she might be expected to inherit the entire family. It was also her who first realized the need to humble herself before Zhang Qian and seek a future in Yebai. She had always been decisive and ruthless, appearing amiable on the surface, but with a keen insight. But this expression now truly made one feel sorry for her. In the words of today, it was a striking contrast. Kui Ziking clenched her silver teeth, her pretty face flushed with anger as she glared at Zhang Qian. It wasn't because he had glimpsed her enticing thighs that she reacted this way. It was because he had pried open her hands, leaving her exposed directly in front of him without any means to stop him. Hey. Have you seen enough? No. Zhang Qian subconsciously replied, shaking his head honestly. Kui Ziking's figure was unexpectedly good. He hadn't paid much attention before, and now those long legs seemed to reach 1 meter too, especially in black stockings, accentuating the curves of her legs with undeniable perfection, sleek and rounded. Most importantly, the area where the stockings hooked was somewhat sensitive, leaving room for endless imagination. Jun Qian struggled to shift his gaze away from her legs. He awkwardly lit a cigarette. Well, I thought you were busy at the venue all day, maybe fatigued, and accidentally bumped into something. His explanation was a cover-up. Although he hadn't really done anything, he felt like he had committed some shameful act. Well, thank you very much then. Kui Ziking quickly covered her thighs with her bag, speaking resentfully. Her cheeks were blushing as if she had a fever. She had never been in love before, and the emotions she had just experienced had left her quite flustered. What do you want from me? Kui Ziking said irritably. Although Zhang Qian had felt somewhat embarrassed just now, he had seen his fair share of women and still maintained some composure, not showing too much of a scandalous reaction. Su North? Why go to Su North City? Don't worry about what you're going to do. Just listen to me. Follow me for today and tomorrow to handle things. Then we'll go to Su North, Zhang Qian said. To Su North? For what? Don't worry about the specifics. Just do as I say. You're too muddled, Kui Ziking. Listen to me. Zhang Qian took a deep drag from his cigarette and spoke slowly. I know that the event you organized today was not just for Sunny, but also for your Kui family. I've been keeping an eye on what you've been doing recently, and I won't treat you unfairly. Follow me. That's the right choice, or perhaps you don't truly have the ambition to control the Kui family. Initially, Kui Ziking was somewhat puzzled. At the last sentence, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Sean, I don't understand what you mean. As capable as you are, it's a shame you're a girl. Otherwise, the family should have let you inherit. I've seen all the young people in your family, except for you. No one can compare. After all, you wouldn't want to see the empire you've worked so hard for handed over to Kui Jinghui, a second-generation heir, or Kui Jing'an, right? Don't think too much. When we get to Su North, you'll naturally know what I have in mind. As Zhang Qian spoke confidently, Kui Ziking nodded quietly, not saying much. She wasn't an ordinary woman. Strong and resourceful, she had the potential to rise to the top. Unfortunately, her current situation was constrained by the Kui family, especially after Zhang Qian saw women like Zhang Yanren. He felt even more sorry for Kui Ziking's predicament. Perhaps, under his guidance, another formidable woman might emerge. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qian, Kui Ziking returned to the venue. Not long after the car had left, Zhang Qian asked the driver to stop. I'll drive back myself. I saw her talking to those two rascals when she came out. I'm worried she might be in danger. So, get a few brothers to follow up. Make sure nothing happens. All right. Take care on your way back, Zhang. Twin Kiran agreed and called a few men to go back. Hopefully. I'm just being overly cautious. Just as I was feeling a bit devilish earlier. Thank goodness, have a wife. I better return home and spend time with Jin Lu. Meanwhile, Kui Ziking accepted Lu Ji's invitation and arrived at a private room in a quiet bar. Although it was not as noisy as regular nightclubs, it seemed more like a business discussion place. However, as soon as she sat down, Kui Ziking sensed that something was amiss. Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi's gazes kept drifting towards her, especially towards her thighs, and the two of them whispered to each other. Since she had accidentally tore her stockings a bit in the car earlier and had taken extra caution to change into a new pair, their expressions made it clear that Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi were discussing something. This furrowed Kui Ziking's brows, feeling a hint of unease. Miss Kui, pardon my frankness, we've seen quite a bit around the JZH area, but beautiful girls like you are truly a rare sight. So, let's have a toast. Zhou Shaoqi poured two glasses of wine and pushed them towards Kui Ziking. I've already had quite a bit today. Mr. Lu, you said earlier you could help Sunny expand its sales channels. Do you have any suggestions? I understand the rules. When it comes to profits, I can ... Before Kui Ziking could finish, Lu Ji waved his hand and cut her off. He smiled and tapped the table, nodding. Miss Kui, this isn't urgent. Mr. Zhou is offering you a drink. It'd be impolite not to accept it, right? Today I've already mentioned that his family is in this business. Whether the channel sells or not, it's just a matter of a word, isn't it? We're all adults here. I shouldn't need to spell it out so clearly, right? Initially polite with them for the sake of Zhang Qian, determined to give Sunny a lucky break, Kui Ziking had now understood their intentions. Managing the Kui family business for so long, dominating the majority of Yebi's entertainment industry, a few words were enough for her to discern Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi's intentions. Were they treating her like a hostess at the bar? Mr. Liu, Mr. Zhou, I think you may have underestimated Yebai and overestimated yourselves. Though I may not compare to the socialites in Shanghai, I am not a saleswoman promoting drinks in nightclubs. In the vast 9 states, are your words the absolute truth? Can a single word of yours dismantle the entire channel? These 2 glasses of wine. Consider them my treat. You can walk away tomorrow. I won't see you off. With that, Kui Ziking stood up directly, preparing to leave. Her words were strong and decisive, leaving Lu Ji and Zhou Shaoqi staring at each other for a moment, unable to react. Seeing Kui Ziking speak so clearly, they decided not to pretend anymore. A woman with such a strong character was rare, let alone one of such high caliber. Today, they had to deal with her no matter what. Stop right there. If you leave this compartment, I guarantee you, Tsuneti can't even get out of Yebai. Lu Ji's voice was not loud, but it was very sonorous. He slammed the table suddenly, his face unusually gloomy. As the top wine taster in Juzhou, his professional influence was self-evident. Suppliers and brand partners had always sought his cooperation, hoping for a few good words. But Yebai was different. First, he encountered Zhang Qian, who was indifferent to him, and then Kui Ziking dared to show attitude as well. They were obviously people from a small place who didn't know how to respect. Let me remind you again, you underestimated Yebai and overestimated yourselves. As far as I know, you may have energy, but you are far from as powerful as you claim. To put it bluntly, as long as we want to praise someone, spend a little money. What top wine taster can't we praise? And let me give you a piece of advice. Maybe you have some connections in JZH, but the strong dragon does not oppress the local snake, and Zhang Sha is not someone you can provoke. Besides, are you the strong dragon? And Zhang Sha is not a small snake. With that, Kui Ziking pushed open the door with an icy expression. Having controlled many industries in the Kui family for many years, she naturally exuded a certain powerful aura. Perhaps in front of Zhang Qian, her aura was a bit lacking, but it was different for others. Lu Ji's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. Damn! Cursing internally, he stood up directly, ready to grab Kui Ziking's hand. Feeling someone coming from behind, although Kui Ziking appeared calm, she felt a bit flustered inside. She regretted not bringing more people with her. Just then, the door of the compartment was pushed open. It was Duan Qiren. Kui Ziking recognized him. Though she didn't know why he suddenly appeared, she felt a great sense of security. He's not one of Zhang Qian's people. How did he end up here? Could it be he doesn't trust me and arranged this intentionally? At this moment, her heart was in chaos, her cheeks slightly blushing, not knowing what she was thinking. Duan Qiren and the others had been waiting at the compartment door. When they heard the commotion, it was too late to ask for instructions. Duan Qiren entered without hesitation. Seeing Lu Ji's menacing appearance, he acted promptly. He immediately grabbed his hair and forcefully smashed his head against the wall. Lu Ji immediately felt dizzy. His vision went dark, followed by intense pain that made him subconsciously want to scream. Shut your mouth. Duan Qiren was quick, grabbing his head and forcefully hitting it. Dang! Bang! Bang! Lu Ji's nasal bridge instantly fractured, blood flowing freely, and he curled up on the ground. Duan Qiren placed a foot on his mouth, rendering Lu Ji unable to speak a word, as if knocking out teeth and swallowing them. Witnessing these actions, Zhou Shaoqi felt his scalp tingle. In just a few seconds, Lu Ji, who had seemed suave and dashing, was now unrecognizable. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground and cried, his face full of sorrow, "Brother, forgive me, I was wrong." Before he could finish speaking, Duan Qiren backhanded him across the face, silencing him completely. The unspoken words were all met with a swift slap. Duan Qiren suspiciously picked up a wine glass on the table, sniffed it under his nose, and grew enraged. Grabbing Zhou Shaoqi's head fiercely, he slammed it against the table. With a loud bang, the glass tabletop shattered instantly, and Zhou Shaoqi fell to the ground in agony. Not from being hit, but from fear, his whole body convulsing, shaking uncontrollably. Kui Ziking seemed to realize something. She picked up the wine glass, took a shallow sniff, her eyes flashing with sharpness. Managing entertainment industries, she was well versed in such matters. However, today's events involved more drinking than expected from people of their status, resorting to such despicable tactics. Spanish fly. She gritted her teeth. Yes, Duan Qiren nodded, pointing towards the two individuals on the ground. Miss Kui, General Zheng sent me. He was worried that you would be manipulated by these two, so he asked me to keep an eye out. Thankfully nothing happened. How do you want to handle this? If it were anyone else, Kui Ziking would have wanted to throw them into the sea. However, Lu Jie and Zhou Shaoqi were clearly not ordinary people. It was thanks to Duen Qiren's timely arrival that she wasn't drugged forcibly. Imagining the dire consequences, she was all too familiar with this kind of drug, knowing how many girls had been taken advantage of by it. Moreover, it seemed that they brought a high-quality variant. It wouldn't make someone unconscious, but enhance all sensations during the process. It was just impossible to resist. Let them drink what they brought for themselves. And break their legs. Kui Ziking glared at them fiercely. If you're not from the club, you'd either be skinned alive or killed. But let me tell you, when you make mistakes, you have to pay a price. If it doesn't hurt, you'll never learn. With that, she pushed open the door and left. Duen Qiren squatted down with a smile, patted the faces of the two men, and handed them the wine glass. Here, this is a toast. Accept it graciously, all you can. Don't wait until there's no more to toast. Then receive punishment. Remember, Miss Kui may consider your status, but I'm just a rough guy who understands nothing. The boss instructed me to make sure you pay a price. If you don't cooperate, I can do anything. Looking at these burly men in front of them, Zhou Shaoqi's face was ashen. Compared to Lu Ji, who was already feeling a bit fuzzy, he was slightly better. Wiping the blood and glass shards off his face, trembling, he took the wine glass. I'll drink. I'll drink. Kui Ziking returned to her car, feeling somewhat flustered. Thinking that Zhang Qian had even sent Duen Qiren, she felt a slight flutter of emotions. Summoning courage, she sent a WeChat message. Thank you. 1 minute, 2 minutes ... with no reply received. She couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions. Jerk. How dare he? That's an opportunity to make a move. He hasn't even replied to my message. HMPH. Forget it. I wasn't planning to give you this chance anyway. Annoy. She tossed her phone aside and stepped on the gas, speeding away. That night, Yebai gained another legend of a heartless female racer. 1 hour later, in front of a hospital in Yebai, there were two men who were delirious, their faces covered in blood, multiple fractures all over their bodies, and speaking gibberish. When the nurses were preparing to undress them for examination, their faces even showed, well, a very indescribable expression. Even the sounds of groaning were unsettling. It felt like, despite the slightly cool weather, they were burning up. If it weren't for their professional duty to heal the sick, they might have wanted to kick them out and let them fend for themselves. Early the next day, Zhang Qian arrived at the company. He had already heard about what happened last night. Even the two troublemakers, Lu Jie and Zhou Shaoqi, had apparently taken drugs and ended up causing a lot of hilarious incidents at the hospital after experiencing a fever. After receiving treatment and regaining consciousness, they felt too embarrassed to stay and had already been taken away by contacts about half an hour ago. It was good that they left, otherwise Zhang Qian might have gone to personally check on them once he was free. General Zhang, you must have had a lot to drink yesterday. Feeling a headache? Try this. I started simmering this special hangover soup since last night. It includes ginseng, deer antler, dangui. It must be simmered over low heat for 72 hours to be effective. Before he could even settle down, Zhang Xiaoyao walked in with a thermos, knocking on the door. Zhang Qian? Well, I appreciate your gesture, but, you said 72 should be 49, not 48. From last night until now, it should be less than 20 hours, right? Unless you're a time traveler. Seeing Zhang Qian's playful expression, Zhang Xiaoyao cursed herself for being blinded by love. She awkwardly and shyly lowered her head. Well, General Zhang, you know what I mean. This is our Zhang family's secret hangover soup. Very good. Try it quickly. Well, I didn't drink yesterday. Weren't you attending some wine event yesterday? Yes, I felt the wines were average, and there was a bit of unpleasantness, so I didn't drink. Watching her uncomfortable expression, Zhang Qian took the thermos and said, in a meaningful tone, all right, you go ahead and be busy. I have some things to do. I appreciate your kind gesture, and focus more on work. Oh, understood. Zhang Xiaoyao left dejectedly and returned to her own workstation. She had learned about Zhang Qian going to the wine event yesterday and immediately searched for hangover soup recipes on various short video platforms, thinking it would leave a good impression, but ended up making a fool of herself. It wasn't entirely her fault, considering Qin Zuli definitely slept with Zhang Qian that night. Also, Song Yaxian seemed a bit distracted these days. Something must have happened between them down in Jiangnan. As a team leader, she hadn't even had a chance, watching her subordinates getting promoted, making her a bit anxious. Well, offering affection when nothing's wrong. Are you plotting something sinister? Seeing her slink out despondently, Qin Zuli couldn't help but mock. Humph, at least I'm not as scheming as you. Ha ha, but don't get too proud. Song Yaxian has been with General Zheng these days. If anyone's climbing up the ladder, it'd be her, not you. Already irked, Zhang Xiaoyao retorted instinctively. Mentioning Song Yaxian caused a hint of jealousy in Qin Zuli as well. After that night, Zhang Qian hadn't shown any particular favor, but occasionally inquired about Song Yaxian. The thought of it made her tear up the tissues in her hand in resentment. If looks could kill, she didn't know how many times she had already killed Song Yaxian in her mind. Where are the reports General Zheng wanted from you? I have something to discuss with him. I'll take them over together. Xia Qianchen appeared by her side, startling Qin Zuli. Reports? What reports? Oh no. It suddenly dawned on her that she wasn't tearing tissues, but the printed reports she had just received. Full of embarrassment, she chuckled awkwardly and stood up. I'll print another copy. Xia Qianchen shook her head in amusement. I'll head in first. Bring it over when you're ready. Okay. Once Xia Qianchen left, Zhang Xiaoyao's gleeful laughter resonated, leaving Qin Zuli in tears. Thankfully, she still had the electronic version. It would have been a disaster if she accidentally deleted it. General Zhang, did you call for me? Yes. Please have a seat. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, I'm going on a business trip to Northsu with Kui Ziking tomorrow. During this time, I need you to properly handle the company's equity issues, especially those of the subsidiary companies. Returning from Jiangnan, I'd been thinking a lot. The company's business divisions are too scattered and need to be consolidated. First, although the main business of the Jingshu Group is rebar, it also involves operations with wood. Among other things, this raises issues of overlap in business. I want to merge Jiwan Furniture, Dafu Timber, and the wood processing factory, as well as the glass processing plant we acquired for the brewery license into one entity under the unified management of Jingshu Group. Secondly, I want to establish two subsidiary companies, Shumul and Kind Group. It took Zhang Qian a full 2 hours to brief Xia Qianchen on all his thoughts. He initially planned to discuss it with Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki, but they were on a business trip, so he entrusted Xia Qianchen to make arrangements in advance. These were things he had wanted to do for a long time but hadn't found the time until now. With his grander scheme and ambitious commercial ideas, he needed to take decisive actions. As Kind Group had just been established, it was crucial to streamline all the business lines to avoid chaos in the future. Just among the subsidiary companies related to wood, there were 3 or 4, with conflicting and overlapping businesses. According to his plan, Ma Wencheng and Chang Dashan would be directly transferred to Jingshu Group, acting as Su Shuyun's deputies for easier management. In this plan, Zhang Qian had 2 crucial layouts, Shumul Group and Kind Group. The specific business arrangements were not disclosed at this time. These layouts essentially carried all of Zhang Qian's future actions and his business ambitions. Although Xia Qianchen had learned during this period that Zhang Qian was very decisive and thoughtful, this series of commercial layouts made her truly admiring. Initially reluctant, when Chen Weiqian assigned her as Zhang Qian's secretary, thinking she wouldn't learn much, she now realized her initial thoughts were shallow. All right, General Zhang, I'll start arranging immediately. However, setting up the 2 subsidiary companies may take some time. No rush. Nothing is happening immediately. We'll discuss everything when I come back. Watching the data package sent by Qin Zuli, Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. None of the companies mentioned there were related to Yebai. Without exception, they pointed to 2 cities, North Sioux City and Upper Shanghai City. Holding a pen, he circled Upper Shanghai with emphasis. Here. This was the place where all the businessmen in Juzhou wanted to rise and conquer. His commercial ambitions required a good litmus test. Sitting on the plane headed to northern Suzhou, Kui Ziking's mood was complex. She didn't have many real interactions with Zheng Qian. If it weren't for her irresponsible younger brother Kui Jinghui, she might not have had the chance to meet him at all. At first, she only knew that Zheng Qian possessed very mysterious capital power, easily dealing with billions, even tens of billions, making him a godlike figure in the city of Yebai. Not to mention, he had spent over 100 billion in Jiangnan, like an invisible gold mine. Kui Ziking was extremely beautiful, and of course, she knew it. Because she was excellent herself, she had never been in a relationship before, usually feeling that others were not up to her standards. Just if something could really happen with Zheng Qian, it wouldn't be bad. Affection plus one. Affection plus one. Affection plus one. Affection plus one. Zheng Qian? He was originally thinking about how to use Kui Ziking to make more money through the system, but after boarding the plane together, he noticed her affection level kept rising steadily. This won't do. Seeing Kui Ziking's affection for him had already surpassed 60 points, reaching 61. This was not a good sign. No, he had to figure out a way to decrease her affection. Ziking, this time when I invited you out, don't think too much. In fact, it's mainly for work. You caused me a lot of trouble at the cocktail party, and resolving the issues with Lu Jian Zhou Shaoqi after what happened was really difficult. Suddenly, Zheng Qian's face turned serious as he spoke to Kui Ziking. Though Kui Ziking agreed, she clearly wasn't listening to Zheng Qian, as her mind was still elsewhere. Zheng Qian? Ahem, Ziking, I actually have bad breath, and I grind my teeth in my sleep. It's not a big deal, it can be treated. She answered absent-mindedly, completely subconsciously. Zheng Qian, seeing the affection level reach 65, he couldn't take it anymore. Do you want to be with me? Have you already decided on the location for the wedding? What about the child's name? Name him Zheng Qian. No. What am I saying? Kui Ziking blushed, finally breaking free from her previous thoughts. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, she quickly spoke up. Before we depart, I recalled the words you said. If I'm not mistaken, you must not have come to northern Suzhou just for sightseeing, right? If you want to expand your business territory, then going to Shanghai would undoubtedly be an excellent foothold. Even as a headquarters site, and northern Suzhou, without a doubt, as the bridgehead of JZH, is a very suitable place for a trial run. I see, you've been to Jiangnan once, and now your horizons are broader. You're not satisfied with just an ordinary stage. Hearing this, Zheng Qian's back was sweating like rain. This woman was really terrifying. Before, there weren't many interactions with Kui Ziking, so he didn't know her this well. Now, just based on a few words she said that day, she seemed to have guessed his intentions roughly. It was strange. This actually aroused Zheng Qian's conquering desire. Who told you I came here to work? Zheng Qian stretched lazily, pointing at his clothes. Do you think anyone dresses like this for work? No other arrangements. It's just for fun. Today, he was dressed very casually. With the weather getting warmer, Zheng Qian simply wore beach shorts. Wearing a pair of flip-flops, he looked like he was going to the beach on vacation. Kui Ziking furrowed her brow slightly. Could she have been overthinking it? Did Zheng Qian really just want to go on a date with her? To flirt with her? Not for expanding his business territory? She hadn't noticed before, but looking now, he was indeed dressing a bit too casually. The plane soon landed. It was only then that Kui Ziking truly felt Zheng Qian's extravagance. Previously, she had only heard about how much money he spent, but this time she experienced it firsthand. Just after getting off the plane, she was taken onto a private helicopter again before she could react, soaring into the sky once more. Zheng Qian watched Kui Ziking, looking confused and even a little panicked, feeling secretly satisfied. He was truly a genius. When researching accommodations before the trip, he found this hotel to be exceptional. Not only was it the highest standard hotel in Suzhou, but the entire building was incredibly luxurious. On the top floor, there was even a helipad. So, he immediately contacted a helicopter operating company through Zia Qianxi. His goal, of course, was not to show off. It was simply a money-making tool. The takeoff alone cost 30,000 yuan, plus various fees added up to a total of 80,000 to reach the top floor of the hotel. In less than half an hour, the helicopter arrived at the hotel rooftop. Simultaneously, 800,000 system reward points were directly credited. Not to mention, The presidential suite here cost 150,000 per night, booking for a week straight, earned over 10 million directly. This idea is good. In the future, when going out with the girls, it must ensure full plane pickups and drop-offs throughout the trip. Overseas ones probably even more expensive. Kui Ziking finally witnessed what it meant to be extravagant. Zheng Qian seemed to have some grudge against money. Everything was top-notch. If policy allowed it, Zheng Qian probably would have had an honor guard escort. After resting briefly in the room, Zheng Qian quickly took Kui Ziking to Suzhou's most luxurious shopping center, an 11 shopping art center. Don't worry about saving money from me, we're here for fun. To thank you for the contribution you made in preparing the cocktail party. Even if you want to buy everything, I won't frown. Standing in front of an 11, Zheng Qian lit a cigarette in the wine, sincerely speaking to Kui Ziking. Taking a moment to think, Kui Ziking suddenly smiled. This smile made Zheng Qian slightly stunned, giving a pleasantly surprised feeling, as if a misunderstanding had been resolved. How had he not noticed before? She was actually quite beautiful. Are you sure? I'm sure, and very certain. As long as I want something, you'll buy it from me. You won't regret it. Ha ha. You underestimate men too much. If Zheng Qian shows even a little regret, our child will take your name in the future. Kui Ziking blushed, scornfully said, Humph, what do you mean our child? But, are you really sure? Humph. Then I'll play the role of a spendthrift today, mysteriously coming to Suzhou without saying anything. Since you said so, I can't disappoint you. Let's go. With that, she smilingly took Zheng Qian's arm and walked forward. He immediately felt a softness, tightly adhering to his arm. Oh no. It was to softnesses Kui Ziking used to give off the impression of being a decisive and fierce career-oriented woman, but now, linking arms with Zheng Qian, she appears like a young girl. However, Zheng Qian, sipping on a cheap milk tea that costs only 10 yuan, feels a bit uncomfortable. Seeing Kui Ziking's demeanor earlier, he thought she was ready to roll up her sleeves and dominate the business world by indulging in shopping spree. But instead, she started with a cup of milk tea, a somewhat unexpected beginning. Ziking, you really don't have to save money from me. Just look around. If there's anything you need, just take it. Today, we are here to consume. Zheng Qian finished his milk tea in one go, grabs Kui Ziking's arm, and says with a serious tone, Don't rush, we've only just begun. She smiles and hooks her arm with Zheng Qian, moving forward. In fact, despite having a good family background since I was young, I have never truly enjoyed like this before. No other boy has treated me this way. But I have long wanted to try it out. Don't be scared. Zheng Qian shakes his head with a wry smile. With your wealth and status, indeed, not many men in Yebai dare to approach you. The full name of an 11 is an 11 Zhonghuan Shopping Art Center. Being called a shopping art center shows status in commercial real estate. The founder is a well-known family from Hong Kong and is also one of the key founding members of the prestigious Hong Kong Jockey Club. Currently, it is the most high-end shopping center in Suzhou. People usually refer to it directly as an 11 or an 11 Zhonghuan. The brands that can settle here are mostly the flagship stores of that region or country. This is why Kui Ziking leads Zheng Qian into the flagship store of an 11 brand, H. Hermes. As Su North City is close to Shanghai, its strategic position is incomparable to ordinary cities. The decoration of this H. Hermes is grand and significantly different from what Zheng Qian saw in the Yebai Mall earlier. Well, Kui Ziking shows some foresight. She seems like a woman who has seen the world, truly embodying the act of spending money. Having seen some show-offs by the nouveau rich on TV in his youth, Zheng Qian had always yearned for such experiences. Today at H. Hermes, he can finally realize it himself. Ahem, this. Upon entering the store, Zheng Qian points at several bags on the wall. While Kui Ziking wants to say something, he firmly shakes his head, indicating her not to speak. It's his moment to show off. Don't disturb him. Sensing the meaning in Zheng Qian's eyes, Kui Ziking forcibly holds back her smile without uttering a word. After pointing at a few bags, Zheng Qian deliberately pauses. He initially planned to wait for the salesperson to ask if he wanted these bags. Once she did, Zheng Qian would immediately say, "Except for these 2 or 3, I'll take the rest." But after waiting for a while, she showed no intention of speaking and her gaze towards him was quite peculiar. This made Zheng Qian a bit uncomfortable. He coughed awkwardly and then said, Besides these 3, pack up the rest from me to take away. I want to gift them to the beautiful princess next to me." Hearing this, Kuizaiking couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, sir," she began, "only the ones you mentioned earlier are available for purchase. Some are already reserved, and some are just for display and not for sale." Even though the saleswoman thought Zhang Qian was a parvenu, she maintained a polite smile. Zhang Qian got a bit embarrassed. Following her cue, he noticed that many bags had tags next to them, but with English text. It seemed to be what she mentioned earlier. So many bags, yet only a few are for sale, the rest are not. "Also, may I ask if you've made a purchase at our store before?" "No." "Then, I'm afraid you can't buy handbags for this lady yet. As our flagship store in Su North, we require allocation since it demonstrates loyalty to our H. Hermes brand." So, Zhang Qian had only heard of needing an allocation to purchase from their store. But back then, he couldn't afford it, so he hadn't figured out what it really meant. But now he understood. No need to explain these, we know. Kuizaiking didn't want Zhang Qian to feel too embarrassed, so she took over, pointing at one bag. "I want this one. How much for the allocation?" This is a popular style in a trendy color. It requires a cumulative purchase of 200,000. Upon hearing this, Kuizaiking frowned slightly. While she planned to make Zhang Qian pay a hefty sum, there was a limit to her intentions. She had initially thought of buying a bag around 100,000, but now, she needed to spend an additional 200,000, totaling more than 300,000. She knew Zhang Qian was wealthy, but she didn't want to waste money. "Forget it. Let's go look at other things." Shaking her head, she was about to pull Zhang Qian out. The saleswoman's eyes flashed a hint of contemptuous mockery. Though she didn't say anything, the emotions were evident, and many felt it. "Wait." Zhang Qian held Kuizaiking's shoulder. Smiling, he said, "Just 200,000 for an allocation, it's nothing. Ziking, pick a few things you like. I think that scarf is nice. The small jewelry suits your skin tone." Kuizaiking hesitated. She had never been in love, but that didn't mean she didn't understand men, especially someone like Zhang Qian. Knowing it was unnecessary to deter him further at this point, especially considering his extravagant spending of billions not long ago, was it for Zhang Yanren, the stunning beauty from Jiangnan? Thinking about it, she inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy. "I want this. And this." She didn't mince words and directly informed the saleswoman. This made Zhang Qian very satisfied. She was quite savvy. Just as the staff was ready to remind Zhang Qian to make the payment, a delicate-looking girl entered the store. The atmosphere changed instantly at her arrival, and many salespeople seemed exceptionally enthusiastic. To Zhang Qian, it seemed as if they wanted to kneel and grovel in front of her immediately. "Oh, Miss Liu, the wind blew you here. Quickly, please go to the VIP room inside." "Is it Miss Zhang?" The store manager appeared out of nowhere and came over, flattering. The girl nodded indifferently. "I passed by just now and thought I was mistaken, but I actually saw it here. Miss wanted to buy this in France before but missed the chance. I just asked Miss, have your bags delivered to Miss home, and pay as usual later." "Sure thing. Please wait. We'll arrange it immediately." "What are you all still standing there for? Act now." The girl glanced disdainfully at Zhang Qian, but her gaze lingered a bit longer on Kuizaiking's face. "Is this a display item? You can just buy them." When Kuizaiking entered, she had taken a few glances at the display item, thinking they weren't for sale. Turns out they do sell them. "No way. This young lady must grab them." "Sir, please make the payment." "Wait a moment." The cashier immediately glanced at Zhang Qian with profound eyes. It seemed that after pretending to be cool for a while, they thought they were starting a big sale, but then suddenly stopped. Could it be that they didn't bring enough money? "How much is this bag?" Zhang Qian pointed behind her. In fact, Zhang Qian had noticed Kuizaiking as soon as she came in, that they said it was for display only and not for sale, so he didn't ask to avoid embarrassment. But looking at the situation now, it seemed that as long as there was money, nothing couldn't be bought. Coincidentally, he had money, a lot of money. "Sorry, sir, we have already explained that this is for display only and not for sale." Although the cashier seemed to have a very good attitude, her expression was starting to show impatience. That the bag she just bought, wasn't that for display only too? Wasn't it sold? Because the person who bought that bag is surnamed Su. This time it was Miss Liu who had just come in speaking. She looked at Zhang Qian indifferently, You look quite familiar. Are you from the Su family in the north? Not knowing my lady's name is normal. Just don't cause trouble in this store. Buy your things and leave quickly." With that, she was about to walk away. Zheng Qian raised an eyebrow. "Surname Su. So what? Su Bei's Su? I can get almost anything I want. I didn't want to show off. It's you who pushed me. Name a price. How much inventory do I need to buy for you to sell to me?" Zheng Qian was really getting annoying. Clearly, they looked down on people. He understood now. There was no such thing as display-only or limited editions here. As long as you had status and influence, you could get whatever you wanted. More importantly, this was probably quite valuable. Hoping to make some money through Kui Ziking. Kui Ziking was starting to panic. She knew a bit about the reputation of the Su family. She wanted to remind Zheng Qian, but, after some thought, she closed her mouth and stayed quiet. After this period of interaction, she had a deeper understanding of Zheng Qian. Despite his usually carefree and nonchalant demeanor, deep down he was very much a chauvinist. Her job was to support him. When Miss Liu heard Zheng Qian teasing Miss Su from the Su family, her eyes suddenly sharpened as she stared at him, about to speak. Kui Ziking, afraid things would escalate, took over the conversation and said to the store manager, "Although we are not from the north, we have been to H Maison stores. As far as I know, these display items also have sales quotas, right? Although the label says not for sale, if a truly powerful beer comes along, exceptions can be made. It's already June. The quota is usually for 6 months. If these items don't sell this month, are you going to be laid off?" Zheng Qian was very satisfied with Kui Ziking's reaction. After bringing out so many women, he finally found one who could handle the situation well. Besides Jin Lu, Kui Ziking was the one who performed the best. Miss Liu was slightly surprised. She didn't expect her to know so much about these brand matters. She held back the words she was about to say, curious about what they would do next. The price of this pigeon belly bag was very high. However, her lady had a similar one in a different color scheme, so she didn't buy it. "Hey, you do know quite a bit. Our store does have sales quotas, and the company does require us to meet them within 6 months. But I can't just push sales at anyone, right? And can you really afford it?" The store manager walked over, his eyes filled with mockery. This is a luxury store, not a market. Although Kui Ziking appeared elegant, she had seen such women before. In her eyes, she was merely a female influencer favored by the nouveau rich. "Name a price," Zheng Qian said coolly. 1,500,000. The store manager answered disdainfully. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking it would cost much more, but turns out it's just 1,500,000. But compared to the bag, this price was indeed very high, matching the status of a display item. Without further thought, he threw his bank card in front of her. "Swipe it." This action left everyone in the store stunned. Even in the top luxury brand H Maison, it was rare to have a customer casually buy something worth several million. And this 5 million quota set by the store manager was clearly meant to make things difficult. Yet she didn't expect that this time she had met her match. As Zheng Qian walked out of the store with bags in hand, they were still in disbelief. But before he got too far, he immediately turned back. Pointing at the cleaning staff girl nearby, he said, "I'll tell you this. If I later find out that her commission didn't get credited to her, you deceived me. I guarantee you will pay a very steep price. I mean what I say." The bags from Hermes generally cost tens of thousands of dollars, some even reaching over 100,000. For better styles with matching accessories, they can cost up to several 100,000. However, this pigeon feather belly is different, as it has previously fetched over $1 million at an auction. It's simply too rare. Although it seems insignificant in Zheng Qian's eyes, he is still very happy, because he has already received over 60 million in his account. Now he is already worth billions, so the usual tens or hundreds of thousands are no longer felt. Only this kind of price is acceptable. Zheng Qian, thank you. On the way, as she looked at the Hermes products filling the entire trunk, Kui Ziking's mood was complicated. She has seen wealthy people before, but even those rich young masters wouldn't be able to spend money like this. Could it be? Is he really interested in me? You're welcome. You did a lot for me back at Yebai Bang before, so I have to express my gratitude. Saying that, Zheng Qian casually placed his hand on her fragrant shoulder. Kui Ziking blushed, instinctively wanting to retreat, but thinking about how much he had bought for her, She didn't say anything. She rarely had such intimate contact with men, so she was feeling a bit shy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, showing nervousness. Jun Qian also noticed her skin beginning to feel a bit warm. Affection +1. Affection +1. Affection +1. Affection +1. Seeing the affection level about to reach 79, soon to be 80, he quickly withdrew his hand. Jokingly, if it kept increasing like this, how would he make money? Today, he realized that although Kui Ziking doesn't spend money easily, when she does, it's not small change, making her his ideal partner. If her affection level filled up quickly, it would indeed lose some fun. But, thinking about the dinner tonight, Jun Qian couldn't help but smile. It probably would lower her affection a bit. However, Kui Ziking viewed Jun Qian's smile as very ambiguous. The two of them are currently sitting in a taxi on the way to the hotel. Following the usual process, after their consumption is done, and the evening darkens, could it be that thing is going to happen? Should she agree to it? It wouldn't be bad to be with Jun Qian, but she heard rumors of many women around him. To become the main wife would probably not be easy, likely requiring some battles. Not to mention, just in their company alone, there are many young girls eyeing him. In previous contract signings, she experienced many disdainful glances behind her back. But again, Jun Qian's power is now measurable, and his character is go, making him a rare find. Ziking, did you enter the wrong room? Kui Ziking's mind was filled with thoughts. She didn't even realize, and they got out of the car. Only when Jun Qian asked her did she look up and suddenly realized they were already standing in a hotel room. And it was Jun Qian's room. Oh, yes. Sorry, I was lost in thought just now. Kui Ziking's cheeks were flushed, as if water might drip from them, hurriedly turning to leave. Even as she sat on the bed, she still felt her heart beating rapidly. Asterisk ding ding asterisk. Her phone rang, a WeChat message from Jun Qian. Take a rest, I'll take you to eat something. Meet in the lobby in half an hour. Got it. After calming her mood, Kui Ziking touched up her makeup and changed into a shoulder-bearing lawn dress. Her skin was already very fair, smooth and delicate as jade. Now, with part of her collarbone and shoulder exposed, she appeared not only dignified and beautiful, but also filled with alluring implications and fantasies. When Jun Qian saw her coming out of the elevator, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He had to admit that even compared to Jin Lu and Zhang Yanren, she still held her own. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. Enjoying a high rate of turning heads, Jun Qian naturally took her hand and got into the car. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Kui Ziking had heard of this restaurant before. It was known for its high standards in Sabay City. Situated by the famous Ryu Lake, it offered a breathtaking view of the night scenery, occupying a prime position for viewing. It was said to be a Michelin-starred restaurant, and here, one could often spot some societal elites. It was not easy to secure a reservation here, regardless of one's wealth. Even many rich individuals had to abide by the rules. The reason was simple. The owner of this restaurant held a very prestigious status, not just in this city, but also in JZH, and did not easily bow to anyone's whims. How long in advance did he book this dinner with her? Thinking about this, Kui Ziking, looking at Jun Qian's back, couldn't help but feel moved. Sir, do you have a reservation? It was booked by my friend, a girl named Yin. Oh, are you Mr. Zhang? After Jun Qian's confirmation, the staff immediately led the two to a window-side table. Miss Yin? Kui Ziking couldn't help but furrow her brow. Affection +1 affection, +1 affection, +1 affection, +1 affection -1 affection -1. Her affection level, which was steadily rising, finally began to stabilize, causing Jun Qian to breathe a sigh of relief. Who is Miss Yin? Kui Ziking asked casually, her eyes occasionally glancing out the window, pretending to admire the scenery. However, their intertwined fingers under the table revealed her true thoughts. You'll find out soon. She's a friend of mine. I thought I'd introduce you to. It may be difficult to see her in the future. Hard to see. Could she be some big shot in Swabay? Kui Ziking's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She wasn't particularly fond of those so-called big shots. In fact, her family's business in Yebai had no ties with the bigwigs in JZH. Not to mention the legendary top 3 high-end clubs in Shanghai. Feeling slightly disappointed, she initially thought it would be a candlelit dinner for two with Jun Qian, but now there was a third party involved. I'm sorry. Zhang Xiao, I'm late. While she was lost in her thoughts, a girl wearing a baseball cap hurriedly approached. Her voice was pleasant to hear, with a very comfortable tone. Even dressed in ordinary jeans and a t-shirt, her explosive figure was still evident. Her hair quality was good, and she smelled nice. Was it Shalina's fragrance? Although they were quite natural, she sat next to Jung Qian without any hesitation. Taking off her baseball cap, she revealed her delicate, perfect face. Who is she? Why is she so beautiful? In an instant, Kui Ziking felt a subconscious sense of rivalry emerge from deep within her. Who is she? Who is she? The two women asked in unison. Although they wore smiles, as women, they could keenly sense each other's hostility, feeling like strangers despite the smiles. Soon, Kui Ziking furrowed her brow slightly, feeling like she had seen her somewhere before. Oh, let me introduce you. Jun Qian sensed the brewing tension and felt a bit awkward, so he quickly interjected, "This is my business partner, Kui Ziking. And this one, haha, has truly become a big star now, named Yin Yanyan, currently filming in Sebei. This movie has a star-studded cast, you know." Yin Yanyan? Kui Ziking quickly remembered who she was. She had debuted on Hong Kong Island years ago and was popular at the time, but for some reason, she suddenly disappeared. Recently, she started appearing frequently in various places, endorsing many advertisements and appearing on variety shows. Observing her up close now, she seemed even more beautiful than imagined, even perfect. And Jung Qian's introduction was quite intriguing. Describing Kui Ziking as a business partner and Yin Yanyan as a big star created a sense of distance, yet at the same time, it made each of them feel closer compared to the other. Hello, hello. The two women politely exchanged greetings with smiles. However, their eyes had already engaged in a fierce battle. So, Jun Shao's business partner, colleagues then? After a brief standoff, Yin Yanyan took the initiative to provoke, saying with a smile, "Oh, if I had known Jun Shao was bringing colleagues over, I would have prepared more in advance." "Really? Why didn't you tell me?" "Well, it was a last-minute decision. Even so, you shouldn't have rushed it. If only you had let me know you were coming, I would have reserved a place way in advance." "Really?" Kui Ziking sneered inwardly. This woman was absolutely clever. With just a few words, she had closed the gap between her and Jung Qian, indirectly pointing out that she had known he was coming to see her all along. It seemed ambiguous. "Heh, we're not exactly colleagues, we are good friends." "Oh, Jung Qian even took me shopping earlier and got me this Hermes bag." This is a display model, not for sale originally." Kui Ziking smiled, casually playing with the bag at hand. Girls understood these social cues the best. Display model, not for sale. This alone indicated the bag's value. "Oh, really? How much is it?" "It's really nice." Yin Yanyan praised the bag on the surface, but her eyes remained fixed on Kui Ziking's face, trying to read her expression. Kui Ziking, not one to be outdone, looked slightly reproachful at Jung Qian. It was over $1 million initially, plus the accessories, it totaled over $6 million. "Really? It's so expensive." Yet he insisted on buying it for me. Yin Yanyan nodded with a smile, tempted to say Jung Qian spent over $1 billion just to promote her but refrained from mentioning such a staggering amount. It was inconvenient in the current situation, so she politely smiled instead. Kui Ziking, unaware of this, believed she had gained the upper hand unwittingly, her expression becoming livelier. Jun Qian, on the other hand, felt a chill down his spine. Looking at Kui Ziking, affection -10, affection +5, affection -10, affection +5, and then at Yin Yanyan, affection +5, affection -5, affection +5, affection -5. The fluctuating affections of the two women, though serene on the surface, revealed an undercurrent of tension, as if engaging in a fierce battle with their eyes. Let's have something to eat first." Jun Qian was afraid the two might clash and start a real fight right there. Besides, he was actually a bit hungry. "Oh, I'm sorry. I got carried away with hosting your colleague." Yin Yanyan quickly called the waiter to start serving. "They're not colleagues, we're friends." Kui Ziking couldn't help but smile. "The truffle potato soup here is excellent." Yin Yanyan tried to divert attention, purposefully ignoring Kui Ziking's remarks. While the two women waged their hidden warfare, Jung Qian felt increasingly puzzled. Despite the frequent fluctuations in their affections, they somehow maintained equilibrium. consistently increasing and decreasing. They always ended up at the same number, both at 75. As they ate, the server brought a bottle of red wine. Moonlight Ship. Jun Qian had heard of this wine. Not only was it expensive, but it was also very strong. Usually, after men drank it, they quickly became tipsy, let alone these two girls. Yet, in a way, they were indirectly intoxicating themselves, saving him some trouble. But, should he, or rather, could he take advantage of both of them? That would be too despicable. Thinking about this, he waved his hand. Yanyan, don't you have a shoe tomorrow? This is already considered hard liquor. It might be troublesome if you can't keep up with the filming schedule tomorrow. Oh, Zheng Xiao, you don't know my capacity. This bit of alcohol is nothing. Exactly. We're having a good time now. Don't stop us. Kui Ziking also seemed tipsy, unable to gain the upper hand in their exchanges before. She now wanted to drink and was curious about how Jun Qian would handle them if both she and Yin Yanyan got drunk. Jun Qian could only sit awkwardly by himself. Even when he tried to interject, it seemed like they were not interested in talking to him. From discussing hairstyles to nail art, from how well Jun Qian treated her to subtly hinting that the other was already claimed by him, it made him break out in a cold sweat, suddenly regretting his decision to bring them together. Oh, I think I'm a bit tipsy. Me too. Plop. Plop. Unable to get a clear advantage over Kui Ziking, Yin Yanyan initiated a full-on battle mode. Realizing she couldn't win outright, she came up with a plan, pretending to be drunk, swaying slightly. Kui Ziking, sharp and insightful, knew exactly what Yin Yanyan was up to. She went even further, directly leaning on the table, pretending to sleep. This left Zheng Qian in a dilemma. Were they really passed out, or just pretending? Should he take them both to the room? Who will Zheng Qian take with him? Has he already booked a room with Kui Ziking? Zheng Qian will definitely take me. After all, our rooms are adjacent to each other. The Kui family has always been in the business of red wine, and this level of alcohol is nothing to her. One could say that she has been exposed since childhood, and now she's just pretending to be drunk. Yin Yanyan is the same, often attending various banquets, so her alcohol tolerance is naturally high. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been taken away by those rich kids after getting drunk long ago? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stay single for so many years without anyone taking advantage of her, and she wouldn't have been hidden away. But, just as the two women were having improper thoughts, Zheng Qian got up and left. Their minds couldn't help but start to wander. Where was he going? Was he going to call a car? If Zheng Qian takes me away, what should I do? Should I pretend to be reserved? Especially Yin Yanyan. The scene in the room earlier still fresh in her memory. She had come out of the shower, but Zheng Qian had already left with an excuse. Was she too forward? Yes. She decided that if he took her away this time, she would maintain some reserve. Unlike last time, back then, she was more passive, trying to hold on to this rare benefactor. But as she got to know Zheng Qian, she realized that being with such a business genius was also not bad. Zheng Xiao, what do you need? I just arrived in Subei and didn't prepare a car. Can you arrange one to take Yin Yanyan back to rest? She's drunk now, and I'm afraid it will make headlines if passers-by see her. It's best to avoid that. No problem, I've already arranged it. Zheng Xiao, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Zheng Qian was actually conflicted just now. Having something happen with these two stunning beauties at the same time was literally every man's dream, but it felt inappropriate. What if these two girls were just pretending to be drunk and caught him doing something inappropriate? That would be troublesome. However, he suddenly recalled a joke he heard years ago. If he did something like that, he would be an animal, but if he didn't, he would be worse than an animal. To be an animal or to be worse than an animal, that was the question. Not long after, Mi Kai hurried over. Zheng Qian didn't know many people in Subei, but since Yin Yanyan was filming here and Mi Kai was her manager responsible for fund operations, he must be around. And indeed, it was the case. Zheng Xiao, the rooms are ready, the hotel is very close by, and the chauffeur is waiting downstairs, he said mysteriously as he handed the keys to Zheng Qian. King size. Zheng Qian instinctively swallowed. A bed that big, indeed very fitting. Okay, let me pay the bill. Don't bother. Zheng Xiao, you have already spent quite a bit. This meal is on me. Don't worry about the foundation's account. You've supported us a lot before, and I consider myself half a host now. You're a guest from afar. Let me take care of this. Ni Kai firmly shook his head. Zheng Qian, however, stood still, silent for a moment. He then patted Ni Kai's shoulder solemnly. Lao Ni, remember, when with me, don't think about paying the bill. I know you're a married man now. Saving some money on the side isn't easy. With that, he walked confidently to the cash register, leaving Ni Kai with a towering figure. Damn, you deserve to earn so much money at a young age. Indeed, men understand men the best. If Ni Kai were a woman, he probably would have pounced on him by now. Following the principle that even mosquito legs contain meat, Zheng Qian earned 3 million yuan through a cashback from the system, shedding tears of joy. Fortunately, the restaurant's security and service were impeccable, the atmosphere elegant, and with enough distance between tables. Moreover, Yin Yanyan was dressed modestly to avoid attracting unwanted attention, so no one knew the drunk woman was the popular rising star, Yin Yanyan. However, many men looked at Zheng Qian's back with envy. Bringing to stunning beauties, even in a restaurant where the average spending was almost a 6-digit figure per person, was definitely eye-catching. Soon, following Ni Kai's arrangements, they arrived at the hotel, carefully making sure they weren't followed by paparazzi. The hotel was far from the filming location, away from the actors and crew. It was also a presidential suite, with 3 rooms, and the beds were quite large. Zheng Qian carefully carried Kui Ziking and Yin Yanyan to their respective beds, while heading to another room himself. 3 people, 3 rooms. It was quite convenient. Lounging on the couch, smoking a cigarette, looking at the scenery outside, Zheng Qian shook his head with a wry smile. Originally, Kui Ziking and Yin Yanyan had been pretending to be drunk, but they underestimated the strength of the alcohol, which hit them hard. If they had taken it easy, this wouldn't have happened. It was all to gain an edge that they unintentionally got truly drunk. Both of them were now rambling and crying in their beds, leaving Zheng Qian in a dilemma once again. No words were exchanged that night. The next morning, the first thing he saw was a message from Yin Yanyan on WeChat. I'm sorry, Zheng Xiao. I got a little out of control last night due to drinking too much. Please spend more time in Sibei, and when I'm free, I definitely need to apologize properly in person. I must have embarrassed you in front of your colleagues. Zheng Qian couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. Turns out, she already considered Kui Ziking as his colleague. No worries, focus on filming on the set and make the most of this opportunity to rise to fame, he replied briefly before thinking about having some breakfast. Seeing Yin Yanyan's empty room, he glanced at the adjacent room. Kui Ziking was also gone. Did she go get breakfast from me? How considerate. Her room was wide open, empty, and he assumed she had also gone out. Just as he was about to go back to bed for a little longer, suddenly, the bathroom door in Kui Ziking's room opened. Truly stunning. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, revealing large patches of delicate, fair skin. Especially her slender legs were captivating. The towel wasn't large enough, barely covering the essentials. Both Zheng Qian and Kui Ziking were taken aback. After a brief eye contact, she let out a scream, her face blushing, and hurried to close the door. Unfortunately, she slipped, almost falling. Careful. Zheng Qian quickly stepped forward and caught Kui Ziking in his arms before she hit the ground. Zheng Qian really didn't think much at all, purely just saw Kui Ziking about to fall and acted subconsciously. Just that. Indeed very soft. He even subconsciously pinched a couple of times, absolutely not intentional. After a brief moment of being stunned, Kui Ziking immediately screamed. Quickly pushing Zheng Qian away, she swiftly wrapped a towel around herself, her face extremely flushed, biting her silver teeth and saying, What are you trying to do? Zheng Qian awkwardly looked away. His face also blushed, pretending nonchalantly to walk away, continuously muttering to himself, Why can't I find my phone? So strange, I just saw it nearby a moment ago. Slam. Kui Ziking forcefully closed the door, her cheeks bright red. Feeling a bit weak, she sat down on the edge of the bed. It's really embarrassing. Darn it. I just went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of water, and forgot to close it. I completely forgot that Zheng Qian was here too. Kui Ziking was used to living alone. She had never lived under the same roof with a man before. Habitually went out to get a bottle of water, and then went to take a shower. Although Zheng Qian also felt very embarrassed, yet experience in handling such situations, he was well aware of a certain truth, that as a man, One must not care too much about saving face. Must have thick skin. Glancing at the time, smoking a few cigarettes, feeling it was about right, he casually knocked on the door as if nothing had happened. Kui Ziking also knew she couldn't keep avoiding talking to Jung Qian forever, and she also believed he wasn't a disrespectful person. After all, last night she pretended to be drunk, even making some mental preparation, but Jung Qian simply laid her on the bed without any improper actions, enough to prove it wasn't intentional. Understanding this, she no longer felt conflicted. After all, she wasn't a little girl anymore. There was no need to make the atmosphere between them so tense. Walking around, they seemed like a couple. Jung Qian was very casual in beach pants and flip-flops, looking very sunny, while Kui Ziking wore a t-shirt and a tight skirt, highlighting her figure. Not to mention her stunning appearance, causing many passers-by to secretly shake their heads. She was like a flower blooming among dawn. However, Jung Qian quite enjoyed this feeling. After the crazy shopping experience with H. Marshall yesterday, today the two of them didn't buy anything too extravagant. Kui Ziking could tell that he wasn't here for shopping. Although it seemed like they were aimlessly strolling around, in their back and forth, it seemed like they were deliberately observing something. Unconsciously the sky darkened, and the two of them arrived at a restaurant to eat something. "What do you think of Sebei?" Jung Qian casually asked. "A very good coastal city. And it's very close to Shanghai." Sensing what Jung Qian wanted to say, Kui Ziking tentatively replied, "Do you want to settle in this city, and then extend your reach to Shanghai?" "Clever." Jung Qian nodded in satisfaction, leaning back in his chair, looking around calmly. Sebei City, as the bridgehead of JZH, holds a very important strategic position. Directly entering Shanghai is too difficult, but here, we can explore many things. Have you heard of the top 3 elite clubs of Shanghai? Kui Ziking's eyes lit up, seeming to understand Jung Qian's intentions. Seeing him suddenly mention these top 3 clubs, she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. "I've heard of them. In the JZH area. No, it can be said it's the most prominent force in the whole southern Kyushu. They are the Shanghai America Club, Song Business Club, and Chuncheon Club. Unlike Jiangnan you visited before, the water in Shanghai is much deeper." "Jung Qian, I don't mean to discourage you. Although you may have a fortune of billions, in front of these 3 groups, it's not enough." This is when Kui Ziking's exceptionalism shines through. Despite being in the northern city, she is familiar with the top clubs of southern Kyushu. These 3 elite clubs, at first sound very ordinary. Even their respective headquarters are located in the busiest areas of Shanghai, and many people know of them. However, few people understand their power. Not to mention the annual membership fees of tens of thousands, but to join them, one must have recommendations from 2 official members and go through a voting process by the rotating management team. Only with a majority vote can one become an official member. The deep sense of privacy brings an extremely respected experience. It's a tight-knit circle. The people here, at the very least, possess fortunes of tens of millions. There are also entrepreneurs worth billions. When these people come together, they form a tremendous force. Even though Jung Qian currently holds a 200 billion asset, he can't forcibly influence them. Each of the 3 clubs is like this. The richest man in Jiangnan, in the early days, Zhu Hanfu of Kelwin Group, wanted to join Song Business Club but was rejected, showing the profound foundation of this circle. Basically, new money is hardly taken seriously. I am well aware of this. Jung Qian nodded slightly, smiling and saying, "In such a vast Kyushu, it's natural that I, Jung Qian, can't grasp everything. I believe you also know that in order to make real money, just sticking to my current industries won't be enough. Although I progressed very quickly, now it seems that, except for the shipping industry seeing some progress, the rest is in the mid to downstream of the industrial chain, whether it's wood, glass factories, and so on. If I rely solely on these, how could I earn more? And undoubtedly, as JZH is the wealthiest place in Kyushu, it controls many high-end industries. My plan is to first explore Sebei City to pave the way, then find a way to enter Shanghai." As Jung Qian spoke confidently, Kui Ziking's mind trembled slightly. This was also her question about Qianju Group. Jung Qian's group seemed very large, and the valuation was high, mostly due to the shipping industry. The relying solely on this line seemed to have no high limit. Even the formidable leader of the 5 Airlines Alliance, Zhao Yanren, lagged far behind Jung Qian in financial strength, right? The smartest move would be to use this momentum to delve into more high-end fields. Let's go. The time is just right now. I'll take you to a place, but there are some things that need to be resolved before that. Glancing at the time, Jung Qian took Kui Ziking to the next destination. For some reason, she suddenly felt nervous. Could it be that he is going to meet another pretty girl again? If only she had gone with the flow this morning. PFFFT. What am I even thinking? This scumbag, Kui Ziking thought to herself, cheeks slightly flushed. Affection level +1. Affection level +1. Affection level -1. Affection level -1. Jung Qian, he realized he truly didn't understand women. Their thoughts sometimes truly unpredictable. Isn't it just to take her to a place? Why overthink? After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of a nightclub. The large signboard was eye-catching. Linmix. Kui Ziking was a professional, and just one look, she knew this nightclub was extraordinary. Definitely owned by an expert. Both the atmosphere and the various elements and installations displayed a high-end foundation. She couldn't help but sigh. It's indeed the nearest metropolitan area from Shanghai. Jung Qian had arranged the seating in advance. Following the server, the two arrived at a table close to the interior. 2 bottles of Lindman Grand Reserve. After ordering set meal, Jung Qian added 2 more bottles of wine. Give it a try. Wait for me here. I'll go to the restroom and pick someone up. Half a glass down. Kui Ziking furrowed her brow slightly. This taste, indeed somewhat familiar. It seems Jung Qian didn't bring her here randomly. However, what she didn't expect was, at a nearby table, a pair of resentful eyes were gazing at her. This is the situation, Su Xiao. Lu Ji smirked as he ended over a cigarette. In front of him was a young man, the top liquor distributor of JZH, the young heir of the Su Cheng group, Su Zhen. Young and almost the same age as Jung Qian. Looks decent. At least a dozen girls were seated at the table. Compared to the Su family, people like Zhou Shaoqi were worlds apart. Hey, it's Yabai. I really can't muster any interest in it. Can't send someone directly to Yabai for your sake, right? Su Zhen said, as he impatiently patted his shoulder. These days you take good care of your injuries. Next month we have to make a grand entrance at the wine party. Yes, yes. Lu Ji flattered while his eyes drifted towards a distance. Suddenly stunned, Kui Ziking, overcome with excitement, he trembled all over and hurriedly grabbed Su Zhen's hand, pointing in her direction. Su Xiao, quick, look, it's that girl. Never thought she'd come alone, huh? Su Zhen glanced over, not particularly interested in women Lu Ji found attractive. He was the city's young master, surrounded by numerous beauties. How could he possibly take interest in someone from a place like Yabai? If it wasn't for Lu Ji telling him, he wouldn't even know such a place existed. However, upon looking, he seemed somewhat taken aback. Quite good looking. Kui Ziking's grace was exceptional. Perhaps it was related to her profession. Even seated naturally at the table, she exuded queenly vibes. Exquisite features like a gift from the heavens, slender legs making it hard to look away. Yabai, unexpectedly hosting such a level of beauty. Compared to her, the nearby small internet celebrities were incomparable. The difference was indeed vast. Is it her? What's her name? Su Zhen suddenly interested, his gaze filled with ill intentions. At that moment, a girl beside him clung tightly to Su Zhen's arm. With silky eyes said, Su Xiao, today's my birthday. Thank you for everything. I've told my parents, tonight, I won't go back. Su Zhen's heart wavered upon her words. She was one of the girls he had spent quite a sum on attracting. It seemed they had finally made a breakthrough tonight, but compared to Kui Ziking, it was just plain and tasteless, like chewing wax. The thought made him unable to contain his inner agitation. Impatiently pushing her away, snapped his fingers. Go, send a set of heavenly immortal outside the world to the table of that girl. Su Zhen called a server, pointing towards Kui Ziking's table. Soon, a group of girls in JK uniforms, each carrying a bottle of wine, approached Kui Ziking. Before she could react, they started dancing fervently. Kui Ziking was a bit baffled watching. Miss, it's sent by the young master from that table to you, wishing you to enjoy this beautiful night. The server politely pointed towards Su Zhen not far away. Kui Ziking furrowed her brows. Can you return it for me? I have no interest in any young masters, and I came with a friend. I don't want him to misunderstand. Just then, Jung Qian, who was in the restroom, saw Kui Ziking's affection level +10. Sorry, it can't be returned. Also, this is the young master's car plate number. A red Porsche 911. Later you can go directly to the parking lot. Reading the note, Kuizaiking laughed in anger. Did she look so casual? When she managed the yabai bar, this kid probably was up to nothing. Kuizaiking coldly chuckled, casually throwing the note aside, and started drinking. Seeing this, Sujeng's eyes twitched, with gritted teeth. His cheeks trembled slightly. Luji secretly rejoiced, knowing this was a sign of his anger. Sujeng was not an easy opponent, known as a big young master in Su North and couldn't be compared to some riffraff from Yabai. Feisty. I like it. Sujeng laughed in anger, getting up and walking towards her. Hey. How dare you refuse, Su Xiao? Let's go and see. Hey. Not bad looking, Su shouted. Tonight she will definitely leave with you. Those few on the table. Take them away. Don't disturb me in picking up chicks, he said, pushing through the crowd. Many had noticed the heavenly immortal outside the world he had just bought. It was more expensive than Yabi's Great Dragon, costing a whopping 99,009. Many girls gazed enviously at him. Hello, beautiful. Have we met before? Kid. Did you get lost? Just as Sujeng was about to introduce himself, Zheng Qian arrived. Sitting directly beside Kuizaiking, he naturally embraced her and said with a smile, if you want to mooch drinks and go to another place, we don't welcome you here, go find a cooler place. Being held in Zheng Qian's arms like this, Kuizaiking felt it for the first time. Feeling his scorching big hand, her mind couldn't help but sway, slightly rippling. It was different from when she was seen bathing before. That time was too passive, and now being embraced by Zheng Qian in front of everyone was a completely different feeling. Seeing the beauty being held by Zheng Qian made Sujeng burn with anger. These heavenly immortals from beyond were bought by me, to gift this beautiful lady. What are you? Sujeng pointed to the wine in front of him, sneering. Also, in Subei City, everyone knows me, Sujeng. Dare to talk to me like this. Not afraid of being carried away from here. Luji saw the person in front of him, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Although his leg was already fractured, he still forcefully walked over with a cane, excitedly saying, Su young master, that's him. Seeing Luji's appearance, Zheng Qian couldn't help but smile. Your leg is broken, and you still come to a nightclub to flirt with girls. Oh. I see, you must be his lackey, right? You were bullied, and then came to complain to the master. Stubborn duck. Ha. You provoke Su young master. You will die for sure today. Luji coldly smirked with his cane, as if he had already seen Zheng Qian being brutally beaten by someone. Many curious onlookers turned their eyes to them, sensing that something was about to happen. Oh, just with the few bottles of this wine you bought, you dare to hit on my woman. Zheng Qian crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, tapped the table. I checked earlier. The most expensive package you have here is called 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, right? The waiter on the side was trembling, but nodded. Kid, dare to play a game with me? Zheng Qian suddenly changed his tone, smiling and nodding. You bastard. Sujeng's friend was not pleased and was about to reprimand Zheng Qian. Sujeng stopped him, sat opposite Zheng Qian, but his gaze was fixed on Kuizaiking. Quite amusing. An outsider farmer. Looks like someone who hasn't seen the world. Don't you know what it means to speak out of turn? If not for this beautiful lady, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me. But I'm in a good mood today. So, what do you want to play with me? His companions burst into laughter. When it came to drinking, Sujeng didn't need to participate personally. Just one word from him, and countless people in the room would come forward to drink on his behalf. You just bought this set of wines, it's really boring. Since you call yourself a young master, let's play something exciting. I estimated that there are over 100 private rooms in the venue. For each private room, we'll gift them an 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea set. How about that? If you can do it, we can think of other ways to play. Otherwise, Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, calmly saying, a set for each private room. How much would that cost? You. A bumpkin. Let me remind you. Luji coughed, pointing around. There are a total of 120 private rooms here. Each set of 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea costs 111,100. That's over 13 million in total. Bluffing like this won't work. Kuizaiking couldn't help feeling nervous. She thought Zheng Qian was quite capable of pulling off this kind of thing. As people around seemed to mock them, Zheng Qian shrugged indifferently. What? Too scared to play? He provocatively stared at the young men in front of him. Sujin gazed deeply into Jung Kian's eyes, but didn't speak at once, because he really couldn't come up with that much money. Although he was the young master of the family, due to his young age, he didn't have much real power. He was just starting to take on some responsibilities within the family group, far from taking charge. Not to mention, in the large Su family, many of the younger generation already held executive positions within the group. They could mobilize more funds. He only had less than $1 million in pocket money every month, then spent whatever he had. It was just impossible for him to produce over 10 million instantly. Okay, what if we do play? Sujin couldn't stand Jung Kian's taunting eyes any longer and had to reluctantly agree, even if he couldn't produce the money. And he really didn't believe Jung Qian could pull it off. Good. Jung Qian nodded with a smile. There should be some stakes, right? If we both succeed, we'll discuss the next round of play. But if one fails, the other gets to slap them. How about that? This statement stunned the surroundings even more. Kui Ziking was very worried, afraid that Jung Qian's game might escalate and get out of hand. After all, they were in a different city, unlike Yebai where they were in their home territory, and not to mention, they were going up against the Su family. Jung Qian patted her shoulder to reassure her. But this action seemed more like provocation in Sujin's eyes. Damn it, I'm going for it. He suddenly stood up, pointing angrily at Jung Qian. You little brat, pay up now. Prepare to be begging on your knees after I'm done with you. It's you. Bring the pause machine over. Pay up. Jung Qian looked around and saw a female service staff standing on the sidelines. She didn't wear heavy makeup and looked quite young, presumably a college student working part-time to earn money. Me. She couldn't believe Jung Qian had picked her white eyes full of disbelief. Yes, it's you. Come here. Jung Qian nodded slightly. Lu Ji seemed to have a bad feeling, whispering, Young Master Su, should we try to leave? He seems too eager. He might have come prepared. What if he really? Before he could finish, Sujin immediately slapped him. Stop talking nonsense. Haha, I've met many big shots of Shanghai. Never seen someone who doesn't treat over 10 million lightly, just to save face in front of girls. I can tell. He'll probably mention bank card limits and things like that, and we'll have to fight to the death. Sujin couldn't help but grin, leaning back on the sofa and picking up a bottle of wine. He held it in his hand, as if ready to strike at any moment. Wait a minute, you said slapping but didn't specify it had to be with hands, right? Sujin spoke with malice. That's not a bad idea. Didn't expect you to have a masochistic streak. Jung Qian nodded playfully, then added, Oh, by the way, this batch of wine isn't just to slap you, but to celebrate the second day of cohabiting with Ziqing. Ziqing, this is a gift for you. Jung Qian looked deeply at Kui Ziking. Though over 10 million was nothing to him, it could still be profitable. Well, framing it this way would probably have a good return. Stubborn duck, pay up now. Guys, keep an eye on him. Sujin was boiling with anger. Damn it, what do you mean it's just the second day of cohabiting? This guy probably slept with this exquisite lady. Kui Ziking was already extremely stunning. Adding Jung Qian's teasing only made her blush even more, looking very charming. Under the dazzling lights of the nightclub, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but stare, reluctant to move their eyes away. She didn't argue back, knowing that she shouldn't offend Jung Qian's dignity at this moment. I also have my pride. What do you mean by the day after moving in together with you? That after calculating, it seems like it doesn't make a difference after all. Indeed, I did stay in the hotel with Jung Qian for 2 consecutive nights. Although she maintained a smile, she reached out with her slender jade hand to pinch Jung Qian's back hard. Even though Jung Qian was in extreme pain at this moment, his back was already soaked with cold sweat, yet he still maintained a calm expression. The girl selling drinks had never seen such a grand scene. Obediently handing over the pause machine, Jung Qian gestured with his big hand and directly handed over the card, skillfully entering the password. 133,320,000 yuan. Payment successful. Spent 13,133,200 yuan. System cashback 133,200,000 yuan. Funds credited. 130 million had entered his bank account. Feeling great. Spending money on women is indeed satisfying. Damn. Suddenly Jung Qian felt that he already had such a cool system. Why bother with building a business empire? Just spend money on women in different ways every day. When I have time, I must ask Xiaoqian Xian to check which is the most expensive company in the world. Then, operate it and buy it directly. Wouldn't that be richer than the US Federal Reserve and the Central Bank? Meanwhile, Sujeng and others were all staring with their mouths wide open. Their jaws were almost dropping to the ground. Astonishment and incredulity were written all over their faces, able to fit an egg in their mouths. Silence, a dead silence. In the previously boisterous bar, the bar where Zhang Qian was located, everyone held their breath. The way they looked at Zhang Qian was as if they were looking at a devil. Over 10 million. Spent just like that in a cheerful manner. Handsome, sir, may I ask for your surname, please? The girl selling drinks trembled as she spoke. Zhang, she quickly nodded and said something into her earpiece. Not long after, the DJ excitedly picked up the microphone. Quiet, everyone. The gentleman seated at the bar, John, is offering a set of 8 immortals crossing the sea to each card table in the venue. Let's thank Mr. Zhang. Raise your hands and cheer out loud. Ah. Instantly, the fiery cheers in the venue almost pierced everyone's eardrums. Just when everyone thought it was a joke, they then saw a large group of JK girls, dragging out sets of 8 immortals crossing the sea. Please be patient. We also need time to prepare the drinks. Let's all have fun. Everyone gets a share. Now everyone truly believed. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The eyes of all female creatures in the venue were like lasers, all scanning towards Zhang Qian's location. They wished to pounce on him immediately. Kui Ziking, on the other hand, became alert, subconsciously sticking close to Zhang Qian, fearing someone would come and take him away. Sorry, Zhang. May I get to know you? Suddenly, several girls squeezed through the crowd and appeared in front of Zhang Qian. The speaking girl was very beautiful, with an extremely attractive figure and delicate face. At a glance, in today's words, she was pure and seductive with a very impressive chest. It was unknown whether it was because she squeezed through the crowd or her genes were naturally good. Seems like a few buttons were undone. The beautiful sight was all-encompassing. Even though Zhang Qian had seen countless women, he couldn't help but stare. Kui Ziking pinched Zhang Qian hard again, laughing. Didn't you see that I'm sitting next to him? The girl didn't seem to mind and approached him with a very innocent look, biting her lip. Mr. Zhang, do you mind having one more? Rest assured, I'm sensible. I won't. Zhang Qian hurriedly coughed awkwardly. He subconsciously leaned back. Goodness gracious, almost touching there directly. I'm sorry, she minds a lot. Zhang Qian spoke nothing but the truth, of course. He didn't mind, but why did Kui Ziking turn into a jealous jar? Looking at the favorability rating, it was astounding. It had reached 86 points. There seemed to be a rising trend. These were just a few sets of 8 immortals crossing the sea, yet it escalated terrifyingly, even more intense than the large-scale purges. What Zhang Qian didn't know was that even though Kui Ziking had a stunning appearance, she was used to such things in the bar. But deep down, she was still a girl who had never been in love. She had once fantasized about having a Prince Charming who would do such things for her. She didn't care about the money, but more about the feeling. Clearly, Zhang Qian had achieved that. Where are you going? Seeing the girls pushing more aggressively, Zhang Qian quickly grabbed Sujena's arm, narrowed his eyes, and said, Hey, the illustrious young Master Su from the Su family, wanting to leave when you encounter a problem. Have you forgotten our agreement? Hurry up, it's your turn. Sujen was sweating profusely at this moment. It was impossible for him to spend so much money, and he had intended to escape in the chaos. Little did he expect that Zhang Qian had been watching him all along. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He felt like he was walking on thin ice, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Seeing everyone looking at him, he couldn't speak a word despite shivering for a long time. Oh, I see, you can't come up with so much money, right? Zhang Qian smiled then nodded. Then his expression became extremely serious. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling all the smoke onto Sujena's face, and said slowly, Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Your little brother caused trouble in my place, wanting to leave after being beaten up. How is that possible? A big dog still needs to see its master, so here I am to see the master. Sit down nicely. I'm going to slap you. Zhang Qian's expression was incredibly solemn. Sujen knew he was capable of doing it. Wait. He hastily stopped Zhang Qian and gritted his teeth, saying, Who said, I don't have money, can't afford it? Wait for me, I'll raise some funds quickly. Sure. I'll wait for you. This round is over, and I still need to arrange your next round. Jun Qian sat back, leaning on the sofa, and affectionately caressed Kui Ziking's shoulder. Quickly call the boss. Tell him it's the Su family doing business. We need to pre-order over 100 sets of 8 immortals crossing the sea, and wait for some time to settle the bill together. Sujeng excitedly said to the people around him. Young Master Su, he's not picking up. Damn it, the phone is off now. Damn it. Sujeng clenched his fist fiercely, sweating coldly. What to do? This is not just about losing face for himself, but also the face of the Su family. If he were to be publicly slapped in front of so many people, how could he continue in Su North City? The Su family would never be able to join the Son Business Club. Make way. At that moment, a cold female voice exploded. Everyone involuntarily stepped back, and a woman with an icy face and eyes as cold as an ancient abyss slowly appeared. She was accompanied by several burly bodyguards, who positioned themselves and glared at the crowd. It seemed that many recognized her background, instantly silenced, no longer daring to surround the area. Yunjung, give me some face. Let's talk in the private room. The woman in front of him was cold and stunning. In terms of looks, she was not inferior to Kui Ziking at all. She was definitely a high-value goddess. When a beautiful woman invites you, how can you refuse? Especially, and she is such a beautiful beauty. Jun Qian nodded with a smile. Sister, Sujeng could only nod and dare not raise his head. Be quiet. She gave Sujeng a cold look and said, John Shao, come this way. Kui Ziking felt a great threat from her. Not a threat to her status, position, or wealth, but simply from a woman's perspective, such a stunning beauty was irresistible for ordinary men. What's more important is, she knew who the visitor was. In terms of the power they could wield, even compared to Jiannan's influential Zhang Yanren, there was a significant difference, not just 1 or 2 levels apart. After entering the private room, several bodyguards lined up in a row, looking sternly at Jun Qian. Jun Qian, as if not feeling any pressure at all, leaned back on the sofa, with Kui Ziking in his arms. He leisurely lit a cigarette, waiting for her to speak first. Jun Shao, today's matter was my brother's fault. You come here and apologize to Jun Shao. Wait. Before Sujeng could nervously step forward, Jun Qian waved his hand, casually examining the beauty in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Su Yuanchuan, right? I spend over 10 million. Apologize, and it's resolved. Su Yuanchuan's expression changed, squinting her eyes as if thinking. Then, what do you want? Offered Su Yuanchuan. The channel. Jun Qian flicked the cigarette ash and said with a smile. There's a saying, it's rude to take without giving back. Your men ruined my wine party, causing our proposal to Sunidi to fall through. The losses exceeded 10 million. If I disagree, Su Yuanchuan lowered her eyes. Then I won't force you. There are 2 options. First, let this young man go with me. Continue the competition, keep spending. Second, let him admit his mistake. I'll take him outside and give him a simple slap. Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, looking at Sujeng with a half-smile. Conning this, Su Yuanchuan's gaze became even more intense, glaring at Jun Qian coldly. Even though I know you are influential, spending billions in Jiangnan, but look at the entire 9 states, people who can easily throw out billions in cash are few and far between. Your funding pool must be running dry, right? Jun Qian chuckled. Don't try to threaten me. I don't take that nicely. And I am certain that you wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, because you don't know my details, but I know yours well. In a little while, it will be the day for new members at Ton Club. Your Su family is eager to expand. Couldn't enter a few times in a row, must be really anxious. If I stubbornly oppose, I guarantee your Su family will have no hope of entering the 3 major clubs in this life. Jun Qian chatted confidently in front of Su Yuanchuan. Not entirely wrong. Before in Jiangnan, he spent money recklessly, so much so that many people didn't know if he truly had a bottomless funding pool or was a front for someone high up. This is also why Su Yuanchuan had reservations about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to come forward. His men would have kicked him out already. The matter of the channel is not something I can decide it alone. Su Yuanchuan's tone softened. Of course, your father, the head of the Su family, still controls the group. And his eldest son, Su Genting, is the senior executive. His words should carry more weight, and he can make decisions. Then find a time for him to talk to me. No, to talk to me and my woman. After all, she is now the CEO of our Sunity brand company, and her status equals to yours. Jun Qian nodded slightly, gaining the upper hand in a few words. Su Jing felt his teeth itch. The implication in his words was that their status was on par with their father, so if they were to talk, they had no right to directly approach him. He further hinted for Su Yuanshuang to make a decision. If today's soft approach didn't work out, it wouldn't be easy to see him again. I understand your meaning now. After a moment, Su Yuanshuang finally spoke. Since there are things to discuss, I will convey your thoughts to my father and brother. Let them decide. But before that, I want to ask you, what's your price? Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and held up 3 fingers. A 30/70th split. I can make your Su family the highest level partner of JZH channel. How about that? It was clear what Jun Qian's 30/70th split meant. Undoubtedly, he would take 70%, and Su family would get 30%. Su Yuanshuang's face became even colder. In her view, this demand was outrageous, and she even clenched her jade hands tightly. Are you serious? Of course, you can convey my words as they are. To Su Yuanshuang, this was an almost insulting term, as if it were a snub to the Su family's reputation. She was certain there were many more terms to consider. Perhaps they had to sell a certain amount to enjoy discounts. If they failed to meet the target, they might have to pay a hefty premium. All right, since it has come to this, I see no need to stay any longer. Farewell. Jun Qian extinguished his cigarette and prepared to leave with Kui Ziking. As he passed by Su Jing, he squinted his eyes, staring intently at him. Without saying a word, he made Su Jing feel immense pressure. Cold sweat dripped down his back, and there was a moment when he wanted to gather courage and confront Jun Qian. This was Su Bade. Even if he took them down, what could they do? He truly didn't understand why his sister was being so polite to him. If Jun Qian dared to lay a hand on Su Jing, the latter even made up his mind to keep Jun Qian here for good. The bodyguards were all on high alert. After all, Su Jing was their young master. If someone slapped him, even if it was in front of everyone, he would still say, "Kid, don't think to yourself so much. Your sister called us into the room for a chat. You really think it's about cooperation? Ha ha. She just doesn't want too many people outside. If she really hit you, you would lose face. That's it." Jun Qian lightly tapped his face, then looked at Su Yuanshuang. Today's matter. Let's call it quits. But remember, my 10 million wasn't spent for nothing. Your Su family owes me a favor. This favor, I give to you. With that, Jun Qian pushed open the door, looked at the darkening sky, and sincerely remarked, "It's going to change. Oh, it might rain today." Kui Ziking tightened his clothes and unconsciously moved closer to Jun Qian. He smiled without offering any explanation. The sudden change in weather was a sign of something else. Returning to the pre-booked hotel room, there was a fax on the table sent from Jianmen. Even though it was already 2023, the hotel still kept a fax machine, living up to its reputation as a top-tier hotel. The sender was Zhang Yanren. In fact, she had briefed Jun Qian about this matter before, which was why he had chosen to come to Sibei, the real reason behind it. The original 5 Airlines alliance had already disintegrated. Apart from Asia Airlines, the other 4 airlines, along with Moonflower Shipping, which had major conflicts with Jun Qian, were all acquired by a mysterious group. Note that it was not forming an alliance, but complete acquisition, becoming a new shipping conglomerate. The funding came from a person within JZH, and the exact identity was still unclear. However, she vaguely felt a strong connection with the top clubs in Shanghai. If her speculation was correct, it was highly likely linked to the second family of the Shanghai America Club. Only individuals of this level could mobilize such terrifying funds and change ownership of such major entities overnight, as Zhang Yanren claimed. This was no longer a flow of funds in the tens of billions. Overnight, she was under incomparable pressure. What made her most uneasy was that the other party had not even contacted her yet. It seemed like the original lead conglomerate, Asia Airlines, was of no concern to the new owners, leaving Zhang Yanren somewhat puzzled. The detailed data placed in front of Jun Qian was of this nature. He lit a cigarette and closed his eyes slightly. The situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. It was now reaching a point where Jun Qian was feeling immense pressure. It was the first time he realized that not all problems could be solved with money. This was no longer a battle that could be won by just throwing money around. Even if he poured billions into it, it might not ultimately succeed. and could attract the attention of higher authorities in the country. To resist this looming attack, Zheng Qian needed to create opportunities and probe. That was why he had come to Sibei. This buffer zone between Sibei and Shanghai was the most suitable place for maneuvering. Shanghai America Club. Although that person was targeting the Five Airlines Alliance, Zheng Qian vaguely felt that the attack was directed at him. Take it as it comes. You don't need to panic too much. If they haven't sent anyone to contact you, you don't need to take the initiative. What you need to do now is stand firm and prevent Asia Airlines from falling. Let me know how much funding you need, and I'll do my best to arrange it for you. You don't need to worry about the rest. I have plans for that. After sending this message, Zheng Qian lay down and slept. After all, he had his system. What did he have to fear? Could it be that in this world, there were others with such a system? The next day, Zheng Qian took Kui Ziking around as usual. Perhaps due to the events of the previous day, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere between the two. Sometimes, as they walked, she subconsciously held Zheng Qian's hand, like a couple taking a stroll. It truly envied onlookers. Seeing the favorability she had towards him, Zheng Qian couldn't help but ponder. Approaching 90 points, if this continued, it was almost at a level to consider marriage. If you were to suggest pushing her down, Kui Ziking probably wouldn't object, right? No. It would be too audacious if he did that to every girl around him. But looking back, he had been involved with many girls, and having Kui Ziking wouldn't be any different. What are you thinking about? Kui Ziking asked Zheng Qian, who seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, furrowing her brows. I didn't mean to investigate you, but now that you've become so prominent, many rumors, even if I don't actively seek them out, may reach my ears. Is it related to Asia Airlines? Zheng Qian initially thought she had guessed his thoughts and felt a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't expect her to say that and was momentarily stunned. You know too? Yes. And it said that there's substantial and mysterious capital behind you. Does this have anything to do with your visit to Sibei? That's right. Since you brought it up, I might as well tell you. By bringing you here, I hope you can help me oversee things. If I directly rush into Shanghai, it would attract too much attention. Many observant individuals will notice my intentions. Therefore, I need to establish a foothold in Sibei first, invest here, and then move up to Shanghai. It completely changes the nature of the plan. Hearing this, Kui Ziking couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. So, Zheng Qian needed me to help him with business matters here, rather than for other reasons. But, does this also mean that I am important to him? Yes. Despite having so many girls around him, he didn't choose anyone else but me. That must mean that I can do something they can't. With these thoughts, Kui Ziking surprisingly felt somewhat happy. However, she quickly realized something and hesitantly said, but if your hypothetical enemy is one of the top 3 clubs in Shanghai, the Shanghai America Club, picking small fights in Sibei might not achieve the results you're looking for. Zheng Qian nodded in satisfaction. You're right, but don't worry. This business war with such major players can't be resolved overnight. It will be a protracted process. So, let me take you to meet someone first. What is this? After wandering around, Kui Ziking was surprised to find that Zheng Qian had brought her back to Linmix. Wasn't this the bar they visited yesterday? How do you find this place? After entering the private room, Zheng Qian lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. It's pretty good. Kui Ziking nodded. Linmix in Sibei is also a well-established bar, operating for many years with 10 branches throughout the city. It has long been coveted by the Su family. They aim to enter the Song Business Club and must acquire it. But if we flip the situation, what do you think about the Su family? Zheng Qian took a deep drag from his cigarette, engaging Kui Ziking in conversation. However, the topic suddenly shifted. Clearly, he intended to buy this nightclub brand. But why did he bring up the Su family? Did Kui Ziking swallowed hard, incredulously looking at Zheng Qian. You want to buy the Su family? Relying solely on the scale of this nightclub brand is definitely not enough. The second young master of the Shanghai America Club unexpectedly offended Zhang Yanren. If there's a will, there's a way. He is a woman he's very fond of who manages a top-tier Asian bar in Shanghai. I'm accumulating strength to eliminate that brand. Moreover, as they say, Shanghai has 3 top clubs in total. Besides the Shanghai America Club, there are 2 more. Shouldn't we join a club and have some fun too? We also join a furniture club. Kui Ziking couldn't help feeling a bit excited, but more than that, she thought it was impossible. Even Jiangnan's top billionaire, Zhu Hanzi, was advised to back out, even though Zhang Qian was richer than him. That place was not just about wealth. Moreover, the three major clubs stick together. It seemed like the young master of the Shanghai American Club was preparing to strike at Zhang Qian. Where was the opportunity now? But seeing his confident demeanor, Kui Ziking couldn't say anything, just nodded blankly. She suddenly realized that she, who had always considered herself a favored daughter of heaven, felt increasingly out of her depth in understanding the business landscape that Zhang Qian played in. "Zhang General, you've been waiting." Just then, a few people pushed the door open, with a middle-aged man leading the way. Cultured and refined, he exuded the style of a Confucian businessman. "Is it you?" Following behind was a woman who, upon seeing the person in front of her, couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at Zhang Qian in disbelief, she sat down next to him, seemingly recalling something after a moment. Kui Ziking recognized this middle-aged man, the owner of this nightclub brand whom Zhang Qian had just given a pass, Lin Haowei. At just 42 years old, he was in the prime of a man's career. However, unfortunate in the competition with the Su family, he had to relinquish his business. Refusing to sell at a low price to the Su family, he happened to come into contact with Zhang Qian through Zhang Yanren. "I thought Mr. Lin had come to his senses and was planning to cooperate with our Su family. But now, to find you, this true God, it's quite interesting. Zhang, you really have impressed me." Su Yuanchuan stared at Zhang Qian as if she wanted to devour him. Lin Haowei shrugged. "Pour drinks for everyone. It seems like you already know each other, so I don't need to introduce you further. Yuanchuan, I wasn't planning to meet you, but Zhang General invited me, so I set up today's meeting." Everyone was very clear about the price of the Linmix Group. It required a total of 150 million. The reason for its high price wasn't just the 10 storefronts. It was an entire group of companies, involving various industries, like supply chain channels and more. In order to acquire Linmix, the Su family had spent quite a bit of money over the years. Just when they were about to triumph, they were unexpectedly met with a stumbling block in the form of Cheng Yajin, which naturally soured their mood. Su Yuanchuan glared at Zhang Qian with resentment and downed her drink. Her face flushed slightly, making her look very attractive. This made Kui Ziking somewhat wary. Even if it was just 150 million, maybe Zhang Qian could actually come up with it. But she couldn't understand why he would want to enter the Su North market. Even if he bought it, she had 100 ways to continue to drive it into bankruptcy. Why bother wading into this mess? "I'm sure Miss Su must be unaware of why I've come all this way to buy a nightclub here." Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, leaned back on the couch and smiled, nodding. "Let's be straightforward. Since we're all here, why don't I speak frankly? How much is the Su Sheng Group willing to offer?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuanchuan truly felt like getting up and leaving. Absurd. Simply absurd. Was this why Zhang Qian had invited her to target the Su family? "Hey, Zhang, stop joking," Su Yuanchuan said dryly. "I'm not joking, I'm very serious." Zhang Qian leaned slightly forward, looking her straight in the eye. "From what I know, the recent frenetic moves by the Su family show a desire to expand rapidly and enter the Song Commercial Club. By doing so, you can then lay out the energy nationwide, achieving a 3-tier leap in the family business, right?" She didn't speak, just gazing lightly at Zhang Qian because what he said was indeed correct. Merging for mutual benefit, this was not some reprehensible business behavior. Furthermore, from what I understand, the Su family is currently facing significant difficulties. Competition for entry into the Song Commercial Club is intense, with other powerful industry families also looking to capitalize on this opportunity. However, relying solely on your current scale, I don't think you have much hope. Why don't we form a strong alliance? I'm willing to invest in the Su Sheng Group and help you rise up. How about it? These words made Su Yuanchuan pause. Given the current stalemate in acquiring Linmix with the size of the Su Sheng Group, it seemed they had no chance to enter the club. But with Zhang Qian's financial support, perhaps everything would be different. They could quickly extend their reach into broader areas. It was like valuing an internet company. Assessing the energy of the Su Sheng Group didn't just rely on its influence in the Su North region, but also considered the overall size of the group, business scope, and influence. The higher the weight of these other factors, the more advantageous for the Sushun Group's valuation to rise. Here's our business plan. Take a look, said Zhang Qian, tossing the fax document in front of Su Yuanchuan. She scanned it quickly, furrowing her eyebrows, and couldn't help saying, "You want a 60% stake? Ridiculous. I can't agree to that. Give it up. Before she could finish, Kui Ziking handed her a glass of wine. Miss Su, things aren't exactly as she said. From what we know, the crisis facing the Su family is not minor. Eager to expand recklessly, taking on crazy bank loans, the whole family is now burdened with heavy debt. If not resolved properly, the entire Sushun Group might face collapse. Of course, if a big shot from a certain club were to step in, it could help you through this difficulty. But I really don't believe they will offer a better deal than we do. By then, what you will give up won't be just 40% of the Sushun Group, but the entire Su family." Kui Ziking hit the nail on the head. Zhang Qian had just communicated with her a moment ago. Hence, he was very aware of the current challenges facing the Su family. After a full minute of silence, Su Yuanchuan got up and left without a word. But Zhang Qian laughed because as she walked out, she took the business plan document with her. "Zhen, you're really impressive. The current scene belongs to you young people." Lin Haowei shook his head in admiration. "It's time for us to discuss our matters now." Zhang Qian waved his hand, poured a drink and pushed it towards him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your sacrifice. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." After several rounds of toasting and exchanging cups, things finally settled down. Zhang Yanran definitely had a deep network of connections. Lin Haowei couldn't help but be amazed by it. He had never imagined that she would know such a wealthy individual. After all, it was a business worth over 100 million, and it was quickly sealed. The two parties had previously reviewed the contract and there were no major disputes. Now all that was left was to go through the formalities. The unexpected part for him was that the company was actually gifted to the woman beside him. That was over 100 million being given away just like that. With time running out, Lin Haowei made his excuses and Zhang Qian escorted him out of the private room. "If you ever need help in the future, Mr. Lin, you can't decline," Zhang Qian said. "Definitely, I won't be leaving Sabay anytime soon," Lin Haowei replied, glancing in the direction of the private room, smiling as he patted Zhang Qian's shoulder. "Mr. Zhang, how should I put it? Perhaps you've gotten some insight into our wine from before, but I guess not enough. Drinking those two bottles mixed together can easily make one drunk. Hehe. Better quickly take Miss Kui and leave, or you might end up spending the night here." Before Zhang Qian could react, Lin Haowei waved his hand and left. His words did make sense. He had been too caught up in the conversation and hadn't drunk too much. Instead, it seemed that Kui Ziking was quite interested in the wine here and had been drinking quite a lot. Back in the private room, Zhang Qian immediately noticed that something was off with her. Her cheeks were extremely red, seemingly starting to feel the effects of the alcohol. Leaning weakly on the sofa, her clothes slightly disheveled, she looked somewhat intoxicated and charming. "Why did you get yourself drunk? Come on, I'll take you back," Zhang Qian said. "Qian, do you like me?" Before Zhang Qian could finish, Kui Ziking directly hooked her arms around his neck, pulling him towards her. Cheeks flushed, eyes filled with a captivating gaze, she bit her lip and said, You went through so much trouble, and even gave me a company worth millions, you." Zhang Qian had also had a few drinks. His heart was beating rapidly, especially feeling Kui Ziking's sweet breath and her almost entirety pressed against him. This ignited a strong desire within him. Zhang Qian was about to say something when Kui Ziking reached out and placed a finger on his lips. Shaking her head slightly, with tears glistening in her eyes, she said, "Don't speak. I'm afraid that if you say a word, you'll reject me. You've been so good to me, even better than my dad, all these years." It was clear that Kui Ziking had been under immense pressure within her family for many years, but hearing her mention her dad only fueled the fire burning inside Zhang Qian. "Don't speak, kiss me." Following the command, Kui Ziking's soft lips pressed against his. Unable to control his intense emotions, Zhang Qian turned over abruptly, and with her gasped, a passionate response began. After the intimate encounter, when Zhang Qian came back to his senses, it was already noon the next day. Remembering everything from last night filled him with immense satisfaction. Kui Ziking, nearly devoid of any belongings, and his arms, revealing her flawless skin, looked like a piece of art. Her eyelids trembling slightly and her sleep added to her charm. Carefully getting out, dressing himself, and opening the door to the private room, Jun Qian noticed several female staff members waiting outside the door. Seeing their blushing faces, it was evident that they knew what had happened inside. He awkwardly lit a cigarette. Fortunately, the private room could be locked from the inside. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked, "By the way, is there any surveillance here?" "No, there isn't," a blushing girl replied. "This is Mr. Lin's exclusive negotiation room, so the doors can be locked from the inside, and there are no surveillance cameras. And there's a nanny car arranged downstairs. Mr. Zheng, you can leave any time." Jun Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Handing over some banknotes with a smile, he said, "Thank you for your hard work." After this experience, his impression of Lin Haowei had improved quite a bit. And the special arrangement of female staff members confirmed his professionalism. With their help, Jun Qian took the sleeping Kui Ziking back to their hotel room. Planning to take a shower, he suddenly paused and carefully examined her face. After a few seconds, her usually fair cheeks turned even redder. "Hey, how long are you going to stare?" Kui Ziking grabbed a pillow and flung it towards Jun Qian. "Hehe, you were pretending to sleep after all." Jun Qian caught the pillow and pinned her down, laughing. "So, tell me, when did you actually wake up?" Kui Ziking's cheeks flushed. She struggled symbolically, biting her lip. "In the car. I woke up then." "You rascal, did you purposely make me drink so much yesterday?" "Oh, why are you like this again in the morning?" Jun Qian had no excuses. Kui Ziking was just too irresistible. Moreover, with their bodies brushing against each other like that, a natural reaction was bound to occur. "Well, if you don't like it, I'll take a cold shower to cool off." Don't what? Don't shower alone. Let's shower together." After going through the experience, Jun Qian couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. The contrasting feelings were unbearably intense. Once they had crossed the line, she was like an enchanting little fairy, offering him a completely new experience. However, it was his first time. After the shower, she seemed completely exhausted, unable to move. Jun Qian had to abandon his original plans and spend time in the room with her. Ever since signing the contract yesterday, his primary goal in Sibai had been temporarily achieved. Next, he would have to return to Yebai to handle some group matters. He would leave the control here to Kui Ziking. Although Linmix was gifted to Kui Ziking, in terms of ownership, it still belonged to Qianju. More precisely, it was under the Shumul Group. When he first met Kui Ziking, she had signed an exclusive agency contract with Jun Qian for Sunity, so he decided to appoint her as the CEO of the Shumul Group to oversee the company's subsidiaries, including Sunity Winery, Linmix Bar, and Shuyuan Cafe. This had been planned by Jun Qian before he set off. Kui Ziking would be the CEO of the Shumul Group, and Jin Lu would be the chairman. She would be Jin Lu's right-hand woman. Upon returning to Yebai this time, Jun Qian would need to swiftly handle the merger between Shumul Cafe and Qingyuan Cafe. With more and more women around him, he couldn't risk any animosity from Jin Lu. But, thinking about the Deng sisters, those exquisite siblings, gave Jun Qian a headache. How should he arrange things with them? In the lingering gaze of Kui Ziking with reluctance, Jun Qian returned to Yebai. Her favorability had reached an astonishing 95 points, which was a very dangerous signal. Fortunately, the two of them needed to temporarily separate for a period of time. She was left in charge of the overall situation in Sibai City, completing the acquisition of Linmix and the construction of various landing projects for the Schumuler Group. This included the site selection for the Sibai branch, among other things. In short, Jun Qian's instructions were simple. Do not worry about money. Spend as needed. This trip to Sibai was indeed fruitful. He estimated that billions had already been deposited into his account. And Jun Qian had also come to a realization. After integrating information from various channels, he was very certain that the young master of the Yusha Americas Club was probably not intentionally targeting him. By rounding up several giants except for Asia Airlines, he was only aiming to maximize profits. The goal was to force Asia Airlines to collapse on its own. At that time, he could acquire it at an extremely low price. Although Jun Qian was still not clear why he suddenly wanted to enter the aviation field, he should be prepared just in case. This battle was not something that could be ended overnight. It needed to be taken step by step. The first thing that needed to be dealt with was the matter in Yebai. Has there been any recent activity in the company? No. Everything is normal. Mr. Chen and Ms. Liu heard about your arrangements and expressed full support. Xia Qianchen picked up Zhang Qian at the airport and also reported on recent events. She didn't expect Zhang Qian to act so quickly. He had just finalized the Schumacher Group deal, and now in Sebei, he had acquired a Linmix Group, a sizable deal worth around 1 to 2 billion. However, this time, Kui Ziking didn't return with Zhang Qian. Could it be that they were really going to work? Have everyone been contacted? Yes, Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin are both here. Alright, I'll take a rest. Let me know when we arrive at the company. Zhang Qian slightly closed his eyes to rest. Since he had already greeted Jin Lu, it was time for swift action. The feeling from their last meeting still lingered in his memory. He truly worried that he wouldn't be able to resist them both. If that were to happen, their father would surely come after him. It was better to resolve this sooner rather than later. Xia Qianchen looked at Zhang Qian with a strange expression, feeling a bit embarrassed about her previous misunderstanding towards him. She originally thought Zhang Qian had driven them away, but it turned out he sponsored them to start their own business. About an hour later, Zhang Qian arrived at the headquarters of Qianju Group. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli were whispering to each other. So, Deng Shuxin's sister is so beautiful? Why are they here? And they're in Mr. Zheng's office? Could it be? Mr. Zheng likes this kind of style. Oh, what a pity I don't have a sister. Oh, I see. They must have noticed that Mr. Zheng is doing well now and want to come back to work at Qianju Group. Zhang Xiaoyao suddenly came up with an idea, smirked, humph, Qin Zuli, come with me to find out more. With that, the two of them headed straight to the office. Originally in a hostile relationship with each other, they naturally formed an alliance, and they had a common enemy. Moreover, Deng Yuqing even felt more beautiful than Deng Shuxin. It made them feel like facing a formidable enemy. Dandelion, what brings you here today? Zhang Xiaoya handed over a cup of tea, a host's attitude. However, her eyes kept glancing towards Deng Yuqing, pondering about something. Well, Mr. Zheng called us here. Deng Shuxin's answer was ambiguous. Back when she worked there, she didn't get along with Zhang Xiaoya and others, simply because she didn't like to suck up to her superiors. Seeing her being so hospitable, she knew something was up. Oh, Mr. Zheng called you both here, huh? Qin Zuli smiled thoughtfully, then looked at Deng Yuqing, and this beautiful lady. Deng Yuqing nodded nonchalantly. Deng Shuxin, let me give you both some honest advice. Zhang Xiaoya flicked her nail coldly. Don't think that Mr. Zheng brought you back to Qianju Group out of old feelings. Don't entertain any fantasies. Not just the two of you. Even Xia Qianchen hasn't gotten a promotion yet. If you really get employed, just do your job properly. With more business in the company now, working under me, your evaluations will definitely be more strict. Deng Shuxin was previously under Zhang Xiaoyao's department, so she subconsciously thought that Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing were back to work under her. She couldn't help but act bossy. Hey, it's not surprising that she's strict. You both were former employees, and we all know each other. We can't show favoritism. Moreover, we need to keep a distance from Mr. Zheng. You know, Qin Zuli held Deng Shuxin's hand, pretending to look out for her. Otherwise, people will gossip behind our backs. Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing suddenly felt a chill. They had just been wondering why Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli were acting so weird towards them. It turned out it was because of Zhang Qian. But they still hit a nerve and brought up their concerns. Although it was just a merger issue with a coffee shop, they didn't know why Zhang Qian had called them to the Qianju Group headquarters. No need for your troubles on this matter. Deng Shuxin withdrew her hand, smiling awkwardly. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli exchanged satisfied glances, feeling like they had the upper hand. The next step was to wait for the Deng sisters to start working, create problems for them at work, and then use that as a reason to fire them. They wanted to get them away from Zhang Qian. Perfect, huh? What are you all doing here? At that moment, Zhang Qian pushed the door and came in, seeing the four women looking at each other. Despite the air conditioning not being on, why did he suddenly feel a cold atmosphere? Oh, we came to serve tea to the guests. Zhang Xiaoya quickly stood up, smiling, and to exchange greetings in advance. Deng Shuxin used to work under me, so I was worried she might be rusty in her duties. I wanted her to understand what we're doing now. Zhang Qian, who told you that I wanted her to continue working under your group? Ow. You guys go back to work, and oh, Make sure to get the contract sent over by Secretary Zia as soon as possible. Okay. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli left dejectedly. Only then did Zhang Qian notice that Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin looked particularly beautiful today. Naturally elegant, they didn't wear much makeup, but the tight-fitting skirts outlined their perfect figures, especially with both of them wearing black stockings, accentuating their tight, round, suggestive curves. When the Deng sisters saw Zhang Qian enter, they blushed at his gaze, subconsciously pressing their legs together even tighter. It's rare to see them dressed up like this on a regular basis. Zhang Qian discovered that the Deng sisters were indeed beauty of the top caliber. Even compared to Yin Yan Yan, they were not inferior. If we arrange for them to make a cameo appearance in a movie, I wonder if it would be a hit. Or we could just invest in making a movie for them. Sisters with such exceptional looks are probably rare in the entertainment industry. Qian, why did you call us here today? Sensing the unusual look in Zhang Qian's eyes, Deng Yuqing couldn't help but ask with a blush. At this moment, the sisters couldn't help but let their minds wander. Who was Zhang Qian looking at just now? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought just now. He chuckled and coughed, then spoke seriously. I called you here today mainly about the cafe. I've already spoken to Shumul Sai. To be honest, the boss there is also a very good friend. So I thought of turning animosity into friendship, merging your two families to create a new brand. And this brand will be called Shuyuan Cafe. What do you think? Taking the contract handed over by Zia Qianchen, Zhang Qian pushed it in front of them. Shuyuan Cafe? No need to look at it, Zi Qian. We trust you. Deng Yuqing waved her hand. The two of them smiled at each other. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. As for the other matters, it's okay to leave it to you. No need to call us here. Feeling their trust, Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually afraid that the Deng sisters would delve too deep into Jin Lu's matter. With that in mind, he felt reassured. You'd better take a look. It's not as simple as just merging. Shuyuan Cafe will be a new subsidiary under the Shumul Group. I think if we're going to do it, we might as well do it big. The headquarters will be set up in Yebai, and then we'll open branches in JZH and other places. Listening to Zhang Qian's description, the two of them looked surprised. They thought he was just playing around. But with such a huge capital backing, Shuyuan Cafe might really have a chance to succeed. It might even become a leading domestic brand. They both had dreams about coffee. To be honest, they were a little reluctant about this merger, after working so hard for so long. However, now it seemed that Zhang Qian was serious, and it wasn't as simple as just a merger and reorganization. Jin Lu, chairman of the Shumul Group, board members include Kui Ziking, Deng Yuqing, Deng Shuxin. We are the CEOs of Shuyuan Cafe. The more Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin looked, the more their hearts pounded. By signing this contract, their net worth would immediately increase by several hundred million. Zi Qian, we. Before Deng Yuqing could speak, Zhang Qian waved his hand. He nodded with a smile. I believe in your abilities. That's why I made these arrangements. Qin Lu, as the chairman of Shumul Group, is responsible for overall coordination. Your main job is to operate Shuyuan Cafe well, and Kui Ziking is responsible for the Sunity and Linux bar business. There won't be much interaction between you two, and it's not a strict hierarchy. Affection +3. Affection +3. The Deng sisters' affection levels both reached an astonishing 98 points. After chatting for a while, Deng Shuxin took the opportunity to go to the restroom. Now, in the office, only Zhang Qian and Deng Yuqing remained. Zi Qian, you've helped us a lot and arranged for us to enter the Shumul Group. I want to thank you. For some reason, Deng Yuqing's cheeks were particularly rosy. The atmosphere also became somewhat ambiguous. It's nothing. We are friends, just helping each other out. Zhang Qian quickly waved his hand. Are we really just friends? Deng Yuqing raised her head, her eyes extremely complex, looking at him without blinking. The gaze was full of emotions. Even if Zhang Qian was a bit dense, he could still feel the gentle tenderness in them. He awkwardly touched his nose, admitting to himself that he was starting to have some feelings. After all, facing a beautiful mature woman like Deng Yuqing, it would be fake to say he felt nothing. The feeling she brought him was completely different from other women. If Jin Lu was a stunning fairy, Kui Ziking was a contrasting beauty. Zhang Yanren was a cold goddess. Song Yaxian was the lovely girl next door. Then Deng Yuqing was undoubtedly a top-tier mature beauty. Seeing Zhang Qian hesitate slightly, a hint of a smile appeared on Deng Yuqing's face. Ziqian, in a few days, Shuxin will take our father to Feng Shui for something. At that time, there won't be anyone at home. Can I cook a meal just for you, as a thank you? Don't worry, I have prepared these dishes for a long time, really hoping. Deng Yuking's voice grew smaller as she spoke. Her cheeks were as red as if they could drip water. The redness even reached her neck. Zhang Qian had intended to decline, but when he looked up and saw her eyes, as if on the verge of tears, he swallowed all the words he wanted to say and nodded. Okay, I'll be looking forward to it. With a chuckle, the tension on Deng Yuking's face instantly dissipated. All right, it's settled then. You're already the boss of such a big company. You can't back out now. Let's pinky promise. She wrinkled her nose and extended her pinky finger to Zhang Qian. As their fingers touched, he felt Deng Yuking's skin was slightly warm and trembling. She was truly an enticing matured beauty. If it weren't for the current situation in the office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock on the door echoed, and the two immediately separated their fingers. Deng Shuxin poked her head out, smiling. Zhang Qian, I suddenly remembered something at home, so I won't disturb you. Sister, let's go quickly. Dad will be angry if we're late. Oh, right. Deng Yuking quickly nodded, smiling sweetly, whispering, I'll wait for you then. Watching the graceful figures of the sisters as they left, Zhang Qian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This is torturous. He almost lost control just now. You haven't visited me in so long. Don't you miss me at all? Just then, a figure swayed in. Skillfully, she locked the office door behind her, directly embracing Zhang Qian. Looking at him with reproach, you came back from the south and then went to the north. It's been a while since you last contacted me, have you forgotten about me? Zhang Qian was completely taken aback. He instinctively caught the girl with a backwards motion, feeling a wave of fragrance hit his nose. Before he could even see clearly who it was, soft lips pressed against his, not giving him a chance to think. After a while, their lips parting. Son Yaxian? Zhang Qian cleared his throat awkwardly, looking at the girl in front of him. She was clinging to him, her eyes full of sorrow as she said, Not long after, you have two more girls by your side. Are you really that fickle? What about what happened between us in Jiannan? Song Yaxian leaned softly against Zhang Qian, leaving him unsure of how to respond. I'm sorry. Zhang Qian tried to apologize, but Song Yaxian interrupted. Why are you reacting now? Zhang Qian was at a loss for words. A pretty girl rubbing against him would naturally elicit a reaction. Song Yaxian blushed, giving him a cold look before quickly jumping off his lap, scolding, HMPH, being lewd in the office. I'll tell our colleagues to be careful. All right, I just missed you too much. I thought you had forgotten about me. Well, it's not like we just met. I'll give you time to sort things out. Just don't forget. With that, she lightly kissed Zhang Qian and hurriedly left the office. This girl was becoming bolder. But on second thought, Zhang Qian realized there were indeed more women around him now. Such relationships would need to be sorted out properly at some point. Asterisk. The phone rang. Jinlu's WeChat notification. Oops, almost forgot about this. Putting down his work, Zhang Qian hurried to the underground parking lot. After some hesitation, he chose the Nissan. Today, Jinlu's university teacher in Shanghai, a professor in business management, was visiting. Jinlu was preparing to apply for graduate studies under this teacher. Upon knowing the teacher's return today, Zhang Qian decided to welcome her. He quickly informed Xia Qianchen to arrange a hotel and rushed to the airport to pick up Jinlu. Look at you. You've been so busy lately. You seem to have lost weight, Jinlu said sympathetically as she sat in the passenger seat. Yeah, mainly busy with company matters, and there's a new project in Sebei, Zhang Qian replied, feeling guilty as he had been involved with Kui Ziking recently. I mentioned the cafe merger before. It's all settled now as you suggested, named Shiyuan Cafe, and merged into the Shumul Group. Although Jinlu probably had a general idea of these matters, she still felt a bit surprised when everything was realized. So does that mean I'm now the chairman of Shumul Group? Jinlu's gaze was somewhat odd. Yes, I figured it out. The group includes a coffee brand, liquor brand, and a mix bar. I've brought Kui Ziking from the Kui family to serve as the CEO to help you manage, so you won't be too busy, Zhang Qian said with a smile, patting Jinlu's head. She smiled wryly and shook her head. Running a cafe was fine, but managing such a big group, I'm worried. What's there to worry about? There are professional managers in society for this. Aren't they originally doing this? And if you plan to study in Shanghai, maybe you can help me because my next focus is Shanghai. Jinlu nodded without expressing her opinion, her eyes slightly trembling, lost in thought. Upon arriving at the airport, they waited for the plane to land. When the teacher walked out of the gate, Jinlu waved excitedly. Teacher Z has always been very helpful to me. She knew about my family's situation and specifically assisted me a lot in professional classes. If it weren't for her back then, I might not have been able to graduate, Jinlu said emotionally. Suddenly, she frowned. Why is he here too? Behind Teacher Z was a tall and thin young man, handsome and dressed in a high-class suit. His face always carried a sophisticated and mocking smile. Clearly a wealthy young man. Jinlu, what a surprise to see you come to pick up the teacher specially. The teacher is here in Yabai to handle some things, Teacher Z said happily upon seeing Jinlu, a very kind-looking woman. Junior sister, it's been a long time, and you've become even more beautiful. The young man came directly, not even looking at Zhang Qian, and went straight to Jinlu to shake hands. She skillfully evaded his hand, smiling as she clung to Zhang Qian's arm. Teacher Z, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian. This is Teacher Z, who took care of me back then. Teacher Z. Hello, thank you for your care. Zhang Qian greeted politely. Fiancé? The young man's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Then, with a normal smile, he reproached, Junior sister, why didn't you introduce me? I heard Teacher Z was coming to Yabai, so I came specially to help. Zhang Qian noticed the strange look he was giving Jinlu. Could it be there was history between them? I'm sorry, Teacher Z. He's also my student now. He's here for a project, Teacher Z explained, noticing the awkward tension. No worries, Teacher Z, Zhang Qian said, hugging Jinlu. I don't care about the past. I just want to be with Jinlu in the future. By the way, Teacher Z, I've prepared a place for you to rest. Let's go. Li Zijian didn't expect Zhang Qian's calm reaction. His eyes trembled slightly, and a touch of malice flashed. Thank you, husband. Jinlu blushed, whispering softly. Thank you for what? He's not actually my ex-boyfriend. He just pursued me, but I didn't agree. Silly. There's no need to explain this. You are really good, husband. Watching the sweet interaction between the two, Li Zijian was burning with anger. As they arrived at the parking lot, just as Zhang Qian opened the car door, Li Zijian frowned and made a disapproving sound. Jinlu, I have to say, is this the eyesight you have for finding a fiancé? Using a Nissan to pick up the teacher? Oh, I see. In a small place like Yabai, you probably think a Nissan is a luxury car, right? Hey. Li Zijian shook his head, laughing, and said, Teacher Z, forgive me for this inconvenience. When we return to Shanghai, I'll make sure to arrange better for you. Teacher Z scolded and instructed Li Zijian a few words before getting on the car. Through the conversation, it was revealed that Teacher Z himself was also running his own company. Coming to Yabai, he wanted to facilitate a business deal. He hadn't asked specifically what it was about yet, but he would definitely help if he could. Judging by their expressions, it seemed they were very confident. Thinking back to Li Zijian's words just now, Zhang Qian couldn't help but want to laugh. If he really was a member of the Shanhu Americas Club, he definitely wouldn't casually introduce himself to strangers like this. Not to mention how mysterious this club was. If mentioned to ordinary people, they wouldn't know what the Shanhu Americas Club was, let alone the power of this organization. As the back seat was very spacious, Jinlu, Teacher Z, and Li Zijian all sat together. As they chatted, Teacher Z rested due to the fatigue of the journey. Jinlu and Li Zijian sat on either side and did not show any intention of talking to each other. Although Li Zijian didn't speak much, he kept glancing at Zhang Qian, his eyes full of hostility. Your name is Zhang something, right? Oh, I can't remember the exact name, and it's not necessary to remember. Li Zijian looked around and couldn't help but say, Kid, I'm telling you that illegal car modification is wrong. Hey, I thought you were just an ordinary Pinji. Didn't expect you made it wider. You really don't understand the law at all. Hearing this, Zhang Qian almost laughed out loud. This is a specially customized Pinji, officially lengthened and widened construction. Jinlu couldn't help but remind. Li Zijian, he sneered. Jinlu, You must have been deceived by your unreliable fiancé. I have bought many luxury cars. I have never heard of a customized version of Tingy brand. This brand does not accept customization. Jinlu shook her head with a sigh. Li Zijian was indeed a prominent figure in university, with a wealthy family background. He even sponsored the school foundation with a considerable amount of money. Otherwise, with his grades, it would have been impossible to graduate normally. He had pursued Jinlu madly, but she had never agreed. Before, she thought that someone like Li Zijian was already wealthy, but it wasn't until she met Zhang Qian that she realized what a wealthy person should be like. In comparison, Zhang Qian clearly stood out. Tingy does not usually accept customization, but this is a special customized version. It was only sold earlier this year, with a global limit of 150 units, an exclusive high-end business model. Bulletproof glass, very high safety factor. I also bought it by chance. Zhang Qian knew that Jinlu disliked him, so he took over the conversation. Seeing Li Zijian's lack of manners, Zhang Qian felt the urge to kick him out directly. If it weren't for Teacher Zhao's face, he would have given him a little yabai shock already. Not to mention his false identity as a member of the Shanghai America's Club. Even if he were real, Zhang Qian wouldn't give him face. Limited to 150 units globally. Did Tingy ever release such a model? Li Zijian skeptically searched on his phone and actually found relevant content. His face turned green instantly. Still, he stubbornly said, "Oh, it's just a broken customized model. What's the point of showing off?" "Humph. I just wanted to test you. Jinlu is a good girl and shouldn't be deceived by some scum." "Hey." Zhang Qian rolled his eyes. For characters like him, Zhang Qian was too lazy to bother. Even someone like Su Zhen's brother, Su Zhen, didn't catch his eyes. The only ones that Zhang Qian truly valued were the members of the 3 top clubs. Apart from that, he didn't have any interest in intervening. After dropping off Teacher Z at the hotel, Zhang Qian was planning on arranging her meal. However, Teacher Z had urgent matters to attend to, and he couldn't insist, so he had to wait until she finished. Because it was her private matter, Zhang Qian didn't pry further. He had a trustworthy friend called Duen to act as a driver for Teacher Z. Now with nothing to do, he had originally planned to take Jinlu to have some good food. He hadn't even thought about arranging anything for Li Zijian. But the latter suddenly became eager and said, "The time is just right. I have a younger brother in Yabai. How about we go to his place to eat and drink? What do you think?" Jinlu was about to refuse when Zhang Qian said, "Okay, let Li Xiaodai show us around. To be honest, although I'm from this side of Yabai, I'm usually busy with work and hardly participate in any entertainment activities." Li Zijian smirked. "Hey, seeing you like this, it seems like your life is tiresome. Jinlu following you is really out of luck. All right, since that's the case, I'll take you to see my place. Let's go." He picked up his phone and started to make a call. "Hey, how's it going over there? Send a few cars to pick me up. I'm Li Xiaodai. I have a specific situation here, and I may not be able to leave temporarily. How about ... can you go to someone else's place because my place is having some issues?" Li Zijian's expression instantly changed. Feeling the odd gazes from Zhang Qian and Jinlu, he coldly said, "What? Are you refusing to give me face now? Don't you want to enter the Shanghai America's Club anymore? I just told someone that my younger brother's place is here. Going somewhere else? What do you mean by that?" There was silence on the phone for a moment. "All right, I'll arrange for a car to come over now." Satisfied, Li Zijian hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, and fidgeted, saying to Jinlu, "Little schoolgirl, now that the teacher is not here, I don't mind sharing some information with you. As long as you break up with this guy right away, I can arrange for you to enter the school immediately without taking any exams. Although Teacher Z is upright, I can directly contact the dean. What do you think?" Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Do you really think I don't exist? I've tolerated you a few times already because of Teacher Zhao's face. You even crossed the line." Just as he was about to retort, Jinlu quickly came out and stared coldly at Li Zijian. "Please show some respect. If it weren't for Teacher Zhao's face, I would have kicked you off the car just now. I warn you, if you say another bad word about my fiancé, don't blame me for not warning you." Li Zijian wanted to say something, but seeing Jinlu's icy gaze, he had to hold back. His mind was already turning, determined to make Zhang Qian look bad today at all costs. He had seen many beauties at the Shanghai, but no matter how you compared, He couldn't forget Jin Lu. She wasn't just beautiful, she had a queen-like aura that fascinated him. Wait until we get to the place. See how I deal with you. He didn't even know how he ended up following us. It's really annoying. Honey, why don't we just ignore him? Jin Lu furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and whispered to Zhang Qian. It's not a problem. I'm also curious about who this so-called little brother of his is. We basically know everyone from Yebai. I thought about it for a while just now, but I can't figure out who would recognize someone like him as a big brother. And also, if we don't let him see your husband's strength properly and completely admit defeat, he might still have thoughts of you in the future. Zhang Qian joked with Jin Lu, making her mood not as bad. Instead, it was Li Zijian, who was getting irritated watching the two of them hugging and laughing. Originally, he thought that once Jin Lu entered society, she would understand the power of capital. As long as he beckoned with a finger, would she not obediently follow him? He never expected her to find a fiancé. But this didn't discourage Li Zijian. In his view, what kind of young master can Yebai produce? He had flourished in Shanghai. How could someone like this compare to him? Click, click, click. At this moment, a beat-up vendor's car rattled over and stopped at the hotel entrance. Li Zijian frowned, wondering why there were so many rundown cars in Yebai, and walked to the side. Just as he was about to use his phone to urge the driver, the car door opened and a security guard stumbled out, stretching his neck and shouting, "Who's Li Xiao?" Li Xiao from Shanghai. His finger froze in midair, stunned. This is the car he arranged for me. Zhang Qian and Jin Lu were also taken aback, their faces turning red, barely able to hold back their laughter. Who's Li Xiao? Li Xiao from Shanghai. All right, stop shouting. It's me. Li Zijian walked over indignantly, glanced at the door that could fall off any moment, and said disdainfully, "Is this the onesie you sent? In this beat-up car?" The security guard nodded with a smirk. A few of our cars have been dispatched already. This is the last one available. The boss instructed, if you don't like it, do you want me to call a ride-hailing car for you? Li Zijian's forehead was covered with dark lines. This will do, he said angrily, then awkwardly smiled at Jin Lu. Their company's cars are under maintenance. I was in a hurry, and he wasn't prepared. Let's go. It's only a few kilometers. Just step on the gas. Let's go, darling, Jin Lu said with a smile while holding Zhang Qian's hand. Li Xiao really understands cars. This pushback feeling must be very strong. More driving pleasure than a Lexus. Zhang Qian nodded enthusiastically with a smile, got in the car, and it made squeaky noises. Oh, this car. Won't it fall apart suddenly? Zhang Qian said worriedly. No. I drove it for a while before without a door. This time, I heard Li Xiao was coming, and the boss specially arranged for me to weld a new door on. It's even more stable now. The security guard fiercely took a drag of his cigarette, but after fumbling with the keys for a while, he realized the car seemed unable to start. This only added to Li Zijian's irritation. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "Put out that cigarette." Damn it! Don't you know if there are ladies in the car? The guard reluctantly put out his cigarette. Coincidentally, the car could start up quickly. The car drove fast. Before long, it stopped at a familiar place. Chia Bar. Zhang Qian was stunned. Instantly, he understood everything. So, this little brother of Li Xiao was actually Tang Xingyu. But when did he return to Yebai and have the face to come back? Returning to Jia Bar once again gave a completely different feeling. There were not as many elegantly dressed women at the entrance, just a desolate scene. In the nightclub, there were only a few people left, mostly playing poker at the card table, with very few girls dancing to the music. A DJ lazily played music, but never took his eyes off his phone. Jin Lu actually had some understanding of Jia Bar's current situation. After her father Jin Yudao took over the Red Rose, in collaboration with the Kui family, they had already started besieging this place. At first, they could handle it, but for some reason, starting last month, they lost financial support. Jia Bar was becoming increasingly unsustainable. Not only were many drinks unable to be supplied, they couldn't even settle their accounts with the suppliers. Every day, many creditors came, which they could only reluctantly deal with. Tang. Li Zijian spotted Tang Xingyu from a distance. He was about to call out to him but saw that Tang Xingyu was having an intense conversation with someone. Kui Jinghui, do you have to be so aggressive? How did I play with you back then? Things change. Tang Xingyu, based on our past, I have already given you plenty of time. What can you do now? I never see you around anyway. It was only when they walked closer that they saw who Tang Xingyu was talking to. Kui Jinghui. He sat with his legs crossed, a cigarette in his mouth, looking impatiently at Tang Xingyu. Many people around the corner table were obviously called there by him. In contrast, at this moment, Tang Xingyu no longer had the imposing look he had before. Li Xiao. Li Xiao, why are you here so soon? Tang Xingyu sensed the unusual atmosphere and looked up to see Li Zijian with black lines covering his face. He immediately stood up, awkwardly said, Li Xiao, please have a seat over there. I'll have someone bring you some drinks later. Brother-in-law. Kui Jinghui also saw who had arrived, not recognizing Li Zijian but knowing Zhang Qian. Putting out his cigarette, he stood up straight, excitedly said, well, he wasn't sure if Zhang Qian had a relationship with his sister. He knew how much benefit Zhang Qian had brought to the Kui family. Not to mention consolidating resources in Yabai. Even the upper and lower stream resources of many bars in Yojo had been integrated, allowing Qi's family to establish a firm foothold in Sibei. Making his sister the head of Linmix, her worth instantly inflated by billions. In this day and age, there is no such thing as grudges, only eternal interests. He had also realized that Zhang Qian was no longer someone he could deal with. Making money together, not to mention calling him brother-in-law, he could even call him father. Cough, cough. Zhang Qian's face darkened as he gave frantic eye signals. Damn it! Didn't you see who's beside you? Zhang shouted. Zhang Xiao, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Luckily, Kui Jinghui reacted quickly, rushed over with an embarrassed smile with a cigarette. What new wind brought you here today? Zhang Qian quietly observed Jin Lu. Fortunately, her expression didn't change much. Kui Jinghui was quite talkative, but it seemed like he didn't have much brains, not knowing how to distinguish the appropriate occasions. Well, calling him brother-in-law shouldn't be a problem. It seems that Kui Ziking's training is quite effective. Well, just today, I met a guy named Li Xiao who came from Shanghu. He said there's a little brother in Yebo, arranging a meal for us, so we came here. Zhang Qian casually took Kui Jinghui's cigarette, hugged Jin Lu and sat down, smiling and nodding. Tang Shan, it's been a few days, you seem to be in a difficult situation now. Zhang Qian. Meeting enemies, one is especially envious. If you were to ask Tang Xingyu who he hated the most right now, Zhang Qian would definitely top the list. Previously in Jiangnan, he mobilized nearly billions in assets, just thinking of being able to crush the other party under his feet. But he didn't expect that he would casually throw out more than 100 billion without blinking an eye. What was originally just an ordinary auction ended up causing the Five Aviation Alliance and the Kijin Axis Alliance to fall apart. Even the mysterious people from the Shanhu American Association were all acquired. His old man was very dissatisfied with him, so he simply stopped the bank account and asked him to return to the group to study properly. Tang Xingyu, however, was reluctant to give up his last bit of territory, the West Asia Club being his only remaining property. With no pocket money from his old man, theoretically, he should be able to earn hundreds of thousands a month here. But unexpectedly, Kui Jinghui now seems to be working hand in glove with Zhang Qian to suppress things here. During this time, most of the nightclubs in Yebo have been basically taken over. They even began to extend their influence to the entire Yebo province, and no one knows what they intend to do. Do you guys know each other? Li Zijian furrowed his brow slightly. Well, we've met a few times. He's actually my senior. Zhang Qian nodded slightly. Li Xiao, Although Tang Xingyu hated Zhang Qian the most, he didn't understand why he was walking with Li Zijian. Oh, today. Before he could speak, Zhang Qian waved his hand. He's my fiancé's senior. He's here today to accompany the teacher to study. Little Tang, we haven't eaten yet. Why don't you arrange something for us? Oh, sorry. It seems like the atmosphere here is getting a bit tense. Would you like to change locations? Bang. Li Zijian slammed the table fiercely. He coldly stared at Zhang Qian. What do you mean? Looking down on my little brother. Damn it. Seeing Zhang Qian repeatedly provoking, Li Zijian was already burning with anger. Seeing Zhang Qian's escalating trend, he had to contain it at all costs. And it seemed like the cause of this outcome was also because of Zhang Qian. Just because of money. Money was what his old man had the most. Why are you so worked up? Li Xiao, this isn't looking down on you. Look, even getting a fruit platter is difficult here now. See? Those guys at the tables are only drinking beer. How boring. We still have to go see Teacher Z later. With beer all over us. It's so unbecoming. Or is it a trend in Shanhu? Zheng Qian looked at Li Zijian with a puzzled expression, stroking his chin. TFFT. Jin Lu almost burst out laughing directly. It had been a few days since she last saw Zheng Qian, and she felt his skill in talking had improved once again. Li Xiao, please wait a moment. I have a bottle of my rare Roman Nemper hidden away. Tang Xingyu smirked as he stood up, about to go to the back. Hold on. Kui Jinghui said with a sly look, this is your dishonesty. You owe our suppliers so much, and you still have prided reserves. This bottle of wine cannot be opened. You guys take it back as part of the 5,000 offsets. Damn it. Tang Xingyu was furious, gritting his teeth. Kui Jinghui, just because I'm out of money doesn't mean my family is broke. My father is still the chairman of Starway Group. The market value is definitely more than 100 billion. Do you have to push me this hard? And today we have guests. Can't you give me some face? He pulled Kui Jinghui aside, grinding his teeth, trying hard to lower his voice. Kui Jinghui pushed his hand away, an eye for an eye. I don't care how much money your family has. What matters is that you owe me money. Cut the crap, either clear the debt and I'll leave, or I'll use this wine to settle the account. Kui Jinghui had figured it out. This Li Zijian was probably not a good person either. He might be Jin Lu's senior, but he probably still had ulterior motives. At this moment, he needed to butter up Zheng Qian even more, making sure he wouldn't mess up in front of the woman. Alright, you don't need to be so squabble anymore. Li Zijian coldly snorted, lit a cigarette, and said, how much money do you owe? Since I'm here at my little brother's place, I can't just stand by. And I advise you to be smart. One word from me, and the capital of Shanhu can take you all over. Kui Jinghui raised an eyebrow, about to say something, but Zheng Qian stopped him. Nodding, he said, go ahead. Li Xia has deep pockets. You can ask for whatever you need. Kui Jinghui quickly understood what was going on. He immediately took out a ledger, slammed it on the table. A 1.2 million for alcohol, 200,000 for venue rental, 100,000 for the atmosphere set by university students, totaling up to exactly 2.3 million. TFFT. Li Zijian was just about to take a sip of beer, almost spraying it all out. He raised his head in astonishment, staring incredulously at Tang Xingyu. You opened this pathetic bar and owe people over 2 million. Are you even human? Tang Xingyu was also in a difficult situation. In the past, taking out this amount of money wouldn't have been a problem. But unfortunately, his pocket money was controlled by his father, leaving him with no choice but to nod helplessly. Li Zijian regretted deeply. He did have some money, but taking out over 2 million so casually was a bit difficult. Over the past 2 years, he had accumulated some wealth through DC and trickery, but all of it had been used to repay debts. Wouldn't it be stupid to give it away? Well, he was just about to think of a way to phrase it. We support various payment methods. Kui Jinghui immediately laid out QR codes, POS machines, cell phones, tower banks, etc. on the table. Li Zijian, excitedly grabbing Li Zijian's hand. Tang Xingyu said, Li Xiao, it's an honor to meet you. I saw you once in Shanhu before, and I knew you were not an ordinary person. I never expected you to be so generous. Saving me from danger. I will definitely repay you in the future once I get past this hurdle. Li Zijian really wanted to smack himself hard. What do I do now? Should I leave? He knew very well that he wasn't a real member of the Shanhu American Association, that he had been deceiving those who wanted to join the family based on some relationships, and cheating them. He had intended to come to Yebo this time to extort a sum from Tang Xingyu, but he didn't expect. Li Zijian is very clear about how much he weighs. Coming to Yebai, he wanted to see if he could stir up something with Jin Lu. Secondly, he wanted to figure out a way to make some money out of Tang Xingyu. However, he never expected that this guy actually owed so much money. He lit a cigarette and fell into thought. I thought it was a lot more. Just over 2 million. Is it worth it for me to take action? After a while, he waved his big hand and looked at Zheng Qian sideways, saying, it's not that I look down on you, Jin Lu's boyfriend. Your perspective is just too narrow. How about this? I'll give you a chance to join the Shanghai America Society. What do you think? Kui Jinghui furrowed his brow. He had no idea what the Shanghai America Society was. He thought he could get money, but always beat around the bush. If it weren't for Zheng Qian being there, he would have wanted to throw a Y model. Shanghai America Society. I heard you mention something about a society just now. What exactly is this place? Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, pretending not to know. If you join this society, can it cover the 2 million plus yuo? Li Zijian's back was soaked in cold sweat long ago, but his experience in swindling and deceiving over the years allowed him to barely avoid revealing any flaws. Ha ha. No wonder your business isn't thriving. You don't even know about organizations of this level. Li Zijian suddenly became spirited. He shook his leg and spoke confidently. The members of the Shanghai America Society mostly have overseas backgrounds, especially in the USA. Their financial strength is strong. If you don't have a few hundred million, it's impossible to join. So what does this have to do with the 2 million? Zhang Qian couldn't help but interrupt. Let me finish, okay? Li Zijian tapped the table, sneering. How about this? I'll show you a glimpse of our power. Hey, you said Tan Xingyu owes you money for alcohol, right? At our level, settling with money is meaningless. I advise you not to be ignorant. Just with a word, I can make it so all your stores have no alcohol to sell. Believe it or not. Kui Jinghui raised an eyebrow, about to speak out, but thinking that many nightclubs in Yebai had become their downstream industries, with a great demand for alcohol every day. What if this guy was telling the truth? The key was Zhang Qian's intention. Secretly glancing at his brother-in-law, he found him silent, so he smiled. Oh, then let Li Shaoluo show us some of his power. Ha ha. If I'm not mistaken, your supplier is the Susheng Group in Sibei, right? Li Zijian crossed his legs, looking as if he had everything under control. His status was essentially that of a donator. Although he was not a member of the Shanghai America Society, he did know some high-ranking individuals and could easily connect people. So, he must have thorough understanding of the resources he could access. That's the only way he could bluff convincingly. Mentioning the Susheng Group earlier also carried a gamble. After all, the Su family could be considered one of the top alcohol suppliers in Juzhou, and had deep connections with many nightclubs. What if Kui Jinghui was actually in cooperation with the Su family? Susheng Group. Right? What's the matter? We usually source from them. Kui Jinghui nodded, sounding doubtful. That makes things easy. I'll give you a chance now. Proactively wipe out the 2 million debts. Do me this favor, and we'll consider it even. If you stay stubborn, I'll call the Su family and shut down all your nightclubs. Li Zijian got more excited as he spoke, playing with his phone, seemingly ready to make a call at any moment. This actually made Kui Jinghui uncertain. He was aware of the Su family's influence. It wasn't limited to just around JZH. Their reach extended to many upstream and downstream industries, and people in the industry tended to show respect to them. If the Susheng Group truly wanted to shut them down, it might just happen. Tang Xingyu's eyes lit up even more. Despite not being very clear about the recent acquisition situation of Mu Hua Shipping, he had some understanding of famous families in the JZH area. One of them was the Su family in Sibei. It was said that this year's new members' induction had a good chance of entering one of the 3 big clubs. Their power was amazing, their influence substantial. Li Shaoluo, I have no way of repaying you. From now on, I will look up to you. Tang Xingyu clasped his hands, excitedly speaking. Li Zijian smiled, waved his hand lightly, and looked calmly at Kui Jinghui and Zhang Qian, who kept silent. Gracefully lifting his glass, it seemed as if everything was under his control. Tang Xingyu, I've managed to gather some money. Just then, a girl walked in through the door, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw Zhang Qian and the others sitting at the card table, and she was flustered. The person who came in was Lu Shanshan. Since the last time she had separated from Zhang Qian, this was the first time they met. In theory, they had cleared up their relationship, but seeing each other again still stirred slight emotions. When she saw Jin Lu next to Zhang Qian, her eyes trembled even more. Is she Zhang Qian's official girlfriend? Yes, they'd had met before, but she seemed even more beautiful now. She probably doesn't know about the relationship between Zhang Qian and me, right? How come they are here as well? Ha ha. No need to raise money. Li Shaoluo has already taken care of everything for me. Tang Xingyu waved his hand, pulled Lu Shanshan to sit next to him. Li Zijian's eyes brightened, feeling that Lu Shanshan was also very pretty. Is this your girlfriend? Tang Xingyu couldn't help but freeze. How could he not see the look in Li Zijian's eyes? So he quickly changed his tune. She's just a friend. Just a friend. So, Shanshan, hurry up and pour a drink for Li Xiaoluo. Get closer to him. Seeing Lu Shanshan's puzzled expression, he quickly lowered his voice and said, Serve Li Xiaoluo well. Wasn't your mother's factory facing an economic crisis recently? Li Xiaoluo is a rich guy from Shanghai, with significant power. He can easily toss out tens of millions like it's nothing. Lu Shanshan was torn. She tightly held the glass, tears in her eyes. Originally, she thought Tang Xingyu genuinely liked her, but now he was actively pushing her into someone else's arms. What difference did this behavior have from her mother's actions? And it was also in front of Zheng Qian, which would only make him look down on her more. Li Xiaoluo, Lu Shanshan, holding the glass, couldn't speak for a long time. What? I can't hear you. Li Zijian waved his hand. Come closer. Come sit next to me, he said, patting the sofa next to him. Jin Lu sighed softly. Zheng Qian, that's enough. The little girl looks pretty pitiful. I remember. Last time it seems I met you at a class reunion. If I can help, I'll help a bit. Zheng Qian looked at Lu Shanshan's current appearance, feeling mixed emotions. He hadn't expected that she would still be involved with Tang Xingyu. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, as if she was like a commodity handed over to Li Zijian. Initially, Zheng Qian hadn't planned to intervene. Considering that Lu Shanshan had her own life, he felt no obligation to help others at will, as everyone had the freedom to choose their own path. But since Jin Lu had spoken up, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Li Xiao, I have heard of the Su family in Sebei as well. Their family's power is strong, and with just one word from you, they would listen to you. I actually find it hard to believe. Could it be that your family is also in the liquor business? Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, steering the conversation back. Li Zijian sneered. The matter in Shanghai is not something a little third-rate like you would understand. It seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you really think your business won't suffer without liquor? Actually, everyone understood his meaning. It's not that the Su family's words would completely cut off Zheng Qian's supply. It would just come with a higher cost, possibly leading to losses rather than profits. I don't believe it. Make the call then. Let me see. Zheng Qian shook his head, pointing to the phone in Li Zijian's hand. Fine. Just wait. Li Zijian was equally confident, directly dialing Su Yuanxuan's number. Hello. Before long, her cold voice came through. Li Zijian's expression changed slightly, as he had long been interested in Su Yuanxuan, wondering if he could deceive her into bed. However, the Su family was influential and had intricate connections with Shanghai, making it not so easy to deceive their daughter. Cough. It's me, Li Zijian. So, I've received information that the Secretary General of the Shanghai American Society is hosting a private salon party next week. I can recommend you to attend. But about the entrance fee, no problem, Li Xiao, as long as you can arrange it. Money is not an issue. Hearing this, Tang Xingyu's nose almost pointed to the sky. He looked at Zheng Qian with ill intentions, vigorously shaking his leg. Today, it seemed like he was really going to turn the tide, declaring, from now on, who calls the shots in Yubei? Damn, Li Xiao is truly like my father. Kui Jinghui also had a bad feeling but silently smoked, not saying anything. Now he understood that Zheng Qian was a skilled player at pretending to be weak and catching others off guard. What if the other party really could handle it? It might be best not to speak and seize the opportunity to mediate his sister's relationship with him. He wondered if the two had progressed to that stage in Sebei. Hehe, forget about the money. But I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Li Xiao, just give me your orders. Well, I have a little brother in Yeb. After listening, Su Yuanxuan readily agreed. No problem. I also have someone annoying in Yeb. Let's call it even. I'll make a call immediately and halt all goods going to Yeb, not allowing anyone to send anything there. Then we'll wait for Miss Su's good news. Li Zijian tossed the phone aside, sneering. His gaze shifted between Jin Lu and Lu Shanshan, pondering what he was thinking. Jin Lu knew Zheng Qian very well. Seeing his calm demeanor, she was certain that there would be no problems. She was curious if Zheng Qian had also managed to deal with the Su family's daughter. Come on, Li Xiao, have a drink. Tang Xingyu poured the wine attentively. Li Zijian, however, didn't even look at him, turning to Jin Lu thoughtfully. Jin Lu, your fiancé. If he asks me now, I can pretend like nothing happened. What do you think? But those 2 million must be waived. Jin Lu ate from the fruit plate, ignoring his implication. Jun Qian continued to play with his phone, as if Li Zijian were speaking to thin air. This expression made Li Zijian's face unsightly. Damn it, he had made a decision, and their fate depended on a phone call. Was this their attitude? Ding ding. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. What are you staring at? Answer the call quickly. Do I have to remind you? Li Zijian banged the table, addressing Kui Jinghui. Kui Jinghui glanced at the phone, awkwardly saying, Li Xiao. It seems like it's your call. My call. Li Zijian picked it up, surprised to see it was from Su Yuanchuan indeed. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to make arrangements? And that person's name is Kui Jinghui. I'm sorry, Li Xiao, I'm afraid I can't arrange that. What? So, you don't want to attend the gathering next week anymore? You don't want the Su family to enter the Shanghai American Society? Oh, sorry, Li Xiao, the signal on my phone is bad. Hello? Hello? Click click. As Li Zijian listened to the busy tone at the other end of the line, his face turned green. While Jun Qian and the others contained their laughter, it further fueled his rage, making him feel like a monkey. Silence, a deathly silence. An intense, awkward, suffocating feeling left everyone at a loss for words. Well, Li Xiao, what about my matter? After a long silence, Tang Xingyu broke the deadlock, awkwardly handing a cigarette over. He had thought one phone call from Li Zijian would change everything, but the outcome was unexpected. All right. Jun Qian waved his hand, standing up. Tang Xingyu, these debts are clear as day, and I won't force you. Here are two choices for you. Either hand over the Shiata Club to settle the debt once and for all, cutting all ties, or we go through legal procedures. But remember, even if your father saves you, I will make sure this lousy bar of yours can't survive. Even with all the capital you've gathered, Din Jiangnan, you're no match for me, especially now. His words were resolute. Tang Xingyu seemed defeated, lowering his head, clenching his fist in resentment but feeling powerless. I just don't understand one thing. Technically, your Yuhua shipping company has been directly acquired by the mysterious figure from the Shanghai American Society, so there must be some connection. How did you still get played around by such a trickster? Who are you calling a trickster? Li Zijian, who had remained silent until then, stood up abruptly. Jun Qian couldn't be bothered to explain, simply patting Tang Xingyu's shoulder and saying, I suggest you take care of yourself. Just hand over this place. Completely withdraw from Yeb. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will confront you. Also, although I don't feel anything for Lu Shanshan, seeing you give her away to someone else is truly contemptible. With that, Jun Qian left with Jin Lu, leaving behind a confident figure. After Jun Qian left, the atmosphere in Katayuri became extremely awkward. The most awkward situation was for Li Zijian, who unfortunately wasn't called upon before Jun Qian left. He was in a dilemma, neither leaving nor staying. He had just been boasting about resolving the matter for Tang Xingyu, but to his surprise, one phone call from Su Yuanchuan completely ruined his plans. Your restroom. Li Zijian was just about to come up with an excuse to go to the restroom and slip away, and Kui Jinghui hurry over in a flash. Zijian, my brother-in-law asked me to call you over. He said everything was settled with Teacher Z and he arranged for you to go to Moon Island to eat something. Oh, okay. Okay. I was wondering when Teacher Z would finish up the matter. Li Zijian quickly got up and followed Kui Jinghui out. This left Tang Xingyu with a puzzled look. Lu Shanshan sighed and placed a bank card in front of him. Don't worry about my mother's factory business for now. I'm only here today to repay the favor you did for me before. In the future, let's not contact each other anymore, she said. And then she also left. Watching the car speeding past not far away, Lu Shanshan was filled with mixed emotions. One wrong decision and she had lost any chance with Jun Qian. If she could turn back time, would things have been different? Si Duan was driving, with Jun Qian holding Jin Lu in the back seat, while Li Zijian was in the passenger seat. A call came in from Su Yuanchuan. Jun Qian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't from Kui Ziking's group. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to answer. At least when Jin Lu was present, he wanted to avoid any interactions with other women. After several attempts, the other party stopped calling but sent a WeChat message instead. Su Yuanchuan, don't forget the message you sent me just now. Don't forget your promise. Startled, Jun Qian quickly locked the screen. He couldn't let Jin Lu see it, or she might misunderstand. Thankfully, Jinlu was just resting with her eyes closed and didn't seem to be paying attention. Meanwhile, Li Zijian was also busy. He continuously searched on his phone for information about Moon Island Corporation, the boss, and so on. But he found nothing relevant to the people he knew. He had already embarrassed himself in front of his junior sister Jinlu and had been thinking about how to salvage the situation. Now it seemed like it would be quite difficult. Upon reaching their destination, as they entered the lobby, they saw Teacher Z walking out with Han Huahao. It turned out that Teacher Z had come all the way from Ebai to meet with Han Huahao. They had some business dealings related to tourism real estate, and this time it was to prepare for a new project. Teacher Z looked tired, indicating that the business discussions earlier hadn't gone as planned. Han Huahao also sighed and shook his head, looking troubled. Teacher Z, please wait a moment. I have a very important friend here. Let me entertain him first. Han Huahao quickly went to welcome Zhang Qian, with his eyes naturally falling on Li Zijian. The private room is ready. Are you referring to this young man as the esteemed guest? Li Zijian was pondering how to respond when Zhang Qian waved his hand and pointed to a spot not far away, saying, "It's Teacher Z. Sorry for not explaining earlier. She is Jin Lu's former teacher and has taken good care of her. We just wanted to show some landlord's friendship." Teacher Z? Han Huahao was taken aback and didn't react for a while. He knew that Zhang Qian studied locally, so he hadn't imagined any connection between them. Oh, I almost forgot. Let's go for dinner first. Han Huahao was regretting his hesitation earlier now that he knew Teacher Zhao's relationship with Zhang Qian. Even if he had to go all in, it was something he had to do. Teacher Z also had a peculiar look, wondering how Han Huahao didn't notice the change in Zhang Qian's status. At that moment, she became even more intrigued by Zhang Qian's background. Only Li Zijian, sitting uncomfortably in the private room, felt like he was on pins and needles. Teacher Z, you're truly good at hiding your abilities. Since you know this great god Zhang Qian, why come to me? You're overestimating me. Han Huahao poured a round of drinks for everyone, smiling bitterly. Originally, I had concerns about the funding, but if Zhang Qian also gets involved, then I believe there won't be any issues. Teacher Zhao's eyes lit up at this revelation and she asked excitedly, "Is that true?" Well, Li Zijian wanted to smack himself. As he previously mentioned, he was just a front man. He occasionally used his connections to bridge information gaps, but mainly relied on deceit. Asking him to produce a large sum of money was simply impossible. His earlier remarks were just a habit in such situations, where usually no one would follow up. But Han Huahao decided to inquire further. How much exactly can you invest? Caught off guard, Li Zijian quickly picked up a glass of water to mask his embarrassment. Teacher Z, you've helped me a lot before, and I want to do what I can to repay that favor. Jin Lu held Teacher Zhao's hand and asked seriously, for the tourism real estate project you're working on, how much more funding do you need? It's about 5 billion, Teacher Z replied. Jin Lu continued, I came to find Mr. Han primarily because the work he's done on Moon Island is indeed impressive and he has experience in operating tourism real estate. A funding gap of this scale won't be easy to fill. My idea is to join forces with Moon Island, set up a joint venture company, and attract more bank loans. At least we can complete the first phase of the project, meet the sales standards, move on to the second phase. Teacher Z explained with a wry smile. Zhang Qian contemplated for a moment before speaking. This tourism real estate project, is it around the outskirts of Shanghai? Yes. I'll invest directly for the remaining amount. Straight up investing. When Zhang Qian said this, everyone couldn't help but freeze. They all turned their heads at the same time, as if they were looking at a monster. Around 5 billion. To casually mention such a large sum for investment without even asking about the return rate. Zizhang. Li Zijian smirked and scratched his nose awkwardly. Do you know what number Teacher Z mentioned? It's around 5 billion, not 5 million, not 50,000, not even 50 bucks. Do you think this is child's play? In fact, Teacher Z was now feeling the same way. She was even a bit worried that Jin Lu was being deceived by a man out of nowhere. To casually mention investing money, and with such a large sum, it sounded like a joke, but only Jin Lu and Han Huahao, the two of them didn't think this way. They both knew Zhang Qian's financial pool was unfathomable. 5 billion might not be an astronomical figure for him. After all, his previous actions in Jiangnan were still fresh in memory. Li, We can't talk like this. If someone else said those words, I might also think it's a joke. But Zhang Qian, I think he's serious. From what I know about him, he has never boasted about money. Han Huahao couldn't help but speak up. Li Zijian raised his eyebrows, didn't reply, just lightly snorted. 5 billion? Not to mention this young man in front of him. Even the top players he knew in the Shanghai and American chambers of commerce would find it difficult to come up with that amount. He even doubted if someone could easily pull out that much cash at once. Are you serious? Teacher Z looked at Zhang Qian suspiciously. Although she didn't know Zhang Qian, she knew Han Huahao very well. The two of them often intersected in their work, and had been old friends for many years, knowing he wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Zhang Qian nodded. In his mind, it was simple. Invest the 5 billion in Jin Lu's name and directly reap 500 billion. Screw it, who cares about return rates? No time cost for fund turnover, just one bold step. Not to mention 5 billion, even 500 billion, he would invest without batting an eye. Zhang Qian, I'll tell you about this project. Han Huahao sighed and said with a bitter smile. Interestingly enough, this piece of land was originally far from Shanghai. It was very difficult to develop this cultural tourism project as there were very few people around. However, just a few months ago, the authorities decided to build a new satellite city close to this project. After Han Huahao's explanation, Zhang Qian's understanding became clearer. It turned out that Teacher Z wasn't truly at a dead end. On hearing about the new satellite city development, many capitals were interested. That their conditions were extremely strict, aiming to strip the company bare. With Teacher Zhao's company struggling for funding, they aimed to acquire it at a bargain price. They also anticipated that if no funds were injected soon, the company would go bankrupt, and the land would be taken by the bank, giving them an opportunity to step in. Zhang Qian, 50 billion isn't a small amount. Don't forcibly take advantage of me, Jin Lu whispered. I know what I'm doing. Zhang Qian squeezed her delicate hand. After pondering, he set down his chopsticks and said seriously, Teacher Z, I understand the situation. Since the shareholders have all exited, and you repurchased all shares, occupying 100%. It's simple, I'll acquire 49% of your shares for 20 billion. The other 30 billion, I plan to cooperate in a project with another company. In just a few words, everyone understood Zhang Qian's intentions, especially Teacher Z. Her eyes lit up. Frankly, even at the peak of her company, the valuation wouldn't reach 20 billion. With Zhang Qian only taking 49% ownership, she still held the majority, maintaining ultimate decision-making power. In essence, Zhang Qian split the 5 billion into two parts. One to acquire 49% ownership and the other dedicated to the cultural tourism project. This meant that Zhang Qian would not only receive dividends from the company, but also benefit from the project's profits separately. She couldn't help but admire the young man in front of her. His business acumen was so mature, not fitting his age. With this arrangement, holding the money wouldn't make her uncomfortable, but rather somewhat justify. She was determined to make Zhang Qian earn a lot of money. Don't worry, Zhang Qian. The annual revenue of our cultural tourism project in China is around trillions. With the new satellite city nearby, we'll enjoy tremendous resource dividends, guaranteeing your return in just a few years. Teacher Z was thrilled and shook Zhang Qian's hand excitedly. Zhang Qian waved his hand, lifted his glass, and said earnestly, Teacher Z, truth be told, I've just established the Kind Real Estate Group. I also want a slice of the field, and your appearance couldn't be more timely. With our cooperation, I'm confident. As Zhang Qian took the spotlight, Li Zijian's envy and resentment grew. Unnoticeably, this dinner conversation had already excluded him. It was as if he didn't exist at all. Undoubtedly, Zhang Qian left a deep impression on him. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to him. Rather than being a marginal donor, why not align with someone powerful like Zhang Qian? Although his connections weren't as valuable, he could still leverage them with influential figures. If he offered these resources to him, would there be a better way out by following Zhang Qian? In an instant, Li Zijian's gaze towards Zhang Qian softened and even had a hint of ambiguity. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, accidentally met his gaze and felt his heart skip a beat, but it was more from disgust. Damn, could this guy be gay? Shall I have Ziduan throw him into the sea? However, what he didn't notice was Jin Lu's somewhat unusual gaze, lost in thought. After the meal, Teacher Z pulled Zhang Qian aside for a long chat. Li Zijian surprisingly did not interrupt, instead offering sincere smiles to Zheng Qian from time to time, which made him feel uneasy. He thought to himself, could this kid be acting strange? I must make Jinlu stay away from him, or consider transferring to another school. What Zheng Qian didn't know was that the meal just now had also made Jinlu rethink some things. 2 days later, Teacher Z returned to Shanghai. On the way back from the airport, Jinlu finally mustered up the courage to speak. Honey, I have something to tell you. After much contemplation, Jinlu finally opened up. What is it, darling? You look a bit off. Are you feeling unwell? In fact, ever since Teacher Z arrived, Zheng Qian had noticed that Jinlu seemed a bit strange. She was a determined girl, rarely seen lost in thought over something. I have made up my mind, darling. I don't want to apply to Teacher Zhao's school anymore. Jinlu looked at Zheng Qian with a serious expression. Zheng Qian breathed a sigh of relief, as he had been unsure of how to broach the subject with Jinlu. In the following days, Li Zijian had been particularly off, constantly being attentive to him, and even hinting at taking Zheng Qian to the room to talk. This made him firmly reject the advances, almost resorting to physical confrontation. This is a good thing. Your senior seems to have some mental issues. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. No, it's not just about that. Jinlu looked at Zheng Qian seriously. These past days, I have talked to my father, and I want to go to a business school in the United States. Darling, I hope you can support me. This time I'm serious. With a sudden screech, Zheng Qian stepped hard on the brakes, relieved that the road was quiet. Why? Zheng Qian looked at Jinlu skeptically, genuinely confused. Despite being surrounded by many women, no one had shaken Jinlu's place in his heart for now. She gave him a feeling of true family, something he had never experienced since leaving the orphanage. But now she was saying she wanted to leave. Did she found out about something? Or has she stopped loving him? He quickly checked his favorability rating, still at 99 points. Not more, not less. So what was the reason? Honey, it's not that I don't love you. Listen to me. Jinlu spoke softly. Now that your business is growing rapidly, and even this time you helped Teacher Z by offering 5 billion, to me, it's astronomical. Don't speak yet. I know what you want to say. But I don't just want to be a showpiece by your side. I want to help you like the Kui siblings. Say those 3 words. Jinlu's cheeks blushed slightly, her eyes somewhat different. This startled Zheng Qian. Does she know that the favorability rating didn't go down? Could the system be malfunctioning? Sweetheart, as long as you stay by my side, that is the greatest help to me. I really like you. I like coming home to you, being held by you, cooking for me, taking me to the gym. Zheng Qian got a bit emotional. He really couldn't bear to let Jinlu go, his words stumbling. Honey, Jinlu gently said, hugging Zheng Qian's neck. Feeling the soft warmth, closely embracing him, Zheng Qian didn't have any wicked thoughts. Gradually, he calmed down a bit. This time, Jinlu seemed determined to leave temporarily. Honey, you even let me become the chairperson of the Shumul Group, and this real estate company will be registered under my name. I hope I can truly help you. Can you understand my thoughts? With Jinlu's determined, reddened eyes, Zheng Qian nodded. How long will your studies last? 3 years? Silly. I'm not completely leaving you. We still have holidays every year, right? Only then did Zheng Qian relax. Yes. Since they loved each other, there was no need to be so tightly bound. Respect for each other was important. Since Jinlu had made up her mind, there was no reason to force her to stay. Besides, she was just leaving for a while. Zheng Qian cancelled all engagements that day, spending quality time shopping with Jinlu. It had been a while since they had a carefree shopping session, buying simple things and not aiming for system rewards, but enjoying each other's company. In the following days, Jinlu busied herself with visa applications, college admissions, and Zheng Qian, with his financial power, easily resolve any hurdles. The top-notch Stanford Business School in the United States extended an olive branch to Jinlu, where she would be studying next. Jing Jiuan handed over the bar operations to the Kui siblings, Kui Jing'an and Kui Jinghui from the Kui family. He was prepared to accompany his daughter to the US. Time flew by. In just 2 weeks since Jinlu decided to apply to Stanford, she was now boarding the flight. Zheng Qian had barely inquired about work matters during this period, his focus solely on Jinlu. And now, the day had come for them to part ways. Honey, you take care of yourself. Don't just focus on making money. Also watch your health, okay? And forget it. when I come back, don't you dare marry someone else. Jinlu looked deep into Jung Qian's eyes, pinching his back. Jung Qian awkwardly touched his nose. Yes. She must have noticed something, but it was understandable. He needed to handle the excessive attention from admirers before she returned. Don't worry, my love. When you return, we will get married, Jung Qian said earnestly. Jinlu lightly kissed his cheek, then resolutely walked towards the plane. Jung, I believe in your character. Jing Jiwan patted Jung Qian's shoulder. Young man, do well. Jinlu has me around, so don't worry too much. Goodbye. I look forward to the day you call me dad. Okay. Jung Qian nodded emphatically. Watching the plane ascend, he lit a cigarette. Time had flown by, from Jinlu deciding to apply to Stanford, to her departing. Not even a month had passed. Their time of acquaintance was merely a few months, coinciding with the time he got the system. Everything had happened so quickly. Asterisk. Ding ding asterisk. Just as Jung Qian was lost in thought, he felt his phone vibrate. It was Zia Qianchen. Jung, someone is waiting for you in the conference room. A woman. Women? What women? Zia Zixi. She's not working seriously at all. Always so hesitant. What's that all about? Sloppy. Not even mentioning who she is. Could she be jealous? Did a very pretty woman come? Half an hour later, Jung Qian returned to the company. He felt that the female colleagues next to the meeting room were giving him strange looks, especially Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli. These two major protectors, walking back and forth from time to time, sneakily peeking inside, muttering to themselves continuously. So Boss Zhang likes this kind of style. What kind of fun uniform is this? Is it Japanese or Western? I don't know when it will arrive. If we order today, will the company allow wearing it? If not allowed, how can we meet Boss Zhang privately and show it to him? It wasn't until he saw the sailor suit in front of him that he realized who it was. Yakuzi, why is she here? Is it about shipping matters? Why did you come suddenly without any notice? Jung Qian handed her a cup of water with a smile. It's Boss Zhang who sent me. Yakuzi wanted to pounce on Jung Qian as soon as she saw him, but considering they were in the company's meeting room, she forcibly restrained herself. Jung Qian suddenly understood. It must be because of that matter. It seems Zhang Yanren couldn't hold back her impatience. Since the junior partner of Hushenda America Club acquired a series of shipping giants, they have been under immense pressure. Fortunately, the other party hasn't made any moves yet, estimated to take a long time to integrate the assets of several major groups.